Crash, crash, torrents of seawater surged violently into this pitch-black space. Gurgle. Gurgle. In the darkness came a series of choking coughs followed by the sound of arms slapping against the water. A human figure struggled up from beneath the surface. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Zhou Wen gulped great mouthfuls of air, then broke into a violent fit of coughing. What's going on? Cough, cough. Did my place get flooded? Still coughing, Zhou Wen looked around at his surroundings and discovered that everything was shrouded in darkness with half his body still submerged in water. Before he could make sense of the situation, the seawater around his waist began to recede rapidly. In no time at all the water had vanished completely, leaving only a damp floor behind. What on earth is happening? Zhou Wen was completely bewildered. He did at least realize he was no longer at home, for this space was utterly lightless, so dark he could not see his own hand before his face, whereas his apartment in the city could never be this black even at night. As he moved his feet, he noticed the texture beneath them felt strange, as though he were stepping on rubber, soft and yielding. Just as Zhou Wen was about to explore the area, a chime suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. Welcome to the survival world inside the giant fish. From now on you will coexist with the giant fish and explore this unknown world. Ding. Initial supplies are being distributed. The next second Zhou Wen felt something fall by his feet. Because of the darkness he could only crouch down and grope around, finding a wooden crate which he opened by feel. Ding. You have obtained bread X3, mineral water X3, hand-cranked headlamp X1. A series of notifications rang out the instant he opened the crate. Zhou Wen froze for a brief moment, then immediately picked up the hand-cranked headlamp and switched it on. A dim yellow beam shot out, pushing back the darkness before him. The light was weak, illuminating only 2 to 3 meters ahead. Still, by moving the beam around, Zhou Wen could just barely make out his current surroundings. All around him were blood-red fleshy walls. Just as the system prompt had stated, he was currently inside the stomach of a giant fish. Zhou Wen was only slightly surprised before calming down. The system had already said they were in a symbiotic relationship with the giant fish, which meant he would not be in immediate danger while inside its stomach. Ding. Initial supplies have all been distributed. May all survivors live on safely. With that, his mind fell silent and no further voice sounded. During this time, Zhou Wen had been using the headlamp's beam to examine the stomach cavity. The space was not large and he quickly formed a rough understanding of it. The stomach space measured roughly 5 by 5 by 3 meters. At the innermost part lay a pool filled with yellowish liquid exuding a foul stench. The pool's diameter was about 3 meters and Zhou Wen guessed it was where the giant fish digested its food. After gaining a basic grasp of his situation, a semi-transparent blue screen popped up before Zhou Wen, divided into 4 tabs: chat channel, trade channel, bestiary and body attributes. The chat and trade channels were self-explanatory, used for conversation and exchanging items. The bestiary appeared to record various creatures, but for now it was almost entirely blank with only a single entry. Transmuted Leviathan. Age 1 day. Stage neonatal. Length 30 meters. Weight 180 tons. Diet algae. Feeding method filter feeding. Evaluation a 180-ton little baby. Damn. Zhou Wen was a bit stunned after reading all the information. 30 meters, 180 tons, and it's only just been born. How big will it be when it's fully grown? This transmuted Leviathan was clearly the very creature with which he shared symbiosis and the only lifeform he had contact with in this world. Next, Zhou Wen opened the body attributes tab. Zhou Wen normal human values are 10 intelligence, 10 strength, 7 constitution, 9 speed, 11. Evaluation a relatively healthy person. Zhou Wen compared the displayed stats with his own sense of himself and found that they were indeed accurate. Zhou Wen worked as a beleaguered code monkey sitting in front of a computer all day, so his strength was naturally below that of a typical person. However, he did care somewhat about his health, going for a run every day to keep his body from becoming too frail. As a result, his speed was slightly above average and his constitution did not differ much from a normal person's. Just then the headlamp's power ran out and Zhou Wen was plunged back into darkness. Fortunately, the lamp was powered by a hand crank, so he was in no hurry. He plopped down on the supply crate, cranking with one hand while opening the world chat channel. By this time many messages were already appearing in the world chat channel. Help! I was just eating fish and in the blink of an eye I got eaten by a fish. Is this karma? So there really is a survival world straight out of a novel setting. I wonder if anyone came in with a built-in cheat system. Any big shots willing to carry me? Damn it, this is the first time in my life I ever won the lottery and you throw me into another world. That's rough, brother. How much did you win? 5 yuan. 5 yuan and you're wailing like that. I thought you hit 500 million. Seriously, what are you all talking about? Shouldn't we be thinking about what to do next? We just arrived in this world, who knows what we're supposed to do? The world system didn't say anything. Better not act rashly for now. The messages in the world channel flashed past at astonishing speed. Zhou Wen could barely keep up with the flood of messages, but the instant he formed that thought, the chat feed stopped auto-scrolling. He could now swipe with a finger to read them slowly. Looking at these largely pointless comments, Zhou Wen couldn't help but shake his head. Still, a few of them had a point with the situation so unclear it was better not to act recklessly. Suddenly the entire space began to tremble and the surrounding flesh walls quivered slightly. Caught off guard, Zhou Wen lost his balance and toppled backward, but the soft floor kept him from being hurt. The vibrations lasted for over 10 seconds before easing considerably. The stomach space grew relatively steady again, though a faint tremor remained. It no longer affected Zhou Wen much. Zhou Wen guessed that the transmuted Leviathan had begun to move. A thunderous rush of water echoed from the direction of the esophagus. Realizing something was wrong, he grabbed the supply crate and pressed himself against the stomach wall. The next moment the esophageal valve opened and a deluge of seawater poured into the stomach cavity. Even with his precautions, Zhou Wen was almost swept away by the raging current. The seawater in the stomach rose once more to his waist before the surface began to fall. This time with the headlamp, Zhou Wen saw that all the water was draining into the digestive pool. After the seawater flowed away, a wooden crate identical to the initial supply box appeared before him. A supply crate. Zhou Wen hurried over and opened it. Ding! You have obtained Bread X1 Mineral Water X1. So this is how we get supplies, Zhou Wen murmured, casually opening the world chat channel again. Many others were in similar circumstances with only slight differences in timing. Are we supposed to just wait for the transmuted Leviathan to find supply crates every day? A question surfaced in Zhou Wen's mind. After some time the sound of rushing water came again from the direction of the esophagus. This time Zhou Wen had learned his lesson. Instead of standing, he crouched down to meet the impact of the current. Only when the water level began to rise did he slowly stand up, avoiding being submerged. The seawater was drained once more, but this time no supply crate appeared. Instead, a mass of algal plants was left behind. In the period that followed, seawater continued to surge into the stomach cavity, each time bringing with it large quantities of algae until these plants occupied 2/3 of the space. Then the entire stomach space fell into stillness, the faint tremors ceasing as well, as though the transmuted Leviathan had stopped moving. Ah, I'm full. Time to digest. A milky childlike voice suddenly sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. His expression changed, and using the dim glow of the headlamp he searched the remaining third of the space but found nothing. Where is that child's voice coming from? Alone in a dark enclosed space, hearing a sudden childish voice made Zhou Wen's heart skip a beat. For a moment he thought something unclean might be lurking nearby. Zhou Wen had been jumpy and suspicious for a while, but then he turned the thought around. This was clearly a survival world. How could there be any dirty supernatural things here? Zhou Wen carefully recalled the voice he had just heard, and combining it with the current situation, a bold conjecture surfaced in his mind. Could it be that the illusory Leviathan was the one speaking? To verify his speculation, Zhou Wen opened the world communication channel again, wanting to see if anyone else had encountered a similar situation. Yet the channel was filled only with discussions about whether seaweed was edible. No one mentioned hearing a child's voice. Was my guess wrong? Zhou Wen once more combed through all the messages in the world channel. Indeed, no one had brought it up yet. He was certain what he heard earlier had not been an auditory hallucination. Could it be that I am the only one who can hear it? Zhou Wen's eyes lit up. This meant he was a special existence. Is this my golden finger? Am I the protagonist? The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, and the more he felt himself to be different from the others. In that instant he felt as though he were the very king of this world. Yet almost immediately he forced himself to calm down, for after a bout of careful reflection he realized that this ability seemed to be of rather limited use. He had tried to communicate with the illusory Leviathan but received no response at all. In other words, he could not command the illusory Leviathan, he could only hear its voice. In that case, this ability did not offer him much tangible assistance. Just as Zhou Wen was pondering how to make use of this ability, the gastric space began to writhe slowly and rhythmically. The piles of seaweed stacked within the stomach started to shift, inching bit by bit toward the digestion pool as the stomach walls contracted. However, the process was excruciatingly slow. Zhou Wen stared for a long time, long enough to recharge his headlamp once, and the seaweed had only inched forward a little. At this pace it would take at least 7 or 8 hours to push the seaweed fully into the digestion pool. This digestion process is ridiculously slow, Zhou Wen muttered in complaint. Suddenly his expression shifted. The illusory Leviathan has halted its movements in order to digest food, and this digestion is extremely slow, requiring an extended period of time. If I help it speed up the digestion of its food, what will happen? The moment the thought occurred to him, Zhou Wen sprang into action. He grabbed a large armful of seaweed, strode in a few quick steps to the digestion pool, and dumped the seaweed in. The seaweed sank swiftly into the pool. Back and forth he went over and over again. It took Zhou Wen a full hour to transport all of the seaweed in the gastric space into the digestion pool. Huff huff, why is it so hard to breathe? Zhou Wen gulped down great mouthfuls of air, but no matter how he adjusted his breathing rhythm he still felt a growing shortness of breath. At that moment Zhou Wen suddenly realized something. Where was the oxygen in this gastric space coming from? If the stomach space did not generate oxygen on its own, then his frantic hauling of seaweed had clearly accelerated the rate at which oxygen was being consumed. No way, am I just courting death? The thought made Zhou Wen's heart sink. As the air he could draw into his lungs dwindled, the specter of death wrapped itself around his mind. Outsmarted by my own cleverness, Zhou Wen lamented bitterly. He collapsed limply to the ground, trying to reduce his movements as much as possible, but the thinning oxygen only made his breathing more hurried and his brain grew dizzy from lack of air. I'm such an idiot. Zhou Wen cursed himself inwardly, convinced he was about to die. Just as he was on the verge of suffocating, the gastric space began to shudder violently. The illusory Leviathan moved again and a massive rush of seawater poured in. Ha! Zhou Wen shot up through the water's surface and began gulping air in great ragged breaths. As the seawater flooded in, it brought with it fresh air as well. After taking several fierce lungfuls of oxygen, Zhou Wen barely managed to steady himself. He leaned his body against the stomach wall to rest, easing the weakness brought on by the previous lack of oxygen. When the seawater finally receded, Zhou Wen had more or less recovered. That was close. He muttered, dropping down onto the ground with a heavy thud, a lingering chill of fear in his heart. Between life and death there truly was but a single step. At that moment his headlamp went dark again. Zhou Wen once more cranked it by hand, and when the light flared back to life, a brand new supply crate had appeared not far away. A new supply crate. Zhou Wen stood up and first searched for his two existing crates. Because of the earlier influx of seawater and his fight for breath, he had not had time to grab them, and now he had no idea where they had been washed to. The crate before him, however, was clearly brand new and untouched. Zhou Wen carried this new crate over to his side, then got up again to look for the previous two. The earlier crates had not been washed very far. Guided by the beam of his lamp, Zhou Wen found them after only a few steps. He now possessed 3 supply crates. Zhou Wen opened the new supply crate. A prompt chimed in his mind. Ding. Obtained wood X10, stone X10, soil X10. All materials, Zhou Wen murmured, slightly disappointed as he stared at the crate brimming with basic resources. He had no idea how to use these yet. For the moment, food and water were far more critical. With nothing else pressing to do, Zhou Wen opened the world communication channel and began browsing the other survivors' messages. After going through a number of posts, he discovered a problem. Namely, the illusory leviathans of the other survivors had not delivered any additional chests. The reason was that their illusory leviathans were occupied with digestion and the process was extremely slow. Since the survivors could not hear the illusory leviathan's voice, they did not realize it had entered a digestion state and thus never thought of helping it digest. It seems this ability to understand the illusory leviathan's words is not entirely useless after all, Zhou Wen mused. While the other survivors had received only 1 supply crate from their illusory leviathans, he had already obtained 2. Moreover, his illusory leviathan was still active. There might very well be a 3rd crate on the way. In this way his development speed would be 3 times that of the other survivors. Zhou Wen naturally had no intention of telling anyone that he helped the leviathan digest and obtained extra crates. This was his exclusive advantage. In this unknown world, conflict with other survivors could erupt at any time. Only by maintaining a lead far ahead of the rest could he ensure his continued safety. One may choose not to harm others, but one must possess the ability to defend against harm, Zhou Wen thought to himself in silence. After some time, the sound of surging seawater echoed once more from the entrance of the esophagus. Zhou Wen immediately secured the crates at his side and braced himself for the incoming deluge. He did not know whether this incoming water would bring food for the illusory leviathan or another supply crate. Splashing waves surged in and then receded. As soon as the seawater drained away, Zhou Wen shook his headlamp to brighten it and looked around. Seeing no seaweed, he concluded that this time the illusory leviathan had not been feeding, so it had to be a supply crate. Delight sparked in Zhou Wen's heart. He immediately began searching with the aid of the light and soon found a new supply crate which he impatiently pried open. Ding! Obtained blueprint algae oxygen generation tank. Hearing the prompt resound in his mind, Zhou Wen froze for a moment and then felt a surge of wild joy. Just from the name alone, algae oxygen generation tank clearly suggested a device used to produce oxygen. Zhou Wen had been fretting over whether he should help the illusory leviathan accelerate digestion the next time it fed. After all, his last attempt had nearly cost him his life to suffocation and he had no desire to repeat that ordeal. He had not expected that the 3rd supply crate would actually yield a blueprint for producing oxygen. Zhou Wen used the blueprint at once. It transformed into a streak of blue light that merged into his system interface, where a new blueprint tab appeared. Opening the blueprint tab, he found only a single design inside: the blueprint for the algae oxygen generation tank. Algae oxygen generation tank blueprint requires stone X10 seawater algae. After reading the list of required materials, Zhou Wen's smile broadened. He essentially had everything he needed. 10 stones had already been obtained from the materials crate, and as for seawater and algae, he only had to wait for the illusory leviathan's next feeding to acquire them. Ah, I'm so tired, time to sleep. At that moment the childlike voice sounded again. This time Zhou Wen heard it clearly and became entirely certain that he truly could hear the illusory leviathan's voice. As the trembling of the stomach walls ceased, it signaled that the illusory leviathan had also stopped moving and had likely entered a resting state. I'm hungry, it's time to find something to eat. A child's voice echoed in Zhou Wen's mind, causing him to awaken abruptly from his slumber. In the stomach space where day and night could not be discerned, Zhou Wen followed the routine of the phantasmal leviathan. When the leviathan slept, he too would rest, ensuring their schedules remained aligned. Suddenly the stomach walls began to tremble violently, signaling the awakening of the phantasmal leviathan. With food and water in short supply, Zhou Wen had eaten a single loaf of bread yesterday, and upon waking today his stomach was already rumbling with hunger. Thus he had no choice but to consume another loaf of bread and drink half a bottle of mineral water. Now he had only 2 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of mineral water left, which made him uneasy. If the subsequent supply boxes did not yield food, he would be in danger. I hope the next supply box will contain food, Zhou Wen silently prayed. After a while he heard the sound of surging seawater from the direction of the esophagus. A massive influx of seawater rushed in. Having experienced several waves of seawater, Zhou Wen had gained some experience in resisting its impact. He shielded the supply box with his body to prevent it from being swept away, while the light from his headlamp illuminated the contents carried by the incoming water. It's seaweed. Seeing the seaweed mixed with the seawater, Zhou Wen immediately opened the system interface, accessed the blueprints for the algae oxygenation chamber, and clicked to craft. In the next moment a blue light illuminated the area as stones from the supply box began to levitate, arranging themselves in midair to form a stone trough 1 meter high and half a meter wide. Under the influence of the blue light, seawater automatically poured into the stone trough, accompanied by some seaweed. The seaweed took root in the gravel at the bottom of the trough, its slender stem swaying gently in the water. Is that all? The crafting process was quick and rather rudimentary. Zhou Wen wondered if such a simple device could truly produce oxygen. According to his knowledge, algae required sunlight to generate oxygen, yet there was not a trace of sunlight in the stomach wall space. However, as Zhou Wen directed the light into the interior of the trough, his doubts were dispelled. Tiny bubbles began to emerge among the branches and leaves of the seaweed, indicating the production of oxygen. It seems it can indeed produce oxygen. A smile crept across Zhou Wen's face as he leaned over the trough, positioning his nostrils above the surface of the rising bubbles and greedily inhaling. Ah, this clear essence is the scent of oxygen. Zhou Wen wore an expression of enjoyment. However, he actually felt nothing at all. It was merely a psychological effect. The seawater had just been introduced into the stomach space, where the oxygen content was abundant and the oxygen produced by the algae oxygenation chamber was minimal. Under such circumstances there was no noticeable sensation. Soon the seawater gradually receded, revealing a large amount of seaweed. This time Zhou Wen had learned he no longer waited for the phantasmal Leviathan to finish its meal before moving the seaweed to the digestion pool. Instead, as soon as the water receded, he began to gather the seaweed. The phantasmal Leviathan required food amounting to 2/3 of the stomach space each day, necessitating several meals each, providing fresh oxygen to the stomach space. Thus, as long as he acted quickly enough, he would not find himself in the same oxygen-deprived predicament as the previous day. Although he had the oxygen-producing device this time, he was unsure if the oxygen it generated would suffice for his personal breathing. To be safe, Zhou Wen devised a plan. This plan carried some risk, for the phantasmal Leviathan would soon consume the seaweed multiple times and Zhou Wen would endure several waves of seawater. If he accidentally got swept into the digestion pool, it would spell disaster. Therefore Zhou Wen's actions had to be swift, and he needed to remain alert to any sounds from the esophagus. At the first hint of seawater, he would immediately distance himself from the digestion pool. Zhou Wen began to run back and forth. Fortunately, before his journey here he had run daily, so his stamina was adequate. After several round trips he finally managed to toss all the seaweed from this meal into the digestion pool. Phew! Zhou Wen lay over the algae oxygenation chamber, breathing deeply. Since the quantity of seaweed was small, the oxygen in the stomach space was still plentiful. After a while of deep breathing, the rhythm of his lung contractions gradually slowed. After some time the phantasmal Leviathan fed again, and Zhou Wen had rested enough to start moving seaweed once more, just as before. The phantasmal Leviathan consumed food a total of 5 times with short intervals in between. Zhou Wen felt somewhat exhausted, continually running back and forth, and his stamina was waning. By the time the phantasmal Leviathan finished its feeding phase and entered digestion, about 1/5 of the seaweed remained untransported in the stomach space. However, Zhou Wen was in no rush, for today was already much faster than yesterday. Just yesterday he had only started moving seaweed after the phantasmal Leviathan entered digestion. Today he had begun moving the seaweed immediately after the phantasmal Leviathan fed, and now only 1/5 remained. Once his stamina recovered, he would soon finish transporting the remaining seaweed. Moreover, today he had changed his strategy for moving the seaweed, and the oxygen in the stomach space was still abundant, so there was no need to hurry. After resting well, Zhou Wen prepared to finish moving the remaining seaweed, but an unexpected incident occurred. As Zhou Wen reached into the pile of seaweed to pick it up, something within the pile brushed against his arm, followed by a sharp pain. Zhou Wen flinched and immediately withdrew his hand. The light illuminated his arm, revealing a crimson wound nearly 5 centimeters long, blood oozing from the cut and streaming down his forearm towards his palm, where drops of blood fell from his pinky finger. What was that? Zhou Wen covered the wound and hurriedly distanced himself from the pile of seaweed. In the next moment the pile of seaweed quivered and a creature leapt out. Fear gripped Zhou Wen and he took several steps back. He feared that some unknown creature might be hidden within the seaweed pile, ready to attack him. This place was indeed an unknown world. The phantasmal Leviathan that coexisted with him was 30 meters long at birth, illustrating the extraordinary nature of this world. Other creatures living in this oceanic realm were undoubtedly formidable as well. Zhou Wen flinched and immediately withdrew his hand. The light illuminated his arm, revealing a crimson wound nearly 5 centimeters long, blood oozing from the cut and streaming down his forearm towards his palm, where drops of blood fell from his pinky finger. Pat pat. In the darkness, the sound of a shell striking flesh reverberated through the stomach space. After the unknown creature leaped from the seaweed pile, it seemed to remain bouncing in place, not advancing towards Zhou Wen. The headlamp's illumination only reached 2 or 3 meters, insufficient to reveal the unknown creature. After waiting a while longer, Zhou Wen decided to muster his courage and investigate. It wasn't that he was intentionally taking risks, rather his injured arm was still bleeding and needed immediate bandaging. However, with the threat of the unknown creature nearby, he dared not divide his attention to tend to his wound. Zhou Wen held his breath and cautiously approached step by step. The light from his headlamp swept across the area 2 to 3 meters ahead, and finally he caught sight of the unknown creature. Is that shrimp? This shrimp was unusually large, nearly the size of an adult's forearm, with a vivid crimson carapace and a dagger-like spine protruding from its head. The wound on Zhou Wen's arm had been slashed open by that sharp spine. Seeing it was merely a giant shrimp, Zhou Wen's terror subsided considerably. Though massive, the creature displayed no aggression, only futile incessant leaps in place. As fear receded, fury surged in its wake. He had been calmly gathering seaweed when this monstrous shrimp gashed his arm with a long, deep laceration. With no medical supplies at hand, infection loomed as a grave threat, one that could easily claim his life. Damn you! Fuming, Zhou Wen seized a nearby supply crate and hurled it squarely at the shrimp. Yet the blow inflicted little damage. The soft ground absorbed much of the impact, and the shrimp's hardened carapace deflected the rest, its fleshy inner wall cushioning the strike entirely. After several futile strikes, Zhou Wen grew incensed. He kicked the shrimp hard, sending it skittering away, to keep its lethal spine from stabbing him again mid-bounce. No longer willing to waste time on the creature, Zhou Wen tore a strip of cloth from his undershirt and hastily bound his wound to staunch the bleeding. Once the wound was secured, he resumed gathering seaweed, but first he stomped deliberately at each pile. His shoes offered protection. If another giant shrimp lurked beneath, he'd detect it before suffering another injury. Within 15 minutes the remaining seaweed was fully collected, and not a single additional giant shrimp appeared. With this critical task complete, all that remained was to await the Leviathan's metamorphic digestion. Before the Leviathan commenced its transformation, Zhou Wen resolved to deal with the shrimp that had wounded him. He briefly considered kicking the shrimp directly into the digestion pool, but hesitated, reluctant to forfeit its resilient carapace or the razor-sharp spine atop its head. Given its forearm-sized bulk, the shrimp's intact exoskeleton could perfectly sheath his own forearm, offering rudimentary defense against future predators. He briefly considered kicking the shrimp directly into the digestion pool, but hesitated, reluctant to forfeit its resilient carapace or the razor-sharp spine atop its head. Zhou Wen quickly devised a plan. First he opened the lid of an empty supply crate, then inverted the crate over the shrimp, pinning it in place and restricting its movement. Next he tore another strip from his clothing and tightly bound it around the shrimp's body, completing his preparations for dispatch. The shrimp continued its frantic, oblivious thrashing, utterly unaware of its imminent demise. Zhou Wen gripped the free end of the cloth, began spinning, centrifugal force whipping the bound shrimp in wide accelerating arcs. When momentum peaked, he released the cloth with savage force, hurling the shrimp bodily into the algae oxygenation trough. A sharp, brittle crack echoed, the sound of chitin splintering against stone. Zhou Wen's heart leapt with hope. He halted, instantly scanning the shrimp for signs of death. Though tenacious, the creature still lived, yet its carapace, now webbed with fractures, and the violent impact had left it gravely weakened, mere moments from extinction. Undeterred, Zhou Wen renewed his assault, swinging the shrimp twice more against the trough. This time it lay utterly still, life extinguished. But now came the dilemma: how to peel the shell without proper tools. His gaze fell upon the shrimp's cranial spine. Turn its own spear against its shield, he mused. He placed the shrimp's body atop the supply crate, planted one foot firmly upon its torso, and the other with deliberate pressure onto the spine itself. With a sudden crushing stomp, he snapped the 7 or 8 centimeter spike clean off. Grasping the severed spine like a crude blade, Zhou Wen set to work. The dorsal carapace proved impenetrably rigid, so he shifted focus to the softer ventral abdomen and delicate tail segment. Peeling the shell was arduous. Though the spine served as an improvised cutter, it lacked the precision of a true blade. It took Zhou Wen a full half-hour to strip the tail section free. Phew, finally done. He exhaled heavily, collapsing onto the floor, clutching the irregularly sliced tail shell. Ugly it may have been, but functional nonetheless. Wrapping the shell snugly around his forearm, he found it fit perfectly, though the impact fractures rendered it ragged in patchwork. Still, it offered tangible protection. Only the head and tail meat remained. Gazing at the translucent, glistening flesh, Zhou Wen's mouth watered. If only there were fire. He abhorred raw meat, especially that of an alien world. Consuming it uncooked was unthinkable. But can fire even be kindled here? He surveyed the gastric chamber's confines and shook his head. Even if he possessed ignition tools, oxygen levels within this stomach space were far too low to sustain combustion. Attempting it would suffocate him. Just then the metamorphosed Leviathan stirred, its digestion complete. Zhou Wen swiftly transferred the remaining shrimp head and tail meat into an emptied supply crate, securing them against being swept away by seawater. He glanced at his arm, the makeshift bandage already stained dark with seeping blood. He knew such rudimentary care would not suffice. Opening the system interface, he navigated to the World Trading Channel in search of hemostatic medical supplies. 10 units of timber for 1 loaf of bread, I'm out of food. Please generous traders exchange sustenance. 10 stones for 1 bottle of mineral water, my initial 3 bottles were accidentally washed into the digestion pool. I've gone a full day without water. If your offer falls short, feel free to message me. Zhou Wen skimmed rapidly through the listings. Most sought food in exchange for raw materials, evidently the majority had drawn resource-based items from their first supply crates. After further searching, he finally located a post offering medical goods, 1 medical hemostatic bandage for 3 loaves of bread. Medical supplies are lifesavers, first come first served. 3 loaves, that's extortionate, Zhou Wen muttered, brow furrowed. Yet blood now oozed steadily from his wound, and this was the sole available item capable of halting it. Refusal was not an option. He possessed only 2 loaves, insufficient for trade. So he tapped the seller's avatar, initiating negotiations. Friend, 3 loaves for a hemostatic bandage is excessive, could we settle on 1? A reply arrived almost instantly, absolutely not. This is a lifeline. Scan the channel, you'll find no other medical items listed. What's wrong, brother? Injured? Not at all, I'm quite safe inside the Leviathan's stomach. But I maintain strong crisis awareness, so I prefer to prepare early. Seeing medical supplies available, I wish to secure some preemptively. Zhou Wen concealed his injury, fearing the seller would exploit his desperation. You're absolutely right, brother. I'll hold on to my bandage for emergencies. Thanks for the wise counsel. Zhou Wen panicked, his wound demanded urgent attention. Unchecked bleeding alone could kill him long before infection set in. Wait, how about 2 loaves? Ha ha. Brother, you are injured, aren't you? Damn, it's obvious. Indeed, on only the 2nd day nearly all trades involved food. His sole focus on medical gear spoke volumes. 2 loaves and 1 bottle of mineral water, that's all I have left. If you refuse, I'm out of options. His message conveyed grim finality, because it was final. Those were his last provisions. 2 remaining bottles of water constituted his sole reserve. If none of today's 3 supply crates yielded food, he would survive on hydration alone. Oh dear, big brother, don't think so poorly of people. I won't raise the price. Zhou Wen remained silent, waiting for the other party to continue. How about this? 1 loaf of bread and a bottle of mineral water, and I'll trade with you. Upon seeing this message, Zhou Wen felt a surge of joy, but then he also sensed that it was somewhat unrealistic. Am I really encountering a good person? Or have I truly thought too poorly of others? Zhou Wen always believed that in such an unknown world, especially under conditions of food scarcity, people tended to be selfish, otherwise survival would be extremely difficult. After reviewing the other party's trading information again, it indeed changed to 1 loaf of bread and 1 bottle of water. Without hesitation, Zhou Wen clicked to trade, and the bread and mineral water in the supply box flickered with blue light. When the blue light faded, a roll of medical bandages appeared in the supply box. Big brother, you see, I haven't taken advantage of you. Could you tell me how you got injured? This person is clever. At that moment, a message popped up on the system interface. Big brother, you also received the hemostatic bandage. I hope it helps you. Thank you. Zhou Wen expressed his gratitude. The other party did not take advantage of him, which warranted this thank you. Hee, it's a fair trade, no need to thank me. Big brother, you see, I haven't taken advantage of you. Could you tell me how you got injured? This person is clever. Zhou Wen chuckled lightly upon reading the message. Clearly the other party wanted to gain a favor from him and learn the reason behind his injury. In fact, Zhou Wen was not wrong. Earlier, within the gastric wall space of the transformed Leviathan, surrounded by soft flesh, it was indeed difficult to get hurt. The reason for Zhou Wen's injury was naturally an important piece of information. Zhou Wen did not hold back and told the other party about the giant shrimp incident. However, he modified the process, omitting the part where he carried seaweed to accelerate the transformation of the Leviathan's digestion. When the transformed Leviathan was consuming seaweed, the supply box was accidentally swept away by the seawater, so I went into the pile of seaweed to search for the supply box, but who would have thought that hidden in the seaweed was a giant shrimp the size of an adult's forearm, which cut my calf with its sharp stinger. A shrimp the size of an adult's forearm. It seems that the creatures in this world are all quite large. That's likely the case. You should be more careful in the future. Although the giant shrimp is not aggressive, being caught off guard and caught in a pile of seaweed is still very dangerous. Zhou Wen reminded him. Although the other party wanted his information, he did save food, which counted as a fair trade. Thank you for the reminder. I will be careful. In the future we can keep in touch and help each other out, how about that? Okay. After ending the conversation, just then a sound of seawater came from the esophagus. Zhou Wen hurriedly moved the algae oxygen generator to the side of the esophageal diaphragm where it was least impacted by the seawater. Zhou Wen also placed all 4 supply boxes on top of the algae oxygen generator, just barely submerged by the seawater, so he wouldn't have to fix the supply boxes with his body each time. This time the seawater brought in a new supply box. Upon opening it, a message sounded. Ding. Obtain stones x10, obtain soil x10, obtain dry grass x10. Why is it all materials? I need food. Zhou Wen complained. He only had one loaf of bread left, and if he couldn't find food he would have to starve. After a while the transformed Leviathan swallowed the second supply box. Ding! Obtain small planting box blueprint. A planting box. Zhou Wen was extremely excited. With the planting box he could grow food and then he wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. Zhou Wen immediately used the small planting box blueprint and the blueprint transformed into a blue light entering the blueprint section of the system interface. Small planting box construction requires wood x10 soil x10. I have all the materials construction. Zhou Wen clicked to build directly but nothing happened. What's going on? Why isn't there any response? I have enough materials. Zhou Wen looked at the ample materials in the supply box perplexed. He reluctantly clicked on construction again but still no response. What is going on? He kept thinking of ways moving the materials out of the supply box and arranging them in the same structure as depicted in the planting box blueprint but still could not construct it. Is this a joke? Zhou Wen was getting angry. You give me a planting box blueprint but don't let me build it. What does that mean? In the end he gave up. His dream of self-sufficiency in growing food was shattered. Zhou Wen opened the trading section and browsed through the trading information. This was already the second supply box of the day. If the last supply box didn't yield food he would have to trade materials for a loaf of bread in the trading channel. Ha! Watermelon seeds for one loaf of bread. Upon seeing this trading information Zhou Wen immediately thought of his small planting box. If he could build the small planting box later he would need crop seeds for planting. Trading one watermelon seed for one loaf of bread is quite a bargain. However Zhou Wen did not trade. He only had one piece of bread left. If he traded it he would have nothing to eat. Moreover he had to carry seaweed every day which consumed a lot of energy. The remaining loaf of bread would last him until tomorrow at most, otherwise his body simply could not endure. For an average person one loaf of bread a day is simply insufficient. He had been in a state of hunger for the past 2 days and food was indeed too scarce, leaving him with no choice. This is also why Zhou Wen was so eager to build the small planting box. The feeling of hunger is truly unbearable. A few hours later the last supply box was washed in by the seawater. Once the water receded Zhou Wen hurriedly carried the supply box to the side of the algae oxygen generator. Please give me food. Zhou Wen placed his hand on the lid of the supply box and prayed. Ding! Obtained apple x1, obtained banana x1. Okay, it is indeed food but it doesn't satisfy hunger. He had just arrived in this world for the second day and his desire for fruit was not yet strong. He wished for bread instead. Wait, just because I don't crave fruit doesn't mean others don't. Let's try putting it on the trading platform. Thinking this Zhou Wen put the 2 fruits up for trade, exchanging 2 fruits for 2 loaves of bread. Before long the trade was completed and the 2 fruits successfully traded for 2 loaves of bread. It seems there are quite a few people with an abundance of food. Zhou Wen sighed softly. Now he had 3 loaves of bread and 1.5 bottles of water which could barely last him until the day after tomorrow. Oh dear, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. The voice of the transformed Leviathan echoed. Upon hearing this Zhou Wen also prepared to sleep. However he was completely soaked and the ground still had puddles of water making it very uncomfortable to sleep, and his injured arm also couldn't come in contact with water. After thinking for a moment Zhou Wen directed his gaze toward the supply boxes stacked on the algae oxygen generator. A few minutes later 7 supply boxes were placed side by side on the ground. Zhou Wen stripped off his clothes and lay down on the supply boxes which were slightly drier. Ah, so comfortable. The stomach wall space began to tremble violently as the illusory Leviathan started to stir and Zhou Wen awoke from his slumber having dreamt a dream filled with delicacies. Zhou Wen sat up from the bed made of supply boxes thinking of the food from his dream, instinctively licking his lips. I wonder if there are items in the supply box to heat the food. Zhou Wen immediately thought of the shrimp meat from yesterday but he couldn't cook it and it was simply inedible. He managed to eat a piece of bread and drank the half bottle of mineral water left from cleaning his wounds, barely alleviating his hunger. He then checked the wound on his arm. It was uncertain whether the medical bandage worked well or if it was due to his decent physique, but the wound had not become infected, which was a small blessing in misfortune. After rebandaging the wound he piled all the supply boxes stacked on the ground onto the algae oxygenation trough, and now all he could do was wait for the illusory Leviathan to feed. While waiting he opened the world communication channel to check the messages from other survivors. Big brothers, I have no food left. I only have a watermelon seed now. Can you help me out with a piece of bread? What use is a watermelon seed? I don't even know how to plant it now and you want to trade it for a piece of bread. Are you thinking too optimistically? Come on, stop shouting. You've been shouting from yesterday to today. Currently each person only gets 1 supply box a day. Whether you can get food or not completely depends on luck. Just from the trading channel's information it's evident that most people are short on food who would trade food for a useless watermelon seed. Please, I've not eaten anything for a day. I'll trade anything that is edible. Isn't there a supply box to be obtained today? Just wait a bit. That won't be for another 5 or 6 hours. I'm completely drained right now. Zhou Wen remembered that it was him who traded a piece of bread for a watermelon seed in the trading channel yesterday. Zhou Wen saw the other person's message, thought for a moment, and immediately clicked on the person's avatar to send a private message. Soon the other party responded. Are you looking to trade a watermelon seed? Yes, but I'm not trading it for bread. That's fine as long as it's something edible. What exactly is it? Raw shrimp meat. Shrimp meat. Where did you get the shrimp from? The other party seemed a bit surprised, and Zhou Wen briefly explained how he obtained the shrimp meat. The shrimp is the size of an adult's forearm. That's got to be 3 or 4 pounds of meat. Pretty much I'm not used to eating raw meat, and if I leave it for a few days it'll spoil, so I'd rather just trade it for a watermelon seed. However, I need to remind you that in this unknown world that shrimp meat might be poisonous. Are you sure you want to trade? After sending that message, the other party hesitated for a long time. Let's trade. I don't have any other food, and I don't have anything to trade for food. I'll trade the shrimp meat for now. If it doesn't work out, I'll just have to take a gamble. The next second, the other party sent the watermelon seed directly to him through a private message. After confirming it was indeed a watermelon seed, Zhou Wen sent over the shrimp meat. Trading shrimp meat for a small watermelon seed with Jian Haitao seemed like a terrible deal to outsiders, especially since currently watermelon seeds couldn't be planted. But for Zhou Wen, who already had a small planting box, it felt like a piece of a puzzle. The seed was an indispensable part of self-production. Moreover, since he didn't eat raw shrimp meat and didn't know if it was poisonous, trading something he didn't need for something he needed seemed quite worthwhile. After a while, the illusory Leviathan began to eat, and Zhou Wen, like yesterday, started to transport seaweed. Because he had been attacked by large shrimp in the seaweed yesterday, today he put on shrimp shells on his forearms and hollowed out the insides of the shrimp heads to wrap around his palms. Before preparing to move the seaweed, he used his shrimp shell-covered hand to scrape inside a few times, ensuring that no creatures were hiding in the seaweed before he began transporting. The shrimp shell wrapped around his arm indeed provided protection, as there were again large shrimp hiding in the seaweed pile today, and there were 3 of them. One of them was discovered by Zhou Wen in advance, while the other 2 attacked him, but all were blocked by the shrimp shell on his arm, leaving him uninjured. After transporting the seaweed, Zhou Wen began to deal with the 3 large shrimp, but he didn't use the method he employed to kill the large shrimp yesterday. Yesterday's method had been too damaging to the shrimp shells, and he had no other choice, but today he had the sharp spikes from the shrimp heads as tools, allowing him to use a method that wouldn't harm the shells. First, he used an empty supply box to secure the large shrimp, then he pierced the connecting point between the shrimp's head and tail with the sharp spike. This spot could be considered the most vulnerable part of the shrimp's body. After slicing through the thin shell connecting these parts, he forcefully pried them apart, successfully separating the head from the tail, thus preserving the shrimp shell intact. After about half an hour, all 3 large shrimp were processed. With the experience from yesterday's peeling, today's shrimp shells were overall intact and much better than yesterday. Next, there was nothing else to do. He stored the shrimp meat and shells in the supply box and waited for the illusory Leviathan to swallow the supply box. After the illusory Leviathan finished digesting, it began to move. Not long after, the first supply box, accompanied by seawater, entered the stomach wall space. Ding! Obtained a can of iron-skinned yellow peaches X1. There are actually canned yellow peaches. This is great, it's high in sugar and can provide a lot of energy. Zhou Wen happily stored the supply box. The canned yellow peaches not only contained peaches to eat but also syrup to drink, which could be considered life-saving food storage in this world. While Zhou Wen was waiting for the second supply box, Jian Haitao sent him a message. Big brother, do you still have that spiny shrimp meat? Spiny shrimp meat. Zhou Wen was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized it was the large shrimp meat he had traded to Jian Haitao. How do you know the large shrimp is called spiny shrimp? Zhou Wen asked, somewhat puzzled. It's in the encyclopedia, I found it by accident. Encyclopedia. Zhou Wen immediately opened the encyclopedia and indeed found a second page. Spiny shrimp, length 3040 centimeters, weight 56 kilograms, food type algae. Introduction: the spikes on its head are exceptionally sharp, the meat is delicious and elastic, and the shell can be used to make armor. The encyclopedia provided a simple introduction to the spiny shrimp but also gave Zhou Wen some information. No wonder they always hide in seaweed piles, it turns out their food is algae. The food of the illusory Leviathan is also algae. When it swallows it will inevitably take in a few unlucky spiny shrimps. Wait, why haven't others encountered them? This question suddenly popped into Zhou Wen's mind. After some thought, he considered a possibility. Could it be that every time I help the illusory Leviathan speed up the digestion of seaweed, it has more active time than other illusory Leviathans, allowing it to swim to areas where spiny shrimps exist? Zhou Wen speculated. That should be roughly correct. In this case, I have already outpaced others by a lot. However, this realization did not bring Zhou Wen joy, instead it left him somewhat anxious. As the illusory Leviathan moved further away from the birth sea area, the encountered marine creatures would increasingly multiply. If the illusory Leviathan accidentally swallowed a 3 to 4 meter long marine creature, he would likely be doomed. Big brother, are you still there? Yes, I was just looking at the encyclopedia. The spiny shrimp meat is a good thing. After eating it you can gain a bit of strength, so I want to trade for another piece of spiny shrimp meat using the blueprint I just obtained from the supply box. Ah. Zhou Wen stared in disbelief at Jiang Haitao's message. Spiny phosphor shrimp meat, which he had always refused to eat, could actually enhance physical attributes, particularly strength. Upon learning this, Zhou Wen turned his gaze toward the supply crate containing the spiny phosphor shrimp meat. He abandoned all thought of trading it. Consuming all 3 portions would grant him a 3 boost to strength, just enough to reach the baseline level of an ordinary adult. Given that more spiny phosphor shrimp would likely appear in the coming days, his strength could theoretically increase without limit, ushering him toward invincibility. Yet he quickly dismissed the notion as absurd. Though spiny phosphor shrimp posed some danger, they were trivial to kill with minimal caution. If their meat truly conferred unlimited strength gains, he would become overpowered before even leaving the novice zone, a clear violation of narrative logic. Such a scenario was inherently implausible. Zhou Wen therefore hypothesized that the strength-boosting effect possessed strict limitations. To test this, he resolved to trade 1 portion of spiny phosphor shrimp meat with Jiang Haitao. What blueprint did you obtain? A piece of armor, a spiny helm, crafted from the carapace of the spiny phosphor shrimp. What perfect timing, this is precisely my field of expertise. With a ready-made armor blueprint delivered straight to him, Zhou Wen accepted the trade without hesitation. Zhou Wen decided to wait for the remaining 2 supply crates. Should neither yield fabric scraps, he would visit the trading channel to procure 5. By the way, brother, what's your name? I forgot to ask earlier. Having shared his name with Jiang Haitao, Zhou Wen concluded the conversation and activated the newly acquired armor blueprint. Spiny helm requirements: intact spiny phosphor shrimp carapace 3, fabric scrap 5. The carapaces are exactly accounted for, but I lack fabric scraps. Zhou Wen decided to wait for the remaining 2 supply crates. Should neither yield fabric scraps, he would visit the trading channel to procure 5. I'll sample this spiny phosphor shrimp meat myself. Reaching into the supply crate, he lifted a portion. Since it enhanced strength, he paid no mind to whether it was raw. Grasping it firmly, he devoured it in hearty, unrefined bites. Surprisingly palatable, Zhou Wen remarked, mildly astonished. The meat was dense yet tender, entirely free of fishy odor, and carried a subtle natural sweetness, though its raw texture still unsettled him, clashing with his ingrained aversion to uncooked flesh. Having finished the entire portion, Zhou Wen felt pleasantly full, the first truly satiating meal he'd had in 3 days. Ding! Consumed spiny phosphor shrimp meat, strength 1. At the chime of the system notification, Zhou Wen swiftly opened his physical attribute panel. Zhou Wen: baseline human attribute 10N, intellect 10N, strength 8N, speed 11N, constitution 9N, assessment a relatively healthy individual. Strength truly increased by 1 point. Flexing his arm, he sensed only a faint firming of muscle, no dramatic transformation. The subtlety confirmed the modest magnitude of the gain. 1 portion had already left him sated, the second would have to wait until tomorrow. 2 or 3 hours later, the day's second supply crate surged into his gastric chamber with the tide. Ding! Acquired stone 10, wood 10, fabric scrap 10. Fabric scraps, finally. Zhou Wen immediately opened the spiny helm blueprint and initiated crafting. 3 intact spiny phosphor shrimp carapaces and 5 fabric scraps dissolved into azure light, and within moments a helmet materialized in his hands, armored with chitinous plating and crowned with 3 sharp upward curving spines. Slipping it on, he found the fit impeccable. A soft inner lining of fabric cushioned the rigid shell against his scalp, comfortable, secure, and utterly non-irritating. Not bad, fits remarkably well. Carefully removing the helm, he placed it atop a stack of crates in the corner, shielding it from seawater. He intended to wear it during tomorrow's grass harvesting labor. Just then Jiang Haitao sent a new message: brother, when I've eaten the spiny phosphor shrimp meat, but this time gained no strength point. So it appears the strength boosting effect activates only upon the first consumption, subsequent ingestions yield no benefit. Ha. Likely so. Brother 1. That blueprint I traded you, it's actually quite rare. So, might I request an additional portion of spiny phosphor shrimp meat? I feel rather shortchanged. Earlier Jiang Haitao had considered the trade fair, assuming the meat granted repeatable strength gains. But now, having learned the effect was singular, he regarded the exchange as egregiously disadvantageous. Still, he had initiated the trade voluntarily, and asking for compensation retroactively struck even him as shamelessly audacious. Moreover, today's crate had yielded only blueprints, not food, leaving him acutely anxious about sustenance. I only have 2 portions today, 1 traded with you, the other consumed by me. Tomorrow, if another appears, I'll give you 1. Zhou Wen harbored no resentment. A functional armor blueprint held greater long-term value than a single portion of meat. Jiang Haitao's request was eminently reasonable. Yet Zhou Wen remained cautious. Jiang Haitao might be lying. Perhaps the second portion did confer strength and he concealed the truth to manipulate future trades. Such deception was plausible. Thus Zhou Wen resolved to reserve the final portion until tomorrow. Only after confirming its ineffectiveness would he reissue it to Jiang Haitao. Splash, splash. The rhythmic surge of seawater echoed up his esophagus. The day's final supply crate had arrived. Ding! Acquired heat pack 1. A heat pack. Does this mean I can cook the spiny phosphor shrimp meat tomorrow? At the thought of warm cooked food, his spirits soared. Coincidentally, today's crate also yielded a tin of yellow peach preserves. The peaches could be eaten and the empty tin repurposed as a cooking vessel. The moment he glimpsed the heat pack, the necessary supporting items instantly assembled in his mind, yet he abruptly halted, abandoning the idea of cooked food altogether. No, absolutely not. The heat pack functions only once, and the sole edible item suitable for boiling is spiny phosphor shrimp meat. To expend it so frivolously would be wasteful. To him such austerity felt crude. This singular opportunity demanded something far more ceremonious. And the peach tin is a lifeline, reserved for true famine. To open it solely for a pot of boiled shrimp would be reckless extravagance. In that instant Zhou Wen, the seasoned survival game veteran, felt the primal stirrings of a hoarder's instinct. Precious resources must be preserved, guarded, and deployed only at the most pivotal juncture. He placed both the heat pack and the peach tin inside a single supply crate, two irreplaceable treasures, then elevated the crate to the highest dry ground, ensuring neither would ever touch the encroaching seawater. On the fourth day after arriving in this world, the transformed Leviathan began to stir, and Zhou Wen awoke from his dreams. The first thing he did upon waking was to eat the remaining portion of the spiky shrimp meat for breakfast. Jiang Haitao had not deceived him. It truly was impossible to further increase his strength. Zhou Wen felt a twinge of disappointment, as he had hoped to at least boost his strength to 10 points, reaching the level of an average person. After some time, it was almost time for the transformed Leviathan to feed. Zhou Wen placed the spiky helmet he made yesterday on his head and stood in a corner stacked with supply boxes, waiting for the seaweed to be transported. Just then, unexpectedly, he heard the soft voice of the transformed Leviathan. How annoying. Why is it all this stuff stealing my food? The tone of the Leviathan indicated that it was quite angry, seemingly encountering some creature that was robbing it of its meal. Is it the spiky shrimp? Zhou Wen speculated, recalling from the guide he read yesterday that spiky shrimp also fed on algae, and the seaweed that the Leviathan had been eating these past few days belonged to the same category. It seems there will be a lot of spiky shrimp mixed in with the seaweed today. I need to be careful when transporting it later. 2 days ago the seaweed had spiky shrimp wrapped in it, but the transformed Leviathan didn't speak like it did today, indicating that there weren't many spiky shrimp back then. Today, however, the number of spiky shrimp must have been enough to affect the Leviathan's feeding. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, the entire stomach wall began to violently shake and the space started to tilt, with the digestion pool rising abruptly, causing the entire stomach cavity to almost stand upright. Caught off guard, Zhou Wen fell to the other side and crashed against the fleshy wall. Fortunately, the wall was soft. Aside from feeling a bit dizzy from the jolt to his head, he was unharmed. However, the algae oxygen tank placed there had spilled its seawater due to the tilt of the stomach space. Additionally, the 10 supply boxes he had accumulated over the past few days were now scattered everywhere. Zhou Wen quickly lunged towards one of the supply boxes, which contained the peach preserves and heat packs he had obtained yesterday. These two precious items could not afford any mishaps. What happened? Zhou Wen clutched the supply box tightly, his mind filled with confusion and panic. Could it be that the transformed Leviathan was under attack from other creatures? Zhou Wen instinctively thought in the wrong direction. There was no way around it. This world was unknown to Zhou Wen. Even after being here for a few days, he still didn't know what the outside world was like, and the unknown breeds fear. Although the transformed Leviathan was not small, measuring a full 30 meters, such a size would dominate the oceans on Earth. But this was not Earth. The transformed Leviathan had only recently been born, and one could not guarantee it wouldn't encounter even larger creatures that might attack it. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, penetrating the Leviathan's body and reaching the stomach wall space. The sound was deafening, and a powerful sound wave coursed through Zhou Wen's entire body, causing his internal organs to vibrate. His head felt as if it had been struck heavily, leaving him with a splitting headache. Fortunately, this sound was only a fleeting moment, sudden and quickly fading. Hoof! Stealing my food, I'll swat you away with my tail. At that moment, the voice of the transformed Leviathan rang out, allowing Zhou Wen, still dazed, to immediately understand the reason behind all the recent commotion. Goodness, it turns out it was swatting at the shrimp. This revelation eased Zhou Wen's anxious heart. As long as it wasn't being attacked by other giant fish, that was good. The noise was too huge, it almost sent me flying. Now the stomach space had returned to normal, and Zhou Wen sat on the ground smiling wryly. After resting for a while and feeling less dizzy, Zhou Wen propped up the algae oxygen tank that had fallen on the ground. Although there was little seawater left inside, it wasn't a big problem. Soon the transformed Leviathan would start feeding and he could refill the tank then. Zhou Wen also picked up the scattered supply boxes one by one and neatly arranged them back on top of the algae oxygen tank, placing the most precious supply box at the highest position. Splash, splash. The familiar sound of swirling seawater came from the direction of the esophagus as the transformed Leviathan began to feed. As the seawater flowed into the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen immediately opened the system interface, located the algae oxygen tank blueprint, and clicked on repair. The seawater automatically flowed into the stone tank and it was quickly restored. Once the seawater receded, Zhou Wen began today's task of transporting seaweed. During the transport process, Zhou Wen was very careful, continuously probing through the pile of seaweed with his shrimp shell-covered arms. Only after confirming that the pile he was moving contained no spiky shrimp did he carry it to the digestion pool. What is this? A spiky shrimp. Zhou Wen rummaged through the seaweed and suddenly touched a hard object. The sensation was somewhat familiar. It was the feeling of encountering a spiky shrimp shell. However, the spiky shrimp he touched did not flick its tail but remained motionless among the seaweed. Pulling aside the seaweed, he shone his headlamp on it and found that it was indeed a spiky shrimp, but this one was clearly dead, its head spike broken, its shell shattered, and even the shrimp meat was exposed. I should be able to find many dead shrimp today, Zhou Wen said happily to himself. The sound of the transformed Leviathan swinging its tail had nearly knocked Zhou Wen unconscious, showcasing its immense power. The spiky shrimp that suffered this blow, many must have been struck dead or shaken to death. With the transformed Leviathan feeding here, there would surely be a large number of dead shrimp mixed in with the seaweed. Although the spiky shrimp could not increase strength points repeatedly, Zhou Wen could trade them for some rare items. Next, Zhou Wen began cheerfully transporting seaweed while picking up the dead spiky shrimp. After finishing the first round of seaweed transport, he managed to collect a total of 13 dead spiky shrimp and 2 half-dead ones. Wow! Just from the first round of feeding I've already got 15 spiky shrimp. By the end of feeding, wouldn't I have 70 or 80 of them? Zhou Wen exclaimed in surprise at the pile of spiky shrimp. But if they're just piled up like this, won't they get washed away by the seawater during the second feeding? Zhou Wen began to ponder the storage issue and glanced at the algae oxygen tank in the corner. How about making another algae oxygen tank? His idea was to connect 2 algae oxygen tanks in of shape to the stomach wall using the triangular space in between to store the spiky shrimp. Since I have the materials, having one more oxygen producing device won't hurt. Soon the second round of feeding began. Zhou Wen piled the spiky shrimp in the corner and used his body to block the seawater's impact, protecting the 15 spiky shrimp. Then he opened the algae oxygen tank blueprint and began constructing the second algae oxygen tank. The 2 algae oxygen tanks were arranged as planned in of shape, perfectly surrounding the 15 spiky shrimp and blocking the seawater's impact. Alright, the spiky shrimp harvested later can be temporarily stored here, Zhou Wen said cheerfully. Just then he caught a glimpse of a shadow in the seawater out of the corner of his eye. Zhou Wen's heart tightened and he immediately shone the light on it, his heartbeat accelerating involuntarily. He knew that shadow was definitely not a spiky shrimp, as it was at least 3 to 4 meters long. Fortunately, Zhou Wen was positioned inside the triangular space formed by 2 algal oxygenation tanks, shielding him from underwater assault by the shadowy entity. Zhou Wen's eyes locked rigidly onto the water before him, his headlamp's beam swept restlessly across the rippling surface while his right hand drew a barbed spear from his waist and gripped it tightly. He waited in utter stillness for the seawater to recede. Yet misfortune never comes alone. At this most tense moment, his headlamp flickered ominously, its already dim amber light fading further, then stuttering erratically. Damn it! It fails now. Are you mocking me? Zhou Wen snarled inwardly, teeth clenched. But he dared not free his hands to crankcharge the lamp. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, straining to discern movement through the faltering glimmer, each second stretching into an unbearable eternity. At last the lamp died. Darkness swallowed the gastric cavity whole. In the final instant before total blackness, Zhou Wen's expression contorted violently. He had glimpsed upon the water's surface a head of fleshy serpentine form, part snake, part tentacle. Boom! Splash! Before Zhou Wen could even process what lurked beneath the water, the surface erupted violently, and something surged upward from the depths. Terror flooded Zhou Wen's veins. He forced his eyes wide open, desperate to pierce the void, but it was futile. Utter darkness reigned. Fear, unmoored from sight, swelled monstrously within the void. Crack! A brutal impact struck his skull, something like a claw slamming against his barbed spear helmet. The claw bore backward-facing spines, clamping down with crushing force, its serrated tips shrieking as they scraped across the helmet's chitinous shell. Zhou Wen's soul recoiled in horror, his entire body seized, paralyzed by sheer terror. His right hand trembled violently, utterly beyond his command. Stay calm! Stay calm, he screamed inwardly. Only composure could restore control over his limbs. Then, a slick viscous coil tightened around his throat, sending icy shivers down his spine. What is this? A tentacle. Blind and besieged, his mind conjured a grotesque chimera colossal crown with twin claws, its limbs studded with writhing tentacles, an image that lodged deep in his psyche, feeding his dread. The tendril constricted fiercely around his neck. Breath vanished, his face flushed crimson with suffocation. I'm dying again. Wait, why did I say again? That suffocating familiarity struck him. He'd nearly choked to death on his very first day in this world. You bastard. Perhaps sensing imminent death, his terror dissolved, replaced by a white-hot fury. Adrenaline surged, jolting his numb limbs back to life. Shink. With savage force, Zhou Wen thrust his right arm forward, driving the barbed spear deep into the tendril coiled around his throat, heedless of whether he might pierce his own flesh. SSSK, SSSK. The unseen creature shrieked, a piercing alien wail emanating unmistakably from above him. Now consumed by rage, Zhou Wen ignored the detail and slashed wildly at the tendril, sawing with frenzied precision. Though resilient, the tendril's hide yielded instantly to the spear's edge. Soon it parted, thrashing wildly in his grasp, spraying thick rancid ichor that drenched him head to toe. After a long silence, the creature lay utterly still, yet its claws remained embedded in his helmet, slack but unyielding. As fury ebbed, so too did the adrenaline surge, and fear, cold and insidious, seeped back into his heart. Zhou Wen swallowed hard, motionless, holding his breath, waiting until the last of the seawater drained away. It must be dead. His certainty wavered. Its claws still gripped his skull. The darkness offered no confirmation. After a prolonged pause, he summoned courage, removed the dead lamp, and began cranking it manually. It sputtered, then cast a feeble amber glow illuminating the scene before him. Before him sprawled pools of dark blood and a severed tentacle, draped limply over an algal oxygenation tank. It stumped, dripping steadily. This tentacle is the creature's body, Zhou Wen murmured, angling the light. There lay a 3-meter-long bull-thick worm-like torso. Before him sprawled pools of dark blood and a severed tentacle, draped limply over an algal oxygenation tank. It stumped, dripping steadily. Four anchor-shaped colossal, rigid, barbed and deeply embedded, clung to the helmet's crown, their microscopic spines fused into the chitin. At their center gaped a circular maw ringed with scythe-like teeth. Gods above, if that had closed on my skull. A chill sweat broke across his back. His survival was pure chance. The monster's fangs had missed his cranium by millimeters. The helmet's shell would have shattered under that bite. He lived only because the 3 forward-pointing spikes atop his helmet prevented the 4 colossal from fully adhering, leaving just enough gap between the toothed maw and his skull to render the bite impossible. This barbed spear helmet saved my life. Zhou Wen whispered, heart still hammering. Right, the biological compendium must have logged it. He recalled the compendium, instantly opened the system interface and pulled up the creature's dossier. Anchorhead worm, length 23 meters. Weight 3,040 kilograms. Diet blood. Description: a parasitic worm dwelling within colossal hosts. Its razor-sharp proboscis can effortlessly pierce an adult human skull. Its 4 anchorhead colossal are sides of oblivion. Without a reinforced helmet, capture is invariably fatal. Colossal may be repurposed as tools. Reading the entry, Zhou Wen felt fresh waves of dread wash over him. His survival hinged entirely on fortune. He had obtained the helmet schematic early, forged it himself, and its unique spike design happened by sheer providence to thwart the anchorhead worm's lethal grip. Splash, splash, a rhythmic churning echoed from the esophagus. Zhou Wen remembered Leviathan's metamorphic feeding was not yet complete. Hastily he pried the worm's head from his helmet and tossed it aside, then resecured the helmet firmly. He remained within the triangular sanctuary of the algal oxygenation tanks. Another feeding cycle meant more anchorhead worms might lurk beneath the waves. This refuge for now was safest. Only after Leviathan's feeding concluded and no further worms emerged did Zhou Wen cautiously step out of the barbed spear krill storage zone. Hauling seaweed and collecting spine krill, Zhou Wen periodically recharged the headlamp to ensure sufficient power for emergencies. He had no desire to relive that earlier encounter with an unknown creature in the darkness. After roughly half an hour, all the seaweed from the gastric cavity had been transferred into the digestion pool, and no anchor-headed worms appeared during the process. Zhou Wen collected a total of 58 spine krill, 8 of which remained alive and unharmed by the illusory Leviathan, their carapaces intact and suitable for crafting spine helmets. The remaining 50 specimens suffered severe carapace damage and were unusable. Zhou Wen decided against shell removal and opted instead to trade them whole via the exchange channel. This time he felt no oxygen deprivation, clear evidence that the algal oxygenation tank was functioning effectively. He took several deep, effortless breaths, confirming ample oxygen within the gastric chamber. Once his tasks were complete, Zhou Wen sat atop a supply crate to rest, opened the system interface, selected Jiang Haitao's avatar and directly traded 3 spine krill to him. The spined helmet had proven indispensable in surviving the anchor-headed worm assault. With his current surplus of spine krill, gifting 2 additional ones to Jiang Haitao was a gesture of sincere gratitude. Whoa. Brother, when did you send the wrong amount? Why 3? No mistake, 3 is precisely what I intended. Really? Thanks so much, Brother One. Looks like you had quite the haul today. Indeed, but it nearly cost me my life. What? Are you alright, Brother One? What happened? Zhou Wen then recounted the incident with the anchor-headed worms to Jiang Haitao. How could such a perilous creature even exist? Jiang Haitao recoiled inwardly upon hearing the account. If Zhou Wen had encountered it, he might soon face it himself, yet he possessed no spine helmet for protection. Brother One, could I trade 2 spine krill for 1 spine helmet? Before Zhou Wen could reply, Jiang Haitao sent another message. Don't worry, I know 2 krill won't cover its true value. But if I ever uncover seeds later, I'll give them to you outright, or any materials you need without hesitation. I'll gift you 1 outright. The blueprint acquired from Jiang Haitao had by sheer serendipity saved his life. Moreover, among all survivors in this alien world, Jiang Haitao was the one he knew best. Gifting him a spine helmet was both a meaningful favor and a prudent investment. Cultivating a trusted ally in unfamiliar territory might prove invaluable in times to come. This really isn't necessary. It's fine, I'll expend barely any resources. Brother When, you're literally my blood brother, thank you beyond words. After concluding his conversation with Jiang Haitao, Zhou Wen turned his gaze toward the corpse of the anchor-headed worm. Could its flesh grant attribute points? He murmured aloud, then shook his head, dismissing the thought. The biological compendium made no mention of the worm's flesh being edible, consuming it risked fatal poisoning. Shortly thereafter, the first supply crate arrived. Zhou Wen opened it immediately. Ding! Acquired iron or 1 copper or 1 santan. So metal ores can appear in crates too, Zhou Wen remarked with mild surprise. Next he planned to trade spine krill meat with other survivors, though he would need to wait 3 or 4 hours longer. He intended to wait until other survivors received their daily supply crates, enabling him to barter for higher value items or greater quantities of essential supplies. He quickly calculated today marked day 4. Each survivor received only 1 crate per day, meaning collectively they held just 5 crates, yielding scant resources overall. To maximize returns, waiting longer, perhaps 10 to 15 days, would undoubtedly yield far more supplies. Yet spine krill could not be preserved for such durations. With no refrigerator available, the supply crates served only as storage containers, offering zero refrigeration capability. Moreover, Zhou Wen surmised that other survivors would soon encounter spine krill. His assistance in accelerating the illusory Leviathan's digestion had increased its daily range to 3 or 4 times that of ordinary survivors. Zhou Wen himself had encountered the spine krill on day 2. By his estimation, others should have already met them by today. Realizing this, Zhou Wen immediately opened the global chat channel to check for discussion. Whoa! 20 to 30 centimeter shrimp, has anyone else seen them? Brother, are you hallucinating from hunger? Yeah, you've clearly starved yourself delirious. If such giant shrimp truly existed, we'd never go hungry again. I wake up famished every single day. Stop talking, I'm already salivating at the thought of how much meat that size must yield. I'm telling the truth, no exaggeration. If you're serious, you're incredibly lucky, you'll finally get a proper meal. A proper meal. That shrimp bears 7 to 8 centimeter spines, razor sharp. It slashed right through my trousers. Had I not spotted it in time, those spines would have carved a deep gash into my leg. Wait, so giant shrimp do exist? Do you think I'm joking? One was hopping around just meters from me. Then kill it. That's ocean shrimp meat, perfectly edible raw. Subsequent messages revolved entirely around strategies for dispatching spined krill, prompting Zhou Wen to close the global chat channel. As expected, someone has already encountered spined krill. A subtle urgency stirred within Zhou Wen. Over the coming days, more survivors would inevitably meet them, rapidly diminishing the rarity, and thus the value, of his own stock. 3 to 4 hours later, other survivors received their first daily supply crates. Zhou Wen promptly divided his 50 spined krill into 5 distinct trading options and listed them on the exchange channel. First option: trade 1 blueprint per spine krill, 10 krill exchanged. Second option: trade 1 canned food, 1 loaf of bread and 1 bottle of water per krill, 10 krill exchanged. Third option: trade 1 medical kit per spine krill, 10 krill exchanged. Fourth option: trade 10 units of metallic ore per spine krill, 10 krill exchanged. Fifth option: trade 50 units of basic materials per spine krill, 10 krill exchanged. Spine krill meat for sale, visible on the exchange channel. Consuming it grants 1 strength point. Limited stock, first come first served. The moment Zhou Wen posted this in global chat, the channel erupted like oil meeting flame. Did gaming fry your brain? 1 strength. How utterly childish. I don't know if others have lost their minds to games, but you certainly have. The character panel in the system interface displays stats explicitly. Its very existence implies stat allocation. Is this the same 20 to 30 centimeter shrimp I saw? Hard to say, it does seem pricey at first glance. But if they truly measure 20 to 30 centimeters, the meat yield should be substantial, and adding 1 strength makes the price tolerable. Many began weighing purchase options and debating the most advantageous trade method until an ill-timed message disrupted the fervor. Seriously, why believe him? Just because he claims 1 strength doesn't make it true. Who's verified it? And have you considered, if it really grants 1 strength, why sell it? Wouldn't consuming it himself yield greater personal advantage? These 2 messages instantly dampened the channel's enthusiasm by nearly half. Zhou Wen looked at the messages from this person, his face showing no signs of anger and even a hint of a smile. After this person posted 2 messages in the world communication channel, they immediately traded 4 pieces of spiny shrimp meat using 200 basic materials in the trading channel. Goodness, how cunning. This person clearly feared that too many people would trade, so they deliberately raised doubts in the world communication channel to buy time for trading more spiny shrimp meat. Once they traded 4 pieces, they might even consider being a secondary dealer. I wonder where this guy got 200 basic materials. Now the others only had 5 boxes. Besides the initial supply box of food sent by the world system on the first day, even if the remaining 4 boxes were all basic materials, there would only be a total of 120 portions. Could it be that this guy also figured out a way to help the illusory Leviathan digest faster? But Zhou Wen immediately denied his own thought. If the other party had really figured out this method, they should have encountered spiny shrimp long ago and wouldn't need to trade with basic supplies. After some simple contemplation, there was only one possibility: they collaborated with someone they knew to gather 200 portions of materials to trade for 4 pieces of spiny shrimp meat, each person consuming 1 and then selling the remaining 2 for more supplies. At that moment, a private message arrived. It was the person who had raised doubts in the world channel. Sorry, my comments didn't affect your trade, did they? Not much. Zhou Wen glanced at the trading information. The 10 pieces of spiny shrimp meat that were being exchanged for basic materials had already all been traded. That's good. I want to ask you a question. Ask away. Zhou Wen did not dwell on the other party's previous comments. Although they did have some effect, trading 4 pieces of spiny shrimp meat at once would certainly encourage those who were hesitant to give it a try. After all, currently basic materials were practically useless. Without blueprints, they were just a pile of garbage. Using 50 portions of useless basic materials to trade for a spiny shrimp measuring 20 to 30 centimeters with 3 to 4 pounds of meat inside was not a loss even if it didn't add strength points. I want to know, does this spiny shrimp meat only add strength points the first time you eat it? Yes, the second piece won't add any. Zhou Wen answered truthfully. The other party had clearly guessed this and sent a private message just to confirm. He did not mention this information in the World Communication Channel because he wanted those who were lucky, such as those with multiple blueprints, to think that the more spiny shrimp they ate, the more strength points they would gain. This way he could trade for more blueprints. If he mentioned it in advance, those people would certainly be unwilling to exchange blueprints anymore. Thank you so much. My name is Chung Yong Ming. May I ask for your name? My name isn't anything special in Zhou Wen. Thank you, brother Zhou Wen, for your generosity. If I find any blueprints in the future, I will definitely trade with you first. After finishing the conversation with Chung Yongming, Zhou Wen glanced at the trading information. He had listed 50 pieces of spiny shrimp meat and 43 had already been traded. Zhou Wen looked at the World Communication Channel. Many people confirmed that spiny shrimp meat could indeed add a bit of strength, which was also the reason for the rapid trading. The remaining 7 are meant for trading blueprints, and it's clear that blueprints are very scarce. Most people who obtained blueprints likely used them themselves, with those keeping them for trade being the minority. After waiting for 3 hours, the illusory Leviathan had swallowed the second supply box, yet no one had traded blueprints. If no one trades by the time the third supply box arrives today, he'll just use it to trade for basic materials. Zhou Wen said somewhat helplessly, casually opening the second supply box. Ding! Obtained mineral water X3. 3 bottles of mineral water. That's not too bad, although I don't need water anymore. Zhou Wen glanced at the large amount of supplies he had traded for, smiling as he spoke. He had only traded for 3 blueprints: Wooden Foundation Blueprint, Iron Dagger Blueprint, and Spiny Greaves Blueprint. Spiny Greaves Blueprint. It seems to be a set. I wonder if I can complete the whole set. Zhou Wen paused for a moment, then smiled as he spoke. Zhou Wen directly used all 3 blueprints and began to check the crafting materials required for each. Wooden Foundation Blueprint requires wood X20. Iron Dagger Blueprint requires iron ingot X1, wood X1. Damn iron ingots. Where am I supposed to find that? Zhou Wen knew he wouldn't be able to craft the iron dagger in a short time. Spiny Greaves Blueprint requires spiny shrimp shells X8, cloth X10. It requires 8 shrimp shells, but I only have 5 right now. I should be able to craft it tomorrow. Zhou Wen calculated in his mind. Today he obtained 8 shrimp shells but used 3 for crafting a spiny helmet for Zhang Haitao, leaving him with only 5. After checking the blueprints, it was time to look at the food he had traded. 10 cans plus 10 loaves of bread and 10 bottles of mineral water. Zhou Wen wouldn't have to worry about food for a while. All 10 cans were fruit can and tin, including canned peaches, canned coconut, canned oranges, and so on. Although there were no meat cans, Zhou Wen was still happy to carefully store these cans. They were all good items. As for the medical supplies, Zhou Wen glanced at them. Surprisingly, 9 portions were medical hemostatic bandages and the rest was a box of anti-inflammatory medicine. Although there were almost all bandages, they were all life-saving items. Zhou Wen carefully stored them, placing them in a high area where they wouldn't get wet. The traded metal ores totaled 100 portions, 50 portions of iron ore and 50 portions of copper ore. Finally, there were the basic materials totaling 500 portions. Zhou Wen didn't categorize them, planning to wait until the evening to trade the remaining spiny shrimp for basic materials before categorizing. In the remaining time, Zhou Wen planned to craft a wooden foundation to see what it looked like. He had plenty of basic materials now and could afford to splurge a little. He opened the blueprint and clicked to construct it. The moment the wooden foundation was built, a surprised smile appeared on Zhou Wen's face. Zhou Wen had thought that the wooden foundation would be laid directly on the ground, but unexpectedly it was supported by 4 1-meter-long wooden stakes forming a flat surface 1 meter above the ground, a height that would not be submerged by seawater. I won't have to soak in the water every day anymore. Zhou Wen exclaimed joyfully. For the past few days he had to be washed by seawater several times a day, always feeling damp and sticky. That feeling was truly indescribable. Now with the wooden foundation he could wait on it while the illusory Leviathan fed and swallowed supply boxes and only go down to work once the seawater receded. Amidst his happiness, Zhou Wen was also a bit worried about whether the wooden foundation was sturdy enough to withstand the seawater, so he pushed against it hard and found that the 4 wooden stakes seemed to have grown together with the stomach wall unable to be budged at all. Although I don't know the principle, it doesn't matter, it's built now. Zhou Wen consecutively constructed 6 wooden foundations, each with an area of 1 square meter, forming a 2x3 platform. He moved all the supply boxes onto the platform, no longer having to worry about them being washed away by seawater. By the way, was the reason I couldn't build the small planting box before due to a lack of foundation. Realizing this, Zhou Wen's eyes brightened. He felt it was quite possible and immediately began constructing the small planting box. I did it. I did it. Ha ha ha. As expected, the small planting box was successfully built on the wooden platform. Zhou Wen was so excited that he danced around. He could finally be self-sufficient. Today is a good day, everything I wish for can come true. Zhou Wen happily began to sing, then took out watermelon seeds from the storage box and planted them in the small planting box. Today has been truly rewarding. I just wonder how long it will take for the watermelon to mature. Zhou Wen sighed. Next, Zhou Wen had nothing to do, so he lay down on the dry wooden platform to rest, waiting for the third supply box. 3 hours later, the third supply box arrived. Zhou Wen sat on the wooden platform waiting for the seawater to recede before jumping down to open the supply box. Ding! Obtained the Accelerated Growth Food Guide for the Illusory Leviathan 110. As the name suggests, Zhou Wen roughly guessed that the guide recorded the types of food that could accelerate the growth of the Illusory Leviathan. However, he currently only had a fragment which was of no use, so he carefully stored it away. Zhou Wen glanced at the trading channel. Still no one was trading spiny shrimp with blueprints, so he directly changed the trading items to basic materials. In a few minutes, the last 7 pieces of spiny shrimp meat were all traded away. 17 spiny shrimp were exchanged for 850 units of basic materials, including 200 units each of stone, wood and soil, 100 units each of sand and hay, and 50 units of fabric. Earlier he used 120 units of wood to build the wooden foundation, and the small planting box used 10 units of wood and 10 units of soil. Now Zhou Wen had the following basic materials: 90 units of wood, 210 units of stone, 210 units of soil, 110 units of sand, 110 units of hay, and 50 units of fabric. The consumption of wood is quite substantial. I need to trade for more wood in the future, Zhou Wen thought to himself. After a while, the Illusory Leviathan stopped moving, indicating it was time to sleep. Zhou Wen had only eaten 1 bread today, and now that food was sufficient, he decided to eat a can to improve his life. Crack! He pulled the tab of the can, revealing the metal lid. A sweet and rich aroma accompanied by the fragrance of yellow peaches wafted into his nostrils. Zhou Wen brought his nose close and took a deep breath, savoring it with delight. Then, unable to wait any longer, he took a big gulp of the sweet soup. For a moment the long-lost sweetness flooded his mouth, overwhelming his taste buds. Ah, it's great to be alive. Zhou Wen had never thought he would express such sentiments over a can. Without chopsticks at hand, Zhou Wen wiped his hands on his clothes, pinched out half a piece of complete yellow peach flesh from the can and slowly placed it into his mouth. The juicy yellow peach flesh filled his mouth. As he chewed, the peach flavor became more intense, with a lingering sweetness intertwined with a hint of sourness, making it delicious and unforgettable. Soon Zhou Wen finished eating the yellow peach and drank the soup clean. He looked at the empty metal can, licked his lips, feeling a bit unsatisfied, but he decided not to eat anymore. Zhou Wen put away the metal can and lay down on the wooden platform, quickly falling into a deep sleep. He dreamed of a ripe watermelon, enjoying a big bite of it. A new day began. As usual, Zhou Wen was awakened by the vibrations in his stomach. This sleep was the most comfortable he had experienced in the 5 days since arriving in this world. Sleeping on the dry wooden platform completely isolated him from the damp ground. The first thing Zhou Wen did upon waking was to rush to the small planting box to see if the watermelon seeds had sprouted. The result left him very disappointed. After a night, there was no reaction from the watermelon seeds. The growth rate of this watermelon won't be the same as that on Earth, will it? Zhou Wen muttered to himself, his face filled with disappointment. He had thought that in this world the growth rate of watermelon would be much faster. After all, this was a survival world where food was scarce. If crops grew too slowly, people would starve before the crops matured. Could it be because there is no sunlight? Zhou Wen looked at the pitch-black space, contemplating this possibility. Currently his daily activities were entirely reliant on the headlamp for light, otherwise there would be no illumination at all, and crops needed sunlight to grow. If it's really because of the lack of sunlight that the watermelon seeds can't grow, then my farming ambitions are doomed, Zhou Wen said, looking at the empty small planting box with a face full of frustration. Because in the stomach space it was impossible for sunlight to shine in. Did he have to move these planting boxes outside to grow them? This was clearly impossible. I wonder if I can find the blueprint for a sunlight lamp, but without sunlight to make plants grow, one could only use artificial light sources. However, with his current materials, even if he had the blueprint for a sunlight lamp, he couldn't manufacture it. Thus Zhou Wen, who initially had high hopes for farming, suddenly became dispirited. His dreams were shattered and his body slowly lay down, becoming a lethargic fish without motivation. After a while, the Illusory Leviathan began its feeding for the day. Zhou Wen, who was lying on the ground in despair, recalled the scene of being attacked by the anchor worm yesterday, immediately regaining his spirits. He put on the spiked helmet and then charged the headlamp. Although the inability to farm was a significant blow to him, he didn't want to die. The thrilling experience of yesterday was still fresh in his mind, and he had to remain highly vigilant. Splash, splash. The seawater poured into the stomach space. Zhou Wen retreated to the innermost part of the wooden platform, pulling a 2-meter distance from the water surface to avoid being grabbed by the anchor worm's pincers and dragged into the water. Using the light from the headlamp, Zhou Wen swept back and forth over the surface of the water, but found no signs of large creatures moving in the water. Just when Zhou Wen thought that this feeding would be free of the anchor worm lurking in the water, suddenly 2 glowing points appeared in the water. The 2 glowing points were round and about the size of a fist, as if they were 2 eyes staring intently at him from the water. Zhou Wen broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly crouching down, pressing his back tightly against the stomach wall, positioning himself in the blind spot of the aquatic creature's attack. What the hell is that? Zhou Wen cursed inwardly, instinctively adjusting his spiked helmet to ensure it was secure before feeling a bit more at ease. Zhou Wen did not make any rash moves. He decided to wait until the seawater receded before checking the situation. The creatures in this world were all marine life. Having water and not having water were completely different matters. Without seawater blocking his line of sight, he could also ascertain how large the creature with the fist-sized glowing eyes was and whether he had the ability to deal with it. The wait for the seawater to recede felt exceptionally long. Zhou Wen's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. He couldn't help it, he was too anxious and his body remained in a half-crouched position. As soon as the underwater monster attacked him, he would immediately dodge. Finally, when the seawater fully receded, Zhou Wen mustered his courage and quietly approached the edge of the wooden platform, shining the headlamp's light over. Under the light, the terrifying giant creature Zhou Wen had imagined did not appear. The glowing eyes he had seen in the water were actually two glowing spherical objects. What is this? Zhou Wen, filled with questions, saw that the two glowing spheres posed no threat, so he jumped down from the wooden platform and walked within 2 or 3 meters of the glowing spheres. Are these two light bulbs? The two spheres emitted white light, although their brightness was not high, weaker than his headlamp, illuminating only a range of about 1 meter. Zhou Wen cautiously approached and gently prodded the luminous orb with the pointed tip of his spear. The orb rolled several times upon being nudged, its radiant glow gradually dimming until Zhou Wen discerned a needle-like orifice at its base and 4 slender adhesive tentacles. Wait, sunlight orbworm. Could they provide the sunlight needed for the watermelon seeds? Yet the orb seemed indifferent to him. Its 4 tentacles twitched briefly, righting its spherical form before reattaching firmly to the gastric wall, and moments later its dull surface reignited with soft white light. What kind of creature is this? A sudden recollection of the biological compendium prompted Zhou Wen to immediately open the system interface. Sunlight orbworm. Length 10 centimeters. Weight 1 kilogram. Diet blood. Assessment: a bioluminescent parasite with no aggressive tendencies, potentially useful for illumination. Another parasite, but far more endearing than the anchor-headed nematode, Zhou Wen murmured softly, gazing at the 2 softly glowing sunlight orbworms. According to the compendium, adult sunlight orbworms measured 10 centimeters. These 2, however, were only 6 or 7, still immature. Wait, sunlight orbworm. Could they provide the sunlight needed for the watermelon seeds? A flash of insight surged through him. Heart pounding, he stripped off his garment, wrapped it tightly around his palm, and carefully scooped up one of the glowing worms. Deprived of blood, the worm's luminescence faded once more. Its 4 stubby tentacles flailed restlessly, and its needle-like orifice probed blindly in all directions, seeking nourishment. After a brief moment, sensing no contact with the gastric wall, the worm retracted its orifice inward and drew its tentacles fully into its body, transforming completely into a smooth, inert sphere. Rather charming, isn't it? Carrying the worm, Zhou Wen climbed onto the wooden platform and made his way to the compact cultivation box, positioned snugly against the gastric wall. As if detecting sustenance nearby, the worm extended its 4 tentacles, affixing itself to the gastric wall, then pierced its needle-like orifice deep into the tissue. As it began feeding on blood, its body flared anew, bathing the entire cultivation box in gentle, steady light. Let's hope it works. Zhou Wen whispered inwardly. He then retrieved the second worm and placed it beside the first on the gastric wall, doubling the luminance, intensifying the illumination. Soon after, the transmuted Leviathan entered its digestive phase, and Zhou Wen had already transferred all harvested kelp into the digestion pool. The day passed quietly. No highly aggressive organisms like the anchor-headed nematodes appeared. Only 5 spined krill emerged today. Zhou Wen dispatched them, swiftly peeled their carapaces, and traded the remaining 5 portions from yesterday for 250 units of basic materials. While hauling kelp, he discovered a 3rd sunlight orbworm, bringing his total to 3. All were now deployed to illuminate the watermelon seeds, each pulse of light a quiet plea for germination. As the transmuted Leviathan digested, Zhou Wen opened the global communication channel to gauge fellow survivors' progress. As he'd anticipated, hundreds of survivors had encountered spine krill today, and several who'd traded resources with Zhou Wen yesterday, having just met the creatures themselves, now seethed with regret. They felt they'd exchanged precious supplies for something readily obtainable, and a few even demanded restitution in the global channel, insisting Zhou Wen return their traded goods. Zhou Wen refused outright and offered a plausible justification. I had no knowledge you would encounter spine krill yourselves. When I first found them, none of you had, and thus my sale was fair, reasonable, and without obligation for refund. Though those few persisted, Zhou Wen chose silence. For while many had found spine krill today, far more remained unaware, and demand for them remained high. His statement was never meant for the aggrieved few, but for the broader audience and the global channel, a transparent rationale to preserve his reputation as a fair trader lest future commerce falter. Soon the global channel abandoned the petty squabble. Having engaged the spine krill firsthand, most survivors realized how perilously difficult they were to kill. Their chitinous shells were exceptionally tough, each bore a razor-sharp cephalic spine, capable of inflicting grievous lacerations with the slightest misstep. Without proper weaponry, slaying them was nearly impossible. Thus some turned to Zhou Wen, the very person who'd sold 50 spine krill the previous day. Senior expert, you sold 50 spine krill yesterday, could you share how you killed them? Yes. Please sir, tell us. Zhou Wen withheld nothing. He revealed his initial method, and advised using the krill's own cephalic spine as a tool to pry open its shell. The technique was neither arcane nor obscure. With minimal reflection, anyone might deduce it. So he shared it openly, earning goodwill across the survivor community. Once the discussion on killing spined krill concluded, conversation drifted casually until one survivor proposed an intriguing hypothesis. Zhou Wen's brow furrowed upon reading it. The proposal centered on accelerating the transmuted Leviathan's digestion by manually assisting gastric transport. Over recent days I've observed that the Leviathan's gastric peristalsis is remarkably sluggish, yet its digestion pool processes kelp with startling speed. However, transporting kelp from stomach to digestion pool via peristalsis takes an excruciatingly long time. Hence my hypothesis. If we ourselves carry kelp directly into the digestion pool, could we bypass peristalsis entirely, and thereby hasten overall digestion? Might this extra activity time yield additional supply crates? The idea instantly captivated the global channel. Whoa, brilliant. Truly minds differ. I never noticed that. The Leviathan has just fed, let's test it. Eager survivors prepared to act until another voice intervened. Hold, this hypothesis is sound, but it harbors a grave flaw. What flaw? Oxygen levels. Oxygen levels. Many of you may have sensed it during the Leviathan's post-digestive activity phase. Breathing grows labored until it ingests a supply crate, at which point the discomfort vanishes. Is that true? Now that you mention it, it is. Several survivors paused, recalling the sensation with clarity. This implies the gastric cavity's oxygen concentration supports only passive respiration, not the exertion required to haul kelp. The hypothesis is compelling, but until oxygen constraints are resolved, do not attempt it. The risk of fatal hypoxia is real. Zhou Wen watched the two survivors' remarks and felt a surge of unease. His current edge over other survivors lay in accelerating the Leviathan's digestion by transporting seaweed, thereby unlocking additional supply crates. Someone had already uncovered this method, and even pointed out the peril of oxygen depletion. Before long others would devise the same strategy, eroding his hard-won lead entirely. They're closing in. Zhou Wen frowned, racking his brain for another way to maintain his advantage. Just as he pondered, the day's first supply crate drifted in with the current. Ding. Acquired 1 steel-armored Leviathan parasite removal voucher. And this is... And the voucher resembled a 100 yuan banknote, golden-hued, seemingly forged from pure gold. As Zhou Wen picked up the voucher, a prompt echoed in his mind. Steel-armored Leviathan parasite removal voucher. Upon activation, the user enters the gastric cavity of an adult steel-armored Leviathan to eradicate all parasitic organisms therein. Upon mission completion, the user returns safely, and may retain all items acquired within the gastric space. So it's essentially a dungeon access token. And from the mental prompt, Zhou Wen understood both its function and the potential rewards awaiting inside. Yet he refrained from using it immediately. The prompt had made one thing crystal clear: he must purge the parasites dwelling in the Leviathan's gastric cavity. Even now, with his nascent Leviathan only 4 days old, anchoring worms, aggressive predatory parasites, had already taken root. The thought of confronting swarms of such creatures inside a full-grown steel-armored Leviathan made his scalp crawl. The nascent Leviathan had been born just 4 days ago, yet anchoring worms, ferocious parasitic invaders, had already infested it. Inside a mature steel-armored Leviathan, the sheer number of parasites was unimaginable. Stowing the voucher away, Zhou Wen resumed scanning the global chat channel where survivors debated strategies. Oxygen deprivation should be solvable. If we can acquire blueprints for oxygen-generating devices, the seaweed transport hypothesis becomes viable. Upon reading this suggestion, Zhou Wen's gaze instantly snapped to the algal oxygenation tank resting quietly in the corner. He hesitated, torn between selling the tank at a premium or withholding it to delay others from adopting the seaweed transport tactic. After careful deliberation, he reached a decision: he would sell the algal oxygenation tank, but only in exchange for blueprints. He chose this course not out of haste but foresight. Even if he withheld the tank now, others would inevitably unlock oxygen generation blueprints later, diminishing its value. Human beings, once given purpose and hope, will move heaven and earth to achieve their ends. If he refused to sell the tank, yet others learned that seaweed transport could yield extra supply crates, some would inevitably replicate his method, no matter how obvious it seemed in hindsight. His seaweed transport strategy, executed during the Leviathan's feeding cycle, was neither arcane nor ingenious. It was simply overlooked. Initially, everyone assumed only 1 crate arrived per day, and never considered seaweed transport as a means to accelerate the Leviathan's digestion. Now that the possibility of acquiring more crates had been voiced, self-interest would compel sharp minds to shatter that cognitive inertia and devise solutions to suffocation. Another motive behind selling the tank was to temporarily suspend others' problem-solving. Once equipped with it, they'd no longer fear asphyxiation, and thus cease seeking alternatives. Yet to suppress collective ingenuity, the tank would need near-universal availability, undermining his premium pricing and sabotaging his blueprint acquisition plan. What if I offer the first unit at a discount, but require blueprints for all subsequent purchases? Zhou Wen quickly devised this compromise. The tank produced only modest oxygen output. A single unit couldn't fully resolve hypoxia. Exertion would still deplete oxygen rapidly, leaving users vulnerable to suffocation. Thus, some survivors would seek a second unit to eliminate risk entirely, a worthwhile investment given the reward: 3 crates per day. Seizing the moment, Zhou Wen posted a message to the global channel. Seems my luck held. I drew the algal oxygenation tank blueprint from yesterday's crate. Thought it useless at first, never imagined its true value. No way. Legend, are you serious? That's insane luck. And brother's selling the blueprint. Name your price. Whoa, jumping straight for the blueprint. Only a fool would sell it. Make the tank yourself then sell it to me, we'll negotiate terms. Just as predicted, every survivor rushed to inquire about pricing. Conversations about oxygen deprivation ceased entirely. Zhou Wen delayed the sale, opting instead for strategic scarcity. Hold on everyone, I won't sell today. Since I'm uncertain of the tank's exact oxygen yield, I'll test it for 2 days before listing it. Deal starts the day after tomorrow. Though he claimed he'd wait, he knew some would contact him privately, driven by impatience. And precisely then he'd introduce his blueprint for tank condition. Sure enough, moments after his public post, private messages began flooding in, eager buyers demanding early access. Zhou Wen grinned inwardly yet feigned reluctance. After protracted haggling, he proposed the blueprint exchange, only for the buyer to confess they lacked one. The negotiation collapsed. He felt no regret. He knew absolutely that he'd receive far more offers before the day ended. Within hours, over 10,000 private messages poured in. Seeing the deluge, Zhou Wen cut straight to the point: blueprints only. Instantly the pool narrowed to 30-some hopefuls. Of those, 8 agreed to trade blueprints. Ha! 8 blueprints. Zhou Wen laughed aloud, though the schematics hadn't yet changed hands. Today's Leviathan had finished feeding. Without fresh seaweed he couldn't fabricate the tank, so transactions would begin tomorrow. Then the day's second supply crate surged in with the tide. And ding! Acquired 1 sweet potato seed. Nah, sweet potato seed. Excellent, ha ha ha. Already elated by the imminent acquisition of 8 blueprints, this unexpected bounty lifted his spirits even higher. He immediately assembled a compact cultivation chamber, placed it within the radiant glow of the photoball worm, sowed the seed and watered it with half a bottle of mineral water. All he hoped now was that the light emitted by these 3 photoball worms could mimic sunlight enough to coax the seed into sprouting. Zhou Wen had nothing to do while waiting for the 3rd supply crate. When the 3rd supply crate opened, it contained food. Zhou Wen, feeling hungry, immediately began to eat and drink. He currently had a sufficient supply of food, so there was no need to starve himself. Just as Zhou Wen was eating, a private message arrived. Hello, my name is Chen Xin. I am the one who proposed the transportation of seaweed theory in the World Exchange Channel. I would like to trade with you for a seaweed oxygenator. Is that possible? After reading Chen Xin's message, Zhou Wen realized she was the one who had ended his lead. His previously joyful mood was instantly shattered. How dare you come to negotiate with me? Zhou Wen laughed in anger. Sorry, no trades today. Zhou Wen did not express his anger outwardly, he simply made a normal refusal. Chen Xin was a smart person and he did not want her to see through his feelings. I will trade you a blueprint. Chen Xin did not give up and presented her strongest bargaining chip. You can offer me a blueprint, but I have run out of materials to manufacture the seaweed oxygenator. I cannot create any more. Zhou Wen continued to decline. Normally he should agree to the blueprint offer, but since the other party had eliminated his leading position, he did not want her to obtain the seaweed oxygenator ahead of other survivors. So how many have you manufactured? If the quantity is considerable, you could sell me 1. Just 2, I need them for myself and cannot sell them. Then what are the manufacturing materials? I can provide the materials. I need seaweed. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and informed the other party of the primary material needed for the seaweed oxygenator. At this time all the transformed leviathans had been digested and no one would have any seaweed. Could you sell me 1? After all, I was the one who proposed the transportation of seaweed theory, which helped you as well. Moreover, this blueprint is a weapon blueprint and has great value, you would not lose out. Upon seeing Chen Xin's words, Zhou Wen frowned slightly, as her reasoning was quite valid. From an outsider's perspective, Chen Xin had indeed made a significant contribution to all survivors. Logically and morally, trading her a seaweed oxygenator was justified, especially since she offered a blueprint. I know you want to use this opportunity to surpass others, but in this unknown world a person's lead is not necessarily a good thing. The farther you go, the closer danger approaches. While having another person may not provide direct help, it allows for mutual reminders and early preparations. Alright, you make a compelling argument. I will trade you 1. Zhou Wen was persuaded by Chen Xin because he had indeed encountered life-threatening dangers first. On the 4th day, without the spiked helmet, he would have already perished. Thank you. What's your name? Zhou Wen. Pleasure to cooperate, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Wen smiled wryly. With his current lead of 3 times the distance over everyone else, cooperation seemed impossible. Then Zhou Wen traded 1 seaweed oxygenator for the blueprint with Chen Xin. After receiving the blueprint, Zhou Wen was momentarily stunned. Fishbone blade blueprint, indeed a highly valuable blueprint. This weapon blueprint required a 1-meter-long fish spine, and the manufactured product could be quite large, making it more valuable in the early stages than those requiring iron ingots. As the transformed leviathans concluded their activities and began to rest, Zhou Wen glanced at the small planting box he had been eagerly anticipating before sleeping. It has already germinated. Zhou Wen looked at a vibrant green watermelon seedling, delight shining on his face. The sunlight ball parasite can truly replace sunlight. I must collect more whenever I encounter them in the future. Zhou Wen excitedly thought. But another question arose in his mind: would an increased number of sunlight ball parasites affect the growth of the transformed leviathans? Although the light from the sunlight ball parasites can promote plant growth, they are ultimately parasites that thrive by extracting blood from transformed leviathans, which poses a certain threat to them. I will keep 10 for farming. The rest must be eliminated. Zhou Wen thought carefully and determined the maximum number of sunlight ball parasites to keep. Farming was indeed very important to him, but there had to be a priority. Zhou Wen's greatest reliance for survival in this world was the transformed leviathans. Their healthy growth was fundamental to his continued existence, and he could not jeopardize that for the sake of farming. On the 6th day, just like the day before, the first thing Zhou Wen did upon waking was to rush to the small planting box. The watermelon seedlings that had just germinated yesterday afternoon had already grown to over 10 centimeters overnight. This growth rate brought Zhou Wen immense joy. The sweet potatoes had also sprouted and grown to 5 or 6 centimeters. It seems my previous speculation was correct. The plant growth cycle is only a few days long. Zhou Wen looked at the 2 vibrant seedlings and began to fantasize about the scene of the watermelon and sweet potatoes maturing in a few days. The thought of soon being self-sufficient excited him. Next, Zhou Wen checked the quantity of stones he had. Today he needed to manufacture 8 seaweed oxygenators to trade for 8 blueprints. With 210 pieces of stone, manufacturing 1 seaweed oxygenator only required 10 pieces, which was more than sufficient. After a short rest, the transformed leviathans began to feed, and Zhou Wen donned his spiked helmet. Then, using 8 pieces of spiked shrimp shells and 10 pieces of cloth, he crafted a spiked greave. After putting on the greave, Zhou Wen focused intently on the seawater flowing into the stomach space. Ever since the encounter with the anchorhead worm attack, Zhou Wen felt a lingering fear during the feeding period of the transformed leviathans. In this pitch-black space, the seawater felt like a deep abyss hiding monsters, and he had the constant feeling of being attacked by the beasts within. Zhou Wen, as before, half-squatted at the far end of the wooden platform, scanning the dark water surface with the light from his headlamp. After finding no signs of biological activity in the water, Zhou Wen opened the blueprint and began to manufacture the seaweed oxygenators. There was no limit on the quantity; he could produce them in bulk with a simple click. Zhou Wen manufactured 20 in one go, occupying 1/5 of the stomach space, 8 of which were for trading blueprints today. The remaining 12 were meant for trading with other survivors tomorrow. Manufacturing them in advance today was to prevent taking too much seaweed at once, which could affect the total food for the transformed leviathans. Zhou Wen decided to sell 20 seaweed oxygenators every day from now on. Of course, this amount was merely a drop in the bucket compared to 100 million survivors, but there was no alternative. Zhou Wen could not afford to consume a large amount of the transformed leviathan's food to satisfy others' needs. Ultimately, the purpose of all his actions was still for himself. It was impossible to sacrifice his own interests to help others. As the illusory leviathan finished its meal, Zhou Wen received multiple private messages from the 8 survivors who had agreed to trade for blueprints yesterday. Zhou Wen had crafted 20 algae oxygen tanks in advance for this moment, and without hesitation he proceeded with the trade. Soon Zhou Wen had acquired 8 blueprints and glanced over them. The 8 blueprints were spiked belt, spiked boots, spiked bracers, spiked crotch guard, manure scoop, wooden shield, wooden bed, compost barrel. Seeing that 4 of the blueprints belonged to the spike set, a smile appeared on Zhou Wen's face. He immediately used all 8 blueprints, which transformed into blue light and entered the world channel interface. Opening the blueprint interface, he checked the materials required for these blueprints. Spiked belt blueprint requires spiked shrimp shell x3 cloth x5. Spiked boots blueprint requires spiked shrimp shell x4 cloth x10. Spiked bracers blueprint requires spiked shrimp shell x4 cloth x10. Spiked crotch guard blueprint requires spiked shrimp shell x6 cloth x10. Zhou Wen frowned upon seeing that the spiked bracers required 4 shrimp shells. Currently he had 1 shrimp shell on each of his forearms, which served as makeshift bracers and were far cheaper than the materials needed for the spiked bracers. Forget it, the ones I made are indeed too crude. Zhou Wen glanced at the shrimp shells simply tied with cloth on his forearms, which could only withstand light attacks; any heavier strikes would likely shatter them. After venting his frustrations, Zhou Wen continued to look at the remaining 4 blueprints. Manure scoop blueprint requires wood x5. Manure scoop, good grief, where am I supposed to scoop manure from? Seeing the manure scoop blueprint, Zhou Wen found it funny, as he felt it was the most useless blueprint since he did not have a toilet built yet and had no manure to scoop. Wooden shield blueprint requires wood x5. This is armor, this is good, now I feel more confident in using the pest control ticket. Zhou Wen looked at the shield blueprint, satisfied with the simple materials required, and nodded. Wooden bed blueprint requires wood x10. Zhou Wen had no particular comments on the wooden bed blueprint, as sleeping on a wooden bed did not differ much from sleeping on a wooden platform. Crafting it would merely simulate having a home. Compost barrel blueprint requires wood x10. Can the compost barrel be used to make fertilizer? Fertilizer was crucial for his farming endeavors, requiring only a few materials, so Zhou Wen clicked to manufacture it directly. After consuming 10 units of wood, a wooden barrel appeared before Zhou Wen, standing 1 meter tall and 1 meter in diameter, complete with a lid for sealing. Zhou Wen looked at the large wooden barrel with delight, envisioning the scene of fertilizing his crops once the fertilizer was produced. However, after fiddling with it for a bit, Zhou Wen faced a dilemma. He was unsure of the specific steps to make fertilizer. He only knew that fertilizer required manure or some dried leaves, but he did not have those materials available. After racking his brain for a while without finding a solution, Zhou Wen could only temporarily give up and start transporting seaweed. The process of transporting seaweed went smoothly today. He encountered no attacking creatures and did not find any new species, collecting a total of 8 spiked shrimp. Now Zhou Wen had a total of 6 blueprints for spiked equipment. He had previously crafted a spiked helmet and spiked greaves, and to complete the remaining 4 pieces he would need a total of 17 shrimp shells. Having obtained 8 shrimp shells today plus the 2 remaining from yesterday, he had a total of 10 shrimp shells, still short by 7. Zhou Wen immediately used the 10 shrimp shells to craft the spiked crotchguard and spiked boots. The spiked boots were nothing special, just long boots with spikes that added some weight to his feet. The spiked crotchguard was more like a skirt armor covering the upper thighs all around, fully protecting the vital area, making it an important piece of equipment. Zhou Wen had only been wearing the spiked helmet and spiked greaves before, and he hadn't felt the weight of the spiked armor. Now with the spiked crotchguard and spiked boots on, he suddenly felt a bit heavy. This is troublesome. Zhou Wen realized the issue. Now that he was wearing just 4 pieces of spiked armor, he already felt heavy. Adding the remaining 2 pieces, the spiked belt and spiked bracers, would only make it heavier. Of course, wearing this equipment wouldn't completely hinder his movement, but it would require significant effort. However, he still hadn't gathered the entire spike set, particularly one very important chest armor blueprint that he had yet to acquire. Zhou Wen calculated that 1 spiked shrimp shell weighed about 2 kilograms, and to craft all the spike set he held, he would need 28 spiked shrimp shells totaling 56 kilograms. Good grief, that's 112 pounds. Zhou Wen was taken aback when he calculated the weight. Keep in mind, this weight doesn't even include the chest armor. If I factor that in, it could reach around 150 pounds. Zhou Wen weighed only about 130 pounds. This entire spike set weighed more than his body weight, making it impossible to move. It seems this spiked armor has a strength limitation for wearing it. Zhou Wen opened his body data panel, looking at his meager 8 points of strength, feeling that the hope of using the pest control ticket was far off. Zhou Wen roughly guessed that to wear the complete spiked armor and move freely, his strength would need to reach at least 15 points, if not 20. But he currently only had 8 points of strength, at least 7 points short, and he had no idea how to make up for that shortfall. Could it be that I can only wait for new creatures that can increase strength? Thinking of this, Zhou Wen felt a headache coming on. A 7-point gap in strength was not easy to bridge. Even if he encountered new creatures that could increase strength, it was unlikely that they could increase it by 7 points in one go, and he had already been in this world for 6 days, encountering only the spiked shrimp as a creature that could increase strength points. So raising his strength to 15 points in the short term seemed impossible. This left Zhou Wen feeling very dejected. The other survivors in the world channel had already learned how to gain extra treasure chests by transporting seaweed, and his advantage had completely vanished. Although his illusory Leviathan could swim farther than other survivors, the development speed of the survivors largely depended on what could be obtained from the supply boxes, which was entirely a matter of luck. In a situation where everyone obtained the same number of supply boxes, Zhou Wen did not believe he would be the luckiest one. He must quickly find a way to continue staying ahead of other survivors. The Steel Armor Leviathan Pest Control Ticket was a dungeon. It should yield some currently rare materials, allowing him to at least stay ahead in development. Wait a minute. Zhou Wen, who had been contemplating how to maintain his current advantage, suddenly realized something and quickly opened his character attributes panel. A normal person's base attributes are 10 points. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up as he looked at the hint next to the character attributes panel. His strength was actually below the normal level. That means I can increase my strength points through training. This was indeed a way to boost his strength. However, increasing strength through training wouldn't be achieved overnight. It required long-term strength training. At least I have a goal now. That's better than waiting for new creatures that increase strength. The character attributes panel has 4 types of values: intelligence, strength, constitution, and speed. This suggests that the creatures in this world provide bonuses to these 4 values when consumed. No matter how good his luck was, it was impossible for him to encounter only strength-increasing creatures each time. In order to increase his strength through training, Zhou Wen started doing push-ups while waiting for the supply box. Zhou Wen set a goal for himself to complete 100 push-ups today. He knew his body couldn't handle too many at once, so he decided to start with 20. However, after only 5, he heard a strange sound coming from his elbow, as if it was bearing an undue amount of pressure. In the end, he barely managed to do 10 push-ups that were not very standard, almost exhausting all his strength. How has my body become so weak? Zhou Wen was somewhat incredulous. He remembered that back in school, doing 40 or 50 push-ups at once was no pressure at all, and now doing 10 felt like a death sentence. Forget it, he'll take it slow. Zhou Wen knew that building strength couldn't be rushed. As long as he persisted, he would naturally improve. He decided to do 10 at a time, then rest for a while before continuing. Splashing sounds of the sea waves reached Zhou Wen's ears, prompting him to stop exercising and stand on the wooden platform waiting for the supply box. Soon the diaphragm of the food channel opened and a large amount of seawater surged into the stomach cavity, causing the water level to gradually rise. Whoosh! Suddenly, something unknown darted past underwater, creating a splash at the surface, leaving ripples in its wake. Zhou Wen instinctively retreated into the wooden platform and bent down the light from above, illuminating the waves on the water surface as he searched for the shadow of the creature. Isn't this supposed to be the phase for obtaining the supply box? Why would there be creatures in the water? Zhou Wen's expression turned serious. He had originally thought that creatures would only be drawn in during the feeding phase of the transformed Leviathan. Now it seemed that even during the phase of obtaining the supply box, creatures could enter, which was not good news. The light from the headlamp had a limited range, allowing Zhou Wen to only see 3 meters of the water surface in front of him. Even so, he could still catch glimpses of something swiftly passing beneath the illuminated water, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Splash! Splash! The creature in the water seemed very anxious, darting back and forth, creating waves that rose 5 to 6 centimeters high. Zhou Wen could occasionally hear the sound of its tail slapping the seawater. As the seawater gradually receded, the creature in the water became increasingly frantic, seemingly struggling to escape the confined space. Splash! Splash! After a while, the seawater completely withdrew, and from the dark area where the headlamp's light couldn't reach, the sound of fish flapping on the ground was heard. Hearing this sound, Zhou Wen dared to stand up and prepared to see what kind of creature it was. Zhou Wen felt bold enough to investigate because this creature showed no intention of attacking him. It was merely darting back and forth in the water. Based on the sound of it flapping on the ground, he deduced that it had likely left the water and would not be the type he could capture. Jumping off the wooden platform and following the sound, he carefully directed the light of his headlamp towards it, only to be momentarily blinded by a flash. Is it another bioluminescent creature? Zhou Wen's first thought was that this creature, like the sunlight ball worm, could emit its own light. But upon further reflection, he realized that this creature hadn't emitted any light underwater, nor had it glowed in the dark area where the light couldn't reach. Where is that light coming from? With his doubts, Zhou Wen placed his other hand over his forehead to shield the light and squinted to look at the creature again. He then saw a 1-meter-long light strip bouncing on the ground, resembling a fish that had left the water and washed ashore. What on earth is this? Zhou Wen was utterly confused about what this creature was. If it emitted light, it was invisible in the dark. If it did not emit light, it hurt his eyes when illuminated. Thinking of this, Zhou Wen suddenly paused, then tried to adjust the angle of his headlamp, no longer shining directly at the creature. With the residual light of the headlamp, Zhou Wen finally got a clear view of the creature's appearance. It was a large fish about 1 meter long, shaped like a shuttle. The reason it had been blinding when illuminated was due to its extremely smooth skin, which could completely reflect the light. Upon realizing that the unknown creature was a fish, Zhou Wen completely relaxed his guard. A fish that had left the water posed no threat to him. However, Zhou Wen did not attempt to catch the fish. After all, it was about 1 meter long and had just left the water. It was still full of vitality, and the sound of its tail slapping the ground was quite loud, indicating considerable strength. Seeing this powerful tail, images from anime flashed in Zhou Wen's mind where characters were slapped by fish tails. He certainly did not want to experience that. A fish could only flop around for so long out of water. After a while it would exhaust itself and he could then catch it. Thus Zhou Wen ignored the large fish and turned to search for the supply box. Ding! Acquired wood X10, stone X10, sand X10. The first supply box contained only materials. Zhou Wen picked it up and returned to the wooden platform, placing it in the area designated for basic materials before continuing his push-ups. About an hour later, the large fish finally ran out of energy and stopped bouncing. Zhou Wen immediately jumped off the platform and went to the spot where the fish was. The fish's mouth was opening and closing repeatedly, but having left the water, it was clearly unable to obtain even a hint of oxygen and could only slowly suffocate to death. Zhou Wen effortlessly picked up the fish. It wasn't very heavy, perhaps 20 to 30 pounds. Its skin was as smooth as a mirror. No, it was a mirror reflecting Zhou Wen's handsome face very clearly. The creatures in this world are truly fascinating. Looking at his reflection, Zhou Wen casually opened the creature encyclopedia to check the detailed information about the fish. Mirrored skin shuttle fish. Length 1 meter. Weight 1,015 kilograms. Food type plankton. Description: its skin is as smooth as a mirror, shaped like a flying shuttle, and moves extremely fast in the water, resembling an arrow. If one were to accidentally collide with it, it could cause bruises at best and internal injuries at worst. Its flesh is firm and bouncy, and its skin can be used to make diving suits. Wow! This fish is no ordinary creature. After reading the description, Zhou Wen was thankful that he had made the wooden platform early on to stay away from the water's surface. Otherwise, if the mirrored skin shuttle fish were to dart around underwater, a careless collision could be quite painful, especially if it struck a sensitive area. After reviewing the basic information on mirror scale barracuda, Zhou Wen learned it was edible. Consuming its flesh would very likely increase one of his attribute points. His heart stirred with nervous anticipation. Strength was the attribute he needed most urgently, and he fervently hoped the mirror scale barracuda would grant him precisely that. He placed the fish upon the wooden platform, then performed a solemn, almost theatrical bow, murmuring softly under his breath, "Strength. Strength. Grant me strength." By the final whisper, he thrust both arms skyward, tilted his head back, and cried out in full voice, like a devotee of some arcane cult. Once the ritual was complete, he began preparing the fish with his sharp spine. The mirror scale barracuda, having been removed from seawater for too long, had already suffocated and died. Zhou Wen needed no further method to kill it. He could simply begin skinning. Yet staring at its flawless mirror-smooth hide, he hesitated. He had never skinned a fish before and feared ruining this perfect unblemished surface. After careful consideration he devised two possible methods. The first involved making a ventral incision as one would with an ordinary fish. The second entailed making a circular cut just behind the head, then carefully peeling the entire hide intact, a technique that maximized preservation of the skin's wholeness. In the end he chose the first method, for a simple reason: he lacked both the skill and the proper tools for the second. Though he had never slaughtered a fish himself, he had observed others do so, and knew fish skin was notoriously difficult to peel. The second method he judged was far beyond his current capability. And so Zhou Wen began skinning the fish using the first method. The mirror-scale barracuda's hide proved remarkably tough, comparable in resilience to the body of an anchor headworm, though still far less rigid than the carapace of a spine shrimp. He cut slowly and with great care, for this hide could be used to craft diving suits. Though he did not yet know their purpose, he resolved to stockpile such rare materials; they would surely prove invaluable someday. It took him nearly half an hour to fully slit open the fish's abdomen, only then could he proceed to peel. To his surprise, the skin peeled far more easily than expected. Though it required effort, he managed to remove the entire hide intact in just 10 minutes. "Excellent, excellent," Zhou Wen exclaimed, spreading the hide wide. It was a flawless mirror, his own face reflected with crystalline clarity, prompting a satisfied nod. After stowing the hide in his supply chest, he turned his attention to the fish's flesh, time to eat and discover which attribute it might enhance. Using his spine he sliced off a thin fillet. Its texture was extraordinary, translucent and radiant, reminiscent of spine shrimp meat, yet even more luminous, like polished crystal shimmering with faint silver light under ambient illumination. He paused briefly, then opened his mouth and placed the fillet upon his tongue. Chewing revealed no unpleasant aftertaste, but neither did it carry the subtle sweetness of spine shrimp meat. It was bland, dense and chewy, akin to eating flavorless pork rind. In short, it was hardly palatable. Yet driven by the promise of attribute gains, he pressed on, swallowing slice after slice, until he had consumed 1/3 of the fish, when at last the system chime sounded. "At last, it's ringing. I can barely stomach another bite," he grumbled inwardly. Though the mirror-scale barracuda measured a full meter in length, its slender body, barely 10 centimeters wide, meant 1/3 of its flesh posed no risk of overeating. Rather, its utter lack of flavor and his aversion to raw meat made each bite a trial. Ding! Consumed mirror-scale barracuda, constitution 1, speed 1. What? 2 attributes at once. Zhou Wen blinked in astonishment, then broke into incredulous delight. Though not the strength point he had yearned for, leaving him fatally disappointed, the dual enhancement filled him with genuine elation. He immediately summoned his character panel. Zhou Wen baseline for ordinary humans: 10 intelligence, 10 strength, 8 constitution, 10 speed, 12. Evaluation: a healthy individual with exceptional speed. Healthy. My strength hasn't even reached baseline yet, Zhou Wen chuckled, glancing at the evaluation. A moment's reflection clarified it. The term healthy referred solely to his constitution score, not his overall stat profile. I wonder, does this fish confer attribute gains only once or repeatedly? He gazed at the remaining 2/3 of the fish, a quiet hope kindling in his voice. Naturally, he hoped for repeated gains. Even if strength remained elusive, substantial improvements across other attributes would undeniably serve him well. For now, however, he could not force down another third of the fish, so he would wait until nightfall to test again. Stowing the remainder, he resumed physical training. Perhaps thanks to his increased constitution, push-ups felt marginally easier this time. Previously completing 10 in one set had left him gasping, his form sloppy and uncontrolled. Now, though still taxing, 10 repetitions were executed with markedly improved precision and control. After roughly 1 hour he completed his daily quota of 100 push-ups, just as the time arrived for Leviathan form to ingest its second supply chest. Having learned that creatures could enter the gastric chamber during the Leviathan form ingestion phase, Zhou Wen approached the moment with heightened vigilance. The mirror-scale barracuda had shown no aggression, but that offered no guarantee other beings would follow suit. He donned all 4 spine armor pieces. Though they hindered mobility, he stood atop the wooden platform, his priority now pure defense, guarding against unseen aquatic predators lurking in the darkness. Only once the seawater receded, and he could clearly observe any intruding creature, would he assess its threat level and decide whether to shed the armor. Fortunately, this tide brought no creatures with it. After the water withdrew, he removed 3 of the 4 armors, retaining only the spine helmet, then leapt down to open his second supply chest of the day. Ding! Acquired fragment of Leviathan form, accelerated growth, food compendium 1, 210. Another fragment of this food compendium, it must be vital to the Leviathan form's development. The compendium required 10 fragments total. Previously Zhou Wen had paid it little mind, his overwhelming advantage rendered further optimization unnecessary. Now, as that advantage waned, the compendium had become indispensable. Time to scour the World Exchange channel for leads. Just as Zhou Wen was about to send a message in the World Communication channel to collect the food recipes for accelerating the growth of the illusory Leviathan, Jiang Haitao sent him several private messages. Brother Wen, thank you for giving me 3 spiny shrimp and a spiny helmet a couple of days ago. I traded those 3 spiny shrimp just like you did, Brother Wen, and exchanged them for 6 loaves of bread and 6 bottles of mineral water along with some basic materials. For now I don't have to worry about food, hee. I just opened a supply box and found a recipe. I'll send it to you, please accept it. As soon as Zhou Wen finished reading these messages, Zhang Haitao sent him a recipe. Upon seeing its contents, Zhou Wen's eyes lit up and he immediately clicked to accept. This recipe is really timely, Zhou Wen said with a smile that he couldn't hide because this recipe was for making fertilizer. Seeing the materials needed for this basic fertilizer, Zhou Wen's smile faltered. He had the compost barrel and hay, but where could he find the feces of the illusory Leviathan? The illusory Leviathan excretes waste externally, but how could he obtain feces from its stomach? Could it be that he could get feces in the digestion pool? Realizing this, Zhou Wen suddenly remembered the blueprint for the manure scoop he had obtained earlier. So the manure scoop is used to collect the feces of the illusory Leviathan. The frozen smile returned to Zhou Wen's face. He opened the blueprint interface and directly used 5 pieces of wood to craft the manure scoop. After a flash of blue light, the manure scoop was completed. The wooden handle was 3 meters long with a cylindrical bucket at the end 30 centimeters in diameter, specifically designed for collecting manure. The compost barrel had already been prepared, so Zhou Wen added 5 pieces of hay to the compost barrel before heading to the digestion pool, inserting the manure scoop into the digestion liquid. The 3-meter-long wooden handle sank 2 meters into the digestion pool before encountering resistance. Zhou Wen guessed it was the feces of the illusory Leviathan, so he grasped the handle with both hands and scooped up a spoonful. As he withdrew the manure scoop from the digestion pool, the bucket was filled with a green viscous substance mixed with some plant fibers. This should be the feces of the illusory Leviathan, Zhou Wen said lightly as he dragged the manure scoop filled with feces to the side of the compost barrel. The 3-meter wooden handle and 30-centimeter bucket filled with feces were quite heavy. Zhou Wen exerted considerable effort to pour the feces into the compost barrel. According to the basic fertilizer recipe, 5 portions of illusory Leviathan feces were required. If 1 bucket of feces counted as 1 portion, he still needed 4 more. Thus Zhou Wen scooped 2 more portions of feces and added them to the compost barrel, completing the materials needed for the fertilizer recipe. Standing in front of the compost barrel filled with feces and hay, the foul smell made him wrinkle his nose. Earlier when he was scooping the manure from a distance it wasn't as pungent, but now that he was closer the smell was quite overwhelming. Zhou Wen hurriedly picked up the lid beside him and covered the compost barrel. I wonder how this will turn out. I hope the fertilizer is successfully made, Zhou Wen said with confusion. In this world many things lack specific prompts. There is no growth cycle for crops, no time required for fertilizer production, and for shrimp and fish specific attributes to add are also absent, leaving everything dependent on experimentation. This basic fertilizer recipe is very useful to me, but I certainly can't take it for free. Zhou Wen sent Zhang Haitao a message and attached a macroalgae oxygenation tank. Zhou Wen didn't want to owe a favor. If Zhang Haitao gave him something that was of no use to him, he would accept it as the other party's goodwill. But this basic fertilizer recipe was a divine aid for his farming endeavors, so he naturally couldn't take it for free. Offering a macroalgae oxygenation tank in exchange was only fair. A macroalgae oxygenation tank. Isn't this a bit too valuable, brother one? Zhang Haitao naturally knew the importance of the macroalgae oxygenation tank. With it he could transport seaweed and help the illusory Leviathan accelerate digestion, gaining additional supply boxes which were extremely precious at the moment. Zhang Haitao originally planned to ask Zhou Wen for a trade tomorrow when he openly sold items, but he didn't expect Zhou Wen to directly give him one now. No worries, the recipe you provided is also very important to me, it's a fair trade. Brother one, I don't even know what to say. When I had no food before, you were the only one willing to trade with me, which saved my life. Then you gave me extra spiny shrimp and even directly provided equipment. Brother one, I won't say more, I'll just follow you from now on and give you any blueprints I find. I just hope you let me cling to your thigh. Not necessary, not necessary. If you're willing you can prioritize trading with me for any blueprints or recipes you find in the future. Zhou Wen didn't fully accept Zhang Haitao's desire to cling to him. There's a saying that goes, you know a person's face but not their heart, and especially in this world where they couldn't meet face to face. Even though Zhou Wen communicated with Zhang Haitao many times and the other seemed like a simple person, Zhou Wen still held a hint of vigilance in his heart. Of course, if Zhang Haitao was truly willing to give him blueprints in the future, Zhou Wen wouldn't treat him unfairly. By the way, if you are going to transport seaweed tomorrow, it's best to take breaks after a while. The oxygen produced by 1 macroalgae oxygenation tank might not be enough to sustain your continued activity. Before ending the conversation with Zhang Haitao, Zhou Wen reminded him. Overall, Zhou Wen had a good impression of Zhang Haitao. His survival was beneficial to Zhou Wen as well. Zhang Haitao didn't ask further and directly agreed. After finishing the exchange with Zhang Haitao, Zhou Wen prepared to send a message to the World Communication Channel, again searching for fragments of the food recipe for accelerating the growth of the illusory Leviathan, but another private message came in. Brother Zhou Wen, I am Chan Yongming. I would like to exchange a macroalgae oxygenation tank from you in advance. Rest assured, I definitely won't let Brother Zhou Wen suffer. I am willing to trade you a precious blueprint. Zhou Wen looked at Chan Yongming's message and smiled faintly. This sounds like I'm taking advantage of the situation. Although from Zhou Wen's perspective it seemed like he was getting a great deal from others' viewpoints under the assumptions proposed by Chen Xian, the importance of the macroalgae oxygenation tank was certainly not less than that of a blueprint. After all, there are many types of blueprints, some of which are useful and some not. For example, the wooden bed blueprint holds little value for Zhou Wen, especially in the current situation where the demand for macroalgae oxygenation tanks vastly exceeds supply. Brother Zhou Wen, I'm not sure what materials you're missing, I'd be happy to provide any I have. Other materials are manageable, but one required ingredient is seaweed. Unfortunately, the shape-shifting Leviathan has already entered its digestion phase, no seaweed remains. So regrettably production isn't possible. Ah, I see. Then Brother Zhou Wen, since you possess 2 units, might you consider trading one to me? This blueprint is exceedingly rare. Zhou Wen had been waiting precisely for this remark. He'd deliberately mentioned owning 2 units solely to signal to Chen Yongming that one was available for sale. No, I need both myself. Naturally, Zhou Wen refused outright, continuing his calculated game of feigned reluctance. Oh come now, Brother Zhou Wen, the shape-shifting Leviathan has long finished feeding and no longer requires seaweed transport. A single algal oxygenator suffices for oxygenation. Please trade me 1 unit. This blueprint is truly exceptional, rare beyond measure. Chen Yongming's persistent emphasis on the blueprint's uniqueness piqued Zhou Wen's curiosity. What kind of blueprint is it? May I see its details? Well, then never mind. If you won't even show me the blueprint specifications, how can I believe your claim of rarity? Since it's so valuable, you'd best keep it yourself. From Chen Yongming's evasiveness, Zhou Wen deduced the blueprint held little practical worth. Still, Zhou Wen cared little whether the blueprint was useful, so long as it wasn't a duplicate he'd accept it. His prior acquisition of the manure scoop served as perfect precedent. His prolonged negotiation with Chen Yongming stemmed from one irony. Though Chen Yongming clearly stood to gain, he spoke as if he were doing Zhou Wen a favor. Chen Yongming merely sought to inflate the perceived value of his blueprint and forge a rapport. After all, I've let you profit first, surely we can cultivate mutual goodwill now, and perhaps you'll let me benefit next. Such rhetoric transforms the worthless into the wondrous, magnifies the trivial into the monumental, leveraging illusion to see substance without cost. Ah, no. Here, you may examine it. This blueprint is genuinely invaluable. Moments later, Chen Yongming sent the blueprint data. Zhou Wen opened it and recoiled in silent disbelief. It wasn't merely useless, it was utter rubbish. Seaweed cultivation tank blueprint. Zhou Wen could only sigh. Seaweed. Cultivated. The shape-shifting Leviathan consumed tons daily, by the ton. Brother Chen Yongming speaks truly, this blueprint is exceptionally unique. You'd do well to treasure it yourself. Alas. Brother Zhou Wen, I know this blueprint holds far less value than the algal oxygenator, but it's all I have. I just unearthed it moments ago. I beg your assistance, trade me 1 algal oxygenator. Should you deem the exchange unfair, I'm willing to increase compensation. Though I have no further blueprints, I do possess some base materials. Having already revealed the blueprint's data, Chen Yongming abandoned further embellishment. Any rational person would recognize its worthlessness. Pressing the point would only scuttle the deal entirely. But, this blueprint truly possesses 0 value. Brother Zhou, please help me. Last time I promised priority access to blueprints, and I honored that vow. Next time I acquire one, I'll contact you instantly. Fine. Given that we're among the few acquainted in this alien world, I'll grant you this favor. No additional materials required, this blueprint alone shall suffice. Ha! Elder Brother Zhou, you're truly magnanimous. My deepest gratitude. Next blueprint I find will go straight to you. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Wen and Chen Yongming finalized the exchange, securing the seaweed cultivation tank blueprint. Zhou Wen immediately uploaded the blueprint into his system interface and scanned its material requirements. Seaweed cultivation tank blueprint requires 20 stones seawater. Its material list closely mirrored that of the algal oxygenator, save for an extra 10 stones. For now it held no utility. Zhou Wen saw no reason to craft it. Instead, he resumed gathering fragments. Seeking fragments of the shape-shifting Leviathan accelerated growth food compendium, price negotiable. Zhou Wen's message ignited fervent discussion among survivors. With his algal oxygenator set for sale tomorrow, every word he uttered drew intense scrutiny. Shape-shifting Leviathan accelerated growth food compendium fragments. What is that? No idea, I've never encountered one. Judging by the name, it's obviously something that aids the shape-shifting Leviathan's growth. Zhou Wen had assumed fragment collection via the world chat would proceed swiftly, yet hours passed yielding only a single fragment. 1 fragment among 100 million survivors. Is it truly that rare? I've already obtained 2 myself, I'd assumed they'd be plentiful. Could it be my shape-shifting Leviathan's extended foraging range increases the odds of finding such fragments in supply crates? Only this explanation seemed plausible. With no immediate tasks, Zhou Wen awaited his 3rd supply crate due shortly. During the wait, he inspected the compost bin, hoping to check if fertilizer had matured. Yet when he attempted to lift the lid, it resisted fiercely as though fused to the bin itself. After exhausting multiple methods, enlightenment struck: the lid must unlock automatically once the fertilizer is fully processed. Understanding the mechanism lifted his spirits. Initially, uncertainty over the fertilizer's completion criteria had unsettled him, but now clarity banished all doubt. Soon after the third supply crate arrived, devoid of aquatic life. Zhou Wen opened it unimpeded. Ding. Iron ore 3. Sigh. More ore. Zhou Wen exhaled. He remained uncertain when or if these ores would ever prove useful. Time's about right. With 3 crates secured and the shapeshifting Leviathan nearing rest, Zhou Wen retrieved the remaining 2/3 of mirror-scale barracuda flesh and began slicing it. Since the flesh tasted abysmal, Zhou Wen skipped deliberate chewing, swallowing hastily after minimal mastication. Within moments he'd consumed 1/3 of the portion, yet no attribute point notification appeared. So, as with the spine prickle shrimp, it grants no repeatable attribute points. Unsurprised, Zhou Wen felt only mild regret, not over wasted flesh but over missed opportunity. Eyeing the remaining third, he resolved to trade it for a blueprint in World Chat Mirror Scale Barracuda Flesh 1 Constitution 1 Speed. Seeking Spine Prickle Chestplate Blueprint. How many Spine Prickle armors existed remained unknown, but at least the chestplate variant was absent from his inventory. Mirror Scale Barracuda conferred dual attribute boosts, rendering it extraordinarily valuable. Even those hoarding blueprints for personal use would weigh its merits carefully. Enhancing oneself always outweighs reliance on external artifacts. What is the mirror skin needlefish? How come you have so many good things? Are you the protagonist with a cheat system? Wow. Listening to you, it seems like this big shot has been selling things we've never seen before recently. Could it really be a cheat system just like in novels? Big shot, please let me cling to your thigh. Yet there was no discussion about trading, and all that followed was a flood of requests to cling to thighs. Zhou Wen looked at these messages both amused and exasperated and decided to change the topic. Stop thinking about unrealistic things. Do you really think this is a novel? A cheat system? Let me tell you something practical. Today I created an algae oxygen generator and tried transporting seaweed. It indeed speeds up the digestion process of the transformed Leviathan and provided an extra resource box. Tomorrow Zhou Wen will start selling the algae oxygen generator. These messages are just a warm-up. Sure enough, after Zhou Wen revealed that transporting seaweed was feasible, the communication channel erupted like thunder with countless messages flooding in almost simultaneously. Holy crap! The seaweed transportation hypothesis is actually feasible. I thought it was just meant to trick us. Why would it trick us? Think about it. Most of us are already short on food and consuming a lot of stamina. The food consumption speed would definitely increase. If we can't obtain extra resource boxes, wouldn't we starve without food? Holy crap. I think your idea has some merit. This big shot isn't in cahoots with the one who proposed the seaweed transportation hypothesis before, is he? Deliberately telling us that the hypothesis is feasible to lead us to our doom. Bro, I think you have a persecution complex and your brain isn't quite right believing hearsay. What? Am I saying something impossible? They have no ties to us, why would they help us? There's definitely something off. It is indeed possible, but currently there's no conflict of interest among us. There's no need to scheme against each other. Who knows? Maybe these people are all psychologically abnormal. Zhou Wen only felt a headache. What was originally good news was forcibly twisted into a conspiracy theory by these people. He didn't want to continue looking after all the message had already been sent. The transformed Leviathan was now in a resting state and Zhou Wen was ready to go to sleep. Just as Zhou Wen lay down on the wooden platform, a private message arrived and the sender wanted to trade mirror skin needlefish meat. Haha, I finally got the spiked chest plate blueprint. Zhou Wen laughed happily. This blueprint is the most crucial part of the entire set of spiked armor capable of protecting the entire upper body. The upper body has the most vital points, and without armor protection Zhou Wen felt a chill, lacking a sense of security. Suddenly thinking today was quite fruitful. I obtained a total of 12 blueprints along with a fertilizer formula. Zhou Wen lay back on the wooden platform looking up at the sky, opened the blueprint interface and browsed through all the blueprints he had acquired in recent days. Fishbone blade blueprint. Oh right. Zhou Wen exclaimed, suddenly standing up from the platform, heading to the area where resource boxes were piled up, and took out a completely silver fishbone from one of the boxes. This was precisely the fishbone of the mirror skin needlefish. This fishbone is exactly 1 meter long. If crafted well, it can be used to make a fishbone blade. Zhou Wen smiled, finally able to have a proper weapon after so many days. Craft. He opened the blueprint interface and directly clicked to craft. A blue light enveloped the silver fishbone, and after a few seconds the blue light dissipated, revealing a blade entirely silver with the fishtail bone as the handle, the fish spine bone as the blade body, and the fish head bone as the blade tip. The blade tip was slightly wider while the blade body was slightly narrower, making it a very suitable weapon for slashing. Swish. Swish. Zhou Wen held the blade, swinging it back and forth with ease. Haha, please call me the Silver Blade Master. At that moment Zhou Wen's inner teen spirit erupted. He kept posing with the blade in various cool moves while saying some flashy lines. Luckily there was no one else in the space, or he would have been utterly embarrassed. After playing with the fishbone blade for a while, Zhou Wen happily put it away and then glanced at the watermelon seedlings and sweet potato seedlings. After a day's growth, both seedlings had started to climb. They are growing quite fast, Zhou Wen said with a smile, then approached the compost bin trying to open the lid, but it still wouldn't budge. I'll check again tomorrow. Today's harvest was already significant and Zhou Wen was in a great mood. The production of fertilizer was not an urgent matter. After a night of silence, Zhou Wen woke up to find it was already the 7th day. Today is a big day. In the World Communication Channel, many survivors began discussing the price of the algae oxygen generator. I think the price should be at least 50 basic materials. What? Are you still half asleep? You think you can buy the algae oxygen generator for 50 basic materials? Dream on. The price probably won't be cheap, it might need a blueprint in exchange. That's too exaggerated. A blueprint? How could everyone have blueprints? You don't really think everyone can trade for an algae oxygen generator, do you? The World System Channel shows the total number of people, 100 million. Even if he does nothing and just crafts one per second, it would take nearly 3 years to produce 100 million. I don't care. If the price is 50 basic materials, I will gratefully refer to you as my adoptive father. If the price is 200 basic materials, I'll say the big shot is generous. If it's a blueprint, sorry, I'm off to my early class. Haha, exactly right. Zhou Wen looked at these messages with a faint smile and closed the World Communication Channel. He wasn't worried at all that other survivors would scold him because he didn't plan to sell the algae oxygen generator at a high price anyway. The big shots had already set the price. Now the transformed Leviathan had just started moving and there was still some time before it was time to eat. Zhou Wen first checked the melon and sweet potato vines. After a night they had grown significantly. I wonder if the fertilizer is ready. Zhou Wen approached the compost bin, reaching out to try and open the lid, which lifted easily this time. As soon as he lifted it, clumps of dark green dung flew out from the compost bin. Zhou Wen was startled and quickly dodged. Then a prompt sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Obtained low-level fertilizer X10, which can shorten crop growth time by 10. Each crop can only use it once. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Zhou Wen's face brightened. He looked at the scattered fertilizer on the platform, each resembling cow dung. Unfazed, he picked them up and stored them in an empty resource box. This is a good thing. Although the time reduction is only 10% and not very impressive, it's still better than nothing. After collecting the 8 lumps of fertilizer into the supply box, Zhou Wen placed the box properly, then picked up the 2 lumps on the ground and walked to the small planting box. Each lump of fertilizer was about the size of a fist, dark green in color with a texture similar to mud, emitting a foul odor, though the smell was not as pungent as before due to the manufacturing process. Zhou Wen did not know exactly how to use it, so he tried placing the fertilizer lump into the soil of the small planting box. As soon as the fertilizer lump touched the soil, it melted into a thick green liquid like snow, meeting fire, directly seeping into the soil. This should be successful fertilization, it's quite convenient. Zhou Wen smiled happily and used another lump of fertilizer. He then took 2 bottles of mineral water and poured them into the 2 small planting boxes. The watermelon was planted on the 4th day and the sweet potato on the 5th day. When they were planted, only half a bottle of water was poured. Today is the 7th day. The watermelon vines and sweet potato vines have grown and half a bottle of water is definitely insufficient, so a whole bottle must be poured. It seems like fresh water is a bit scarce. Zhou Wen looked at the 2 empty plastic bottles in his hands, then turned to glance at the 7 remaining bottles of mineral water. Currently Zhou Wen was not worried about the issue of drinking water. If necessary, he could exchange the algae oxygen generator for mineral water. However, if he continued to use mineral water to irrigate the crops, it would be difficult to expand his farming scale, as mineral water could only be obtained through opening supply boxes, and it also depended on luck. This point meant that mineral water could not be obtained through large-scale trading. After all, fresh water could not yet be produced independently, and fresh water was closely related to life. Everyone would prioritize storing some fresh water, trading only the surplus. Forget it, I'm thinking too far ahead. I don't even have extra space to make more small planting boxes now. The wooden platform Zhou Wen built was only 6 square meters. The 2 small planting boxes occupied 2 square meters, the compost bin took up 1 square meter, and then there were the stacked supply boxes, leaving only his sleeping space. The algae oxygen generator was made of stone and was not at risk of being washed away by seawater, so it was placed underneath, while the space taken up by the feces shovel was small, lying horizontally near the wall of the stomach. So currently he had no space to expand his farming. As for increasing the wooden platform, that was definitely not possible. The wall of the stomach was already small, and expanding the area of the wooden platform would affect the feeding of the Leviathan. The 180-ton baby, you need to grow up quickly. Zhou Wen murmured, opening the biological encyclopedia in the world system and flipping to the first page to see if the Leviathan had grown after so many days. Age 7 days. Stage birth period. Length 35 meters. Weight 200 tons. Food type algae. Feeding method filter feeding. Evaluation A 200-ton baby. It has grown 5 meters. The growth rate is quite fast, almost a meter a day. Today has just started, so it definitely cannot be counted as a full day, just 6 days, and it has grown 5 meters, which is beyond normal expectations. The growth rate is also important, but the fragments required for the Leviathan's accelerated growth are too scarce. Zhou Wen only had 3 fragments in hand, making it very difficult to gather them in a short time. Once the algae oxygen generators are sold in a few days and some people can open 3 supply boxes a day, then the fragments should increase, right? Zhou Wen said lightly as the sound of surging seawater came from within the esophagus, indicating that the Leviathan was entering the feeding phase. Zhou Wen hurriedly put on 4 pieces of spiked armor, holding a 1-meter-long fishbone knife in hand, preparing for potential dangers that might arise. Splashing sounds echoed as seawater rushed into the stomach space. Zhou Wen approached the small planting box, using the light from the sunlight ball and his headlamp to expand his vision in this dark space. Zhou Wen squatted down, contracting his chest and abdomen with the fishbone knife held horizontally across his chest to protect his unarmored upper body. After waiting for a while, seeing no signs of creatures moving in the water, Zhou Wen let out a slight sigh of relief and opened the system blueprint interface to begin crafting the algae oxygen generator, only to find that there were only 10 pieces of stone left. Originally there were only 210 pieces of stone, and after crafting 20 algae oxygen generators yesterday, only 10 pieces remained. Zhou Wen was not anxious. He took out 10 pieces of spiked krill meat from the supply box and went to the trading channel to exchange for stone. Now, since many survivors have encountered spiked krill, the value of krill meat has dropped significantly. However, considering it is 3 to 4 pounds of meat, it still has some value as food. Trading 20 pieces of stone for each piece of spiked krill meat was still feasible. Soon Zhou Wen obtained 200 pieces of stone through trading. Combined with the 10 pieces he already had, he crafted 21 units in one go, totaling 30 units when added to the 9 units left from yesterday. After completing the crafting of today's algae oxygen generators, 1/3 of the stomach space was already occupied. Zhou Wen needed to sell these algae oxygen generators before the Leviathan's second feeding. Once the seawater retreated, Zhou Wen could confirm that there were no aggressive creatures involved in this feeding, and he began to send messages in the world communication channel. Everyone must have been waiting for a long time. I won't say much. I will start selling algae oxygen generators now with a total of 20 units available each day. Why only 20 units? Yeah, that's too little. I knew from the start that algae oxygen generators wouldn't be available for everyone to trade. I thought I would be able to sell 100 units daily, but it turns out there are only 20. After Zhou Wen announced the total amount available for sale each day, the survivors in the world communication channel erupted in outrage as the quantity was simply too small. Everyone calm down. I'm not intentionally selling so few, it's just that I really can't increase the quantity. Algae oxygen generators, as the name suggests, require algae to manufacture. The seaweed that the Leviathan eats is one of the necessary materials. If I manufacture in large quantities, it will consume a lot of seaweed, which will affect the growth of the Leviathan. In this world, the Leviathan is our foundation for survival. I want to ask everyone, if it were you, would you be willing? After Zhou Wen asked this, many survivors demanding an increase in the quantity stopped sending messages. Of course, some extremely selfish individuals continued to urge Zhou Wen to increase the amount. Zhou Wen directly ignored these people. After all, the algae oxygen generators were manufactured by him and he held the initiative. If everyone forced him to produce in large quantities harming his interests, he could simply choose not to sell and no one would be able to obtain the algae oxygen generators. I know everyone is anxious and understand your feelings. Although I can't provide enough quantity for everyone, I will definitely offer a fair price. What price? Since increasing the number is no longer possible, the survivors can only hope that the price will not be too high, giving them at least some hope. As soon as Zhou Wen announced the use of blueprints for trading, the communication channel erupted with people cursing Zhou Wen's ancestors. However, Zhou Wen suddenly changed his tone. However, the blueprints are indeed too scarce, and it also depends on luck, thus trading with blueprints is not very suitable. Therefore, I have decided to trade with basic materials. How many basic materials? Seeing that it was basic materials, the survivors became excited and began inquiring about the quantity of basic materials. Alas, it's tough for everyone. The number of oxygen-producing algae tanks I have for sale is indeed too few. To give everyone a chance to trade, the first algae oxygen tank only requires 100 units of basic materials. Wow. What a great person. I want one. I also want one. All the survivors scrambled to purchase it, and with the limited quantity, it was naturally first come first served. Everyone, wait a moment. The 100 units of basic materials come with conditions. Among them, 40 units must be wood, 30 units must be stone, and the remaining 30 units can be any materials, including using complete shells of spiked shrimp as substitutes, with one shell equating to 10 units of basic materials. Zhou Wen is currently consuming a lot of wood and stone, so he needs to prioritize acquiring these two types of basic materials. Purchasing shrimp shells is naturally for crafting spiked armor, which requires 10 units of shrimp shells, and these armors are expected to wear out. Relying solely on the few spiked shrimps entangled in the seaweed each day won't be enough. Now that other survivors have also encountered spiked shrimps, buying directly from them is the fastest approach. I have all these materials. I wonder when the transaction will start, big guy. It will start soon. To ensure fairness, I will directly list them in the trading channel. Moreover, because today is the first day of selling algae oxygen tanks, I will sacrifice a bit of my own profit and add 10 more units, making a total of 30 units. As for whether everyone can trade for them, it will depend on your speed. After Zhou Wen finished speaking, he immediately listed all 30 algae oxygen tanks. However, just as they appeared in the World Trading Channel, the trading information disappeared in the next second. In an instant all 30 algae oxygen tanks were snapped up. A large amount of blue light flashed before Zhou Wen and numerous basic materials appeared before him. Wow, that was too fast. Ha ha ha, I got one. Tremble mortals. What flashed by? I didn't even see what happened before it was gone. Damn it. What speed? What the hell are you all doing? I placed my hand on the trading channel early, pressed down as soon as the trading information appeared, but in that brief moment the information disappeared. Damn it. In the world communication channel the joyous laughter of those who succeeded in purchasing clashed with the curses of those who did not. Zhou Wen chuckled a few times, preparing to close the channel and calculate the basic materials he had just traded. Big guy, you said the first unit only requires 100 units of basic materials. How much do we need for the second unit? The second unit cannot be traded with basic materials, it can only be traded with blueprints and must be done privately. Ha! That's too big a difference, it's not appropriate. Yes, big guy, just be a good person to the end, let the second unit also be 100 units of materials. Indeed, indeed. 100 units of basic materials isn't too much, you must earn something, so let's stick with this price. Then a large number of survivors began to morally pressure Zhou Wen, hoping he would sell the second unit for the price of 100 basic materials. Zhou Wen looked at these messages and smiled slyly. Alright, I will be a good person to the end, the second unit will also be 100 units of basic materials. Just message me for the trade. Big guy, you're a good person. Awesome. I'm sticking with you, even Jesus can't stop me. In the World Communication Channel there was a joyous uproar as everyone was happy to obtain the second algae oxygen tank at a cheap price. However, Zhou Wen immediately sent out another message. However, I will only sell 20 algae oxygen tanks each day. Repeated purchases will definitely take from that count, and those who haven't traded for an algae oxygen tank will just have to bear with it. Once this message was sent out, 99 of the survivors who had not obtained an algae oxygen tank exploded with anger. Big guy, I think the second unit should be traded with a blueprint. This pricing is very reasonable, don't listen to those people, they're just morally pressuring you to take advantage. Indeed, I think the price of one blueprint is already less. The function of the algae oxygen tank can additionally generate supply crates, the second unit should be priced at 2 blueprints to be considered reasonable. Those people are truly selfish, always thinking of taking advantage of the big guy. The first algae oxygen tank was priced at only 100 units of basic materials, which already gave everyone a great deal. They actually want to continue taking advantage for the second unit, it's utterly shameful. Those people are simply beasts, worse than beasts. Due to Zhou Wen's message, the arguments erupted between those who obtained the first algae oxygen tank and those who did not. Zhou Wen quietly watched them argue, a smirk forming on his lips. After watching for a while, as there were too few people who obtained the first algae oxygen tank, the situation was entirely one-sided. Ultimately, the second unit was still priced at a blueprint trade. Zhou Wen could only reluctantly accept this price. During the process he even declined 3 times but was continuously stopped by enthusiastic survivors. In the end he could only accept it helplessly. Once everything regarding the algae oxygen tanks concluded, Zhou Wen began to tally the quantity of basic materials he had traded back. 1,200 units of wood, 900 units of stone, 60 units of spiked shrimp shells, and 100 units each of sand, soil and hay. Wow. That's an excessive amount of basic materials, I hardly have any place to store them. Zhou Wen sighed as he began to use empty supply boxes to store these basic materials, each box capable of holding 100 units of basic materials. Of course the stones were only temporarily placed in the corner as they took up too much space. Once he obtained 3 supply boxes today, he would pack these stones away. However, in the future the materials will only increase and there won't be enough space to store them. Zhou Wen thought with a headache, considering that he would continue selling 20 algae oxygenation tanks each day, accumulating a large quantity of basic materials. The spiny shrimp shells are enough for now, perhaps tomorrow I can replace them with empty supply boxes, he said. This was merely a temporary solution to the problem of excessive materials. After all, supply boxes also take up space, each supply box is roughly the size of a shoebox. As the quantity increases there will still be no place to store them, and the limited space of his stomach wall was a real issue. Let's deal with future matters later, Zhou Wen thought as he couldn't come up with a solution right now. If necessary he would exchange all these basic materials for metal ores in the trading channel. Currently the price for metal ores was 10 units of basic materials for 1. Although metal ores were not particularly useful at the moment, they would undoubtedly become essential materials in the future, so stockpiling them wasn't a problem. Due to the need for trading and clearing basic materials, Zhou Wen had no time to move the seaweed that the phantom Leviathan was consuming for the first time, so he decided to wait until the second feeding was over to move it all at once. Today he traded 60 spiny shrimp shells, and with 10 units of shrimp shells and 20 pieces of cloth he crafted the spiny chestplate. Wow. This is quite heavy. Zhou Wen lifted the spiny chestplate with both hands, feeling its weight, which was approximately 40 Jin. No matter how heavy it was, he had to wear it, at least it could protect his body. Once he fully donned the spiny chestplate he felt an extreme heaviness in his body. Simply standing made him feel exhausted. He was now wearing a total of 5 pieces of equipment: a spiny helmet, spiny chestplate, spiny codpiece, spiny leg armor, and spiny boots, weighing a total of 124 Jin. He could still manage to move, albeit barely. However, with each movement he felt as if all his strength was being rapidly drained. Oh, this is heavy. I should lie down for a bit. Zhou Wen lay down on the wooden platform to conserve energy, planning to squat again once the second feeding began. A few minutes later the phantom Leviathan began its second feeding. Zhou Wen attempted to rise from his supine position, but his upper body felt too heavy and his underdeveloped abdominal muscles struggled to support him, making it impossible to sit up. With no other choice, Zhou Wen braced himself with his hands on the ground and slowly adjusted into a squatting position. It seems I need to add sit-ups to my routine along with push-ups. Zhou Wen gripped the fishbone knife in his hand, thinking to himself. At that moment the esophageal diaphragm opened and a rush of seawater flooded into the stomach space. Zhou Wen focused intently, scanning the water surface with the light from his headlamp. Suddenly the water surface, still in motion, surged violently, revealing a flesh-colored elongated body that sent chills down Zhou Wen's spine under the light. Anchor worm. Zhou Wen's heart skipped a beat and fear appeared on his face. The anchor worm had nearly claimed his life before and the memory still haunted him. Ha! Zhou Wen exhaled deeply, the fear surging back, causing his hand gripping the fishbone knife to tremble involuntarily. Fortunately this time the headlamp provided illumination, preventing him from being plunged into darkness like last time. Moreover, this was the second time encountering an anchor worm. Coupled with his previous experience of killing one, although Zhou Wen still felt fear, his body was not paralyzed by it as it had been before. Zhou Wen remained in a half-squatting position on the wooden platform, the fishbone knife held horizontally in front of him, not making a sound as he awaited the retreat of the seawater. Time flowed slowly and the water surface in the stomach space gradually rose until it was nearly level with the wooden platform. The esophageal diaphragm closed and the inflow of seawater ceased. The phantom Leviathan finished its second feeding and the seawater in the stomach space would soon be expelled. Zhou Wen gently raised his hand, wiping away the sweat that had dripped from his forehead to his eyelashes. His stamina was quickly depleting and the spiny armor was too heavy. Zhou Wen had been maintaining a half-squatting posture, putting immense pressure on all his muscles. Bang! Just as Zhou Wen finished wiping his sweat and lowered his arm, the previously calm water surface suddenly exploded. Four anchor-like pincers accompanied by a fierce mouthpart lunged at Zhou Wen's head. Zhou Wen could not have anticipated that the anchor worm would attack him at that moment. Furthermore, with his entire body encased in heavy armor, he had no time to react. His head was firmly clamped by the four anchor pincers. Though startled by the sudden attack, Zhou Wen quickly calmed down. This time the anchor worm's assault was directed at his head once again. The three spikes atop his spiny helmet once more blocked the attack from the anchor worm's mouthpart. Without hesitation, Zhou Wen sprang to his feet, swinging the fishbone knife down fiercely onto the anchor worm's tentacle-like body. This weapon was far superior to the spikes. The knife penetrated halfway into the anchor worm's body and crimson blood gushed forth while the worm's head clamped onto Zhou Wen's head, screeched in pain. Zhou Wen remained unfazed, swinging the fishbone knife again, determined to sever the anchor worm's body completely. Bang! The water surface erupted once more. Hearing this sound, Zhou Wen's heart tightened and his swinging fishbone knife hesitated momentarily. A bad premonition gripped him just as he was about to redirect the headlamp to check something clamped onto his thigh. Suddenly an immense pulling force took hold. Zhou Wen had been locked in a stalemate with the anchor worm above him, his attention completely focused there. The sudden force yanked him off balance. Thud! Zhou Wen crashed heavily onto the wooden platform. With the weight of his armor and his own weight, a total of 254 Gene slammed down, producing a dull thud. The creature clamping Zhou Wen's leg seemed intent on dragging him into the water, but Zhou Wen's weight was too great and it couldn't move him. Just as Zhou Wen began to relax, the anchor worm that had him clamped by the head started pulling him into the water. With both sides exerting force, he was dragged into the water horizontally. Splash! Zhou Wen's body plunged into the water, creating a massive splash and sending waves rippling outward. As Zhou Wen was dragged into the water, he was filled with dread. Although he had held his breath before hitting the water to avoid choking, he hadn't had time to take another breath in the panic. With his heart racing, the oxygen in his body was rapidly depleting and he was already beginning to feel a lack of oxygen. Suddenly an immense pulling force took hold. Zhou Wen had been locked in a stalemate with the anchor worm above him, his attention completely focused there. The sudden force yanked him off balance. As time passed, the sensation of suffocation grew stronger. In such a desperate situation, Zhou Wen decided to risk it all. He steeled himself, using all his strength to feel for the anchor worm on his head with his left hand, then using the fishbone knife in his right hand to slice at it. As long as he could quickly kill the anchor worm clamping his head, he would have a chance to surface. Zhou Wen frantically and savagely carved into the body of the anchor-headed worm. Whether from grievous injury or sheer exhaustion, the creature abruptly released its grip on his skull after only 2 slashes. A surge of elation flooded Zhou Wen's heart. Fueled by raw will to survive, he discarded the fishbone blade and flailed his arms with desperate strength, gradually lifting his body toward the surface. Ha huff, ha huff. He gasped violently for oxygen within the gastric cavity, his chest heaving so fiercely that his entire frame rhythmically contracted and expanded. But before he could draw more than a few breaths, the creature clamped around his leg yanked him back underwater with sudden brutal force. Glug, glug. Caught completely off guard, Zhou Wen swallowed several mouthfuls of seawater. His lungs burned with agonizing pressure, and though he thrashed his arms wildly to breach the surface again, he had barely managed a single cough before being dragged under once more. He bobbed helplessly in the water, rising, sinking, beating his arms in frantic rhythm, just enough to break the surface for fleeting breaths. Fortunately, the creature gripping his thigh seemed weak. It could not sustain its pull, indefinitely pausing intermittently after dragging him a short distance underwater. This gave Zhou Wen precious moments to catch his breath, and allowed him to realize the creature gripping his thigh was indeed another anchor-headed worm. That realization brought a subtle easing of tension. As long as the other worm refrained from attacking, he could hold this stalemate until the seawater receded, then strike back. In truth, his spine armor rendered him impervious to the anchor-headed worms, not because the armor was exceptionally hard but because its dense array of sharp protrusions inherently countered their predatory anatomy. Yet underwater, deprived of air, he remained utterly powerless. Gradually the water level began to fall. Zhou Wen discerned the rhythm of the worm's tugs just before it attempted to drag him down. He would hold his breath, then the moment its strength waned he would surge upward to inhale. As the water receded further, the worm's pulling force diminished steadily. Without buoyancy to leverage, it could no longer move him at all. Moreover, having struggled with him underwater for an extended time, the creature now lacked even the energy to stir. Its pincer-like mandibles, however, remained locked tightly around his thigh. Zhou Wen angled the beam of his headlamp downward and saw clearly the worm's mouthparts were halted by the sharp spines embedded in his thigh armor, confirmation that his safety was assured. Once certain of his security, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion crashed over him. His limbs collapsed beneath him as if drained of all vitality, leaving him slumped motionless on the ground, incapable of rising. Moments earlier he had thrashed through the water encumbered by the heavy spined armor. Only the life-or-death surge of adrenaline had granted him the strength to endure such exertion. Now that the immediate threat of drowning had passed, every muscle and bone screamed in protest while an irresistible drowsiness descended. His eyelids grew leaden, begging for sleep. Slap! A sharp resounding blow echoed across the gastric cavity. Zhou Wen removed his spine helmet and struck himself hard across the face, painfully deliberately. The stinging ache jolted him into sharper awareness. He immediately resecured the helmet, then pivoted the headlamp's beam, scanning urgently for the wounded anchor-headed worm. What he saw electrified him entirely. The injured worm lay prone upon the floor, greedily feeding on the blood of the illusory Leviathan. Damn it! With a cry of shock and inexplicable renewed vigor, he surged upright, snatched up the fishbone blade he'd dropped during his drowning struggle, and swiftly severed the worm clamp to his leg. Then he rushed forward and hacked repeatedly at the blood-drinking worm until it lay dead. Sunlight spherules are tiny, fine to sip a little blood, he snarled, jabbing the blade toward the severed head of the anchor-headed worm. But you're massive. Letting you feed unchecked would be catastrophic. Carefully Zhou Wen pried the worm's clinging mandibles free from the gastric wall. Fortunately, the tiny backward-facing barbs caused only shallow lacerations, insufficient to compromise the illusory Leviathan's stomach integrity. Yet no sooner had he exhaled in relief than he noticed blood welling from the gastric wall, a dark, unmistakable seepage clearly not belonging to the worm. When he lifted the severed head aside, a circular wound the size of a tennis ball gaped open in the tissue. You bastard! Enraged Zhou Wen kicked the worm's head aside. The wound's shape confirmed it, a perfect circular puncture inflicted by the worm's own round oral apparatus. How do I stop this bleeding? He stared anxiously at the oozing wound. The illusory Leviathan's survival was paramount, its well-being was non-negotiable. Yet he possessed no medical tools. Standard hemostatic bandages were useless against such internal curved surfaces. Right, the sunlight spherules. A flash of inspiration struck. He hastily shed his spine chestplate, scrambled onto the wooden platform, and retrieved a single sunlight spherule. Let this work. He pressed the spherule firmly over the wound. Instantly its 4 delicate tendrils adhered tightly to the surrounding gastric wall, sealing the aperture with flawless precision. It worked! Zhou Wen rejoiced, not because the wound posed any real danger to the colossal illusory Leviathan, but because living within its stomach he felt compelled to tend to it whenever possible. With every crisis resolved, exhaustion returned like a tidal wave, yet rest remained impossible. The illusory Leviathan's feeding phase had not yet concluded. Summoning his last reserves, Zhou Wen hoisted the heavy spine chestplate onto the wooden platform and read on it. Armor, above all else, must never be abandoned. Though cumbersome, the spined armor had proven indispensable during the dual assault of 2 anchor-headed worms. It had shielded him completely and enabled his decisive counterkill. Zhou Wen made a firm decision: during future feeding cycles he would cease monitoring the water's surface altogether. His near drowning had sparked a sobering realization: why obsess over surface movements at all? It served no purpose. During the influx and retreat of seawater into the gastric cavity he could simply conceal himself, then emerge only after the waters receded to assess whether any new creatures had entered. Without water, even if attacked, he would no longer risk being dragged beneath the surface, nor forced to fight for breath in suffocating depths. As for where to hide, it was naturally behind the oxygen-producing algae tank made of stone. Previously, when he encountered the anchor headworm in the water, he stood behind the algae oxygen tank, effectively blocking the possibility of an underwater attack from the worm. Now all Zhou Wen had to do was move the algae oxygen tank onto the wooden platform and place it at the edge of the platform, creating a wall to block potential attacks from aquatic creatures. I wonder if there are any house blueprints. Zhou Wen suddenly thought if he could build a house to directly hide in when the seawater surged into the stomach space, that would be much safer. While pondering these thoughts, Zhou Wen used the system interface to move the algae oxygen tank that was placed below the wooden platform and positioned it at the edge of the platform as he intended. Since Chen Xian had previously traded him an algae oxygen tank, he now had only one left. Originally, according to his plan, during the feeding phase of the illusionary Leviathan, one tank would be sufficient. But now he was extremely fatigued and had no energy to transport seaweed, and since the feeding phase of the illusionary Leviathan had not yet ended, aggressive creatures could still enter the stomach space at any time. He could only wait until the feeding phase was completely over before starting to transport the seaweed. I can't sleep. Zhou Wen yawned continuously, feeling drowsy. To prevent himself from dozing off, he pinched his thigh hard, but the effect was not obvious. Finally, Zhou Wen decided to eat a fruit can to replenish some of the energy he had expended. The fruit can opened with a pop, revealing a can of oranges filled with juicy pulp and syrup. Zhou Wen found it inconvenient to grab the fruit directly, so he simply drank the syrup. The sweet and sour syrup stimulated his taste buds, refreshing the drowsy Zhou Wen a bit. He didn't rush to finish the can of oranges but sipped the syrup slowly to maintain his appetite for the can and dispel his sleepiness. After a while, the illusionary Leviathan fed again and seawater surged into the stomach space. Zhou Wen hid behind the algae oxygen tank, opened the system interface and built another algae oxygen tank using the blueprint. The two algae oxygen tanks were placed side by side at the edge of the wooden platform, significantly compressing Zhou Wen's sleeping space on the platform. Originally, Zhou Wen had only 2 square meters of sleeping space on the 6 square meter wooden platform. Now, with 2 algae oxygen tanks in place, only 1 square meter remained, which was quite cramped. Next, Zhou Wen decided not to worry about what was in the water and simply hid behind the algae oxygen tank, eating the can of oranges, and continued to do so until the entire feeding phase came to a complete end without any unforeseen circumstances. The can of oranges was finished, and after resting for so long, Zhou Wen had regained quite a bit of energy. He stored the empty tin can and poked his head out from behind the algae oxygen tank, scanning the area with his headlamp but found no large creatures. During the feeding phase just now, Zhou Wen did not hear any sounds of creature activity, indicating that no creatures had entered the stomach space during the subsequent feedings. However, for safety, Zhou Wen donned his spiked armor, jumped down from the wooden platform and walked back and forth among the pile of seaweed a few times to further confirm that there were no aggressive creatures hidden among the seaweed before finally shedding the heavy spiked armor and starting to transport the seaweed. 2 hours later, Zhou Wen finally finished transporting all the seaweed. The duration for transporting the seaweed today was a bit long because he had previously been dragged underwater by 2 anchor headworms, expending too much energy, and he had no time to rest properly, leaving his body in a state of exhaustion. Finally, I can have a good rest now. Zhou Wen lay on the only remaining half-meter wide and meter-long wooden platform, fully relaxing. Next, he had about 3 hours of rest time, but he didn't dare to sleep. Without an alarm clock, he couldn't ensure that he would wake up after 3 hours. In about 3 hours, it would be time for the illusionary Leviathan to swallow the supply box, and now the supply box phase was also no longer safe. If he encountered a dangerous creature while asleep, he would really have no idea how he died. To prevent himself from falling asleep, Zhou Wen simply opened the world communication channel to see what others were discussing. Refund. Do you deserve us? What's going on? Zhou Wen felt a bit confused as soon as he opened the world communication channel and found many people cursing at him. After briefly looking at the messages they posted, Zhou Wen figured out why they were cursing at him. The algae oxygen tank is completely useless. I just finished transporting seaweed and felt short of breath, almost suffocating. Is that true? Many of us haven't traded for it yet. You aren't trying to deceive us, are you? Want to buy a second one? What he said is true. I also traded for an algae oxygen tank and transported seaweed. After transporting the seaweed, I had difficulty breathing and felt like I was going to die. It took me a while to recover. Fraud. Didn't you say that having the algae oxygen tank means we wouldn't have to worry about oxygen shortages? Indeed, so-called big shots are never good. This is clearly intentional harm to us. Fraud. Come out and give me an explanation. Yes. You should return the 100 basic materials to us and also compensate us. Refund. Refund. What's wrong with them? Really spoiled. After reading their messages, Zhou Wen felt inexplicably scolded. Anyone who wants to return their algae oxygen tank can private message me. I'll refund you 100 basic materials. Zhou Wen was not worried at all. The algae oxygen tank was now valuable yet hard to sell. Some people wanted to return it, so he simply refunded the basic materials. He didn't believe that everyone was a fool. 10 people asked him to refund their algae oxygen tanks, and Zhou Wen had no complaints as he refunded 100 basic materials to them and then added those 10 people to the blacklist for purchasing the algae oxygen tanks. He relisted 10 algae oxygen tanks each for 100 basic materials, first come first served. Zhou Wen then sent a message in the world communication channel. Why are there only 10 people returning goods? Are the remaining 20 people fools? Don't they even realize they were scammed? Even relisting. How does he have the face to do that? It's already exposed. Does he really think anyone will fall for it again? However, the next second those who returned goods were slapped in the face. As soon as the 10 algae oxygen tanks appeared in the World Trading Channel, they instantly disappeared. All 10 were traded. There really are fools trading. We've all tried it. The algae oxygen tank is completely useless. Exactly, it proves that saying there are many fraudsters because there are more fools. It's really hard to evaluate these people. We've already stepped on a mine for them, yet there are still people who fall for it. Zhou Wen watched cheerfully as these disgruntled customers vented their complaints in the World Channel, making no attempt to stop them, treating it all as a farcical performance. What surprised him, however, was that not a single person reminded them without the algal oxygenators they would already be suffocating, not ranting about refunds. Moreover, by reviewing transaction records, Zhou Wen discovered that one of those clamoring for refunds had just purchased an algal oxygenator in the World Trading Channel, and upon cross-checking against the blacklist of 10 refunding users, he confirmed this individual was not on it. Zhou Wen had explicitly configured the system to prevent duplicate purchases, thus this person had never transacted for an algal oxygenator before. Clearly they had infiltrated the group of refund seekers to incite discontent, accelerate the refund wave, and then quietly secured a unit for themselves while everyone remained oblivious. Oh, my good heavens. This world is steeped in deception and falsehood. Zhou Wen observed the chatter in the communication channel until the first supply crate of the day arrived. Nearly 3 hours had passed. Zhou Wen's body had largely recovered. After the seawater receded and no creatures entered with the supply crate, he leapt down from his wooden platform and opened it. Ding! Acquired bread 1, mineral water 1. He received food and water items that left him unimpressed. He stowed them away immediately and returned to his wooden platform to await the second supply crate. While waiting for the second crate, Zhou Wen received a private message. Opening it, he found it was from Chen Xin. Mr. Zhou, I'd like to trade something with you. The second algal oxygenator requires blueprint exchange. Zhou Wen could already guess what she wished to trade, so he stated the price outright. But my first unit was also acquired via blueprint exchange. That's not quite accurate. You chose to expedite acquisition voluntarily, you initiated the blueprint trade. I did not propose it. Of course, I'm no merchant profiteer. Though your first algal oxygenator was indeed obtained early through voluntary blueprint exchange, I'll exclude it from consideration, meaning you may still acquire a unit in the trading channel for 100 units of basic materials. Mr. Zhou, you truly are a paragon of benevolence. Chen Xin couldn't resist a veiled jab. Though Zhou Wen's offer sounded magnanimous, it was ultimately meaningless. Only 20 units were released daily. How could she possibly compete with a billion others in the trading channel? In truth, acquiring the second unit directly from him still required a blueprint. Calling me a paragon of benevolence is too much. I'm merely soft-hearted, seeing how hard everyone has it. Zhou Wen knew full well her barb was laced with irony, but he didn't care. The leverage rested entirely with him. Trade if you wish, decline if you don't. Fine, I'll stop jesting with you, Mr. Zhou. Truth is, I've acquired something exceptional, and I believe you'll find it valuable, so I reached out to ask. The moment Chen Xin sent that message, another appeared, a detailed item notification. Puzzled, Zhou Wen opened it. Golden silk fruit seed of golden silk seaweed. Effect 5 strength upon consumption. TCH. Zhou Wen exhaled sharply after reading the description. A 5-point strength boost was precisely what he urgently needed. Where did you obtain this? Judging by its effect, it seems quite valuable. How about trading 1 algal oxygenator for it? If Mr. Zhou isn't interested, I'll simply seek another trader. Oh, come now, if you're dissatisfied, we can negotiate. Just name your terms. Zhou Wen had initially feigned indifference to devalue the item, but Chen Xin was clearly no fool. So he dropped the pretense and invited her to state her price outright. I require 20 algal oxygenators, a full set of spine shrimp shell armor, and the blueprint for my fishbone blade. Take your golden silk fruit and depart gracefully. Zhou Wen nearly laughed aloud. Was she running a wholesale operation? Demanding 20 oxygenators at once, then a full suit of spiked armor, and finally trying to reclaim the fishbone blade blueprint. Brazen. Audacious. Utterly shameless. Then make it 18 algal oxygenators, the spine shrimp shell armor set, and my fishbone blade blueprint. Miss Chen, let's dispense with pretense, we're both intelligent people. Though I make no claim to sainthood, my past trades have been fair, and that fairness is precisely why you approached me. I won't shortchange you 10 algal oxygenators, the spiked armor, no issue. I'll even craft you a fishbone blade. But the blueprint. That remains non-negotiable. Should you require the blueprint, you know its market value, acquire it yourself through the trading channel. This is my final offer. If it still falls short of your expectations, seek another trader. I see your sincerity, Mr. Zhou, but the blueprint holds immense intrinsic value. Since you refuse to trade it, perhaps I'll settle for other items instead. Does Miss Chen presume herself clever and mistake others for fools? The fishbone blade blueprint belongs to me, not to you. You traded it willingly. Regretting that choice and demanding compensation now is unacceptable. Mr. Zhou misunderstands, I'm not seeking additional compensation. I simply feel your proposal lacks sufficient weight and hope you might enhance it further. Then what else do you want? The golden silk fruit was genuinely vital to Zhou Wen. Provided Chen Xin didn't overreach, he was prepared to concede further. Might you share which item blueprints you currently possess? I'd like to assess whether any align with my needs. I've already said blueprints are non-tradable. I'm not seeking blueprints, I only wish to review the items they produce to see if any meet my requirements. Upon reading this, Zhou Wen, who had grown somewhat impatient, suddenly furrowed his brow. She's attempting to probe my entire inventory. Blueprints enable construction or crafting. Knowing someone's full repertoire allows one to gauge their developmental trajectory. And Zhou Wen, holding the algal oxygenator blueprint, stood unchallenged as the world's most advanced survivor. Disclosing my blueprint catalog is impossible. Instead, I'll add 2 exceptionally critical items. What items? Chen Xin realized her intent had been exposed, so she abandoned subterfuge and grew genuinely curious about Zhou Wen's promised essentials. Wooden platform, height 1 meter, surface area 1 square meter. I'll provide 2. Henceforth you need no longer stand waist deep in seawater, and you may sleep comfortably atop them rather than on damp ground. After reading Zhou Wen's description, Chen Xion's eyes lit up. This was indeed an extraordinarily valuable asset. Inside the belly of the Leviathan, illusion danger was virtually non-existent, perhaps the safest place in the world. Only caution was needed when harvesting seaweed near the spine shrimp's barbed territories, otherwise threats were negligible. In such safety, coupled with nascent solutions to sustenance, the final frontier became comfort. Wading half-submerged in brine all day, sleeping on sodden earth, this was no life of ease. The wooden platform was the linchpin to transforming mere survival into dignified living. Mr. Zhou's sincerity is evident. May our transaction proceed smoothly? Ha ha. Miss Chen, how would you prefer to conduct the trade? Listed on the trade channel. What about a private transaction? Surely Mr. Zhou does not currently possess 10 additional algal oxygenators. Indeed, I do not. Rather, I wish Miss Chen to transfer the golden silk fruit to me in advance. I will promptly supply the remaining agreed upon items. Miss Chen paused thoughtfully before agreeing to Mr. Zhou's request. She had observed him for some time, though he bore the air of a shrewd merchant. His past dealings had been fair and equitable. Add 2 more algal oxygenators, and I will release the golden silk fruit to you immediately. Very well, 12 in total. Without delay, Zhou Wen crafted the full set of spine armor, spine chestplate, spine greaves, spine boots, spine codpiece, spine bracers, spine helm and spine belt, consuming 38 shrimp shells in the process. He dispatched the 7 pieces of spine armor alongside 2 wooden platforms via trade request and successfully acquired the golden silk fruit from Chen Xin. I trust Mr. Zhou will honor our agreement. Rest assured, I understand that integrity is the foundation of mutual benefit. Upon concluding the trade with Chen Xin, Zhou Wen gazed at the golden silk fruit in his palm, his face alight with unrestrained elation. His jubilation stemmed not from the fruit's 5 strength bonus, but from its description. The golden silk fruit is the seed of golden silk kelp. That revelation alone had sent his pulse racing, yet he had restrained himself, feigning indifference through protracted negotiation lest Chen Xion's sharp intuition detect his eagerness. It seems every schematic obtained from supply crates holds latent utility, merely awaiting its proper moment. Zhou Wen murmured, opening his system interface and navigating to the schematics tab where the kelp cultivation trough blueprint gleamed. His smile deepened. Construct. Without hesitation, he initiated the build. The kelp cultivation trough required 20 stone units, a resource he possessed in abundance, piled neatly in the corner. Yet the world system remained unresponsive. Re-examining the schematic, he sighed. Seawater was also required. Construction would have to wait until the arrival of the second supply crate. Zhou Wen carefully stowed the golden silk fruit. Though Chen Xian had not disclosed its origin, the fruit's description confirmed it as the seed of golden silk kelp, implying she had encountered the kelp itself in the wild. Chen Xian had owned only 1 algal oxygenator, limiting her capacity to harvest kelp efficiently. Given the timing of her approach, she must have just completed such a harvest. Thus the golden silk kelp was not a crate drop, but a rare natural variant fortuitously discovered by Chen Xian. As expected, I remain utterly luckless. With nothing further to pursue, he reclined once more upon the wooden platform, awaiting the second supply crate. After 2 or 3 hours, the esophageal membrane dilated, flooding the chamber with seawater. The second supply crate had arrived, accompanied by aquatic life. Zhou Wen crouched behind an algal oxygenator, then opened his schematics interface and finalized the kelp cultivation trough. Once the tide receded, he heard the familiar patter, and directing his light toward the sound, beheld a silvery ribbon leaping across the floor, a mirror-scale needlefish. Relieved to identify the creature, Zhou Wen descended from the platform to inspect the newly constructed kelp cultivation trough. Its design mirrored the algal oxygenator, but doubled in scale, a cubic stone trough 1 meter per side, brimming with seawater and layered with pebbles along its base. Initially puzzled, why no soil among the construction materials? He realized the pebbles themselves served as the cultivation substrate. He excavated a small depression within the pebble bed, gently placed the golden silk fruit inside and covered it with fine gravel. How long until golden silk kelp matures and bears fruit? Zhou Wen crouched behind an algal oxygenator, then opened his schematics interface and finalized the kelp cultivation trough. At the mention of watermelons and sweet potatoes he recalled the recently crafted basic fertilizer but remained uncertain whether it could nourish golden silk kelp. No matter, for now let us await germination. Having planted the fruit he located the day's second supply crate and opened it. Ding! Gained equipment slot 1. An equipment slot. Zhou Wen blinked in surprise, then noticed the prompt flashing upon his character interface. Opening the interface he found a cerulean square box adjacent to his attributes panel. Equipment slot stores one piece of armor or weapon. Tapping the blue box triggered a mental notification, clarifying its function. He tested it, selecting the spine chestplate. A soft azure luminescence enveloped it, and the chestplate vanished, reappearing within the slot. A single focused thought summoned it back onto his torso. A superb artifact, he exclaimed, astonished. As a veteran gamer of over a decade he recognized the concept instantly, yet its manifestation in this world left him profoundly startled. However, each equipment slot accommodated only one item, armor or weapon exclusively. Attempts to store food, water, or raw materials failed entirely. This equipment slot appears obtainable repeatedly. With only one slot its utility remained limited. His spine armor comprised 7 pieces and adding the fishbone blade brought the count to 8, necessitating multiple slots for practical use. After brief experimentation he processed the mirror scale needlefish, dividing its flesh into 3 portions. He listed them on the trade channel in hopes of acquiring another equipment slot, though he judged success unlikely, attempting it merely out of curiosity. Its spine he reserved for crafting a new fishbone blade, then traded his original blade to Chen Xan, retaining the freshly forged one for himself. You sold the mirror skin needlefish meat last time, claiming it could enhance both physique and speed, right? Just after trading the fishbone blade to Chen Xan she sent a message inquiring. Yes, do you want it? What's the price? Miss Chen hasn't profited yet. The golden silk fruit offers 5 points of strength and you've taken a lot from me. The mirror skin needlefish meat gives 2 points of attributes. What have I gained? Can strength be compared to other attributes? Forget it, I don't want those 2 algae oxygenators, just give me a portion of the mirror skin needlefish meat. Zhou Wen cheerfully took down a portion of mirror skin needlefish meat from the trading channel and traded it to Chen Xan. It was always good to minimize the competition for transforming Leviathan's food. Having rested for the duration of 2 resource boxes, Zhou Wen's physical stamina was nearly restored. He still had 100 push-ups left to do today. He couldn't just abandon the plan he set yesterday. Thus for the next period Zhou Wen began to execute his plan of completing 100 push-ups daily. Having finished 100 push-ups it was nearly time for the 3rd resource box of the day. Zhou Wen glanced at the corpse of the anchorworm piled in the corner. The corpse of the anchorworm was inedible and took up space, so Zhou Wen used the fishbone knife to cut it into small pieces and then tossed them into the digestion pool for disposal. After a while the 3rd resource box of the day arrived. The water was calm with no creatures entering. Once the seawater receded Zhou Wen successfully opened the resource box. Ding! Obtain storage cabinet blueprint. Zhou Wen was momentarily stunned then filled with joy. Heaven truly favors me. Just as he was worried about what to do with the resources he traded for, a storage cabinet blueprint was handed to him directly. Zhou Wen smiled and used the storage cabinet blueprint, then checked the required materials for crafting. Storage cabinet blueprint requires wood X20. The materials required are not much crafting. Zhou Wen tapped the crafting button on the blueprint interface and 20 pieces of wood flew out of the resource box, transforming into blue light in the air to form a wooden cabinet that stood 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. According to the introduction in the blueprint, the interior of the storage cabinet contains 100 compartments, with each compartment capable of stacking 100 portions of resources. This means one storage cabinet can hold 10,000 basic resources. According to the introduction in the blueprint, the interior of the storage cabinet contains 100 compartments, with each compartment capable of stacking 100 portions of resources. This means one storage cabinet can hold 10,000 basic resources. After placing the storage cabinet, Zhou Wen immediately began to store all 900 pieces of stone piled in the corner into it, then transferred all the resources stored in the resource box into the storage cabinet. Half an hour later all the items from the 22 resource boxes were transferred. The empty resource boxes were no longer useful, so he put 10 of them up for sale on the trading channel and tossed the remaining 12 directly into the digestion pool. Zhou Wen couldn't list all 22 resource boxes at once, as that would reveal to everyone that he had been obtaining 3 resource boxes daily since day 1, which would clearly expose his background. Of course Zhou Wen could claim he was trading with someone else, but once the seed of suspicion was planted it would inevitably attract extra attention from some people, and that was definitely not a good thing. Greed is in human nature. Although currently there was no possibility of encounters between survivors, what about in the future? It's not about scarcity but inequality. If conflicts arise later, Zhou Wen would surely become the target. Zhou Wen set a low price for the 10 resource boxes as everyone had them and most people were not rich in basic materials. They couldn't even fill their own resources, so there was no need to buy extra resource boxes. Thus Zhou Wen priced each resource box at 10 portions of basic materials. Those who would trade for resource boxes surely had excess basic materials, making 10 portions quite cheap for them. Moreover, Zhou Wen had another purpose for selling the resource boxes: to see which individuals were developing faster. Those needing resource boxes clearly had more basic materials than they could store, indicating they had items for long-term sale to exchange for basic materials. After waiting a little while, someone actually bought the resource boxes and they purchased all 10 boxes at once. Zhou Wen glanced at the avatar of this person, finding it quite unfamiliar. It seemed he had never interacted with them. Thus Zhou Wen began browsing the World Trading Channel. After browsing trading information for a while, Zhou Wen saw the items this person was trading in the World Channel. Filtered freshwater, trading 10 portions of basic materials. Filtered freshwater. Upon seeing the message about the sale of freshwater, Zhou Wen's eyes widened slightly. This was undoubtedly a long-lasting and profitable business. Why wasn't I the one to obtain the method for filtering freshwater? Zhou Wen felt a tinge of jealousy, but as he read the introduction for filtered freshwater, his jealousy dissipated. Filtered freshwater. Freshwater obtained by simple filtering of urine. It can be consumed in small quantities. Oh, I thought it was filtered seawater. It turns out to be filtered urine, and just simply filtered at that. But then again, where would one find materials to filter seawater or urine? Originally Zhou Wen wanted to ask this person if they were selling the method for filtering freshwater, but he immediately abandoned that thought. Zhou Wen glanced at this person's purchasing information, discovering they were indeed buying large quantities of urine. Zhou Wen suddenly realized a hidden problem. Most survivors in this world were actually living quite tough lives. The fact that the sale of urine filtering water could be exchanged for basic materials that could not fit into resource boxes shows how many people were lacking water. Never mind, it has nothing to do with me. My own situation isn't that great either. Wait, although this filtered freshwater isn't for large-scale drinking, it can be used to water my watermelons and sweet potatoes, saving on mineral water. Zhou Wen suddenly realized this and immediately traded 10 bottles of filtered freshwater for 100 portions of basic materials. Now the leaves of the watermelons and sweet potatoes had already filled the entire small planting box. The larger the plants grew, the more freshwater they needed, and this filtered freshwater perfectly resolved that issue. Zhou Wen directly watered each of the 2 small planting boxes with a bottle of filtered freshwater. He left the remaining 8 bottles beside the small planting boxes for easy watering in the future. However, the main reason was that the bottles for the filtered freshwater were mineral water bottles. Zhou Wen was afraid that if he put them in the storage cabinet one day, he might unwittingly mistake them for mineral water, which would truly be uncomfortable. On the 8th day, the illusory Leviathan began to stir, and Zhou Wen awoke from his slumber amidst the vibrations of the stomach wall, feeling the aches throughout his body as he sat up. Zhou Wen slowly stood up and stretched his sore body. Having worn over 100 pounds of spiked armor and struggled in the water yesterday, his muscles were overworked, so the soreness was to be expected. It's a bit dangerous, but wearing heavy armor and thrashing in the water can be considered a form of exercise, right? Zhou Wen said with a wry smile. After moving his body and getting used to the soreness, Zhou Wen hurried to the seaweed planting box, eagerly leaning over the stone trough filled with seawater, hoping to see the golden silk fruit sprouting. However, there was nothing in the stone trough. Zhou Wen felt a bit disappointed, but it was also expected. The golden silk fruit, which could increase strength by 5 points, surely took longer to grow than ordinary plants. With no progress on the golden silk fruit, Zhou Wen turned his attention to the watermelon and sweet potato he had been checking daily. After a night of survival, the vines of the watermelon and sweet potato had completely filled the small planting box, and amidst the greenery there was a splash of yellow. It's blooming. Upon seeing the touch of yellow in the watermelon vines, Zhou Wen immediately crouched down and parted the obstructing leaves, revealing a small yellow flower with 5 petals. It's bloomed so quickly, it seems we won't have to wait long for watermelon. Zhou Wen said, his face beaming with anticipation. After admiring the small yellow flower of the watermelon, Zhou Wen reached into the sweet potato vines but found no flowers blooming there. The sweet potato was planted on the 5th day, a day behind the watermelon. It should bloom tomorrow, although it's also possible that the sweet potato won't bloom. Zhou Wen speculated. As for the need for pollination for these crops to bear fruit, he completely ignored it. The watermelon's several months of growth had been compressed into just a few days, so the pollination process had certainly been omitted. After checking on his crops, Zhou Wen happily ate a piece of bread and half a bottle of water, which counted as breakfast. Currently Zhou Wen had 2 meals a day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, skipping lunch. After all, he needed to transport seaweed in the morning, and generally there was not much to do in the afternoon, so he didn't expend energy and found no need to eat. Zhou Wen had plenty of basic materials and was not lacking food. Even if the stored food ran out, he could trade in the trading channel. 3 meals a day was entirely feasible. The reason Zhou Wen didn't eat 3 meals a day was partly for savings, but mainly because he had been eating bread for 7 or 8 days, and the thought of eating bread 3 times a day was just unbearable. Sigh, when will the food improve? Zhou Wen muttered quietly. Zhou Wen particularly yearned for savory food now. After so many days, both his bodhi's need for salt and his taste buds' craving for saltiness made him frequently recall the delicious foods he had once enjoyed. Slurp. Thinking of those delicacies, Zhou Wen's mouth began to water. Humans are truly insatiable beings. Zhou Wen suddenly recalled the days when he was constantly hungry, wishing only to be full each day. Now that he could eat to his satisfaction, he started to think about how to enjoy it. At that moment, a sound of rushing seawater came from his esophagus, interrupting Zhou Wen's daydream. The illusory Leviathan was beginning to feed. Zhou Wen quickly hid behind the oxygen-producing algae tank, donned his spiked helmet, and then stored the spiked greaves using the equipment panel. With a thought, the spiked greaves appeared on his legs, saving him the trouble of putting them on. He donned the remaining spiked codpiece and spiked boots in the same manner, temporarily storing the spiked chestplate in the equipment panel. The spiked chestplate was the heaviest, so Zhou Wen decided not to wear it for now to conserve energy. When danger arose, he could summon the spiked chestplate from the equipment panel with a thought protecting his upper body. With a fishbone knife firmly in hand, Zhou Wen listened intently to the movements in the water. After confirming there was no activity, he opened the blueprint interface and began to craft 20 algae oxygen-producing tanks. During the crafting process, Zhou Wen opened the World Exchange channel and found many people messaging him to hurry up and list the algae oxygen-producing tanks. What's wrong with you people? Didn't we all say yesterday that the algae oxygen-producing tanks were useless? Yes, you are really falling for it. A bunch of fools. Yesterday, several people who had returned their items saw that many were still asking for the algae oxygen-producing tanks on the exchange channel. They quickly messaged to stop it, but no one paid attention to their messages, which were quickly drowned out by numerous requests for the algae oxygen-producing tanks. 20 algae oxygen-producing tanks have been listed. After crafting 20 algae oxygen-producing tanks, Zhou Wen listed them immediately. They took up too much space and affected the illusory Leviathan's feeding. The moment they were listed, they were once again snatched up, exchanging for as many basic materials as yesterday. Zhou Wen directly stored them all in his storage cabinet. Today, Zhou Wen also traded for spiked krill shells. He had nearly used them all up while making spiked armor for Chen Xin yesterday, so he traded for some more and stored them for future needs. After storing the basic materials from the trade, Zhou Wen made 2 more algae oxygen-producing tanks and sent them to Chen Xin, who then replied with a message. Why just 2 tanks? 10 tanks. You're not planning to give me 5 tanks over 5 days, are you? Chen Xin thought Zhou Wen would give her 5 tanks each day for 2 days, but seeing only 2 tanks, she thought it would take 5 days. But in this world, so much can happen in 5 days. What if someone else came up with a device that could produce oxygen? The value of the algae oxygen-producing tanks wouldn't be as high as it is now. I can't use too much of the illusory Leviathan's food. I need seaweed, right? I'll give you some directly. You can make the remaining 8 tanks. Alright, wait a moment, let me calculate how much I need. Zhou Wen waited for the seawater to recede and took out a mirror made from mirror skin fish skin paired with a headlamp extending the algae oxygen-producing tank to check for any aggressive creatures outside. Zhou Wen thought of this method while handling mirror skin fish yesterday. If he had to stick his head out every time to check for creatures, it would be too risky if he encountered a highly aggressive one. Using mirror skin fish skin as a mirror to reflect the outside scene and scout the surroundings was much safer. Though it might seem a bit overkill, it's better to be cautious in this unknown world. Confirming that there were no large creatures outside, Zhou Wen slowly stood up and checked the quantity of seaweed in the algae oxygen-producing tank. The blueprint for the algae oxygen-producing tank didn't specify the exact amount of seaweed required. After all, there was an abundance of seaweed, making it unnecessary. 10 pieces of seaweed, how does that count? Do we count it as 10 portions? Zhou Wen noticed that 10 pieces of seaweed were neatly arranged in 2 rows in the algae oxygen-producing tank, 5 in each row. Alright, I've calculated. I need 500 portions. Mr. Zhou, do you take me for a fool? I have a seaweed oxygen generator, there's no way I need 500 units. Miss Chen, how could I possibly think of you as a fool? The 500 units are to compensate for the consumption of other materials. That's not right, our deal was for 10 seaweed oxygen generators, not for you to help me produce 10 seaweed oxygen generators. Mr. Zhou, are you deliberately switching concepts? Okay, I was mistaken. Let's make it 400 units, then I won't count the 100 units for the materials compensation. 200 units of seaweed, please send over the remaining 8 seaweed oxygen generators. Thank you. A few minutes later, Zhou Wen looked at the 200 units of seaweed he had traded for, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face, followed by a sudden idea surfacing in his mind. He thought of a way to obtain 4 supply boxes every day, which was to trade basic materials for seaweed, directly cutting out the feeding time for the transformed Leviathan. Moreover, by eliminating the feeding time, no aggressive creatures would enter the stomach wall space, avoiding many dangers. While Zhou Wen was contemplating the feasibility of this plan, his peripheral vision caught sight of a spiny shrimp jumping among the pile of seaweed. He jumped off the wooden platform and swiftly processed the spiny shrimp, separating the shell from the meat and placing it in the storage cabinet. Forget it. Zhou Wen abandoned the plan to acquire seaweed, dismissing the idea of skipping the feeding phase for the transformed Leviathan. During the processing of the spiny shrimp, Zhou Wen suddenly realized that while the feeding phase brought dangers, it also had its benefits. Whether it was the spiny shrimp that could slightly enhance strength after consumption or the sunlit ball bug that emitted sunlight, these were all encountered only during the feeding phase. It was highly likely that the golden silk fruit obtained by Chen Xin was also a result of this. Furthermore, danger also represented a form of tempering, allowing him to gradually adapt to this unknown world. If he skipped all dangers, he would certainly meet unavoidable peril later on, leading to certain death. However, I could trade for some seaweed to give the transformed Leviathan a bit of extra food. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and decided to let the transformed Leviathan eat twice a day, just like him, with 1 meal in the morning and 1 in the evening. After making the decision, Zhou Wen sent out a message in the World Exchange channel to acquire seaweed. Acquiring seaweed: 100 units of seaweed can be exchanged for 10 units of basic materials, trading 1,000 units of basic materials daily, first come first served. Zhou Wen can now obtain over 2,000 units of basic materials every day, setting aside 1,000 units for trading seaweed, which can alleviate storage pressure. What the heck, what is this big shot doing? Why is he trading basic materials for worthless seaweed? This big shot is doing a great giveaway. What great giveaway? It should be that there are too many basic materials with no place to store them, hence the trade for seaweed. In that case, it's indeed true. If you calculate carefully, the big shot can obtain over 2,000 basic materials a day, and with one supply box holding only 100 units, there's really no place to store them. Oh my god, I'm so envious. The big shot is already worrying about having too many basic materials while I'm still praying for supply boxes to yield food and water. How can there be such a huge disparity between people? Who says it's not? I only get one supply box a day, and if I'm unlucky I might open a medal or not even getting a loaf of bread. Trading for seaweed oxygen generators seems like a distant dream. Damn, back then 10 units of basic materials could still be exchanged for a loaf of bread, but now bread and bottled water have risen to 20 units of materials. These bastards are greedy merchants. The price increase of bread and bottled water has little to do with people. The main reason is that the consumption speed of basic materials is too slow and the quantity is increasing while bread and bottled water are constantly being consumed, leading to the devaluation of basic materials compared to food and water. Ultimately, it still boils down to the scarcity of blueprints. A single useful blueprint can make a person suddenly wealthy, leading to high-price acquisitions of blueprints, resulting in most blueprints being concentrated in one person's hands, who then controls the output, harvesting everyone. Who are you talking about? Zhou Wen looked at the messages from these people and thought they made quite a bit of sense. Then he saw this message, which was obviously about him. What do you mean? What you're saying clearly refers to the big shot. Big shot, I want to report this person and blacklist him from trading seaweed oxygen generators so he won't dare to secretly insult you. Damn. This young man is going to great lengths to increase his chances of seizing the seaweed oxygen generators. The big shot is actually quite nice. He's currently giving back to everyone. Although it may be to alleviate storage pressure, he's trading for seaweed, allowing everyone to participate, which can be considered a form of wealth redistribution. You all are still discussing this. The big shot's 1,000 units of basic materials have already been traded out. Damn. Damn. To store the 1,000 units of seaweed he traded for, Zhou Wen made another storage cabinet utilizing 1 square meter of space that had just been freed up for the second storage cabinet, returning his living space to its original state. One storage cabinet perfectly holds 1,000 units of seaweed. From a long-term perspective, the second storage cabinet is inevitable, since he can obtain over 2,000 basic materials a day. In 3 or 4 days he will need to make a second storage cabinet. After storing the 1,000 units of seaweed with nothing else to do, next Zhou Wen began to move the seaweed from the stomach wall space. Wait a minute, why do I have to move it manually? I could just directly store it in the supply box, walk next to the digestion pool and take it out from the supply box. Wouldn't that save me effort? Zhou Wen suddenly realized this issue. Thus he hurriedly traded for a supply box from the trading channel and practiced his idea, finding it feasible but not entirely. The seaweed can indeed be stored in the supply box, but it cannot directly turn into blue light and enter the trading channel with just a thought, like when listing for trade. He still needs to manually load it into the supply box. Nothing at all. Zhou Wen directly threw the supply box onto the wooden platform and continued to move the seaweed manually. In fact, using the supply box for transportation is indeed better than relying solely on manual labor, as the supply box can hold 100 units of seaweed without increasing in weight, while he can only carry about 50 units at a time. The reason Zhou Wen didn't use it was that the process of loading the seaweed into the supply box and then carrying it, followed by taking it out at the digestion pool, added 3 extra steps. The time spent on this was sufficient for him to make 3 round trips moving the seaweed. Of course, just because it's not useful now doesn't mean it won't be useful in the future. The transformed Leviathan is still small, and so is the stomach wall space. As it grows, the stomach wall space will expand, and when the distance to transport seaweed to the digestion pool becomes greater, he can use the supply box for transportation. After moving the seaweed, Zhou Wen returned to the wooden platform and suddenly thought of a problem. Today is the 8th day, and I encountered the anchor headworm on the 4th day. On the 4th day, Zhou Wen encountered the anchor headworm. However, his progress was actually 3 times that of others. It could be preliminarily determined that others would meet the anchor headworm on the 12th day. By the 6th day, 8 people had received algae oxygen chambers from him. Based on their double progress, the 8th day would be equivalent to the 10th day, and tomorrow or the day after they would likely encounter the anchor headworm. If these 8 people were killed by the anchor headworm, it wouldn't be too bad, since they had privately traded the algae oxygen chambers with Zhou Wen. However, starting from yesterday, the algae oxygen chambers traded out were known to everyone. This means that those who would first encounter the anchor headworm would be the ones who had traded for the algae oxygen chambers. In the eyes of other survivors, the cause of these deaths would definitely be attributed to him. In such a situation where everyone was on edge, even if Zhou Wen explained the reasons, no one would believe him. Thus he needed to prepare in advance, ensuring that not all those who traded for the algae oxygen chambers would perish. The solution, of course, was to directly inform everyone in the World Communication Channel that he had encountered an attack from the anchor headworm, and then attach the information from the biological compendium regarding the anchor headworm. This would inform everyone that he was the first to suffer an attack by the anchor headworm, making all survivors aware that in this world besides the non-aggressive spiked shrimp there were other far more dangerous creatures. Thus even if many who traded for the algae oxygen chambers died, he would have preemptively vaccinated himself against blame, and he could take the opportunity to sell some spiked helmets. Let's start after the illusory Leviathan finishes eating. Currently they were still in the eating phase of the illusory Leviathan, which was not very safe. It was possible that they would indeed encounter an anchor headworm or another aggressive creature, so to avoid risks they could only wait until the illusory Leviathan finished eating. After a while the illusory Leviathan finished eating and they passed through the period without encountering any danger. Shenzhen's 8 algae oxygen chambers were also all completed and delivered to her, and their transaction was settled. Zhou Wen was about to start his vaccination plan when he received a private message from Zhang Haitao. "Brother Wen, you are my savior." Zhou Wen saw this message from Zhang Haitao and already realized what had happened. Suddenly an idea struck him and he decided to modify his vaccination plan. "What happened?" "It's the anchor headworm you mentioned before, Brother Wen. It was so big that when the stomach wall filled with seawater I didn't notice it at first. Then it suddenly lunged out of the water, grabbing my head. I was nearly scared to death. Fortunately I always remembered what you said, Brother Wen, and I kept the spiked helmet on even while sleeping. The spiked helmet blocked the anchor headworm's attack, giving me time to react from the panic, and in the end I followed your advice and killed the anchor headworm. Brother Wen, you have no idea, I was shaking all over, terrified to death. If I hadn't remembered you saying the anchor headworm could be killed, I might not have dared to take action. It's good that nothing happened. However, in the future the eating phase of the illusory Leviathan won't be safe anymore. You need to be extra careful. Will there be many more anchor headworms in the future? I encountered 2 anchor headworms attacking me yesterday, I nearly died. It should only get more dangerous from here on out. 2. Upon hearing that Zhou Wen had faced 2 anchor headworm attacks yesterday, Zhang Haitao imagined himself in that situation and felt his heart tremble, his whole body numb. For him that situation would be a certain death trap. Upon hearing that Zhou Wen had faced 2 anchor headworm attacks yesterday, Zhang Haitao imagined himself in that situation and felt his heart tremble, his whole body numb. For him that situation would be a certain death trap. Zhou Wen didn't want to help Zhang Haitao, but the only way to withstand multiple anchor headworms was to wear a complete set of spiked armor. However, no matter how kind-hearted he was, he couldn't just give a whole set of spiked armor to Zhang Haitao for free. Brother Wen, what do I need to buy it? You'll see if there's a way to gather the resources. At least 2 blueprints. Zhou Wen's price was already very reasonable. A full set of spiked armor comprised 7 pieces, and it was life-saving armor, especially effective against the anchor headworm. The price of 4 blueprints was very reasonable, and even if one were to be a bit unscrupulous, charging 1 blueprint per piece of spiked armor would certainly attract some wealthier survivors willing to trade. Upon seeing the price of 2 blueprints, Zhang Haitao fell silent. How could he come up with 2 blueprints? His current living situation was only slightly better than those survivors who were barely scraping by. After all, with 1 algae oxygen chamber given by Zhou Wen, he could obtain 2 supply boxes a day. Even if he was extremely unlucky and only got 2 iron ores, he could still trade them for a loaf of bread. If that's the case, help me with a task and I'll calculate the reward and convert it into armor for you. Really? He'll agree to any task no matter what it is. Zhang Haitao was extremely thrilled and immediately agreed without hesitation, not caring what Zhou Wen would ask him to do. After all, through so many interactions he knew Zhou Wen's character and was sure he wouldn't ask him to do anything too dangerous. Alright, just say in the World Communication Channel that you've encountered the anchor headworm and attach the introduction from the anchor headworm's compendium. After learning that Zhang Haitao had encountered the anchor headworm, Zhou Wen decided to let him inform everyone about the anchor headworm's situation in his stead. Zhou Wen was already quite famous among all survivors. It could be said that no one could compare to him, but being too famous wasn't necessarily a good thing. Through observing the messages in the World Communication Channel over the past few days, Zhou Wen knew there were quite a few clever people. You can have good luck, but you can't always be lucky and be ahead of others in everything. Over time, some people would definitely start to suspect Zhou Wen, and following the bold speculations from survival novels would believe Zhou Wen was cheating. Of course, it wasn't as serious as Zhou Wen thought at the moment. His current lead was quite reasonable. Just like that person said before, good luck finding a good blueprint could instantly yield a large amount of resources, creating a gap with most people. However, Zhou Wen never considered himself particularly powerful or smarter than others. Compared to standing in the spotlight, he preferred to remain in the background, acting like a schemer. Since Zhang Haitao happened to encounter the anchor headworm, he could share some of the attention and at the same time take this opportunity to test whether Zhang Haitao was trustworthy. Following Zhou Wen's instructions, Zhang Haitao sent the message about the anchor headworm to the World Communication Channel. At that moment, the channel was still debating whether the price of 2 algae oxygen chambers for 1 blueprint was reasonable. Zhou Wen glanced and saw that it was Chen Xian selling algae oxygen chambers. To be competitive, she was selling her algae oxygen chambers at the price of 1 blueprint for 2 chambers. This pricing seemed to be just 100 basic materials cheaper than the total price of Zhou Wen's 2 algae oxygen chambers, but it was actually much stronger. The restrictions on trading 2 algae oxygen chambers from Zhou Wen were simply too difficult, competing with nearly 100 million people for those 20 algae oxygen chambers. Even if you had blueprints, you had to first grab one before you could trade it for 2 algae oxygen chambers. In contrast, Shenzhen's pricing was not only competitive but also very reasonable, at least more so than Zhou Wen's. However, Zhou Wen's goal in selling algae oxygen chambers was never to allow other survivors to quickly obtain 2 algae oxygen chambers and gain 3 supply boxes each day. Their purposes were fundamentally different. However, after Zhang Haitao sent out his message, this life or death related news immediately attracted everyone's attention. 3 meters long. It can easily bite through a person's skull. Isn't that too exaggerated? It must be fake. Do you think we are on Earth? In this world, large dangerous creatures like this are quite normal, aren't they? Brother, how did you survive? Can you tell us? Brothers, how did you survive? Could you please tell us? After checking the information on the anchorhead worm, all the survivors felt a surge of crisis. Although their current situation is not good, at least there were no dangers before. However, seeing someone attacked by an anchorhead worm and knowing from its assessment that it seems to specifically target humans raised their alarm. All the survivors in the communication channel were eagerly asking how Zhang Haitao managed to survive. I survived by sheer luck. At that time, the anchorhead worm was lurking in the seawater and I didn't notice it at first. Suddenly I was attacked and it grabbed my head. You wouldn't know that at the moment my head was caught, my mind went completely blank. I didn't even understand what was happening. When I realized it was a monster I had never seen before, I was so terrified that I went numb, unable to move my body. You all know the space in the stomach wall is pitch black, relying solely on the headlamp above for illumination. I was already ambushed and the light couldn't reveal the monster's full form. At that moment I felt certain I was doomed. In that instant, memories flashed through my mind like a revolving lantern. I recalled a hot summer day hiding under the shade of a tree with her to escape the scorching sun, the sound of cicadas lingering on as a gentle breeze brushed through her hair. The survivors in the global communication channel were stunned. They wanted to know how Zhang Haitao survived, yet he reminisced about the past, speaking for over an hour. Zhou Wen was also bewildered. He had indeed asked Zhang Haitao to elaborate on the scene when he was attacked by the anchorhead worm, adding some of his own feelings. Zhou Wen's purpose was to let other survivors feel the horror of the anchorhead worm more personally so he could sell the spiked armor at a high price. But who knew that halfway through Zhang Haitao's story he would completely digress and not know where he was going. This was the first scene that flashed through my mind. Next, let me talk about the second scene, which was a... Brother, you can tell your second scene later. Shouldn't you explain how you survived after the anchorhead worm grabbed your head? The survivors in the global communication channel truly did not want to risk interrupting Zhang Haitao's reminiscence. After all, he was the only one who had encountered an anchorhead worm and managed to survive. They were genuinely afraid that interrupting Zhang Haitao's memories would upset him, leading him to stop sharing, leaving them with no options. But seeing Zhang Haitao finish his first scene of recollection, they thought they would finally get to the point, only to find Zhang Haitao had another scene to tell. They could no longer hold it in and had to interrupt. Alright, these past few days in this world have been really tough and I accidentally immersed myself in my memories. I survived entirely thanks to a blueprint I obtained earlier, the spiked helmet blueprint. The spiked helmet is a piece of armor with 3 spikes on top that perfectly isolate the mouthparts of the anchorhead worm, preventing it from attacking the helmet itself. It could be said to be the perfect counter to the anchorhead worm. The survivors in the global channel sighed in relief upon hearing that the spiked helmet could perfectly counter the anchorhead worm. After all, based on Zhang Haitao's earlier account, he was ambushed by the anchorhead worm and at that moment he was so frightened that he was paralyzed and unable to move. This means that Zhang Haitao was defenseless for a period, yet he still survived, which precisely proves that the spiked helmet does have a certain countering effect against the anchorhead worm. Brother, are you selling your spiked helmet blueprint? I really don't understand why there are always people like you who immediately ask others to sell their blueprints. I also don't understand why there are always people like you who jump in to stop this. What does my transaction with this brother have to do with you? I just can't stand people like you who treat others as fools. The two of them started arguing directly in the global communication channel while others ignored them and began asking Zhang Haitao about the price of the spiked helmet. Zhang Haitao didn't waste words and directly stated his price to Zhou Wen. 1 spiked helmet for 1 blueprint. As soon as this price was announced, the survivors who had just sighed in relief became uneasy again, pleading with Zhang Haitao to lower the price. Brother, isn't your price too high? Look, even the Big Shot's algae oxygenator only requires 100 basic materials. It's a life-saving item, can you lower the price a bit? What Big Shot? Nonsense, what is he? He's just relying on a good blueprint to soar to the skies, but to me he's nothing. You all know that the spiked helmet is a life-saving item. Isn't 1 blueprint worth less than your own lives? If you want to trade, if you don't want to, forget it. I'm not forcing you. The survivors in the global channel were stunned. Based on Zhang Haitao's earlier messages, they felt that this person was quite reasonable, but how did he suddenly turn fierce? This was revealing his true colors. This was naturally not Zhang Haitao's true colors, but rather Zhou Wen's direction. With the contrast, it further highlighted the Big Shot. You still have the face to say that the big shot soared to the skies based on a good blueprint. Aren't you doing the same thing now? Right, although the big shot doesn't sell many algae oxygenators, the price is such that anyone can trade. What do you think you are? John Hightower's disdainful words about the big shot directly stirred the dissatisfaction of the survivors. Since John Hightower was unwilling to show any kindness and set the price of the spiked helmet so high, they felt no need to be polite and began their verbal assaults. One goo. What? What should we do? John Hightower looked at the people in the global channel cursing him. Panicking, he couldn't help but ask Zhou Wen. Don't panic. Can they climb out of the global channel to hit you? Zhou Wen chuckled. Since John Hightower had already become the villain, he naturally had to play the good guy and began to edit a message in the global communication channel. This friend, the term big shot is merely a playful nickname among everyone. I don't want to be any big shot, but your pricing is indeed a bit high. The survivors in the world channel continued to call out Big Boss, hoping Zhou Wen would lower the price again, but received no response from him. Of course Zhou Wen would not respond. He originally intended to instill fear in everyone with the anchorhead worm today, using the spiked helmet to ruthlessly reap a wave of blueprints from all. However, Zhou Wen would not keep the price of the spiked helmet so high indefinitely. After all, one person's strength is ultimately limited, whether it is blueprints, basic materials, or some rare items. These all require individuals to extract from supply boxes. The more people there are, the greater the chance of obtaining them. Zhou Wen could rely on his advantages to harvest more from them, thus he would only set the price for the spiked helmet through blueprints for today. Tomorrow he would find a reason to lower the price so that most people could afford it. In the eyes of others, John Hightower was simply a stingy and wicked capitalist demanding self-supplied materials even for trading the spiked helmet, which was truly ruthless. Another wave of complaints echoed in the world channel as people sought Zhou Wen, hoping he would suppress John Hightower, who was so heartless that he was practically inhuman. But Zhou Wen remained silent. They were not cursing John Hightower but clearly cursing him instead. After all, he would not lower the price without harvesting a wave of blueprints today. Everyone, don't panic. Since this guy is unwilling to lower the price, you can come to me to trade for the spiked helmet. Just as Zhou Wen was gleefully preparing to collect blueprints, a message abruptly disrupted his plans. No way, there are actually others with the spiked helmet blueprint. Zhou Wen's smile instantly faded. This was indeed unexpected. But upon simple reflection, it was quite normal for duplicate blueprints to appear. With a population of 100 million, it was impossible for each blueprint to exist in only one copy. If that were the case, someone like Zhou Wen, who obtained a highly valuable blueprint, could easily leverage his advantages to accumulate most blueprints in the early stages, leaving only one dominant force in the later stages. Does someone else really possess the spiked helmet blueprint? Great. I was just worried about one person monopolizing everything. I wonder, brother, what price are you selling the spiked helmet for? Brother, I hope the price can be a bit cheaper. If it could be set at 100 units of basic materials like the big boss, that would be ideal. Finally, I've caught my chance. What big boss? Does he even deserve it? Clearly sitting on a fortune, he actually listened to these fools and set the price of the algae oxygen chamber at 100 units of basic materials. What a joke. The speaker was a middle-aged man of medium build wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a suit. His name was Zhao Tang, the boss of the Fortune Group, one of the top 500 companies on Earth. However, despite his well-dressed appearance, he had evidently not fared well in this world for the past few days. His beard was unkempt, his hair disheveled, and he looked quite disheveled. Yet at this moment he looked at the spiked helmet in his hand and a bright smile blossomed on his face. Everyone is joking. The big boss sets the price at 100 because he doesn't care about these basic materials. But I'm just an ordinary person, just like everyone else, barely scraping by. At a price of 100 I can't even cover the material costs. Of course I won't set a high price like some unscrupulous capitalist who trades using blueprints. Instead, how about 500 units of basic materials plus 10 units of food or bottled water? If basic materials are insufficient, they can also be exchanged for metal ores or some rare items. Zhao Tang's price compared to John Hightower's could be considered reasonable. However, for most survivors it was still quite high. Brother, could you drop the price a bit? This price is still somewhat high. Where can so many people take out 500 units of basic materials all at once, not to mention adding 10 units of food and water? Oh dear brother, I really can't lower the price. However, I do understand your difficulties. So I'll give you a good idea. You can voluntarily form a small group, and then each small group can pool their resources to purchase one spiked helmet. Whoever encounters the anchorhead worm will be the one to use it. What? What kind of good idea is this? If they encounter it simultaneously, won't only one person survive? It's not calculated that way. The probability of encountering it simultaneously is quite low. Think about that unscrupulous capitalist, he encountered it today, but do you see anyone else encountering it? This indicates that the anchorhead worm is not something everyone can encounter, it's still a matter of luck. Moreover, to put it another way, even if they encounter it simultaneously, at least one person will survive. If no small groups are formed, it would be a complete wipeout. Ultimately, my idea still serves its purpose. The survivors in the World Channel, after listening to Zhao Tang's analysis, found that his suggestion to form small groups was indeed useful, so they immediately began to implement it, seeking willing companions in the World Exchange Channel. Zhou Wen frowned after reading Zhao Tang's words. He felt that this guy was not simple. The method he suggested for forming small groups was indeed a good idea. Not only could it drain the last bit of resources from those survivors who were already struggling, but it could also offer them a slight benefit. However, once various small groups began to form, it would exacerbate the situation where the strong became stronger and the weak became weaker, directly dividing the world into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. Because the groups that could form together would have similar assets, those with significantly lower assets would definitely not be allowed to join. After all, why should someone with the least assets enjoy the right to use the spiked helmet? However, Zhou Wen currently had no intention to care about these matters because he was busy making Jiang Haitao frantically purchase spiked krill shells in the World Trading Channel. Zhou Wen directly transferred 1,000 units of basic materials to Jiang Haitao and instructed him to purchase spiked krill shells at the price of 20 units of basic materials. Currently, the default price for spiked krill shells was 10 units of basic materials. After all, for those who did not have the spiked armor blueprint, other than directly binding them to their arms or calves as makeshift armor, the shells were not very useful. However, now that everyone was aware of the dangers posed by the anchorhead worm, they also understood the importance of the spiked helmet. The price of spiked krill shells would certainly soar in the future. Zhou Wen was currently the person with the most basic materials, and there were not many who encountered the spiked krill. The number of complete spiked krill shells was quite limited, so he planned to purchase them at a doubled price to suppress Zhao Tang's development. A clever housewife cannot cook without rice. Without materials, let's see what you use to make a spiked helmet. According to Zhou Wen's speculation, Zhao Tang surely did not have many basic materials and could not compete with him. As long as he implemented a material blockade, now Zhao Tang would find it hard to develop in the short term. The situation indeed unfolded as Zhou Wen had predicted. After Zhao Tang finished communicating with the survivors in the World Channel, he prepared to purchase spiked krill shells at the price of 10 units of basic materials in the World Exchange Channel. He lacked not just materials, he had no materials at all. The probability of encountering a spiked krill was not high, and in these few days he had encountered only one spiked krill. To make the spiked helmet, the remaining 2 spiked krill shells were still traded back using the last 20 units of basic materials he had. He had just traded away the only spiked helmet he had, exchanging it for 500 units of basic materials, preparing to use this 500 units of basic materials as startup capital to purchase spiked krill shells while simultaneously selling spiked helmets and acquiring spiked krill shells. Thus his wealth would grow exponentially, making him the richest person in this world. However, as he opened the World Trading Channel, he saw Jiang Haitao purchasing spiked krill at the price of 20 units. Bastard! Where did he get so many basic materials? Zhao Tang did not expect Jiang Haitao to produce 1000 basic materials, as he had never heard of Jiang Haitao before today. He thought that Jiang Haitao was just like him, lucky enough to obtain the blueprints for the spiked helmet, never imagining that the other party was so deep and concealed. I was careless. This guy flips faster than he turns pages in a book. I should have anticipated that he was not simple. As the owner of a Fortune 500 company, Zhao Tang naturally understood what the foundation of doing business was: to be shameless. Initially, Jiang Haitao's words made people feel that he was a simple person speaking very politely, but later he turned hostile and his words carried an air of arrogance, as if he had developed a split personality. However, young man, you are still too young. Zhao Tang looked at Jiang Haitao, who was aggressively acquiring spiked krill shells, with a look of disdain. Everyone please note that Blackheart Capitalist is frantically acquiring spiked krill shells. If you don't have the blueprints for the spiked helmet, you might not know that spiked krill shells are the main material for making the spiked helmet. Everyone must not sell spiked krill shells to him, otherwise I won't have the materials to make spiked helmets for you all, and then you will have to trade with just the blueprints. Zhao Tang finished sending the message in the World Channel with a faint smile. Jiang Haitao could never compete with him because Jiang Haitao had previously aroused the public anger of the survivors. He stood on the side of all the survivors, and of course the main reason was still the low price of his spiked helmet. Whether out of preference or profit, the survivors would stand with him. Damn! This beast! Is he trying to monopolize and blockade materials? What a foolish pig! As if only he has blueprints trying to monopolize and blockade materials. What does he think we are? Everyone do not sell spiked krill shells to that foolish pig. In the World Exchange Channel, the criticism of Jiang Haitao was unrelenting, and Zhao Tang's smile widened, feeling very pleased. Brothers and sisters, please stop cursing. I was wrong, I'm sorry. I just lost my mind for a moment. I sincerely apologize to everyone because I was overwhelmed by the attention for the first time. To express my apology, I have decided to learn from the big shots, and in the case of everyone paying for their own materials, I will set the price of the spiked helmet at 100 basic materials, only charging a small handling fee. Of course, for friends who cannot afford materials, there is no need to worry, you can buy it from me at the price of 200 basic materials. I sincerely apologize for what I said earlier. This is my sincerity, I hope everyone can forgive me. Jiang Haitao's series of statements completely confused the survivors who had been cursing him, and the public condemnation of Jiang Haitao suddenly ceased. Oh, being able to admit one's mistakes and correct them is also a good quality. I have materials, please make me a spiked helmet first. I would like one too. Everyone has their moments of arrogance which can be understood. You don't need to apologize. Big brother, I have 180 basic materials, can I get a discount? In front of the system interface, Zhao Tang's smile froze. He truly did not expect Zhang Haitao to lower the price so drastically, going from an exorbitant price to the lowest price. He guessed that Zhang Haitao would indeed lower the price. After all, no matter how high the price was set, it was useless if it couldn't be sold. He had thought Zhang Haitao would lower it to match his price, which would still give him public support and maintain his advantage. But Zhang Haitao flipped the table. He was directly suppressing him with reckless abandon. Moreover, he couldn't lower his price to 200 basic materials because with the rising price of spiked krill shells his costs might exceed 200. He could only follow Zhang Haitao's approach and charge a handling fee of 100 basic materials, requiring survivors to pay for their own materials, but this meant he was falling behind Zhang Haitao. By the way, in addition to selling spiked helmets, I also sell wooden shields priced at 100 basic materials. Although they are not as good as spiked helmets, they are at least a defensive piece of equipment. Zhang Haitao sent another message, completely shattering Zhao Tang's hopes of competing with him. Selling the spiked helmet at the price of 200 basic materials would inevitably lead to losses for Zhang Haitao, which gave Zhao Tang the chance to wait for Zhang Haitao's assets to deplete before raising prices, allowing him to profit. However, the wooden shield filled the gap, leaving him with no opportunity at all. But as a seasoned businessman, being flexible is a skill, he was still not at a dead end. My name is Zhao Tang. What is your name, brother? My name is Zhang Haitao. Do you have something to discuss? Is it about trading the spiked helmet? No, I am just another person with the blueprints for the spiked helmet. Oh, then what do you want from me? It's like this, I came to apologize specifically because I spoke ill of you earlier, brother Jiang. I am truly sorry. It's fine, I don't mind. Zhang Haitao really did not care much. After all, he was just following Zhou Wen's orders and he did not feel anything about Zhao Tang's comments about being a black-heart capitalist. Rather than saying it was about him, it was more like it was about Zhou Wen. Brother Jiang is truly a magnanimous person. In fact, besides apologizing, I also want to cooperate with you. Cooperate? Yes, you see, our mutual rivalry has driven the price of spiked helmets down so low, which is not beneficial for either of us. Now there are only the two of us with blueprints for the spiked helmet. If we cooperate, we can definitely raise the price to whatever we want. Those survivors will have no choice and we can both profit. No cooperation. Get lost. Zhao Tang was stunned, having just been on good terms. How did it suddenly turn hostile? Zhao Tang then messaged Zhang Haitao several more times, but all he received in response was get lost, which nearly drove him mad. What a lunatic. Alright, do you really think you're something special? I hold the blueprints for the spiked helmet. I'm not worried about finding investors. My dream of getting rich off the spiked helmet is shattered. I can only rely on others' strength. After all, possessing the blueprints for the spiked helmet means someone will definitely be willing to cooperate with me. I'll seize the market first and the losses can be dealt with later. My goal is naturally to rely on selling the algae oxygen tanks to become the big shot with the most basic materials. At this moment it was Zhou Wen's turn to be bewildered. Zhao Tang had gone around in circles and ended up coming to him, the mastermind. However, Zhou Wen temporarily agreed to cooperate with Zhao Tang because Zhao Tang's apology to Zhang Haitao and proposal for cooperation showed that he was a very flexible person. Even if Zhou Wen does not agree, he would seek others. At that point it would be difficult to control, so it was best to keep him under his watch for now and find an opportunity to deal with him later. Zhou Wen had barely agreed to collaborate with Zhao Tang when Zhao immediately demanded 1,000 units of basic supplies, a request Zhou rejected outright. In this world where face-to-face encounters were rare and perilous, trust between individuals ran exceptionally thin. To be deceived meant losing not only resources but also any chance of recourse, thus Zhou Wen could never acquiesce to Zhao Tang's demand. Then how, esteemed sir, do you envision our collaboration? Zhao Tang well understood Zhou Wen's refusal. His demand for 1,000 units had been little more than a probing gambit. If this so-called expert proved gullible, he stood to gain immensely. You take an order for spine-crested helmets, I'll supply you with the corresponding raw materials. That won't work. Spine shrimp carapaces must be stockpiled early, otherwise prices will surge later. Then I'll handle the procurement, you focus solely on crafting. Ultimately their partnership was formalized. Zhou Wen would procure and hold all raw materials, Zhao Tang would craft exclusively, and all profits would accrue entirely to Zhou Wen. After all, should losses arise, Zhou Wen alone would bear them. This arrangement favored Zhou Wen. Retaining physical control over the materials allowed him to monitor precisely how many spine-crested helmets Zhao Tang produced and thereby calculate earnings with unerring accuracy. With collaboration as his legitimate pretext, Zhou Wen could now openly and unimpeded stockpile spine shrimp carapaces. Zhou Wen immediately posted an offer in the global exchange channel: 2,000 units of basic supplies priced at 20 units per spine shrimp carapace. Within moments he secured 100 carapaces and then awaited Zhao Tang's first order. As he waited, Zhou Wen began his daily regimen: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups. Brother, when over 100 people have already approached me to trade spine-crested helmets, when shall we begin transactions? Upon finishing his workout, Zhou Wen glanced at Zhang Haitao's message. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, then hardened into resolve as if a pivotal decision had crystallized within him. I'll transfer the spine-crested helmet schematic directly to you, you'll manage all future sales. To test Jiang Haitao's trustworthiness was no trivial matter, it demanded real stakes, and now was the perfect moment. The schematic had originally been acquired from Jiang Haitao himself. Now that Jiang Haitao grasped its strategic value, would he covet reclaiming it? That very question formed the crux of Zhou Wen's test. Should Jiang Haitao pass this trial, Zhou Wen would elevate his development pace to match his own. Should he fail, well, the loss of one schematic and 1,000 units of basic supplies would be a small price to pay for clarity of character. Better such a cost than betrayal's bitter sting. No, no, no. Absolutely not. I'll deliver all raw materials to brother when you craft them and hand them to me for sale. The schematic must never come into my hands. I simply lack the time to craft spine-crested helmets myself, I have other pressing matters. Take the schematic for now, just return it before bedtime. Zhou Wen promptly extracted the spine-crested helmet schematic from his blueprint interface and transmitted it to Jiang Haitao. Brother, when this schematic is now extraordinarily valuable, how can you entrust it to me without hesitation? What if I refuse to return it? Wouldn't you suffer a devastating loss? Since arriving in this world, you're the person I know best, and I judge character with uncanny precision. I trust you. Take it. Thank you, Brother One, for your trust. I'm deeply grateful for your kindness. Jiang Haitao finally accepted the schematic. Zhou Wen said nothing of its origin, because human nature left untested remains intact, once probed it may fracture. Had Zhou Wen revealed the schematic's provenance, Jiang Haitao might have fallen prey to the corrosive thought, this schematic was always mine, I merely failed to recognize it's worth letting Brother One acquire it for a pittance. Such reasoning would inevitably awaken greed. I hope you don't disappoint me, Zhou Wen murmured softly. Later that day, the first supply crate arrived. After confirming the tide had fully receded and the area posed no danger, Zhou Wen leapt from his wooden platform and opened the crate. Ding! Acquired gold ore 1. Gold ore. Zhou Wen withdrew an irregularly shaped luminous yellow stone from the crate. His headlamp's beam struck its surface, igniting countless starlight golden glints across its facets. Strikingly beautiful, but utterly useless for now, Zhou Wen sighed, stowing the gold ore into his storage cabinet. In truth, Xiaotang possessed 800 units of basic supplies. He'd used 500 of his own to purchase 25 spine shrimp carapaces, crafted 8 spine-crested helmets, and sold them to amass his current total. First, you must send me 5,000 units of basic supplies. Otherwise, how can I trust you won't default after receiving the carapaces? Ah. But I don't possess nearly that much. 5,000 units, where would I even acquire them? Send whatever you do have, I'll match it with an equal number of carapaces. Anything less and negotiations end here. Damn it, this fool isn't easy to swindle. Xiaotang snarled under his breath, bitterly disappointed. He'd hoped to fleece Zhou Wen only to find him ironclad in caution. Then I'll simply have to accumulate more basic supplies first. In truth, Xiaotang possessed 800 units of basic supplies. He'd used 500 of his own to purchase 25 spine shrimp carapaces, crafted 8 spine-crested helmets, and sold them to amass his current total. At present, spine shrimp carapaces still traded at 20 units apiece, well below the break-even threshold, so profit remained assured. He saw no reason to labor for Zhou Wen gratis. Xiaotang is truly devious, attempting to pilfer supplies from me. Preposterous. If he seeks to extract value without investment, then let him feel the bite of my countermeasure. Setting Xiaotang aside for now, Zhou Wen resumed his physical training. Hours later, the day's second supply crate arrived. Accompanying it was a mirror-scaled needlefish. Zhou Wen swiftly processed the catch, preserving the iridescent hide, listing 2 portions of fillet on the trading interface, storing 1 portion in his cabinet, and finally opening the crate. Ding! Acquired instant noodles 1. Instant noodles. Zhou Wen's expression froze, then erupted into unrestrained elation. He retrieved the packaged beef and onion flavor and instantly felt saliva pool in his mouth. Today I'd only dared dream of tasting something savory, yet here it is, beef and onion noodles. This isn't mere instant noodles, it's a steaming fragrant hot pot of pure nostalgia. Zhou Wen hastily delisted 1 portion of mirror-scaled needlefish fillet. Yesterday's 2 listings remained unsold, so he added today's fresh portion totaling 3 and relisted them all as trade items for fragments of the Leviathan Transmutation Accelerated Growth Diet Codex. As more survivors acquired algal oxygen tanks, the probability of obtaining such codex fragments had risen significantly, making mirror-scaled needlefish fillet an ideal barter commodity. Zhou Wen took out 2 empty tin cans that he had stored earlier, followed by the heating pack he had kept until now. However, the heating pack, which Zhou Wen once regarded as a treasure, could now be traded in the World Trading Channel, so he felt no reluctance to part with it. Zhou Wen used a fishbone knife to cut one of the empty tin cans in half, leaving only the bottom half, which would serve as a base for the heating pack. The other empty tin can was simply placed over the half base to serve as a hot pot container. With the simple heating device completed, Zhou Wen took a bottle of mineral water and poured most of it into the hot pot container, pouring the remaining bit into the heating pack in the base. Soon the heating pack reacted with the water, releasing heat to warm the mineral water in the hot pot container. Zhou Wen then added the seasoning for braised beef noodles, and all that was left was to wait for the water to boil. While waiting, Zhou Wen didn't remain idle. He took out the mirror skin eel meat and spiny shrimp meat stored in the storage cabinet, intending to slice the meat into thin pieces with the fishbone knife, but he failed. Zhou Wen's knife skills were not sufficient to slice the meat thinly and the fishbone knife was not suitable for such a task, so he ultimately opted to cut it into shreds, reasoning that he could just cook it a bit longer in the hot pot. After a while a rich aroma filled the air, which was the scent of the braised beef noodles. Zhou Wen, who had previously vomited from eating instant noodles, was now savoring the moment, greedily inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting through the air as saliva began to pool in his mouth. The braised beef soup in the hot pot had already boiled, and seeing the layer of bubbling red oil on the surface, Zhou Wen eagerly scooped up the shredded fish and shrimp meat with his hands and placed them into the boiling soup. Then he broke off a small piece of noodle cake and added it as well. In this way he had both ingredients and staple food. Although it was quite simple, it was the only time Zhou Wen had hot food in the past 8 days. Zhou Wen's eyes were glued to the food simmering in the braised beef soup, ready to fish it out once it was cooked, but suddenly he froze, realizing a serious problem. I don't have chopsticks. Zhou Wen was dumbfounded. His mind had been so focused on eating hot pot that he had completely forgotten to bring tools for picking up food. At that moment Zhou Wen looked at the food in the hot pot that was almost overcooked. His brain raced and he finally thought of using the spines of the spiny shrimp to fashion a pair of chopsticks. Just then Zhou Wen had one spine left in his hand and he used the fishbone knife to split the spine in half, then simply shaved it down a bit, creating a rudimentary pair of chopsticks. Although these chopsticks were flat and not very convenient to use under the current circumstances, they would suffice. Zhou Wen took the makeshift chopsticks and quickly scooped out food from the hot pot. Without a bowl to catch it, he could only cradle it slightly in his hands to prevent it from falling to the ground, and finally brought a mouthful of food to his mouth. In an instant a salty, fragrant and spicy taste filled his mouth. The chewiness of the fish, the springiness of the shrimp and the softness of the noodles created a delightful medley of textures, with each bite leaving Zhou Wen extremely satisfied. It's just a bit too salty and the noodles are overcooked. Although there were some imperfections, Zhou Wen was already very satisfied. It was great to have a hot meal after so many days, especially one with the flavor of braised beef, far better than just boiling fish and shrimp in plain water. Then Zhou Wen continued to add more shredded fish and shrimp into the hot pot, enjoying his meal thoroughly. The meal took quite some time, lasting about an hour. During that time the self-heating pack stopped generating heat, so Zhou Wen traded for 2 more from the World Trading Channel to maintain the hot pot's temperature. As he continued to add water, the flavor of the braised beef soup became diluted and Zhou Wen finally felt full. Ah, this is really good. The flavor of the sweet potato leaves is also quite nice. Suddenly recalling that sweet potato leaves could also be eaten as vegetables, Zhou Wen decided to pick some from the small planting box, not caring whether it would affect the growth of the sweet potatoes, thinking that eating was the priority. This meal had truly satisfied Zhou Wen. His stomach was rounded and full and he had overeaten, letting out a satisfied belch. After a while he began to clean up the bottles and cans on the wooden platform. After tidying up he lay down on the wooden platform to rest until the 3rd supply box of the day arrived. Ding! Obtained 1 mango seed. Not bad, another type of fruit seed, but I have nowhere to plant it for now, so I can only store it for the time being. Zhou Wen really liked mangoes, and since the watermelon would be ready to harvest in a couple of days he could plant the mangoes then. Having received all 3 supply boxes today, Zhou Wen felt that the day was about to conclude. He glanced at the World Trading Channel and saw that the 3 portions of mirror skin eel meat had already been traded. Finally obtained 3 fragments of the illusory Leviathan growth acceleration food guide. Zhou Wen gathered the 3 fragments with the previous ones stored in the cabinet. He now had 6 fragments and needed 4 more to complete 10 and obtain the illusory Leviathan growth acceleration food guide. I just don't know what food can accelerate the growth of the illusory Leviathan and how difficult it is to find. If it's very hard to find or particularly rare, then the guide's usefulness would be limited. After all, the illusory Leviathan requires tons of food for a single meal and rare food wouldn't suffice. Wengu, I've sent you the blueprint. Today I traded 100 spiny helmets and obtained 10,000 basic materials, which I'm sending to you as well. At that moment Zhang Haitao's message arrived. Zhou Wen quickly opened it, glanced at the spiny helmet blueprint sent over, feeling a sense of relief. He sincerely hoped Zhang Haitao could pass this test. After all, he had saved his life before, and in this world he was the one Zhou Wen was most familiar with. He first stored the spiny helmet blueprint, keeping half of the 10,000 basic materials for himself and returning the remaining 5,000 to Zhang Haitao. You can keep these 5,000 basic materials for acquiring spiny shrimp shells or buying something for yourself. No, that's too much and I have no place to store them. The previous basic materials have piled up into a small mountain. It's fine, I'll send you a few items including storage cabinets to keep things. Zhou Wen quickly made 6 wooden platforms and 2 storage cabinets, sending them directly to Zhang Haitao. The wooden foundation is a 1-meter high wooden platform that once used will prevent you from having to stay in the water, and you can also build things on it like those 2 storage cabinets. The storage cabinets can hold 10,000 basic materials, so just store the 5,000 basic materials in there and it won't take up too much space. When good, these items are too precious, I can't accept them. Zhang Haitao understood the importance of the wooden foundation and storage cabinets after looking at Zhou Wen's introduction. The wooden foundation in particular was something everyone desperately needed. No one wanted to be submerged in water for long, especially with possible monsters lurking in it. This is your reward for helping me out. We agreed on this earlier. You help me and I provide the armor against the anchorworm. This wooden foundation is one of those benefits. Subsequently, Zhou Wen also delivered the specially reserved skin fish meat to Zhang Haitao, which earned him continuous gratitude from Zhang Haitao. In fact, Zhou Wen strongly agreed with the small group proposal that Zhao Tang had previously put forward. In this world, rapid development cannot rely solely on one person. The capabilities of an individual are ultimately limited, so he needs to gradually form a small group under his control. However, the formation of this small group is not something to rush. He needs to find trustworthy individuals to join, which will take time. During the following time, Zhou Wen prepared to use the 10,000 portions of seaweed he exchanged for basic materials today to serve as a late-night snack for the illusory Leviathan. 10,000 portions of seaweed is not too much. Zhou Wen spent half an hour moving it all into the digestion pool. For the appetite of the illusory Leviathan, 10,000 portions of seaweed is actually nothing. Nevertheless, Zhou Wen did not intend to fill the illusory Leviathan completely. He considered it a small extra meal to see if it could slightly accelerate its growth. Having completed all the tasks for the day, Zhou Wen inspected his crops again. The watermelon flowers had withered, and beneath the wilting yellow flowers a small watermelon already the size of a ping-pong ball was forming. So soon the watermelon has already formed. It seems that tomorrow it will be nearly ripe, Zhou Wen guessed with delight. He then glanced at the sweet potatoes, which had also begun to flower with purple trumpet-shaped blossoms. It seemed that maturity was not far off. Finally, Zhou Wen arrived in front of the seaweed planting box, looking expectantly inside. However, the golden silk fruit still had not sprouted, which made him somewhat anxious. Is it because this golden silk seaweed takes a long time to grow? Or is it for some other reason? It has been nearly 2 days since I planted the golden silk fruit, and there has been no reaction at all, which makes Zhou Wen doubt whether his planting method was wrong. I might as well sleep first. If it hasn't sprouted by tomorrow, I will think of another way. The illusory Leviathan had already stopped its activities and was resting. Zhou Wen stopped overthinking and went to sleep. A night without incident passed, and Zhou Wen woke up, marking the 9th day since his arrival in this world. As soon as Zhou Wen woke up, he hurried to the seaweed planting box to check if the golden silk fruit had sprouted, recalling that he had dreamt last night that the golden silk fruit had sprouted and grown golden seaweed seedlings. However, the result left Zhou Wen very disappointed. There was still no change in the golden silk fruit in the seaweed planting box. Zhou Wen could only sigh, turning to look at the watermelon and sweet potatoes, which always brought him joy. After a night of growth, the watermelon was now the size of a fist, and the sweet potato flowers had withered, suggesting that sweet potatoes were beginning to grow underground. After inspecting his crops, Zhou Wen began his work for the day. He first sent the spiked helmet blueprint to Jiang Haitao, then checked the price of spiked shrimp shells today. After a large amount of acquisition and price increase yesterday, the price of spiked shrimp shells was now 30 portions of basic materials. Zhou Wen continued to have Jiang Haitao acquire spiked shrimp shells in bulk, and he also handed over the wooden shield blueprint to Jiang Haitao, instructing him to start selling wooden shields when the price of spiked shrimp shells reached 40 portions of basic materials. Next, it was just a matter of waiting for the situation to develop. After a while, the illusory Leviathan entered the feeding phase. Zhou Wen hid behind the algae oxygenation tank, watching the system interface, where the number of survivors remained at 100 million. Despite the passage of so many days, not a single survivor had died. However, starting today, the survivors would not be as safe as before. Splash, splash. The esophageal membrane opened and seawater surged into the stomach wall space. Zhou Wen immediately withdrew his attention from the system interface, donned the spiked armor, and concentrated all his energy on listening for any movements in the water. After confirming that there were no significant disturbances in the water, Zhou Wen used the mirror made from skinned fish to check the situation in the seawater. Once he determined there was no danger, he finally felt relieved. With no dangerous creatures in the sea, Zhou Wen opened the algae oxygenation tank blueprint and began crafting the algae oxygenation tank. In today's World Communication Channel, unlike yesterday when everyone was waiting for Zhou Wen to list the algae oxygenation tanks, they were discussing the issue of anchor headworms, hoping none of them would encounter these creatures. Zhou Wen paid no mind to what they were talking about. After all 20 algae oxygenation tanks were completed and listed in the trading channel, he sent a message in the World Communication Channel to notify them to rush to buy. The trading speed of the 20 algae oxygenation tanks was still rapid. They were sold out in the blink of an eye after being listed. At this time, however, the number of survivors recorded in the upper right corner of the world system began to change, and deaths had started occurring. Moreover, the death toll continuously increased from dozens to hundreds, then to thousands. In a moment, the World Communication Channel fell silent, and the fear of death lingered in everyone's hearts. How could so many people die after just the first meal? Zhou Wen watched the death toll surpass 10,000, his brows furrowing deeply. This was completely contrary to his previous predictions. According to Zhou Wen's earlier predictions, the large-scale appearance of anchor headworms should occur on the 12th day, yet today was only the 9th day, and only those few who had purchased the algae oxygenation tank should have encountered them. Or is today just the beginning and the real large-scale appearance will happen on the 12th day? Upon thinking of this, Zhou Wen felt a chill rising in his heart. If it were as he imagined, how many people would die on the 12th day? He could hardly bring himself to think about it. As time slowly passed, the death toll kept rising. By the time the illusory Leviathan finished its feeding phase, the number of deaths had approached 100,000. Zhou Wen had not encountered any danger and had safely passed through the feeding phase, but he was astonished to see the death toll nearing 100,000. Today had just begun and nearly 100,000 had already perished. By the 12th day, wouldn't there be millions dead? This is too absurd. Zhou Wen felt that the death toll of millions was somewhat ridiculous. At this rate of death, how could they survive? Ultimately, only a handful would be left. But even for such a high death rate, Zhou Wen felt powerless. He could only hope that fewer people would die. Brother, when many people are asking me to lower the price of the spiked helmet or not charge a processing fee, what should I do? Do not lower the price of the spiked helmet. Sell wooden shields to those whose basic materials are insufficient. Tell them that the original price of the wooden shield, which was 100 basic materials, has been reduced to 50 basic materials to accommodate them. Zhang Haitao followed Zhou Wen's instructions. Although he did not lower the price, he sold wooden shields for 50 portions of basic materials, ensuring that they would not be empty-handed when facing the anchor headworms. The price reduction of the wooden shield also helped Zhang Haitao regain some reputation. After some hesitation, Zhou Wen decided to lend these survivors a helping hand by selling wooden foundations. A wooden foundation can rise above the water surface, allowing the survivors to escape from the depths, thus avoiding the anchor headworms. Can we even survive? So many people died at once. This isn't survival, it's a death sentence. Are you all still alive? Does the spiked helmet even work? The feeding phase of the Leviathan has ended and the survivors are temporarily safe. The world chat channel is bustling again, but instead of jokes it's filled with expressions of fear and anxiety. It is effective. I encountered that anchor headworm. It lunged out of the water and nearly scared me to death. Luckily I was wearing the spiked helmet which blocked the attack. It's truly useful. Subsequently, some others with spiked helmets began informing others in the world chat that the spiked helmet does indeed counter the anchor headworms. This has significantly increased the demand for spiked helmets among the survivors. Zhou Wen observed the survivors who had narrowly escaped, waiting for the right moment to promote his wooden foundation. At this moment, Zhang Haitao sent another message. Zhou Wen initially thought it was another survivor requesting a price drop for the spiked helmet, but after reading the message a mischievous smile spread across his face. This opportunity has come to me, don't blame me for taking advantage of you. It turned out Zhao Tang, seeing the rising demand for spiked helmets, was once again shamelessly seeking to collaborate with Zhang Haitao, hoping to exploit this opportunity to raise prices. Brother Jiang, look at those survivors, they're going insane just to stay alive. This is the perfect opportunity for us to collaborate and set the price at 1 blueprint for each spiked helmet. Weren't you the one who wanted to set this price before, only to be blocked by that damn big shot? Now that numerous survivors are dying and many have proven the spiked helmet counters the anchor headworms, it's the perfect time to inflate prices. This is a business opportunity not to be missed, Brother Jiang. Wait, weren't you the one who stopped me from trading the spiked helmet for blueprints? Yesterday I was indeed wrong. I apologize to you again, my brother. I truly made a mistake yesterday. However, if we can't get past our differences, we shouldn't let all this valuable material go to waste. If we keep the price low, we're just making it cheap for others. Why bother, right? So how do you propose we collaborate? Haha, Brother Jiang, you're generous to overlook past grievances. Let's stick to your original pricing, 1 blueprint for 1 spiked helmet. This way we can take advantage of those fools holding blueprints. What do you think? Are you joking? Are you really going to set that price? Aren't you afraid of being cursed by those survivors? Let them curse, it won't take a piece of my flesh. No matter how much they complain, they'll still come to us for trading spiked helmets. It's truly laughable. Let them curse and later raise prices again, making them beg us for trades. Zhang Haitao felt a surge of anger at Zhao Tang's shamelessness. It was akin to feeding on others' misfortunes. I agree to collaborate, but this time I don't want to be the one taking the heat from everyone. Since you're the one seeking collaboration, show some sincerity, announce the price increase first and he'll follow suit. Zhao Tang's face lit up with wild joy upon hearing Zhang Haitao's agreement, but he hesitated at the latter's request. What's the difference between you announcing first or me? Oof. There is definitely a difference. When I announced trading spiked helmets for blueprints, you sold them at a low price and rallied those survivors to curse me as a greedy capitalist. What? You think I'm a fool and want to pull that trick on me again? Haha, of course not. I'll announce it first. I hope Brother John won't miss this rare opportunity. Of course not. I won't go against anyone, especially not the blueprints. Immediately Zhao Tang announced that he would raise the price of the spiked helmet to 1 blueprint. This message acted like a fuse, causing the already anxious survivors to explode in outrage. Everyone began to curse Zhao Tang with the most vicious words imaginable. But Zhao Tang dismissed the curses. He only hoped Zhang Haitao would quickly announce the price increase so he could finally relax. Zhao Tang thought Zhang Haitao seemed a bit off, almost like someone with a split personality. Although this opportunity could make them a fortune, anyone could see that they should set aside their differences and seize the blueprints first. Yet with Zhang Haitao's unpredictability, Zhao Tang couldn't gauge his next move. He was worried that Zhang Haitao might suddenly abandon the collaboration and maintain the current prices. Though keeping the current prices would still allow him to earn some basic materials. Basic materials were just that, basic. Only blueprints could provide him a better life. No amount of basic materials could exchange for a blueprint. Finally, after agonizing for a few minutes, Zhang Haitao announced the price increase, which made Zhao Tang heave a sigh of relief. Pleasure collaborating, Brother Jiang. Pleasure collaborating, hee. Now the survivors were in an uproar, having just witnessed the death toll skyrocketing. The only thing that could save them, the spiked helmet, was being inflated to exorbitant prices by 2 unscrupulous merchants. This was practically a death sentence for them. You two better not let me find you, otherwise I'll make sure to take you down. Beasts. You two are nothing but beasts. You're not even human, how can there be such scum among us? All the survivors who hadn't traded for spiked helmets looked at the price of one blueprint for each helmet. Their previous fear vanished, replaced by endless rage. In this moment Zhou Wen sent a message. These two are simply inhumane, especially that Zhao Tang. I used to think he was a good person when he asked for a price drop on the spiked helmet. Later, when the price of the spiked helmet was too low, he even approached me to collaborate against greedy capitalists. At that time I agreed and even provided him with 1,000 basic resources to purchase materials. I never expected him to betray me like this and choose to collaborate with greedy capitalists to inflate the price of spiked helmets. He is truly despicable. I demand back the 1,000 basic resources you scammed from me. Zhou Wen's reputation among the survivors was already excellent, and with his incitement they all forgot about Zhang Haitao and began to vent their fury at Zhao Tang. When did I ever ask you for 1,000 units of basic supplies? Don't make baseless accusations. What do you mean? Are you trying to renege on your debt now? Renege? I never requested 1,000 units of basic supplies from you. I suspect you're deliberately trying to swindle me. You? Fine, keep the 1,000 units if you wish. But in light of that quantity, wouldn't it be reasonable to lower the price of the spine-ridged helm just slightly? At this price for a single blueprint, who could possibly afford it? Damn it. Stop playing the righteous savior. Just because these fools call you senior, you actually believe you're some grand master. You're nothing more than a pig who soared solely on the strength of a single blueprint. Don't pretend to be something you're not. Right now I declare to all of you, I'll emulate this so-called senior, selling only 100 spine-ridged helms per day to the highest bidder. If you want me to lift the sales restriction, then let your senior also lift the cap on algal oxygen tanks, and let us see just how benevolent he truly is. Or, how hollow his virtue really is. Ha! This Zhao Tang, truly difficult to handle, Zhou Wen murmured. He'd intended to trick Zhao Tang, but ended up outmaneuvered. Fortunately, he already had a countermeasure prepared. How absurd! Algal oxygen tanks cannot be mass-produced. I've already explained why. Yet you dare raise prices further and use me as your excuse. Rest assured, though I cannot increase algal oxygen tank production, I recently acquired a blueprint, one whose product offers tangible aid to all of you. Zhou Wen unveiled the new item, kindling a fragile spark of hope among the survivors. What is it, senior? Can it really help us fight anchor worms? Though elated, the survivors remained uneasy. Zhao Tang's stance made any price reduction for the spine-ridged helm seem impossible. Their only hope now lay in whether the senior's item would prove effective. This item is called Wooden Foundation. Once deployed, it constructs a 1-meter-high wooden platform, just high enough to rise above the waterline. Its utility may be modest, but at least it shields you from anchor worms lurking beneath the surface. Hearing Zhou Wen's explanation, the survivors felt a pang of disappointment. The wooden foundation paled in comparison to the spine-ridged helm. Yet upon reflection they recalled the dread that gripped them during Leviathan's feeding cycle, the gnawing terror of anchor worms, their lower bodies submerged in pitch-black icy seawater, a memory still capable of making their spine shiver. Within the Stygian expanse of the Leviathan's dark gastric chamber, the waters beyond the reach of headlamp beams concealed countless unseen horrors. How much for the wooden foundation? Hope it's affordable, we've barely any basic supplies left. A moment's thought revealed the wooden foundation's vital significance, and survivors began urgently inquiring about its price, hoping for leniency. Zhou Wen had no intention of pricing it high. His aim was to assist the survivors. I know you face mortal peril, and while this wooden foundation offers limited protection, I have no other recourse. So I'll charge only cost price 30 units of timber. The wooden foundation required 20 units of timber to craft. Zhou Wen's asking price of 30 units truly reflected bare cost, yet its value far surpassed 30 units of basic timber. Still, Zhou Wen wasn't sacrificing his own interests for altruism. He imposed a strict limit. Each survivor could purchase only one wooden foundation at the discounted rate. One wooden foundation sufficed to lift a survivor clear of the seawater, but to truly harness its utility at least two were needed. After all, a single square meter platform offered barely enough space to lie down. Truly, a senior remains a senior, infinitely superior to those two wretches. Indeed. Zhao Tang even defrauded the senior of 1,000 units of basic supplies. What a beast. Just thinking of it makes me want to kill Zhao Tang outright, daring to swindle the senior like that. Unforgivable. The survivors' effusive praise for Zhou Wen left Zhao Tang grinding his teeth in fury. With everyone already benefiting from Zhou Wen's generosity, Zhao Tang's words now carried no weight. After concluding his exchange with the survivors, Zhou Wen retrieved all available timber and crafted 500 wooden foundations, immediately listing them on the global trading channel. Timber earned from sales was reinvested into further production, keeping him relentlessly occupied. Just as survivors scrambled to trade for wooden foundations, another explosive message erupted across the global communication channel. Zhang Haitao had turned coat, slashing the spine-ridged helm price to 100 units of basic supplies. At that moment, Spine Shrimp Shell had surged to 40 units, meaning Zhang Haitao was selling the helm at a loss. Zhang Haitao's reputation underwent an instant reversal, from ruthless capitalist to brother Jiang. Only Zhao Tang stood bewildered, bearing the full brunt of public scorn. Given Zhao Tang's earlier arrogance before the survivors, even if he matched the new price of 100 units, no one would seek him out for trade. Moreover, having defrauded Zhou Wen of 1,000 units of basic supplies, his name was already tarnished. No one would trust him again nor partner with him. This entire sequence was Zhou Wen's meticulously devised plan to eliminate Zhao Tang, and it had succeeded flawlessly. Zhao Tang's resurgence for now was utterly impossible. Thereafter, Zhou Wen alternated between harvesting kelp and crafting wooden foundations, occasionally sending basic supplies to Jiang Haitao to offset his losses on the spine-ridged helm. Just then Chen Xian sent him a private message. Mr. Zhou, what exactly is this performance you're putting on? What do you mean? Mr. Zhou, you possess the spine-ridged helm blueprint too, don't you? I have no idea what you're talking about. Heck, he doesn't need to be nervous. I simply wish to join you both. How about the three of us develop together? Wait, that doesn't add up. Even if we two cooperate, that's only two people, not three. Then shall we two begin cooperating first? Well, we hardly know each other. I'll need time to consider. Very well, I'll await your favorable reply, Mr. Zhou. Sigh, this is truly headache-inducing. Zhou Wen frowned, offering a wry, helpless smile. Earlier, when trading golden silk fruit with Chen Xian, he'd given her a full set of spine-ridged armor, including the spine-ridged helm. As someone who'd obtained the helm directly from Zhou Wen, she could easily see through his entire scheme. Had Chen Xian not been the one who proposed kelp harvesting, Zhou Wen could have leveraged his hard-earned credibility among the survivors to flatly deny everything, especially since his reputation remained strong thanks to his low-cost algal oxygen tanks. Even if Chen Xian spoke out, he could feign hardship and increase tank output, thereby turning the survivors against her claims. But Chen Xian herself enjoyed considerable goodwill among the survivors. If she spoke, Zhou Wen's reputation would enter a precarious dark fame state. In this world where direct aggression was impossible, only unassailable moral standing could rally survivors to his cause or undermine rivals. His reputation therefore could not bear even a trace of stain. I was careless, I shouldn't have given her the spine-ridged helm. After all, within a full set of spine-ridged armor she couldn't tell whether the helm was included or not. I was simply too honest. Oh dear, this is truly vexing. Zhou Wen sighed. Setting aside the matter of Chen Xian for the moment, Zhou Wen resumed transporting seaweed. He was truly overwhelmed juggling the task of moving seaweed while also crafting wooden foundations, as the wooden foundations were affordable and at least half of the survivors could afford to trade for them. Despite nearly 100,000 deaths today, there were still 99,990,000 survivors. With such a massive demand, the wooden foundations were sold out as soon as they were listed, necessitating Zhou Wen to continuously produce and restock them. Perhaps I should let Jiang Haitao make the wooden foundations instead, Zhou Wen murmured softly. However, after considering it carefully, Zhou Wen shook his head to deny his own thought. The role of wooden foundations was too significant, many items needed to be crafted on them. Such a crucial item must be kept in his own hands. After 2 to 3 hours, Zhou Wen finally completed the transportation of the seaweed. This time he did not find any spiny shrimp among the seaweed, but he did discover 5 sunball insects. Zhou Wen placed these 5 sunball insects beside the crops, then checked on the one previously used to stop the bleeding in the stomach wall. After removing the sunball insect, the round wound on the stomach wall caused by the anchor headworm was no longer bleeding and had healed significantly. Considering that the stomach wall space would occasionally be washed by seawater, potentially affecting the wound's recovery, Zhou Wen placed the sunball insect back, deciding to wait until the wound was fully healed before removing it. Next, with no other tasks besides crafting wooden foundations, Zhou Wen began his daily exercise: 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups. While doing push-ups, Zhou Wen felt much more at ease than yesterday, as if his strength had increased somewhat. To confirm it wasn't just a delusion, he opened his character attribute panel. Zhou Wen: base human attributes 10 intelligence, 10 strength, 8. 5 constitution, 10 speed, 12 evaluation, a healthy individual with considerable speed. My strength attribute is now 8. 5. I've only been training for a few days and it has already increased by 0. 5. It seems that exercise can indeed enhance strength. Zhou Wen looked at the additional 0. 5 points in strength, filled with joy as it confirmed his previous speculation. His motivation to train surged even more. 2 hours later, having achieved all of today's training goals, Zhou Wen decided to increase the number of push-ups to 200 tomorrow to accelerate the growth of his strength attribute. The remaining time was spent waiting for today's supply box. During the wait, Zhou Wen began to investigate the issue of the golden silk fruit not sprouting. What could be causing this long growth cycle, or something else? Zhou Wen frowned, pondering as he looked at the seaweed planting box. Could it be that it needs sunlight? Previously, with only 3 sunball insects, one was used to stop the bleeding while the other 2 provided sunlight to the watermelon and sweet potato, leaving no spare sunball insects to provide sunlight for the seaweed planting box. However, today he acquired 5 more sunball insects which could be used to provide sunlight for the golden silk fruit. Zhou Wen decided to give it a try regardless of whether it was the actual cause. He took 2 sunball insects and placed them beside the stomach wall next to the seaweed planting box. I hope this works, Zhou Wen thought hopefully as he looked at the seaweed planting box illuminated by the sunball insects. After finishing these tasks, Zhou Wen prepared to return to the wooden platform to await the incoming supply box, but just as he was about to climb onto the wooden platform, he suddenly paused. The golden silk fruit and golden silk seaweed wouldn't require gold elements to grow, would they? The moment he thought of the golden silk seaweed, Zhou Wen instinctively recalled the piece of gold ore he obtained yesterday. Without delay, he took the gold ore from the storage cabinet and placed it in the seaweed planting box. Now Zhou Wen was desperately trying anything regardless of whether it would work, using whatever methods he could think of. What if he struck lucky? Worried that one piece of gold ore might not be enough, Zhou Wen searched for information about gold ore in the World Trading Channel, intending to trade for more, but there was no one listing it. Zhou Wen thought for a moment gold ore should be a relatively rare mineral now, with few people discovering it, or perhaps none at all. Nevertheless, he decided to attempt purchasing some, offering 100 pieces of wood for each piece of gold ore in the World Trading Channel. Due to the trade of wooden foundations, Zhou Wen's wood supply was virtually unlimited. 100 pieces of wood was merely a drop in the bucket. Moreover, the trading price of wood had changed due to Zhou Wen's large transactions involving wooden foundations, now equating 100 pieces of wood to 200 pieces of other basic materials. 2 hours later, it was evident that gold ore was indeed scarce. Even after such a long time, only 2 pieces had been purchased. Zhou Wen placed the 2 pieces of gold ore around the golden silk fruit, hoping it would sprout quickly as he imagined. Wait, it's been over 4 hours since digestion ended. Where's today's supply box? Suddenly Zhou Wen realized a serious issue. In the past, the illusory Leviathan would swallow the first supply box of the day after a little over 3 hours of digestion, and the timing was almost fixed, but today it was over an hour late. Zhou Wen had been focused on acquiring gold ore earlier and momentarily overlooked this issue. What's going on? Zhou Wen began to feel anxious. Supply boxes were the source of resources for every survivor. If there was a problem, the severity could be imagined. Could it be that the time spent transporting seaweed today was too long? Zhou Wen began to recall everything that had happened today, hoping to find something different from previous days, but upon careful reflection, everything seemed normal. Although it did take a bit longer to transport the seaweed due to needing to craft wooden foundations, the delay was not substantial. After all, crafting items was merely a matter of thought and didn't waste much time. Finding no reason within himself, Zhou Wen opened the biological encyclopedia to check the information about the illusory Leviathan, hoping to find clues from its data. Illusory Leviathan: age 9 days, stage birth, phase length 38 meters, weight 220 tons, food type algae, feeding method filter feeding, evaluation a 220-ton baby. The information about the illusory Leviathan showed no issues even from the data. It appeared to be growing healthily. Where could the problem possibly lie? Zhou Wen anxiously muttered to himself. He then opened the World Communication Channel, hoping that everyone else was experiencing the same situation. If so, it would indicate that the issue wasn't on his end. Brothers, I found a blueprint. What the hell? You lucky dog, what blueprint did you find? Chopstick blueprint. Cut it out, that's garbage. It's not garbage, although it's not very useful. It can be traded with a big shot for a second algae oxygenator. Didn't someone trade 2 algae oxygenators for a single blueprint before? Why don't you go find them? That's a better deal. I just looked for them, but they've already sold out. Watching the survivors in the World Communication Channel flaunting their good finds, Zhou Wen felt like he had fallen into an abyss. Everyone else had received supply boxes, and he had not, indicating that only he faced a problem. How could this happen? Zhou Wen stood there in a daze, a feeling of helplessness rising within him. Just then the esophageal diaphragm suddenly opened and Zhou Wen's spirit jolted as he quickly turned his gaze. He thought the supply box had finally arrived, but upon seeing the entrance to the esophagus, there was no seawater rushing in. What is this? Zhou Wen's mind was a chaotic whirlwind as everything happening was beyond his comprehension. After all this time, I finally found a treasure cave, yet the little person in my belly hasn't come out. At that moment, a long-lost baby voice suddenly echoed in Zhou Wen's mind, causing him to pause for a moment before immediately reacting. That's the voice of the illusory Leviathan. Upon hearing the words of the illusory Leviathan, Zhou Wen's mind raced, immediately realizing that the illusory Leviathan wanted him to leave the stomach wall space and enter a treasure cave. Receiving this information, Zhou Wen's anxiety instantly dissipated. Fortunately, as long as the illusory Leviathan isn't the problem, everything is fine. The previous situation that exceeded his understanding truly left Zhou Wen at a loss. But soon after, a surge of tension arose within him as the illusory Leviathan's voice clearly indicated that he needed to leave the stomach wall space. However, Zhou Wen had been in this world for 9 days, and this was the first time he encountered an event requiring him to leave the stomach wall space. The outside world was filled with uncertainties for him, and venturing out without understanding anything was evidently very dangerous. After much hesitation, Zhou Wen ultimately decided to explore this treasure cave, as it was said to be a treasure cave which must contain good things. Thus Zhou Wen first asked Zhang Haitao to craft a wooden shield for him, then donned a set of spiky armor and held a fishbone knife in his hand, slowly entering the esophagus. The esophagus was pitch black, and using the light from his headlamp, Zhou Wen observed the fleshy walls of the esophagus making a full circle. The vertical diameter was about 1.5 meters, and Zhou Wen had to bend down to pass through. To avoid the spikes on his armor from injuring the illusory Leviathan's esophagus, Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space, stored the spiky armor in his supply box, and then returned to the esophagus with the supply box. Zhou Wen crouched down relying on the light from his headlamp and cautiously moved forward. The ground was very slippery and after walking about 7 or 8 meters he successfully left the esophagus. The space ahead suddenly opened up but it was equally pitch black. The light from the headlamp shone into the dark space seemingly swallowed by it and proving ineffective. However, Zhou Wen was not afraid as he knew he was currently inside the illusory Leviathan's mouth. In this world the safest place was indeed within the illusory Leviathan's body, so Zhou Wen did not need to worry about what dangerous creatures lurked in the darkness. However, the next step was to leave the illusory Leviathan and enter the treasure cave. Zhou Wen squatted down, opened the supply box, donned the spiky armor and temporarily stored the heaviest spiky chestplate in his equipment slot. After putting on all his gear, Zhou Wen took down the headlamp, cranked it to recharge it once more, ensuring it wouldn't fail him at a critical moment. With everything prepared, Zhou Wen held the shield in his left hand against his chest and tightly gripped the fishbone knife in his right hand, beginning to step forward. After walking 5 or 6 meters, the light from his headlamp illuminated a white wall, its texture resembling that of a brush. Zhou Wen approached it for a closer look, finding that the entire wall was composed of numerous bristles. When he reached out to touch it, the texture was not soft like a brush but rather resilient like bamboo strips. This must be the bristles the illusory Leviathan uses to filter its food. Zhou Wen guessed, unsure of what the illusory Leviathan's teeth actually look like. To get out he would certainly need to climb over this bristle wall. Fortunately, the bristle wall was not very high, only 2 meters, and he could easily jump up. However, considering the weight of his spiky armor and his concern about potential dangers outside, Zhou Wen ultimately chose to wear only the spiky helmet and spiky greaves, temporarily storing the rest of the armor in the supply box. Of course, the most critical chestplate remained in the equipment slot, ready to protect his upper body in case of danger. Zhou Wen forcefully tossed the supply box upwards, then jumped, grasping the top of the bristles, and with a strong pull he effortlessly climbed up. This 1. 5 strength is not for nothing, Zhou Wen thought with surprise. If it had been the Zhou Wen with only 7 points of strength from before, climbing up would have certainly taken considerable effort, unlike the ease he experienced now. In that instant of climbing up, Zhou Wen concentrated and donned the spiky chestplate, using the light from his headlamp to observe his surroundings, only to find a rock wall before him. Not detecting any danger, Zhou Wen quickly put on the spiky armor while also stowing away the spiky chestplate, then holding the shield and gripping the fishbone knife he began to feel along the rock wall for the cave entrance. After a bit of searching, Zhou Wen discovered a cave on the rock wall with a diameter of only 1 meter. Could this be the entrance to the treasure cave? Looking at the dark and narrow cave, Zhou Wen's heart raced. The space inside was too small for him to move forward except by crawling, and if he encountered danger, even turning around would be difficult. Damn it. Forget it, the greater the storm the more precious the fish. To survive in this world, confronting danger is necessary. Zhou Wen recalled when he first arrived in this world, almost dying from lack of oxygen while transporting seaweed and then facing an attack from an anchorworm. In less than 10 days he had flirted with death several times. There was never a stable way to survive in this world. With a surge of determination he threw the supply box into the cave and, bracing himself with the wooden shield, crawled into the cave. Inside the cave everything was still made of rock, as if something had deliberately chiseled it out of the stone. Zhou Wen crawled on the ground, using a cloth strip to tie the supply box to his back, with the wooden shield held in front ready to withstand any potential attacks. After crawling for about 10 meters, Zhou Wen's forehead was already drenched in sweat. Fortunately, I don't have claustrophobia. Zhou Wen paused to rest, looking at the narrow, dark and gradually dampening cave, murmuring to himself. After resting he continued forward, only to advance another 10 meters before realizing something was off. The cave was becoming increasingly damp, with water beginning to pool on the ground. Zhou Wen slightly tilted his head back, directing the headlamp forward, only to see a shimmering surface reflecting the light. Damn it! Zhou Wen cursed quietly, continuing forward, his body now submerged in the pooling water. As he pressed on, the water level rose higher, occupying half of the cave space. Zhou Wen felt even more uncomfortable, his body submerged in water while his head had to be held high, making his position exceedingly uncomfortable. Splash! Just as Zhou Wen crawled forward in discomfort, something fell onto his head. Worried it might be something unpleasant, Zhou Wen hurriedly reached up to feel, only to find a sticky substance. He pulled it down and, using the headlamp, saw that his hand was covered in translucent slime. Disgusted, Zhou Wen shook his hand to rid it of the slime, but suddenly something underwater swam past his left arm, startling him and causing him to jerk his arm upward as if shocked. The sudden motion caused a large splash, creating a loud noise that began to echo throughout the silent cave. Zhou Wen quickly calmed his emotions and directed his headlamp toward the spot where something had just swum past, hoping to identify the creature, yet the stagnant water was murky and the beam too weak to penetrate the gloom. He then angled the lamp upward. The viscous substance dripping from above had originated there, and what he saw made his stomach churn. The cavern ceiling was thickly coated with glistening mucus, dripping intermittently in broad strokes. The trails formed elongated, sinuous ribbons stretching deep into the tunnel, as though left by some unseen creature's slow, deliberate passage. Gritting his teeth against revulsion, Zhou Wen steeled himself mentally. He had come this far, retreating now was impossible. Moreover, the narrow confines of the passage left no room to turn back. Pressing forward despite his disgust, he found the mucus growing ever denser with each meter he advanced, even coating the submerged floor beneath the water. This drastically slowed his crawl. Already the high water level forced him to arch his neck an inch forward with agonizing difficulty. Now slick mucus beneath the surface robbed his hands and feet of traction, rendering every movement futile. Am I here to seek treasure, or to suffer torment? This is pure agony. After slipping repeatedly in the mucus-laden water and crashing into the shallows several times, Zhou Wen, drenched, disheveled and breathless, decided to pause and catch his breath. The moment he stilled, the splashing ceased and silence rushed back into the cavern like a tide. What was that sound? After resting a while, his breathing and pulse steadied. Just as he prepared to resume his advance, a faint creeping noise reached his ears, like something slowly dragging itself across the rocky wall. It was barely audible, drowned out before by the roar of his own heartbeat and ragged breath, but now in stillness it grew unmistakably distinct. Zhou Wen swiveled his head, sweeping the beam across the ceiling until on the upper rock face he spotted a flattened gelatinous creature. It was elongated and rebonthine, its translucent body revealing internal organs. Two jet-black bead-like eyes sat atop its tapered head, and it measured only about 20 centimeters in length. Its appearance held no inherent horror, nor did it show aggression, merely gliding with languid grace along the stone, leaving behind a glistening trail. Zhou Wen chose to ignore it. With unknown creatures, caution with survival curiosity could be fatal. His rest complete, he readied himself to press onward. But at that very instant, ripples erupted across the water ahead, shivering outward from the darkness. His heart only just settled leapt into his throat. Who or what had stirred them when he himself hadn't moved? Then the ripples intensified, swelling into miniature waves each higher than the last, until the entire cavern filled with churning, surging water. His pulse spiked. These weren't random disturbances, the rising swell bore the unmistakable signature of a massive creature hurtling toward him at terrifying speed. Hold firm, wooden shield. In one fluid motion, Zhou Wen crouched low, coiling his body tightly within the cramped space, raising the wooden shield before him. With a thought, his spine chest armor snapped into place. Ha! He exhaled deeply, forcing calm into his limbs and mind. Then, slap. 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 The first waves crashed against the shield. Wave after wave slammed into the shield, spraying torrents of water. Zhou Wen lowered his chin and squinted, shielding his eyes from the stinging spray that threatened to blur his vision. At last the final all-encompassing wave surged forward, and the instant it struck the shield, Zhou Wen drew in a sharp, desperate breath. A heartbeat later, the full force of the deluge slammed into the shield. He staggered backward, nearly unseated, then vanished beneath a sudden suffocating flood as the chamber filled completely, transforming briefly into an underwater vortex where turbulent currents whipped past him in roaring haste. His heart hammered against his throat. He knew it was coming. Boom! A cataclysmic impact shattered the air, slamming into the shield with bone-jarring force. His arms buckled instantly. The blow drove the shield inward, crushing against his sternum, and sent his entire body skidding backward over a meter. The collision stole his breath, jolted his organs, and blanked his mind for a fleeting, horrifying second, as if struck heat by a speeding carriage. Cough, cough, cough. He convulsed violently. The breath he'd held shattered upon impact, triggering an involuntary gasp and a mouthful of brackish water. Fortunately, the floodwaters receded swiftly. Had they lingered, he would have drowned. There was no time for pain. Regaining partial composure, he braced the shield with both hands, then lunged sideways, driving the fishbone dagger from its edge in a brutal stabbing thrust. Clang! The blade struck the beast's hide with a sharp metallic ring. No! That sound told him everything. The dagger was useless. Its skull was harder than stone. Yet the wooden shield still held, and the slick mucus-coated floor worked in his favor. The creature's relentless pushing slid him backward, buying precious seconds of reprieve. But relief was short-lived. The beast, sensing the futility of brute force, began to spin violently, relentlessly. A deafening grinding thunder erupted, like a colossal washing machine drum spinning at catastrophic velocity, amplified tenfold. Crack, crack, crack. Razor-sharp protrusions lined its head as it whirled. Those jagged points shredded the shield, tearing splintered groans from its wooden frame. Zhou Wen's hope collapsed into despair. He was a lamb awaiting slaughter. The moment the shield gave way, death would follow. Zhang Haitao, send me another wooden shield. He messaged Zhang Haitao without delay, and within moments a fresh wooden shield appeared before him. Setting aside the dagger, he braced the new shield with both hands. Now it was a war of attrition. The beast couldn't spin forever, but he could keep requesting shields again and again. Still, survival felt increasingly hollow. Even with endless shields, he had limits. His muscles burned, his stamina waned. He doubted his strength could outlast the creature's raw, tireless power. Minutes bled into eternity. Shield after shield shattered, 12-13 more, until exhaustion hollowed him out completely. His arms trembled, his grip failed. He could no longer hold the shield aloft. So be it. As death loomed, fear receded, not from courage but from resignation. Perhaps this end was the price of his choices. Or perhaps in holding 12 shields he had already rehearsed his final breath. Crack, crack, crack. The shield exploded into shards, and for the first time Zhou Wen beheld the creature in full. Its length defied measurement, but its bulk filled 80% of the cavern. It resembled a monstrous earthworm skin, the color of weathered granite, armored head crowned with a carapace studded with triangular razor-edged bone spines. Those spines, rotating like a living drill, had pulverized his dozen shields one after another. Now the carapace split open along its center, petal-like, revealing a hidden maw lined with needle-thin interlocking fangs. "Can you hurry up already?" Waiting for death was torture. Even his hard-won calm fractured, replaced by a primal gut-churning dread. Woo! A deafening seismic shriek tore through the cavern. Rock walls trembled violently as if the earth itself were convulsing. Nuisance! Tiny worm, blocking my path. Scram! The gigantic worm froze in its actions as if time had been halted upon hearing the loud cry, its fearsome mouth immediately retracting as if startled. At this moment Zhou Wen was not in a good state, his vision blurred and his mind felt foggy. The sonic waves created by the Leviathan's cry were too powerful, nearly costing him his life within the cave. Fortunately the Leviathan had only shouted once. Despite feeling extremely uncomfortable, Zhou Wen managed to hold on and did not faint. After recovering for a while, he looked up at the gigantic worm before him and noticed that its massive body was trembling slightly as if it had encountered a natural enemy standing frozen in place. Realizing that the Leviathan's roar had frightened the gigantic worm, Zhou Wen mustered his courage and directed the light from his headlamp toward the worm's body, eager to see its overall appearance. However, as he adjusted the light, it seemed to provoke the gigantic worm, which suddenly contracted its body and retreated, quickly disappearing without a trace. Once again Zhou Wen was left alone in the cave, watching the rapidly fleeing gigantic worm, and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. However, it was understandable. Although the Leviathan had only been born for less than 10 days, it had already grown to nearly 40 meters. While the gigantic worm was indeed huge for Zhou Wen, it was merely a small insect to the Leviathan. It would be strange if the gigantic worm weren't frightened by the Leviathan's roar. With the death crisis averted, Zhou Wen let out a deep sigh of relief, casually leaning against the slime-covered rock wall, no longer caring about the disgusting slime. He just wanted to rest for a while. As his rapid heartbeat gradually calmed, Zhou Wen used the system interface to request a bottle of water and a piece of bread from Jiang Haitao. He suddenly realized that the system interface was an excellent logistics system. As long as you had an acquaintance, you could request supplies from them even when not inside the Leviathan. After slowly finishing the food, Zhou Wen's strength was somewhat restored. He raised a wooden shield and continued to crawl forward. At this point Zhou Wen's movements were no longer as cautious as before. The size of the cave clearly indicated it had been dug out by the previous gigantic worm. However, after the Leviathan's roar, those gigantic worms had likely been scared away, meaning that the most dangerous creatures in this cave no longer posed a threat to Zhou Wen, allowing him to proceed with confidence. After advancing over 30 meters, Zhou Wen encountered a fork in the path. To avoid getting lost, he followed the right-hand rule and chose the right path, ensuring he could return by simply going left. Upon entering the right fork after crawling another 30 meters, the space suddenly became much more spacious, allowing Zhou Wen to stand up straight. Holding his wooden shield cautiously, Zhou Wen circled around the stone walls of the spacious area, discovering that it was an oval-shaped space. The space was not very large, about 3 meters high and roughly 5 meters in diameter. Supply box. After examining the edges of the oval space with his light, Zhou Wen began to explore the central area and soon spotted a square box faintly visible in the pooled water. Zhou Wen's heart leapt with joy. After enduring so much hardship in this cave, nearly losing his life, he finally saw a reward. He hurriedly lifted the square box from the water and upon inspection found it indeed to be a supply box, so he opened it directly. Ding! Acquired glass X20. Glass. And then Zhou Wen waited for the notification sound to continue, expecting to receive more items, but his mind fell silent and there were no further prompts. Is that all? Zhou Wen looked through the supply box with some disdain. There really were just 20 pieces of glass inside. Although glass was indeed a very rare material, as no one had ever found it until now, the problem was that Zhou Wen currently had no blueprints requiring glass as a material. Having fought so hard to survive, Zhou Wen naturally hoped to find something good in the supply box, like blueprints or something similar. But ending up with just materials made him feel it was a bit unworthy. Forget it, there's still the left fork. That path should also have a supply box. Zhou Wen carefully explored the space again, confirming there was nothing else before returning the way he came. Arriving at the previous fork, Zhou Wen chose to enter the left fork. This time he crawled about 50 meters, resting several times along the way before encountering another fork. Why is there another fork? Zhou Wen complained quietly, first proceeding right. After crawling over 30 meters, he entered an oval-shaped space similar to the previous one. In the center of this space there was also a supply box. Zhou Wen easily picked up the supply box and opened it. Ding! Acquired iron ingot X5. What the heck? Iron ingots. Oh my. Iron ingots. Zhou Wen was extraordinarily delighted. He had always thought iron ingots were out of reach, believing they required iron ore to smelt. However, due to the limited oxygen in the gastric cavity, it was currently impossible to smelt iron ore. To his surprise, he found some here in this cave, which was exhilarating, especially since he had a blueprint for an iron dagger that required 1 iron ingot. Zhou Wen hurriedly closed the supply box, clutching it tightly as if it were a precious treasure, fearing he might accidentally drop it. Just like before, he explored the area thoroughly once more to confirm there was nothing else before heading back. At this point, Zhou Wen had 3 supply boxes and the cave was quite narrow, making it extremely inconvenient to carry all 3. Zhou Wen simply took the glass and iron ingots out of their respective supply boxes, placing them into the supply box he had originally brought, then sent the 2 empty supply boxes to Jiang Haitao through the system interface. To Zhou Wen's surprise, there was indeed a supply box in the center, but it was not in the water. It was placed on a rocky platform and the edges of the box were adorned with gold. At this moment Zhou Wen didn't have time to care about Jiang Haitao's matters. He finally felt a sense of treasure hunting, so he immediately returned the way he came and entered another fork. This fork was exceptionally long, almost exhausting Zhou Wen, spanning nearly 200 meters, which drained his excitement for treasure hunting. It was an ordeal, but he finally crawled into a spacious area. As Zhou Wen entered this space, he noticed it was different from the previous two. This space was larger and the water was very clear, allowing the light from his headlamp to illuminate the rocky floor underneath. Using the same method as before, Zhou Wen first explored the edges. After finding nothing, he ventured toward the center. However, this time, unlike before, there was another cave at the back of this space, suggesting he could continue exploring through it. Zhou Wen temporarily ignored this cave and first went to the center of the space to see if there was still a supply box. To Zhou Wen's surprise, there was indeed a supply box in the center, but it was not in the water. It was placed on a rocky platform and the edges of the box were adorned with gold. Wow! A supply box with gold trim. It's safe to say the contents will be extraordinary. I hope it will yield a good blueprint, I beg you. Zhou Wen's face lit up with excitement as he clasped his hands together in prayer to the air, then slowly placed his hands on the gilded supply box and opened it cautiously. Ding! Acquired the blueprints for a small aquarium, a steel sword in fishbone armor. Zhou Wen immediately took out the 3 blueprints and used them directly. The 3 blueprints transformed into blue light and entered the system interface. He then opened the blueprint interface to check the required materials for the 3 blueprints. Small aquarium blueprint requires 10 stones, 10 glasses, 10 sands. Steel sword blueprint requires 3 iron ingots, 1 wood. Fishbone armor blueprint requires several large fish bones, 100 strands of golden seaweed fiber, 50 shield fish fats and 100 silks. After checking the manufacturing requirements for the 3 blueprints, Zhou Wen felt relieved about the first 2. He had all the materials and could immediately craft them when he returned, especially the steel sword blueprint, which was undoubtedly the strongest weapon available. The large fish bones were manageable, although there were no precise size indicators. If he encountered a large fish in the future, he could attempt crafting using just the blueprints. The hardness of such materials could not compare to that of steel weapons. Once Zhou Wen crafted the steel sword, his combat power among survivors would be unparalleled. However, upon seeing the last blueprint, the materials needed for the fishbone armor made him feel disheartened, as apart from the golden seaweed he had never seen the other materials. The large fish bones were manageable, although there were no precise size indicators. If he encountered a large fish in the future, he could attempt crafting using just the blueprints. However, the prerequisite for this method was that he needed to gather the other materials. He indeed knew about golden seaweed, but whether he could cultivate it remained an unknown, not to mention that the materials needed for the fishbone armor required 100 portions just through planting. He had no idea how long it would take to gather them all. As for the other 2 materials, shield fish fat and silk, he had no clues at all. Nevertheless, Zhou Wen did not feel discouraged about the difficulty of finding these materials. Instead, he felt even more motivated. The reason was simply that the appearance of the armor was too cool. The fishbone armor was different from the spiny armor, as the spiny armor consisted of individual pieces that did not create a good overall image. For example, the spiny helmet had 3 spikes sticking up like antennas. In contrast, the fishbone armor was a complete set, perfectly fitted together with a sleek design that conformed to the beauties contours and made entirely of bones, giving it an appearance reminiscent of external armor from a sci-fi movie. Just by looking at the simplistic drawing of the fishbone armor in the blueprint, Zhou Wen felt an overwhelming desire to craft it immediately and try it on. Of course, aside from its stunning appearance, the fishbone armor also offered significantly better defense than the spiny armor, as it was made from large fish bones, which were naturally much stronger than spiny shrimp shells. Moreover, Zhou Wen had a vague feeling that the requirements for the large fish bones had a certain logic to them. The material requirements were simply too broad. Zhou Wen had a hypothesis: as long as it was suitable large fish bones, they could be used as materials for crafting the fishbone armor. If his guess proved correct, it would be quite interesting. The creatures in this world were inherently peculiar. Many fish could not be judged by common sense, and it was possible that there existed large fish with bones harder than steel. Could the bones of such fish also be used to craft the fishbone armor? The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more excited he became, imagining himself already clad in armor made from fish bones exceeding steel in hardness. However, the thought of the rarity of the materials shattered his fantasy. Sighing, he shook his head and temporarily suppressed his desire for the fishbone armor, realizing he still had important matters to attend to. He had not finished exploring the cave. Now Zhou Wen had an additional gilded material box. He glanced at the ordinary material box he had brought and promptly transferred the contents to the gilded one, then handed the empty box to Jiang Haitao. He re-explored the area to ensure there were no other items before diving into another tunnel in this space. The water accumulating in this tunnel was still very clear, which piqued Zhou Wen's curiosity. Could he possibly find another gilded material box ahead? With anticipation in his heart, Zhou Wen quickened his pace through the tunnel. This time he didn't crawl for 200 meters, but only about 50 meters before entering a new space. Zhou Wen quickly explored this new space and was surprised to find no material boxes. Instead, he discovered a staghorn coral at the center of the underwater area. The coral was entirely blood red, and upon observing it under the light, a thin layer of blood mist floated around it, leaving him uncertain of its nature. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Wen decided to touch it to see if he could unlock the biological encyclopedia and check the information on this coral. In other situations Zhou Wen would certainly not dare to touch it fearing unknown dangers, but given his previous experiences this type of space was usually where treasures were found. And since there were no material boxes in this space, the implication was that the treasure here was this coral. Zhou Wen extended his finger and carefully tapped the blood-red coral, quickly retracting it afterward. After checking that there were no abnormalities, he opened the biological encyclopedia. Indeed, the biological encyclopedia updated, and it wasn't just one entry. How did I unlock 2 species? Gelatinous worm, length 10 centimeters, weight 200 grams, food type algae. Description: a soft-bodied organism with strong regeneration abilities that can produce hemostatic gel. This gelatinous worm seems like the flat, soft-bodied creature I saw before. Zhou Wen suddenly recalled the slimy, flat creature he had seen on the rock wall before encountering the giant worm. Since it can produce hemostatic gel, I must catch a few of these to take back. Zhou Wen felt delighted, surprised by this unexpected gain. Boiling blood coral worm, length 3 mm, weight 0.05 grams, food type blood. Description: tiny organisms that dwell on the corpses of their ancestors. The coral can produce boiling blood powder. Boiling blood coral worm. It must be a creature that lives on the coral, but what exactly is the boiling blood powder for? The description is so vague it's really frustrating. Zhou Wen felt at a loss for words regarding the descriptions in the biological encyclopedia. They only provided a general idea and left him to figure things out on his own, which was quite dangerous. However, no matter what, this boiling blood coral must be brought back, but how to carry it back troubled Zhou Wen. The most important part of the boiling blood coral is the coral worms, which are living creatures and cannot be away from water for too long. If they are directly put into the resource box, they might die over time. Zhou Wen pondered quietly for a while and came up with a less than ideal solution. He first asked Zhang Haitao for 10 portions of stones and 10 portions of sand, opened the blueprint interface, clicked on the small aquarium blueprint, and then added the 10 portions of glass he had obtained earlier to directly create the small aquarium. The size of the small aquarium is the same as that of the seaweed planting box, measuring 1 by 1 by 1 meter in length, width and height. The entire frame is made of stones with transparent glass embedded on all 4 sides, allowing one to clearly see the scenes within the aquarium, and the bottom of the aquarium is covered with a layer of sand. After the small aquarium was created, Zhou Wen filled it with clear seawater and then opened the system interface to send a private message to Zhang Haitao. Brother Wen, what are you giving me this small aquarium for? Zhang Haitao was truly bewildered by Zhou Wen today. First he asked him for a wooden shield, then for food, and later kept sending him empty resource boxes. Now it's another small aquarium. He noticed that Zhou Wen was acting a bit unusual today. It's temporarily kept with you. He'll send you a coral later, and when you receive it, don't delay, just put it directly in the small aquarium. After Zhou Wen finished instructing, he pulled up the boiling blood coral and sent it directly to Zhang Haitao through the system interface. Brother Wen, I have already put the coral into the small aquarium. Okay, Brother Wen. Zhou Wen did not intend to hide the matter of the treasure cave from Zhang Haitao. Since he chose to trust him, he naturally considered him one of his own. Perhaps in the future Zhang Haitao would also encounter a treasure cave, and it would be good to inform him in advance so that he could be prepared. The boiling blood coral had been successfully collected. As for whether transmitting it to Zhang Haitao through the system would harm the coral worms, Zhou Wen was unsure. Without this method, he had no other way to bring the boiling blood coral out. Alright, the treasure in this space has been obtained, so Zhou Wen continued forward. At the back of this space there was another cave. Zhou Wen with hopeful thoughts began to crawl continuously, but this cave was different from the previous one. In the previous cave there was usually only one fork in the road. In this cave Zhou Wen had just crawled 10 meters when he saw 5 forks. As he progressed further, the number of forks increased, making it feel like a labyrinth. Moreover, the stagnant water in the cave had become muddy, making it feel as though he was crawling through a mud pit. Where is the next treasure space? Why are there so many forks? Zhou Wen complained quietly, his entire body covered in mud, looking like a mud person. He crawled back and forth in this chaotic cave for quite a while and finally realized he was lost. Right hand rule, right hand rule. Damn your right hand rule. Looking at the circle of forks, Zhou Wen felt dizzy. Is that way the right? With similar forks all around him and the headlamp's light being dim, he couldn't even tell which path he had come from. Zhou Wen looked at the similar caves, gritted his teeth and randomly chose a fork, then used a fishbone knife to carve a mark on the cave wall to leave a trace. If he returned, he could avoid this path and take another. Next, Zhou Wen began to crawl continuously in the muddy cave. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly felt a breeze coming from ahead. There's wind. The exit must be ahead. Zhou Wen was overjoyed, immediately quickening his pace. After crawling for a dozen meters, he finally crawled out of the cave. I'm out. I'm out. Ha ha ha. Zhou Wen shouted like a madman. There was no way. After spending a long time finding a way out in the cave, the oppressive feeling of that dark and cramped space made Zhou Wen feel quite despairing, as if the pitch-black cave had no end. It's over. Finally I can rest. Ha! Why are there stars in the sky? Zhou Wen looked up at the starry sky, completely stunned. Where am I? Am I still in the mouth of the Leviathan? Zhou Wen said in confusion. Suddenly a sea breeze blew in and the salty air made Zhou Wen realize he had crawled out from another entrance. However, Zhou Wen did not immediately crawl back as this was his first true encounter with the outside world. The sea breeze brushed against him, the waves surged and the tides crashed against the rocks. Zhou Wen looked out at the endless sea stretching to the horizon with no end in sight. Although it was night, the sea was not dark, and the reason was quite simple: there were 10 moons in the sky. Of the 10 moons, 9 were light blue, all of equal size, arranged irregularly in the night sky. Only one was deep blue, and this deep blue moon was massive, nearly covering half of the sky, appearing as if it were just within reach. "Little one, come back quickly." The voice of the Leviathan suddenly appeared in Zhou Wen's mind, startling him. The tone sounded somewhat urgent, clearly indicating that Zhou Wen was too fragile and that the outside world was too dangerous. Zhou Wen was obedient and did not linger outside, immediately returning to the cave and starting to crawl back. However, after a while he encountered 2 more forks and became confused, unable to find the way back. "What's wrong? There's still something on the right that hasn't been taken." The voice of the Leviathan sounded again. Zhou Wen's confused expression immediately turned to one of surprise. The Leviathan's thoughts had become more frequent and he could completely follow its guidance, so he began to crawl to the right as instructed. Whenever Zhou Wen paused at a fork, the Leviathan would express puzzled thoughts and he would crawl according to its prompts. After passing through 4 or 5 forks, Zhou Wen finally entered another space, but this space was filled with mud arranged in long curved piles. Zhou Wen suddenly had a bad premonition. Why does this look so much like earthworm droppings? Zhou Wen picked up a clump of mud to examine it closely. Ding! Obtained earthworm droppings X1. Oh. Shit. Zhou Wen threw the mud in his hand away. There was no need for him to observe it, the prompt in his mind had already informed him. Although Zhou Wen looked disgusted, in fact this mud had no odor. If he ignored the fact that it was droppings, it was essentially just mud. Zhou Wen adjusted his discomfort and began to search in this space. According to the Leviathan's thoughts, this was where the last treasure was placed. Zhou Wen searched for a long time in the muddy space, but all he could find was mud, nothing else at all. Could this excrement be the treasure of this space? Zhou Wen speculated while looking at the mountains of dung from the burrowing rockworms. The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he felt it must be true. Since it was dung, it surely could serve as fertilizer. Perhaps the dung from these burrowing rockworms could promote crop growth better than his low-grade fertilizer. So Zhou Wen immediately took action and no longer found the mud disgusting. These were all good things. He opened the golden-edged supply box, directly scooped up a handful and placed it inside the box. After collecting dozens of portions, Zhou Wen found it too slow using his hands, so he used a wooden shield as a shovel, scooping and loading it. Soon the 100 slots in the golden-edged supply box were filled, but the dung from the burrowing rockworms in this space filled only 1/10 of it. This won't do, I need to take all this dung with me. After some thought, Zhou Wen went to find Zhang Haitao. "Zhang Haitao, I will send you a pile of mud shortly. Please hold on to it temporarily, and once I finish my business here you can send it back to me." Zhang Haitao naturally had no reason to refuse, but Zhou Wen's unusual actions made him even more curious about what Zhou Wen had encountered. After notifying Zhang Haitao, Zhou Wen looked at the over 90 portions of dung in the golden-edged supply box, focused his mind and immediately transferred them to the system interface, then sent them to Zhang Haitao via private message. Next, using the same method, Zhou Wen filled the supply box and sent the contents to Zhang Haitao through the system interface repeatedly. In this way, all the dung along the edges of the space was collected by Zhou Wen, leaving only the highest mound of dung in the center. "Finally, I'm almost done digging." Zhou Wen took a moment to rest, sitting on the ground looking up at the small hill made of dung before him, a smile on his face. This treasure hunt in the cave had indeed been fruitful. Not only did he acquire 3 blueprints in one go, but he also obtained iron ingots, a rare material that was currently hard to find, along with 2 special creatures. After that, all he had to do was finish digging the small hill in front of him and he could go back and rest well, as he was exhausted from the day's work. After a while, Zhou Wen had finished resting and resumed digging through the dung. The dung hill, originally made of soft mud, began to collapse and grow shorter as Zhou Wen dug beneath it, and he could already see the top. Is there something there? Zhou Wen's headlamp illuminated the top of the dung hill, where he noticed it reflecting a bright sparkling light as if something was on top. There are treasures. Zhou Wen was startled, then his face lit up with joy. He immediately quickened his digging speed until the entire mound transformed into a small pile of mud, and he finally saw what was reflecting the crystal light at the top. It was a peculiar-looking plant about half a meter tall, with a trunk made of a rock the thickness of a pinky finger. The rocky trunk branched out into 3 limbs, each covered in crystal-like leaves. The crystal leaves were flat, elongated in shape, resembling bamboo leaves from earth, and were covered in fine crystal spines. The light shining on them made them sparkle beautifully. At the fork of the 3 limbs, 3 smaller branches extended which lacked crystal leaves and were bare, with a stone the size of a chicken egg hanging at the tips. The surface of the stone was rough and overall it looked unremarkable. Zhou Wen, not knowing what kind of plant this was, decided to reach out and touch it. As soon as his hand touched the stone hanging at the end of the branch, it fell directly. Zhou Wen, quick to react, reflexively caught the stone, and the next moment a prompt sound appeared in his mind. Ding! Obtained rock fruit X1. This stone really is the fruit of this plant. Zhou Wen had previously speculated that the 3 irregular stones hanging from the branches were the fruit of this plant, but the fruit looked so much like a stone that he could hardly believe it. Since it's fruit, it should be edible, right? Zhou Wen thought to himself, opening his mouth to prepare to taste the stone fruit. However, just as he was about to put the fruit in his mouth, Zhou Wen hesitated and asked Zhang Haitao for a bottle of mineral water, using it to wash the stone fruit. After all, this place was filled with dung from burrowing rockworms, and since the dung was soft mud, the surface of the stone fruit would inevitably be contaminated. Although Zhou Wen no longer found the dung disgusting at this point, he couldn't just put it in his mouth. After washing the stone fruit clean with mineral water, Zhou Wen placed it directly in his mouth and bit down hard. Crack! The rock fruit did not budge, almost causing Zhou Wen to chip a molar. Hiss, is this really a fruit? It's way too hard. Zhou Wen sucked in a breath due to the pain in his teeth, looking at the stone fruit that only had a shallow bite mark on its surface, unable to help but complain, could it be that this fruit isn't edible? Now Zhou Wen's mind was filled with various doubts. He had no choice, he knew too little about this plant. After some thought, Zhou Wen felt that the stone fruit should be edible, but perhaps it had a protective shell on the outside, just like a nut. Thus Zhou Wen took the stone fruit to the edge of the space and gently tapped it against the rocky wall, but it did not react at all. Zhou Wen added a bit more force and still there was no response. He continued to increase the force. Crack! The stone fruit finally cracked open, revealing crystal-like flesh inside through the fissure. Zhou Wen's expression changed with surprise, just as he had guessed the outer stone was indeed a shell. Carefully peeling away the outer shell, he revealed the translucent flesh inside. The flesh was round, about the size of a ping-pong ball, wrapped in a thick layer of transparent flesh with a white seed in the center. The overall appearance was similar to lychee, except that while lychee flesh is soft, this one was hard. Zhou Wen put the flesh back in his mouth and gently bit down. This time he easily broke off a piece of the flesh. The texture of the flesh was very crisp, like a crunchy apple, but the flavor was very sweet, especially the seed in the middle, which was rich in fruity aroma and delicious. At first Zhou Wen thought the seed would be hard, but it turned out to be only slightly harder than the wrapped flesh, crunchy like eating lotus seeds. The flesh of the stone fruit was not large to begin with, and Zhou Wen finished it in just 2 bites. Ding! Gain strength 1, gain constitution 1, gain speed 1. The system prompt rang in his mind, instantly granting Zhou Wen 3 attributes. Not bad, I gained 3 attributes at once. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Eating watermelon is the most important thing now. Zhou Wen shook these troubling thoughts from his mind, raised the iron blade in his hand and gently struck the center of the watermelon. I wonder if this stone fruit can increase the attribute points again. Zhou Wen picked another stone fruit, preparing to give it a try, but he held little hope since he had yet to encounter anything that could repeatedly increase points since arriving in this world. Ding! Gain strength 1, gain constitution 1, gain speed 1. Hearing the same prompt sound echo in his mind again, Zhou Wen felt completely frozen. It really can repeat the attribute points. Zhou Wen was astonished and eagerly reached out for the last stone fruit, wanting to see if he could add points again. However, at the moment he plucked the rocky fruit, Zhou Wen hesitated. This plant was valuable and the stone fruit was also a seed. Looking at the location where this plant grew, the growth condition should require the dung of the burrowing rockworm. He had already dug up all the dung and later he could return to plant it himself. So Zhou Wen collected the last stone fruit and then dug the plant out from the dung pile. The roots of this plant were also made of crystal. Zhou Wen was very careful while digging, and fortunately the plant's roots were in soft mud, making the excavation easy without damaging the crystal root system. After some time, all the remaining dung of the burrowing rockworm was excavated, thus completing this treasure hunting expedition in the cave satisfactorily. On the way back, Zhou Wen as before tied the gilded supply box with a cloth strip on his back, then took off the spiked helmet and temporarily planted the rocky crystal tree inside the helmet. The spikes on the helmet had broken during the previous confrontation with the burrowing rockworm, and now they served perfectly as a temporary container for the rocky crystal tree. Thus, carrying the gilded supply box on his back and holding the helmet in one hand, Zhou Wen followed the mental prompts of the Leviathan, accurately navigating through the winding paths until he finally crawled out of the cave entrance. Phew, finally back. Zhou Wen instinctively looked up and saw only darkness. Confirming that he had returned to the mouth of the Leviathan, he felt relieved. Now in a safe environment, Zhou Wen stored all his armor and weapons in the supply box, feeling light as he passed through the esophagus and returned to the stomach wall space. Looking at the dimly lit stomach wall space, Zhou Wen felt a sense of disconnection, as the earlier experiences in the cave had been quite oppressive. Fortunately, he was back now. I've finally returned, I can sleep now. I'm so tired. At that moment, the voice of the Leviathan resonated and the entire stomach wall space began to shake as the Leviathan started moving, likely searching for a suitable place to rest. Hearing the voice of the Leviathan, a faint smile appeared on Zhou Wen's tired face. He was also exhausted. The encounters in the cave had really worn him out. However, it was not time to sleep yet. Zhou Wen first found a place to set down the rocky crystal tree and then stored the iron ingots and glass from the gilded supply box into the storage cabinet. Finally, he went to Zhang Haitao to retrieve the boiling blood coral and a small aquarium he had sent him today, along with a pile of dung from the burrowing rockworm. Brother Wen, have you finished your business? Zhang Haitao handed everything to Zhou Wen and then sent over the spiked helmet blueprint. Zhou Wen received the blueprint and crafted a new spiked helmet for himself. Yes, and done. I left the stomach wall space today. Ah. You left the stomach wall space. John Haito was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend what Zhou Wen meant. Thus Zhou Wen shared his experiences in the treasure cave with John Haito, omitting the details about acquiring the iron broadsword and fishbone armor blueprints as well as the voice of the Leviathan. Treasure cave. Giant worm. John Haito listened to Zhou Wen's account stunned. In the dark, narrow and damp cave, encountering a giant creature evoked a suffocating sense of fear and despair. Brother, when you weren't injured, were you? No serious injuries, just some scrapes. Fortunately I had the Leviathan's help, otherwise it would have been dangerous. Zhou Wen recalled the scene of using several wooden shields to fend off the burrowing rockworm, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. If you ever encounter a treasure cave before you go treasure hunting, you must let me know. I can provide some assistance. Thank you, Brother Wen, but isn't treasure hunting in the cave too dangerous? I think it's unnecessary to take that risk. John Haito was already scared just hearing Zhou Wen's account. He wouldn't dare to go on his own. How can that be? In this world of survival, the competition is all about acquiring resources and blueprints. The treasure caves yield rare resources. If you choose to retreat, you'll always be left behind. Currently, survivors may not cross paths, but what about in the future? If conflicts arise and you fall behind others, I don't need to say what happens next. All right. But Brother Wen, you must help me then. Don't worry, that's a given. Zhou Wen reminded John Haito not to mention the treasure cave to others and ended the conversation. After that, he used 10 portions of stone, 10 portions of glass and 10 portions of sand to craft a small aquarium. On his way back from the cave, Zhou Wen did not forget the gelatinous worms he had seen earlier. In the waterlogged cave there were many gelatinous worms, and he casually caught 10 of them, wrapping them in his clothing. These 10 gelatinous worms would be kept in this small aquarium. However, suddenly having 2 small aquariums each occupying 1 square meter left no space on the wooden platform. But the area of the wooden foundation couldn't be expanded. Zhou Wen thought for a moment. Since expansion wasn't possible, he would build upwards. Zhou Wen directly constructed 2 wooden bases on top of his 2 sleeping wooden platforms. The wooden bases were supported by 4 logs, leaving the center empty so Zhou Wen could still sleep in his previous position, though the space for sleeping appeared smaller. The 2 small aquariums were placed on the second level of the wooden base while Zhou Wen slept in the gap below. Why is it that as I develop faster my living space becomes more cramped? Zhou Wen, curled up in the remaining small sleeping area, couldn't help but complain. Before sleeping, Zhou Wen glanced at the private messages sent to him by various survivors on the system interface. There were thousands of these messages, most inquiring why he had suddenly stopped selling wooden bases. Zhou Wen ignored these messages. After leaving the stomach space, he naturally couldn't continue crafting. If all went well tomorrow, he would resume selling and these questions would no longer matter. Among them, one private message was from someone wanting to trade for the second algae oxygenator. Zhou Wen glanced at the blueprint the other party offered, which was the chopstick blueprint he had seen in the World Exchange channel. Zhou Wen immediately sent a private message to the other party and traded back the chopstick blueprint. Previously he had been troubled by not having chopsticks while eating a simple hot pot. Chopstick blueprint requires wood X1. After using the chopstick blueprint, Zhou Wen crafted the chopsticks directly. After enduring so much today, he decided to reward himself with a can of fruit. Opening the can of fruit, he first took a large sip of the sweet broth to wash away the fatigue of the day, then used the long chopsticks to easily pick up the fruit inside, savoring it. Having chopsticks is so convenient, it's delicious. On the 10th day, Zhou Wen awoke as usual and sat up from the wooden platform, only for his head to collide sharply with the wooden floorboard of the upper support structure above. HSS. Zhou Wen inhaled sharply through his teeth, recalling how he had installed 2 wooden support layers overhead the previous night. Having brought this upon himself, he could only sigh helplessly and gently massage the tender spot on his forehead before carefully wriggling out from the narrow gap between the upper and lower wooden frames. Yet the moment his arms braced against the wooden platform, searing fatigue surged through them, his biceps ached fiercely and a faint needle-like sting pulsed beneath the muscle. In yesterday's treasure cavern he had advanced almost entirely on sheer arm strength. During that grueling crawl he had even endured a test of endurance against burrowing stoneworms. When his life hung in the balance, adrenaline flooded his system, driving his muscles beyond their limits, and it was then most likely that his tendons sustained injury. Let there be no anchor-headed worms today, Zhou Wen murmured as he slowly crawled free, voicing a quiet, hopeful plea. With his arms utterly depleted of strength, today demanded full rest. Still, should anchor-headed worms truly appear, he would have no choice but to fight through the pain, though doing so risked re-injuring his tendons, delaying recovery even further. Wait, what happened to the 2 points I allocated to Constitution yesterday? Why is there no noticeable effect? Zhou Wen opened his character attribute panel. Zhou Wen baseline human attributes 10. Intelligence 10. Strength 10. 5. Constitution 12. Speed 14. Assessment: a healthy individual surpassing ordinary humans in physical capacity. My constitution is already a 12, well above average, so why is my injury recovery still so sluggish? Zhou Wen reasoned that such an increase ought to yield tangible results. Yet he overestimated. While heightened constitution does accelerate bodily recovery, a score of 12 conferred only a marginal improvement, not enough to heal serious injuries overnight. Indeed, without those 12 points of constitution, even sitting upright from the wooden platform would have been arduous today. Still, Zhou Wen voiced only mild complaint. After all, the precise effects of attribute enhancements remained unexplained by the system interface. Everything he knew was speculative, uncertain, and unverified. Having reviewed his constitution, Zhou Wen turned his gaze to strength and stared transfixed at his current value of 10.5. He had previously hypothesized that physical training could augment strength, and indeed his initial experiments confirmed it. He gained precisely 0.5 points. That success, however, occurred while his strength remained within the human baseline of 10. Now exceeding that threshold, he suspected push-ups alone would no longer suffice. Fine, I'll keep doing push-ups for now. At least let me close that final 0.5 point gap. Zhou Wen was still navigating the uncharted terrain of physical cultivation. Relying solely on conjecture was futile. Only patient experimentation and empirical observation could yield a reliable method for increasing strength. After reviewing his attributes, Zhou Wen began inspecting his possessions, first turning his attention to the boiling blood coral he had retrieved the day before. Since it had passed through the system interface, he worried the coral polyps might have suffered adverse effects. Holding his headlamp aloft, he directed its beam carefully across the small aquarium, scrutinizing the boiling blood coral. Satisfied that all polyps remained alive and active, he exhaled in quiet relief. But boiling blood coral polyps feed exclusively on blood. Where am I to source it? The thought of feeding them sent Zhou Wen into a dilemma. Surely he wouldn't draw his own blood. What about the blood of the illusory Leviathan? After careful consideration, he concluded it was the most viable option. The creature's immense size meant a minor bloodletting would cause negligible harm. Nonetheless, he ultimately dismissed the idea. For now, he refused to sacrifice the illusory Leviathan's blood solely for the sake of coral polyps. A better solution had already occurred to him: anchor-headed worms. Henceforth, whenever he encountered an anchor-headed worm, he would slay it and harvest its blood to nourish the coral polyps. If none appeared, he would simply post a request in the global exchange channel. One worm's blood would more than suffice to sustain a single polyp colony. He vividly recalled the first anchor-headed worm he'd slain, the violent gush of crimson as its blood sprayed across the cavern wall, astonishing in its volume. Having finished examining the boiling blood coral, he turned to the second aquarium, this one housing gelatinous turbularians. The water level was critically low. Having obtained no seawater upon his return, Zhou Wen had instead cupped seawater several times from the boiling blood coral's tank and transferred it into the turbularian enclosure. From what he'd observed in the cavern, turbularians did not require full submersion. Mere moisture sufficed to sustain their environment. All 10 specimens appeared healthy, gliding slowly across the inner glass surface of the aquarium, leaving behind glistening trails of viscous mucus. According to the biological compendium, gelatinous turbularians possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities, and their bodies could be processed into potent hemostatic gel. Eager to test their regenerative limits, Zhou Wen extracted a single specimen and cleanly bisected it mid-body with his fishbone knife, then placed both halves back into the aquarium. There was nothing left to do but wait. Rather than linger idly, Zhou Wen moved on to inspect the golden silk fruit he had long awaited. As he approached the kelp cultivation tank, his sharp eyes immediately caught sight of a slender 3 centimeter tall sapling nestled among the gravel, a delicate sea kelp radiant with lustrous gold under the light. It sprouted. His heart leapt with exhilaration, so intensely that for a moment he doubted his own vision. He blinked, refocused, examined it again and again, until certainty settled in. Yes, a flawless golden sapling stood rooted in the tank, and his joy erupted unrestrained. His reaction was hardly unwarranted. Golden silk kelp bore golden silk fruits, each granting 5 strength to the consumer, and also yielded the rare golden silk fibers required for forging the fishbone armor. Thus the significance of golden silk kelp to Zhou Wen was immeasurable. That it had finally germinated filled him with overwhelming elation. Chen Xian's prior attempt to trade golden silk fruits with Zhou Wen suggested she had acquired at least 2, implying a single kelp plant could bear no fewer than 2 fruits. Admittedly, she might have encountered extraordinary luck stumbling upon 2 separate kelp plants, but such odds were vanishingly slim, and Zhou Wen deemed it highly improbable. Moreover, he entertained a bolder hypothesis: perhaps each golden silk kelp could produce 3 fruits. Based on his own experience, he always consumed attribute-enhancing items twice. Only after confirming the second dose conferred no additional benefit would he consider selling the remainder. Chen Xian likely followed the same logic. Having consumed 2 golden silk fruits and verified diminishing returns, she sought Zhou Wen to trade away her third and final fruit. Gazing rapturously at the tender golden sapling, Zhou Wen's pulse quickened at the thought soon he would cultivate these rare power-amplifying fruits in abundance. Once he calmed his excitement, Zhou Wen turned to examine the rock crystal leaf tree he had retrieved the previous day. The rock crystal leaf tree still grew within the damaged spiked helmet, but there was no way to plant more on the wooden platform as there was simply no extra space. Zhou Wen could not plant outside the wooden platform either. The soil from the burrowing rockworm's droppings was simply mud and could not withstand the erosion of the seawater. However, the rock crystal leaf tree was a very important plant, as the fruits it bore could repeatedly increase attributes, and it provided 3 types of attributes. By the way, the watermelon will be ripe today. Once I pick the watermelon, I'll use the empty space to plant the rock crystal leaf tree. Everything has its priorities. The importance of the rock crystal leaf tree is far beyond that of watermelons and other crops. Zhou Wen was eager to make the rock crystal leaf tree bear fruits again to see just how many attribute points the fruits could increase. With a sense of urgency, Zhou Wen held the spiked helmet for planting the rock crystal leaf tree and arrived at the crop planting area. At a glance he saw a large oval watermelon larger than a basketball lying quietly among the vine leaves, its surface adorned with light and dark striped waves, while the originally vibrant green vines and leaves showed signs of wilting. Tap. Tap. Zhou Wen excitedly approached and gently patted the watermelon. It quivered slightly, producing a crisp thud sound, clearly indicating it was ripe. However, Zhou Wen did not immediately pick the large watermelon. Observing the wilting vines and leaves, he speculated that the watermelon would only be truly ripe once all the vines had wilted completely. Zhou Wen swallowed hard from the feedback of the patting. He knew this was definitely a good watermelon with thin skin and thick flesh. Temporarily suppressing the urge to eat the watermelon, Zhou Wen glanced at the sweet potatoes nearby. The sweet potatoes grew underground, and all he could see were the vine leaves, which had turned dark green, indicating they were old. The previously even ground was now slightly raised, suggesting the sweet potatoes were quite large. After reviewing the crops, it was almost time for the Leviathan to enter the feeding phase. Zhou Wen found a safe spot for the rock crystal leaf tree and then dove back into his sleeping area. At this moment he no longer felt the sleeping area was cramped, he only felt a sense of security. With the wooden foundation overhead and the algae oxygen chamber in front of him, he felt as though he was hiding in a very small house where external dangers could hardly harm him. However, safety aside, he still needed to wear his defensive gear properly, and Zhou Wen opened the blueprint interface to find the blueprint for the iron broadsword. Since he had a better weapon and the necessary materials to further enhance his safety, the fishbone knife was naturally to be temporarily retired. Zhou Wen directly clicked to craft it, and 3 iron ingots along with a piece of wood instantly transformed into a 1 meter long iron broadsword of blue light before him. The iron broadsword had a blade length of 70 centimeters and a handle length of 30 centimeters, allowing for a two-handed grip. The blade was wide at the front and narrow at the back, featuring a certain curvature between the blade and the tip suitable for slashing. It's a bit heavy. Zhou Wen held the iron broadsword with one hand, feeling its weight, which must have been around 10 pounds. This weight allowed him only to perform simple slashes with one hand, putting significant strain on his wrist. To truly wield the broadsword effectively, he needed to grip it with both hands, but he had never wielded a broadsword before, making it somewhat awkward for him. Looks like he'll need to practice. Zhou Wen gripped the broadsword with both hands and tried to slash a few times, feeling his arms were somewhat uncoordinated. There was no helping it. Zhou Wen was originally an ordinary person who had only used a kitchen knife. Now using a broadsword with both hands was naturally unfamiliar, and he could only get used to it through constant practice. Splash splash, the sound of surging seawater echoed inside his throat. Zhou Wen immediately collected his thoughts, hiding behind the algae oxygen chamber, listening intently to the movements in the water. Today he hoped not to encounter a hammerhead worm, as his arm tendon was injured. Simple slashing was fine, but using too much strength would undoubtedly worsen his injury. After carefully listening and inspecting the area with a mirror confirming there were no hammerhead worms in the water, Zhou Wen opened the blueprint interface and crafted 21 algae oxygen chambers. Last night he had traded for the blueprint of the chopsticks and had traded away the algae oxygen chambers he was using. Now he was replacing them. The remaining 20 were still listed in the trading channel for survivors to purchase. After some time, it seemed Zhou Wen's hopes came true, or perhaps he was just lucky he safely passed through today's feeding phase. However, not all survivors were so fortunate. The number of deaths today matched Zhou Wen's earlier predictions, gradually climbing to over 50,000. Seeing such a high death toll, Zhou Wen felt helpless and could only continue selling wooden foundations to provide survivors with a bit of defensive means. Zhang Haitao also encountered an attack from a hammerhead worm. However, thanks to Zhou Wen teaching him to hide behind the algae oxygen chamber, he avoided being dragged into the water like Zhou Wen was before. Waiting safely on the wooden platform for the seawater to recede, the hammerhead worm's agility significantly decreased without the seawater. Relying on the heavy spiked armor Zhou Wen had given him and the fish bone blade in his hand, Zhang Haitao stood motionless, waiting for the hammerhead worm to latch onto his body, then swung the knife forcefully to slash at the soft body of the hammerhead worm, successfully killing it. After hearing this, Zhou Wen immediately asked Zhang Haitao to send over the hammerhead worm's corpse and poured its blood into the small aquarium where the boiling blood coral was located. The blood turned the clear seawater in the tank red, and the coral polyps on the boiling blood coral became excited, beginning to sway their tiny tentacles to absorb the blood in the seawater. After feeding the boiling blood coral polyps, Zhou Wen threw a portion of the seaweed left from the feeding phase into the tank of the gel worm as their food. After finishing all this, Zhou Wen began to move the seaweed. Today, due to his arm injury, he couldn't exert too much force, so he moved a bit slower, taking nearly 2 hours. However, spending an extra hour wouldn't affect the number of resource boxes obtained. Hooray, it's time to eat watermelon. While transporting the seaweed, Zhou Wen noticed that all the watermelon vines had wilted, indicating that the watermelon was completely ripe. After moving the seaweed, he hurriedly climbed onto the wooden platform and picked the large watermelon from the wilted vines. The iron broadsword he had just crafted was perfect for cutting the watermelon. Zhou Wen, holding a watermelon, arrived at the wooden platform beneath his resting area. He removed the algae oxygenation tank that served as a wall, clearing a larger space and placing the watermelon atop the wooden platform. After so many days, it has finally ripened. Zhou Wen recalled the scene from 6 days ago when he had just planted the watermelon seeds. Though the time was not long, he felt as if it had been ages. The reason, of course, was that so much had happened in those 6 days, keeping his mental state in a constant state of busyness, making each day feel as if it had been infinitely prolonged. Zhou Wen reflected on how he had initially thought of large-scale planting for self-sufficiency when he first sowed the watermelon seeds, but in reality that idea was difficult to achieve. The space of the stomach wall is limited, although it will gradually expand with the growth of the phantasmagorical Leviathan. It is a long process. To truly achieve self-sufficiency and no longer worry about food, at least 20 to 30 small planting boxes are needed, which translates to around 20 to 30 square meters. Currently the stomach wall space has indeed expanded a bit due to the growth of the phantasmagorical Leviathan, but this growth is evenly distributed across the stomach wall space, which is insufficient to accommodate more wooden bases. Based on the current growth rate of the phantasmagorical Leviathan, which is about 1 meter per day, it would take roughly 20 days for the stomach wall space to grow by 1 meter. Thus, if he wants to place 20 to 30 small planting boxes, the side length of the stomach wall space must reach at least 10 meters, resulting in a total area of 100 square meters. Zhou Wen's wooden base typically occupies 1/5 or 1/4 of the stomach wall space, which means there are approximately 20 to 25 square meters available for farming, not accounting for the minimum requirements of the living area. By this calculation, to reach a level of self-sufficiency, at least 100 days would be needed, but Zhou Wen had only been in this world for 10 days. In these 10 days he had faced the brink of death 4 times, nearly suffocating on the first day while transporting seaweed, almost being strangled by an anchor worm on the 4th day, nearly drowning after being pulled into the water by 2 anchor worms on the 7th day, and having no means of resistance against a burrowing rockworm in the treasure cave on the 9th day. Reflecting on these experiences, Zhou Wen realized that his 10 days had been exceptionally perilous, and now he needed to achieve self-sufficiency in 100 days. Whether he would still be alive by then was a question. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Eating watermelon is the most important thing now. Zhou Wen shook these troubling thoughts from his mind, raised the iron blade in his hand, and gently struck the center of the watermelon. Crack! As the blade sliced through the watermelon rind, a crisp sound echoed, and the entire watermelon split open on its own. Zhou Wen set down the iron blade and, using both hands, pulled apart the watermelon that had split mostly in half with ease, revealing a large expanse of bright red flesh before his eyes. Wow! This watermelon! Zhou Wen was stunned. This watermelon could be described as a dream come true. Everyone knows that the best part of a watermelon is the seedless heart in the middle, where a big bite is crisp and sweet with no seeds to spit out, allowing one to fully enjoy the sweetness and freshness of the fruit. The watermelon Zhou Wen cultivated, however, was entirely made of flesh as tender as the heart, appearing firm, plump, crystalline, and rich in juice. The rind was so thin it measured only 2 to 3 millimeters and was incredibly tender, easily peeling off from the bright red flesh with just a gentle tug. Of course, this watermelon was not completely seedless. Nestled among the vibrant red flesh were 2 dark watermelon seeds quietly embedded within the plump fruit. Zhou Wen looked at these 2 conspicuous seeds against the bright red flesh and smiled with delight, carefully plucking them out. With seeds he could continue to plant more watermelons. Chop! 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 After several swift cuts, half of the watermelon was sliced into 7 or 8 pieces. Zhou Wen immediately grabbed a piece of watermelon and, unable to contain his excitement, brought it to his mouth. As he took a big bite, the firm and crisp flesh burst open, spraying sweet juice throughout his mouth, and the delightful fragrance of the fruit filled him with a sense of happiness. This is just too delicious. Zhou Wen had never tasted such a wonderful watermelon before. Previously he thought canned fruit was a treat, but compared to this watermelon it was like night and day. Zhou Wen kept eating non-stop, quickly finishing half the watermelon. Feeling his slightly swollen stomach and looking at the remaining half, he felt a bit regretful that his stomach was too small to finish the whole watermelon. Let me cut half for Zhang Haitao. After all, he wouldn't be able to finish it, and if he stored it in the storage cabinet, the taste would surely diminish by the evening. Wow! Brother Wen, where did you get this watermelon? It looks too amazing. Zhang Haitao was stunned when he received the watermelon from Zhou Wen. He had never seen such beautiful watermelon flesh, resembling a piece of red ruby. It was grown from the watermelon seeds you gave me back then. Ah! Brother Wen, you can plant now. Yes, do you want to plant some? I do. But is it possible? Although Zhang Haitao was not overly concerned, he was not foolish either. In a world where even basic necessities must be procured from resource boxes, the importance of farming was self-evident. He didn't think Zhou Wen would provide him with the necessary items for farming. Of course, I can send you 2 small planting boxes. You'll need to acquire the seeds yourself. Zhou Wen opened the blueprint interface, directly crafted 2 small planting boxes, and sent them to Zhang Haitao along with 2 portions of low-grade fertilizer. Currently relying solely on his limited space, he could not expand planting. The best solution was to increase manpower, allowing trusted individuals to farm. Thank you for your support, Brother Wen. Don't be so formal. Since you call me brother, I naturally have to look out for you. By the way, the 2 portions of low-grade fertilizer can be used after you plant the seeds, 1 portion for each small planting box to speed up crop growth. Alright, Brother Wen, I am already in the process of acquiring seeds. After finishing his conversation with Zhang Haitao, Zhou Wen looked at the remaining quarter of the watermelon, hesitated for a moment, and opened Chen Xin's avatar to send her a message. Miss Chen, didn't you want to collaborate with me before? Yes, it's been so many days I thought Mr. Zhou had forgotten about me. I was wondering how Mr. Zhou had been considering it. I can agree to collaborate with you, but you need to submit 2 of the 5 blueprints you obtained from selling the 10 algae oxygenation tanks as a foundation for trust. Moreover, you need to send me all 5 blueprints and I will select 2 that I need, returning the rest to you. Zhou Wen, this request seems a bit excessive. How can I be sure you are not deceiving me with the blueprints? Trust between people must be cultivated gradually, and when I previously traded the golden silk fruit with you, Miss Chen, I already demonstrated my integrity. Mr. Zhou, if you say so, then I already trusted you once before, delivering the golden silk fruit to you in advance. Now you ask me to wager that trust again with even greater stakes. That seems unreasonable. Since you have already placed your trust in me once, Miss Chen, why not extend it once more? Doing so would deepen the bond of mutual trust between us. That won't do. Why must I always be the one to trust you rather than the other way around? With demand for wooden foundations soaring, must you really craft them non-stop? Surely that exhausts you. Why not entrust me with the blueprint? I'll manufacture and sell them on your behalf, and I swear I'll return the blueprint intact. This time, Mr. Zhou, place your trust in me. What do you say? The wooden foundation blueprint is non-negotiable. I will not hand it over to you. Zhou Wen rejected the proposal outright. The wooden foundation blueprint was far too critical to hinge on mere trust. It had to remain firmly in his own hands. He would surrender it only if someone else independently discovered an identical blueprint. Mr. Zhou, with such an attitude, how can we possibly build trust between us? Miss Chen, don't confuse priority. You are joining my team. You must earn my trust, not the reverse. Still, given our long-standing rapport in this world, I've decided to genuinely welcome you onto the team. Of course, should you find my terms excessive, you're free to decline. Only please keep our arrangements confidential. After reading Zhou Wen's message, Chen Xin hesitated. Though this oath of trust clearly placed her at a disadvantage, she deeply respected Zhou Wen's integrity, proven across numerous prior transactions. Moreover, who else could she possibly join? Zhou Wen held the most blueprints and resources in the world. Even if she founded her own faction, she could never rival his momentum. After careful reflection, she resolved to submit the oath, but on her own terms. Mr. Zhou, I don't possess 5 blueprints, I hold only 4. As for aldol oxygen generators, I've sold 8 units but retained 2 for personal use. After all, I acquired only 1 from you earlier, and stable oxygen supply requires at least 2 units. I'll let you choose among the 4 blueprints, but not all at once. Then what do you propose? I'll send you 1 blueprint. You examine it, then return it. Then I'll send another, repeating this process 4 times. Once you've reviewed all 4, tell me which 2 you require. I'll hand those over permanently. Agreed. This method truly embodies mutual trust. Chen Xin's approach proved far more sophisticated than Zhou Wen's blunt demand for blind faith. Though the blueprints cycled back and forth, ultimately returning to her hands, their reciprocal exchange quietly deepened the foundation of trust between them. Once Zhou Wen consented, Chen Xin transmitted the first blueprint. Zhou Wen opened it. Wooden bowl blueprint. For a moment he was speechless. Was it valuable? To him, yes. He already possessed the chopsticks blueprint, completing a matched set. Yet to most others it was utterly worthless. After reviewing it, Zhou Wen returned the blueprint. Chen Xin sent the next. Wooden table blueprint. He glanced briefly, then sent it back. Useful, yet still insignificant in value. Stone mortar blueprint. From its simple schematic, Zhou Wen deduced it was designed for grinding powders. Could boiling blood powder require precisely this mortar to pulverize boiling blood coral? He concluded instantly he needed this blueprint, though for now he'd return it. Spiked gloves blueprint. Spiked armor includes gloves too. Zhou Wen blinked, puzzled. He'd assumed his spiked armor set was already complete. Yet the spiked gloves offered negligible value. Their defensive coverage was minimal. Survivors would prefer wooden shields which protected vital organs, far superior in practical utility. For those owning the full spiked armor set, the gloves were merely ornamental, neither essential nor transformative. Which 2 do you require? Chen Xin asked after Zhou Wen had reviewed and returned all blueprints. The stone mortar and the spiked gloves. Having reached his decision, Chen Xin wasted no words, immediately transmitting both blueprints. Welcome, Chen Xin, to our team. We look forward to your meaningful contributions. Zhou Wen sent the remaining watermelons. Upon receiving them, Chen Xin was stunned by their flawless perfection, and the first bite left her awestruck by their crisp sweetness and refreshing juiciness. How did you obtain these watermelons? Chen Xin echoed Zhang Haitao's earlier question. Heavenly, aren't they? Grown by my own hand. But if you wish to cultivate them yourself, prove your dedication to the team. Unlike Zhang Haitao, naive and moved by sentiment, Chen Xin was sharp-minded, driven solely by tangible incentives. Thus she needed a clear goal, the small-scale cultivation box. And only Zhou Wen would determine when or if she earned it. By the way, what's your current strength stat? Zhou Wen suddenly recalled Chen Xin had consumed the golden silk fruit. Her strength must now surpass his. 13 points. Why do you ask? Can you move freely while wearing the full spiked armor set? Yes, but prolonged wear is exhausting. Understood. Stay loyal to the team, perform well, and I'll reward you with a strength-boosting consumable. This sounds suspiciously like a heartless boss dangling empty promises. Ha! I'm no heartless boss, I honor every word I speak. With that, Zhou Wen ended the conversation and immediately applied his two newly acquired blueprints. Stone mortar blueprint requires 2 stones. Spiked gloves blueprint requires 2 spiked phosphor shrimp shells, 5 fabric scraps. Neither item demanded scarce materials, Zhou Wen crafted both without delay. Slipping on the spiked gloves, he noted the dorsal surface was fully armored with chitinous plates studded with short sharp spines, while the palms, crafted from the flexible abdominal shell of the spiked phosphor shrimp, allowed dexterous movement. All in all, they felt remarkably functional. The stone mortar meanwhile was intended for his experiment with boiling blood coral powder, a crucial step toward uncovering its precise application. Zhou Wen temporarily put away the stone mortar. The watermelon was already finished and the small planting box was empty. He needed to transplant the rock crystal leaf tree into the small planting box. However, considering that the rock crystal leaf tree had directly grown in the dung of the burrowing rockworm in the treasure cave, Zhou Wen did not transplant the rock crystal leaf tree into the soil of the small planting box. Instead, he took out 3 portions of burrowing rockworm dung from the storage cabinet and spread it directly on the soil layer of the small planting box. Then he transplanted the rock crystal leaf tree on top of the dung, which was more in line with the growth environment of the rock crystal leaf tree. With that, the transplantation was complete, and now he hoped the rock crystal leaf tree would continue to bear rock fruits. After transplanting the rock crystal leaf tree, Zhou Wen took another look at the golden silk seagrass seedlings. These 2 plants had special effects and he needed to take good care of them. Previously he had acquired gold ore through the world trading channel, and now he had 5 pieces. Zhou Wen carefully placed these 5 pieces of gold ore around the golden silk seagrass seedlings, forming a circle to facilitate the absorption of gold elements. After doing all this, Zhou Wen took out the stone mortar again and came to the small aquarium where the boiling blood coral was located. At this time, the seawater in the aquarium, which had previously been dyed red by the blood of the anchor headworm, had become clear again. Clearly, the blood in the seawater had been completely absorbed by the boiling blood coral. Moreover, Zhou Wen felt that the boiling blood coral seemed to have grown a little, though he wasn't sure if it was just his illusion. It seems that the growth rate of the boiling blood coral is quite fast. Zhou Wen had originally worried that it would take a long time for the boiling blood coral to recover after he took a segment from it, but now it seemed that his concerns were unnecessary. The overall shape of the boiling blood coral resembled deer antlers. Zhou Wen reached into the small aquarium to find the thinnest and smallest antler and tried to break it, but it wouldn't budge. So hard. This thin antler that Zhou Wen was trying to break was only the size of his pinky, and he thought it would come off easily. Since he couldn't break it with his hands, he decided to use a heavy weapon. He lifted a large iron knife and slowly lowered it into the water, moving the tip of the knife next to the thin antler and gently tapping the forked connection with a light force. The hardness of the iron knife and the sharpness of the blade were not something the coral could withstand. The delicate coral was directly broken, and Zhou Wen quickly withdrew the iron knife, pulling the broken piece of coral out of the water. This small piece of coral was still inhabited by a dozen boiling blood coral worms, but these worms were connected to the coral itself and couldn't detach. Naturally, Zhou Wen ignored them. In any case, there were still many coral worms in the small aquarium. After some time, their numbers would return to normal. Wait a minute, can't I break off a few more pieces of boiling blood coral and replant them in the sand? With sufficient blood supply, they could gradually grow into new boiling blood corals. Zhou Wen felt that this idea was quite feasible. The growth of the boiling blood coral relied on the calcified bodies of the coral worms. As long as the coral worms were alive and provided with enough food, they would surely grow. In this way, Zhou Wen's boiling blood corals would multiply endlessly, providing an inexhaustible supply. However, Zhou Wen only had this idea for now. The overall size of the boiling blood coral was still small, and it wasn't time to divide them yet. Moreover, he didn't have extra materials to make another small aquarium, so this idea was temporarily unfeasible. Putting the thought aside, Zhou Wen prepared to start grinding the boiling blood coral into powder. The stone mortar consists of 2 items: a stone bowl for holding the material and a pestle for grinding. Zhou Wen placed a small piece of boiling blood coral into the stone bowl and began to crush it with the pestle. Bang! 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 Zhou Wen used the pestle to hit the boiling blood coral in the stone bowl a few times with moderate force. The coral worms resting on the surface of the coral were crushed and fine crimson blood seeped out from their bodies. Zhou Wen frowned slightly, feeling inexplicably cruel, but he did not stop until the coral was completely smashed. The main body of the boiling blood coral was different from that of corals on Earth. The main body of Earth corals was white, while the boiling blood coral was entirely blood red. After smashing it, Zhou Wen began to grind it in circles with the pestle in the stone bowl. He didn't know how fine it needed to be anyway. The description said it had to be powder, so the finer the better. Ding! Obtained a small portion of boiling blood coral powder X1. Ding! Small portion of boiling blood coral powder increases physique by 3, strength by 5, speed by 5 for 10 minutes, accelerates injury recovery, can only be taken once a day. Wow! This effect is incredibly amazing. Hearing the description of the boiling blood coral powder in his mind, Zhou Wen felt his heart race. Zhou Wen had previously thought that the boiling blood coral powder was some kind of poison that would cause anyone who ingested it to have their blood boil to death. It was understandable why he thought this, as just the name sounded ominous, not to mention that the food of the boiling blood coral worms was blood. But unexpectedly contrary to his assumption, it turned out to be a temporary enhancement item increasing both strength and speed by 5 points. These 5 points of enhancement should not be underestimated. Zhou Wen was currently wearing a full set of spiked armor and felt exhausted after moving a little. Chen Xian had 13 points of strength and could not move for long in a full set of spiked armor. However, once he took the boiling blood coral powder, his strength instantly increased by 5 points to 18, allowing him to move freely for 10 minutes, and his speed would be incredibly fast. A life-saving weapon. Zhou Wen was smiling ear to ear as he prepared to personally test the effects of the boiling blood coral. He poured the boiling blood coral powder from the stone bowl into his mouth. It was a bit dry, so he took a sip of mineral water to swallow all the powder. Ding! Physique 3, Strength 5, Speed 5. A prompt about the increase in attributes echoed in his mind. The next moment Zhou Wen felt as if all the blood in his body was boiling, his skin slightly reddening, and an unprecedented sense of strength filled him. Zhou Wen normal person's attributes 10 points, intelligence 10, strength 15. 5 physique 15, speed 19. Evaluation after taking the medicine attributes temporarily exceed those of ordinary people. Oh. This evaluation can even distinguish temporary enhancement attributes. Zhou Wen found it quite interesting. After checking his attributes, Zhou Wen immediately put on the full set of spiked armor, not forgetting the spiked gloves. He held a wooden shield in his left hand and an iron knife in his right. Even while wearing the full set of spiked armor, he could still feel the heaviness of his body, but it was much better than when he had 10. 5 strength. Now he could swing his arms freely without any effort, unaffected by the weight of the spiked bracers, and his body movements became more agile, allowing him to run quickly while wearing the armor. However, with 19 points of speed, Zhou Wen did not feel a significant difference, likely due to the weight of the spiked armor suppressing his speed. So Zhou Wen took off the entire spiked armor and began to run in the space of his stomach. Now his 19 points of speed were fully unleashed. Zhou Wen ran as if he had learned lightness skills, moving incredibly fast, a speed that would definitely shatter the short distance running world record on Earth. Ding! Strength 5, Speed 5. The prompt sound rang again. 10 minutes had passed and the enhancement effect of the boiling blood coral powder disappeared. Zhou Wen felt as though he suddenly wilted, going from invincible to weak and helpless. No wonder it can only be used once a day. It turns out there is a weakness effect after the enhancement. Zhou Wen felt that all the energy in his body had been drained. Fortunately, the dangerous feeding phase was over, otherwise in his current state he would not even have the strength to wield a knife against the anchorworm. Next, Zhou Wen had nothing much to do. After picking up the spiked armor he had thrown on the ground earlier, he crawled back into the narrow resting area. As soon as he entered the resting area, Zhou Wen suddenly noticed that the pain in his arm tendons had disappeared. He hesitantly did 2 push-ups and found that he was indeed fine. The recovery effect from the blood-boiling coral powder is quite strong, Zhou Wen exclaimed in surprise. Overall, the blood-boiling coral powder has a very comprehensive enhancement effect. It boosts strength, speed, and recovery ability. Moreover, the first use permanently increases constitution by 3 points, but it can only be used in critical situations. After all, one falls into weakness after the enhancement, making it a trump card. I wonder if the hemostatic gel from the gel worm can also be made using a stone mortar. Zhou Wen, feeling a bit lethargic, curled up in the resting area, quietly pondering while recovering his stamina and energy. As he thought, his eyelids began to droop. The aftereffects of the blood-boiling coral were just too strong, but now was certainly not the time to sleep. In just over an hour, the illusory Leviathan would swallow the first supply box of the day. Although the supply box phase had been relatively safe these days, one could not let their guard down. With this thought, Zhou Wen got up and took a can of fruit from the storage cabinet, also grabbing a pair of chopsticks. Opening the can of fruit, Zhou Wen slowly started to eat with chopsticks. Having just tasted fresh and delicious watermelon not long ago, the status of the canned fruit had plummeted in Zhou Wen's eyes. He even felt that the texture of the canned fruit was terrible and the syrup was overly sweet, far inferior to the watermelon. I really am quite ungrateful, he mused. Zhou Wen laughed at himself. Among the survivors, the majority had never eaten canned fruit yet. He was now being picky. Time passed slowly, and after more than an hour a sound of water came from his esophagus. Zhou Wen finished the canned fruit and rested for another hour, recovering much of his energy. The esophagus opened and seawater surged into the stomach space. The first supply box of the day had arrived. Zhou Wen donned his spiked armor, entering a state of combat readiness, slowing his breathing rate to listen to the movements in the water when he heard creatures swimming rapidly, causing a great commotion. Mirror skin barracuda. The sounds from the creature in the water felt very familiar to Zhou Wen. Once the seawater receded, he indeed heard the familiar sounds of the fish jumping. Zhou Wen shone a light and a silvery streak was leaping up and down. It was confirmed to be a mirror skin barracuda. Zhou Wen crawled out of the resting area, first finding the supply box to open it, and waited until the barracuda was too exhausted to jump before dealing with it. Ding! Gold ore X1. Another piece of gold ore. It seems I have a good chance of finding these rare ores now, Zhou Wen said, walking over to the seaweed planting box to place the gold ore near the golden seaweed. Now that my energy has recovered a bit, let's see how the gel worm that was cut in half is doing. Zhou Wen approached the aquarium where the gel worm was being raised and found that the seaweed he had thrown in earlier had been mostly eaten. The number of gel worms had increased to 11, but 2 of them were half the size of the others. So, it split in half and became two. Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. This is not just strong recovery ability, it clearly has strong regeneration abilities. Zhou Wen exclaimed in astonishment, then reached out to grab a small gel worm and threw it into the stone mortar, preparing to experiment with his idea. He crushed the gel worm's body with a pestle. This process was even more brutal than grinding the blood-boiling coral worm, as it was a living creature. However, there was no choice. According to the introduction of the gel worm, it was intended to be used to create hemostatic gel. Fortunately, the entire body of the gel worm was made of gel containing no blood, so it did not appear too bloody. Since the gel worm's body was very soft, Zhou Wen did not have to exert much effort, and soon the gel worm turned into a thick blob of gel. Ding! Obtained hemostatic gel X1. Ding! Hemostatic gel, when applied to a wound with heavy bleeding, can immediately stop the bleeding and slightly accelerate the healing process. It really works, and its effect is quite significant. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up upon hearing the notification indicating that his previous idea was indeed correct. After carefully listening to the effects of the hemostatic gel, joy appeared on Zhou Wen's face. The effects of the hemostatic gel were tremendous. Previously, the anchor worm had bitten a blood hole in the stomach wall, causing blood to gush out. At that time, Zhou Wen had no way to stop it. Fortunately, the size of the sunlight ball worm was just right to plug the wound, otherwise he could only watch the blood continuously flow out. Now with the hemostatic gel, he had a method to treat the illusory Leviathan. If any creature were to bite the stomach wall space again, he could use the hemostatic gel to repair the wound. Thinking about the importance of the hemostatic gel to the illusory Leviathan, Zhou Wen felt that 10 gel worms were indeed too few. In case of a large wound appearing in the stomach wall space in the future, these few gel worms would clearly not be enough. Thus he lifted his iron blade and cut the 9 larger ones in half. Then from the storage cabinet he took out 2 portions of seaweed he had purchased and placed them into the small aquarium to increase the number of gel worms. If I had known, I should have caught a few more yesterday, Zhou Wen said with some regret. Currently, since Zhou Wen and the illusory Leviathan's stomach wall space had no injuries, the hemostatic gel he made was temporarily useless, so he stored it in the cabinet. Next, it was time to deal with the mirror skin barracuda. With the experience of having processed 3 before, Zhou Wen was very skilled, and with an even sharper iron blade, cutting the fish meat became simpler. The meat of the mirror skin barracuda was divided into 3 portions and listed on the trading channel still for trading pieces of the illusory Leviathan's growth food encyclopedia. He had now collected 6 pieces and needed just 4 more to complete a full encyclopedia. Seeing the silver fish bones in his hand, Zhou Wen decided to make a fish bone knife and list it on the trading channel as well to trade for pieces. Since he was just 4 pieces short, he might as well collect them all at once. Trading fish bone knives for pieces would certainly be a loss, because currently fish bone knives are among the top tier weapons among all survivors. Although some people had obtained the wooden sword blueprint, how could a wooden sword compare to a fish bone knife? The sharpness and hardness are on entirely different levels. Thus, using fish bone knives to trade for valuable blueprints was indeed the most suitable. However, since Zhou Wen was about to collect all the pieces, he no longer considered the gains and losses. As soon as the fish bone knife was listed, someone traded immediately. Zhou Wen instantly received a piece, and shortly after, the 3 portions of mirror skin barracuda meat were also traded, resulting in 4 pieces appearing in his hands. Finally complete. Zhou Wen took out the 6 fragments he had previously stored from the storage cabinet and placed them together with the 4 fragments in his hand. Synthesize. A prompt sounded in his mind, and Zhou Wen unhesitatingly chose to synthesize. In an instant, the 10 fragments transformed into blue light, gradually piecing together in midair, forming a blue screen that recorded 5 levels of accelerated growth food. First type fruit planted by survivors feed 5 tons to the illusory Leviathan. Growth speed can be increased by 10. Second type crimson kelp feed 10 tons to the illusory Leviathan. Growth speed increases by 20. Third type bamboo sea fungus feed 10 tons to the illusory Leviathan. Growth speed increases by 30. Fourth type golden sea grass feed 10 tons to the illusory Leviathan. Growth speed increases by 50. Fifth type golden giant algae feed 1 ton to the illusory Leviathan. Growth speed increases by 100. After reading the food descriptions in the accelerated growth guide, Zhou Wen was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't accomplish any of the 5 types of accelerated growth food listed. The first type seemed the simplest. It only required planting fruits in a small planting box. However, where would he find such a large area to place the small planting boxes for the 5 tons? Even if he filled his stomach space, he still couldn't grow them. As for the second type crimson kelp, the third type bamboo sea fungus, and the 5th type golden giant algae, he had never even heard of them. He was currently planting only a pitiful single seedling of the 4th type. What the hell? What's the difference between having the guide and not having it? Zhou Wen smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat helpless. However, the guide wasn't entirely useless. Aside from the first type, it provided detailed descriptions of the other 4 types of seaweed, complete with corresponding images, so if he encountered them in the future, Zhou Wen could recognize them immediately. With this thought in mind, Zhou Wen carefully reviewed all the information on the 4 types of seaweed, especially their appearances, to avoid missing them if he encountered them later. After roughly memorizing the information in his mind, Zhou Wen put away the guide for the illusory Leviathan's accelerated growth food. The guide transformed into blue light and entered his character attribute interface, forming a small square behind his name with a character for food written on it. Clicking on it would pop up the accelerated growth food guide, which was quite convenient. With this thought in mind, Zhou Wen carefully reviewed all the information on the 4 types of seaweed, especially their appearances, to avoid missing them if he encountered them later. It was simply selling the small planting boxes and allowing other survivors to grow fruits, and then he would purchase the basic materials. In this way, with a large number of survivors, planting the 5 tons could be achieved quite easily. Zhou Wen calculated a bit. He estimated the weight of the watermelons he had eaten before. Each one weighed approximately 10 pounds, which equals about 5 kilograms. 1 ton equals 1,000 kilograms, which means 200 watermelons, and 5 tons equals 1,000 watermelons. This quantity seems large, but compared to over 90 million survivors, it is merely a drop in the ocean. The problem is Zhou Wen didn't want to distribute the small planting boxes right now, so he had to find 1,000 trustworthy people who would follow his instructions. But where could he find such 1,000 trustworthy individuals? Just as Zhou Wen was pondering a solution, a private message came through. "Hello Big Shot, my name is Zhou Wen. I just formed a guild with over 1,000 survivors in the World Communication Channel and would like to invite you to be our vice president. I wonder if we have the honor to earn your favor." Guild. The world system can form guilds now. Zhou Wen felt a bit puzzled and immediately opened the World Communication Channel to search, but there was no option for forming a guild. No, this guild is self-organized by us. The power of one person is ultimately limited, and only by uniting can we achieve faster development. This is also the purpose of forming the guild. I see, that sounds good. Thank you for the invitation, but I don't want to join any organization right now. If I decide to join later, I will definitely choose your guild. Big Shot, please don't refuse just yet. Think it over. If you have any requirements, feel free to tell us and we will do our best to accommodate them. No thank you. After Zhou Wen refused again, he stopped communicating with Zhou Wen, who continued to send several private messages, but Zhou Wen paid no attention. Moreover, it wasn't just Zhou Wen inviting him, many newly formed guilds were also inviting him to be their vice president or even president, but he had turned them all down. After browsing the World Communication Channel, he found that many people were starting to form guilds. This guild lacked the rules of the world system and relied solely on the members' self-discipline, which Zhou Wen felt was highly unreliable. Besides, why should Zhou Wen join someone else's guild? If he wanted to, he could just form his own. That said, forming a guild is indeed a great survival strategy, allowing resources from everyone to be concentrated and used together. For instance, trading valuable blueprints. After obtaining blueprints in a guild could be sold to guild members at a cheaper price. But the premise is that everyone must be self-disciplined and follow the guild's rules, otherwise it would be very difficult for the guild to maintain normal operations. Zhou Wen felt that it was too difficult for everyone to be self-disciplined, especially the upper echelons of the guild. In a short time, if they amassed a large amount of resources from the lower members in an environment without rules, human greed would expand endlessly. Of course, there would definitely be those who want to make the guild successful, like Zhou Wen and a few others who had invited him. Zhou Wen's prestige was high and his reputation was good. Once invited into a guild, it would be akin to adding a guarantee to the rules established by the guild. If someone were to violate the guild's rules under Zhou Wen's powerful influence, it would be absolutely possible to make those who break the rules find it hard to survive in this world. This is the main reason they all came to invite Zhou Wen. To make the guild successful, it must include someone of high prestige. Of course, the close ones would benefit first, allowing them to obtain Zhou Wen's good things at the lowest price. Boss Zhou, many people are forming guilds now. Shouldn't we also form one? With your reputation, it would definitely be the most powerful guild. Chen Xian sent a message asking Zhou Wen if he would form a guild. I'm not forming one, but you can form one in your name. After all, the method of transporting seagrass was proposed by you and you have quite a reputation among the survivors. Why do you keep asking for the fishbone blade schematic? You don't even have the materials to craft it, giving it to you would be pointless. It's true, it's useless to me now. But I can post the fishbone blade specifications in the global channel for promotion. Weapon schematics are exceedingly rare at present, and given the blade's exceptional power, it will undoubtedly attract well-resourced survivors to join our guild. Zhou Wen read Chen Xian's message and instantly grasped her intent. She sought to rally affluent survivors by leveraging the fishbone blade, the strongest weapon currently available, and thereby forge the most powerful guild. In truth, Zhou Wen already possessed the iron greatsword schematic and could have entrusted her with the fishbone blade schematic, but he harbored deep reservations about trusting Chen Xian. Most survivors were now forming guilds. With her pre-existing influence and the allure of the fishbone blade schematic, Chen Xian could easily build a formidable guild and then sever ties with Zhou Wen entirely. Yet on the other hand, perpetual suspicion and distrust would render inviting her into the alliance utterly meaningless. Very well, I'll give you the fishbone blade schematic. But you must return it to me every evening without fail. Agreed. To be honest, I never intended to hold on to it permanently. I lack the materials anyway, so the schematic is useless for crafting. I only requested it to show prospective members, giving them something tangible to hope for. I hadn't expected you'd actually agree, Boss Zhou. Could it be, you've acquired an even superior schematic? We're allies, stop constantly scheming against one another. Focus on building your guild well and I'll reward you accordingly. Is it a farming-related item? No, it will be revealed only once your guild is fully established. Their conversation concluded. Zhou Wen extracted the fishbone blade schematic from the system interface and transmitted it to Chen Xian, a test much like the one he had administered to Jian Haitao, though this wager carried far greater stakes. Almost immediately upon receiving the schematic, Chen Xian broadcast its details across the global communication channel and formally founded the Survivor Guild. Membership in the Survivor Guild demanded a steep entrance fee, 300 units of basic materials. Nonetheless, applicants flooded in. First, Chen Xian already commanded considerable renown. Second, the fishbone blade schematic held immense strategic value. And third, having previously sold 10 algal oxygen generators, many believed she could privately procure such devices from Zhou Wen. Since there was no official guild channel provided by the world system, new members typically prefixed their names with the guild's title in the system communication channel, allowing instant identification of affiliation. This method, however, suffered from a critical flaw: anyone could freely alter their displayed name, enabling imposters to masquerade as guild members. To counter this, guild leaders maintained photographic records of each member's avatar. Names could be changed, but avatars remained fixed. Using the system's built-in camera function, leaders preserved these images to verify genuine membership. Chen Xian swiftly recruited 500 members, nearly half of whom possessed schematics, albeit of modest value: the simple filter schematic, wooden axe schematic, wooden spear schematic, and others. Though not highly prized, these schematics retain steady market demand, allowing their holders to trade them for essential supplies, especially vital now amid relentless assaults by anchor headworms. Desperate survivors pinned their hopes on these wooden weapons, enabling their schematic holders to reap substantial if modest profits. That one holding the simple filter schematic, isn't he the same fellow who sells filtered water? Zhou Wen murmured softly, scanning the schematic list Chen Xian had forwarded. A wooden hut schematic. As Zhou Wen scrolled further, his expression brightened instantly. He sent Chen Xian a message without delay. Acquire that wooden hut schematic, by any means necessary. I've already asked. Why not? Surely its value hasn't risen significantly yet. It wasn't until you began mass selling wooden foundations. Once players realized wooden huts could be constructed atop them, the schematic's worth surged dramatically, now trailing only the spiked helmet schematic in desirability. Were it not for the requirement of 4 foundations per hut, its value would have already surpassed that of the spiked helmet. Wait, that can't be right. I strictly limited wooden foundation sales to 1 per person. How could anyone possibly amass 4? Through private trading. Once players discovered certain structures required wooden foundations, high-stakes underground markets emerged overnight. Remarkable, those selling wooden foundations truly value profit over survival. I offered them at cost solely to improve others' odds of enduring, but instead they've turned my goodwill into a dagger at my back. His exchange with Chen Xian ended. Zhou Wen seethed inwardly. These people were courting death. With strict 1 per person limit, stockpiling foundations invited fatal vulnerability to underwater anchor headworm ambushes. He resolved to phase out wooden foundation sales entirely. To date, he had distributed approximately 100,000 units. Though priced low and yielding minimal timber per sale, the return would enable him to fabricate new foundations, creating a self-reinforcing cycle. He now possessed 300,000 units of timber. That volume was dangerously excessive. The gastric storage space had finite capacity. Delayed processing risked timber accumulation and eventual rupture of the gastric boundary. For this reason alone, regardless of others, he had no choice but to suspend wooden foundation sales immediately. Yet a dilemma remained among survivors. He was widely perceived as benevolent. Abruptly halting sales would provoke suspicion, so he needed a credible, publicly acceptable justification. What a headache. I should never have cultivated this paragon persona. It's nothing but self-inflicted torment. Zhou Wen raked his fingers through his hair, stumped for a plausible rationale. Just then he noticed numerous incoming requests in the global communication channel. Scanning their messages, his eyes lit up. Boss, could we pay for wooden foundations with basic materials instead of timber? Exactly. Timber's price has tripled relative to other basics. We can't afford 30 units with our current reserves. And please lift the purchase limit. Please boss, we beg you. Zhou Wen studied the flood of appeals, and a slow, satisfied smile spread across his face. There's my justification, delivered straight to my doorstep. I cannot meet the demand for a price reduction. The 30 units of wood are already at cost price. Changing it to 30 units of basic materials means I would have to incur a loss of 60 units of basic materials. Boss, please help us. So many people died today and I am already starting to fear tomorrow's arrival. Boss, have a heart. If you really cannot lower the price, perhaps you could increase the purchase quantity. Some people are offering high prices, we could trade with them. Zhou Wen nearly laughed out of anger when he saw that last message. Damn. I sell to you at a low price and you secretly trade at a high price to others, then boldly inform me. Do you really think I'm a fool? In the global chat channel, the insults were rampant, calling him a fool for exposing private dealings in front of the main party. However, Zhou Wen could seize this opportunity. Originally I sold the wooden foundations at a low price because the death toll was too high, otherwise the price of wooden foundations would definitely not be just 30 units of wood. I was acting out of goodwill, but you all are recklessly selling wooden foundations, privately trampling on my kindness. Forget it, since you want to trade using 30 units of basic materials, let's set the price that way. However, once I have consumed most of the wood in my possession, I will no longer sell wooden foundations. Zhou Wen's words revealed his disappointment, inciting those survivors who had indeed received Zhou Wen's help to angrily curse those selling wooden foundations privately, and the global chat channel suddenly became lively. Zhou Wen paid no further attention to those survivors. As for his claim about depleting the wood in his possession, he certainly wouldn't follow through. In any case, the survivors did not know the specific materials needed to create wooden foundations. Zhou Wen had been emphasizing selling at cost price so he could casually use 1,000,000 units of wood to make up for it, keeping 2,000,000 units for himself. As for those with ulterior motives trying to deduce the exact cost from the gradually increasing quantity of wooden foundations sold, that's impossible. Because Zhang Haitao had been selling spike helmets at a low price and was always at a loss, he would use a portion of the wood each time to cover Zhang Haitao's losses. It's easy to resolve this. The cessation of the sale of wooden foundations had nothing to do with Zhou Wen, it was entirely the fault of those selling wooden foundations privately. After using boiling blood coral powder, Zhou Wen's arm tendon injuries had already healed. He started doing push-ups again, seeing if he could make up for that 0.5 in strength. Due to 2 consecutive points added to his strength, doing push-ups felt very easy. He completed 200 push-ups in half an hour, but Zhou Wen realized that merely relying on push-ups wouldn't make up for that 0.5 in strength. After finishing 100 sit-ups, he reached today's set exercise goal. The second supply box was about to arrive, so Zhou Wen put on his gear and hid in the resting area. At this moment, Zhang Haitao sent another message asking for Zhou Wen's opinion, as a guild had invited him to be the vice president. Initially, Zhang Haitao's reputation among survivors wasn't very good, but his losses from selling spike helmets did earn him some goodwill. Moreover, Zhang Haitao was the first to encounter a hammerhead worm attack and survived, giving him a sort of hero halo in a situation where most survivors were on edge. Therefore, many guilds would settle for inviting Zhang Haitao if they couldn't invite Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen naturally advised Zhang Haitao to refuse. Being a vice president wasn't as good as setting up his own guild and being the leader. Form my own guild and be the president. But I don't know how, brother Wen. It's fine. In the eyes of the survivors, you are a capricious figure. They will be prepared to join your guild, ready to praise you when happy and scold you when unhappy. If they don't understand something, they can just come and ask me. Afterward, Zhou Wen informed Zhang Haitao about the basic preparations for establishing a guild, which were actually Chen Xin's experiences. Zhou Wen simply passed them on to Zhang Haitao, telling him to follow them. Soon the Brother Jiang Guild was established with conditions to join, requiring a submission of 300 units of basic materials, just like Chen Xin. However, there were 2 benefits. Every member joining the guild would receive a wooden shield for free, and those who survived for 10 days and contributed to the guild could obtain a spike helmet as a reward. Once these 2 benefits were announced, a large number of survivors rushed to join the Brother Jiang Guild. The spike helmet from the Brother Jiang Guild outshone those from the Leviathan Guild's stone axe, the Survivors Guild's fishbone blade, and the Tsunami Guild's spike dagger. The spike helmet had already been verified by numerous survivors. It performed surprisingly well against the hammerhead worm attacks. There's a saying, as long as you're alive you can output. Although the weapons from the other 3 guilds are decent, especially the fishbone blade from the Survivors Guild, if you get ambushed by a hammerhead worm right away, it won't do any good. In a short time, the Brother Jiang Guild became unprecedentedly powerful, with its members reaching 2,000, all of whom were upper middle class, possessing 300 units of basic materials, directly becoming the #1 guild in the survival world. Seeing this situation, Zhou Wen continuously transferred a large amount of wood back from the transaction of 10,000 wooden foundations, a total of 1,000,000 units. He then instructed Zhang Haitao to use all the 6,000,000 units of basic materials collected to purchase spike krill shells. After all, there were too many basic materials, and even if 6 wooden foundations were placed in the storage cabinet, they wouldn't fit. It would be better to exchange them for spike krill shells. Originally, the spike krill shells were priced at 40 units of basic materials each, but suddenly rose to 50 units with a trend of continuous increase. Zhao Tang saw that Zhang Haitao had obtained such a large amount of supplies relying on spike helmets and immediately publicized the spike helmet blueprint in his hands, intending to establish the Soaring Guild. However, before the Soaring Guild could take off, Zhou Wen and Zhang Haitao joined forces to suppress it. Zhou Wen accused Zhao Tang of being untrustworthy and defrauding supplies, urging everyone not to believe him and to be cautious of scams. Zhang Haitao further announced that anyone joining Zhao Tang's guild would see him, and Zhao Tang joined forces to raise the price of spike helmets to that of a blueprint. These were all lessons learned. Survivors who were originally hesitant to join due to Zhao Tang's bad reputation directly gave up after Zhou Wen and Zhang Haitao's actions. However, even so, there were still 100 people joining the Soaring Guild. There was no helping it. Spike helmets were currently very scarce, and there would always be someone willing to take the risk. Zhang Haitao could not really ally with Zhao Tang handing the market to him. Zhou Wen frowned deeply at the successfully established Soaring Guild. Zhao Tang was undoubtedly a clever person, and this was an opportunity. As long as he didn't greedily take the supplies submitted by guild members and genuinely distributed spike helmets, the Soaring Guild would indeed soar higher and higher. Let's talk about it later. At least he doesn't have many starting supplies. I hold 2 guilds, how can I not outplay him? At that moment the sound of surging seawater came from the esophagus signaling the arrival of the second supply box, forcing Zhou Wen to temporarily set aside concerns about Zhao Tang. As seawater flooded into the stomach space, Zhou Wen listened to the sounds in the water and noticed that several creatures seemed to be swimming around, which made him a bit tense. However, after listening carefully for a while, he realized that the noises were all caused by the mirror-skinned fish. Once the seawater receded, he shone a light towards the sound and spotted 3 luminous trails. My luck is quite good today," Zhou Wen murmured in surprise, yet he temporarily ignored the 3 mirror-skinned fish and looked for a supply box to open. Ding! Obtained diving suit blueprint X1. A diving suit. No wonder 3 mirror-skinned fish appeared at once. They were here to provide fish skin for me to craft a diving suit. He joked. Zhou Wen felt little enthusiasm for the diving suit blueprint since he couldn't dive and wasn't even very skilled at swimming. He could only manage the simplest dog paddle. However, since he had already obtained it, he should at least make one to try on just in case it might be useful in the future. Previously, many seemingly worthless blueprints had turned out to be quite useful. Zhou Wen directly used the diving suit blueprint, which transformed into blue light and entered the system interface. Diving suit blueprint requires mirror skin fish skin X5 cloth pieces X20. Zhou Wen directly used the diving suit blueprint, which transformed into blue light and entered the system interface. Diving suit blueprint requires mirror skin fish skin X5 cloth pieces X20. After the 3 mirror skin fish grew tired from jumping, Zhou Wen quickly processed them with his iron knife, skillfully removing the fish skins and dividing the 3 fish meat into 9 portions to list in the trading channel. All 9 portions of mirror skinned fish meat were added to the trading equipment bar. Zhou Wen had deeply realized the significance of the equipment bar over the past few days, but he was unsure if he could successfully trade them. Crafting. Zhou Wen clicked the crafting button to begin making the diving suit. All 5 pieces of mirror skin fish skin transformed into blue light, gradually changing before him into a sleek, smooth diving suit. Wow. If I wear this out, won't it blind others' eyes? Zhou Wen looked at the diving suit in his hands, which shone as if it were a mirror, unable to suppress his laughter. The diving suit was very soft and the interior felt comfortable. It even came with flippers for his feet, but the issue was that the entire suit only had a hole at the neck, making it impossible to wear. Do I need to wear it from the equipment bar? But the equipment bar only has 1 slot. Can it even fit a whole diving suit? Zhou Wen pondered, preparing to give it a try. He first took out the spiked chest armor that had been in the equipment bar, then attempted to store the diving suit in it. After a flash of blue light, the diving suit was indeed stored in the single slot of the equipment bar. A single slot can hold something equivalent to a full set of equipment. Zhou Wen immediately thought of the complete fishbone armor. However, for now these were just speculations. He still didn't know when he would be able to craft the fishbone armor. Then with a thought, he directly wore the diving suit, and in an instant his whole body was tightly wrapped, every part of him snugly fitting the suit. Zhou Wen tried to move around. The diving suit was quite flexible and did not hinder his agility. Moreover, its shimmering silver surface seemed to allow him to blend into the surrounding environment through mirror reflection. Not bad, but it's a bit hot to wear. I'll store it for now. With another thought, the diving suit was returned to the equipment bar and then placed in the storage cabinet, as there was currently no need for it. After finishing all this, Zhou Wen had nothing much to do. He waited for the wooden foundations he had listed in the World Trading Channel to sell out before transferring 50,000 units to Chen Xin. With the remaining 150000 units, he continued to craft wooden foundations for listing, but he adjusted the price based on the survivalists' requests to 30 basic materials. He kept 2000 units of the final 50000 units of wood for himself and listed 48000 on the trading channel, offering to buy gold or at the price of 100 units of wood for a long-term acquisition. Zhou Wen didn't want to keep too much wood, but he had only 2 storage cabinets, both of which were full, leaving no space for more wood. He could only exchange it all for rare materials through the trading channel. Having completed all this, Zhou Wen prepared to observe the growth of the rock crystal leaf tree and see if there were any issues with his planting methods. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a private message came in. Zhou Wen saw it was from Zhou Wen, the leader of the Leviathan Guild. This time he was not continuing to invite Zhou Wen to be a vice president, but rather to trade items. Big shot, I want to trade 3 blueprints for 3 algae oxygen generators. Zhou Wen was taken aback. Finally someone was looking to trade blueprints for algae oxygen generators after all these days. Sure, let me see the blueprints. Zhou Junyang seemed prepared. As soon as Zhou Wen sent the message, he immediately sent over the information for the 3 blueprints. Wooden fence blueprint, wooden barrel blueprint, wooden cup blueprint. Damn it, I knew they wouldn't trade good blueprints. Zhou Wen cursed inwardly but wasn't angry. It was a normal outcome. At first, when he had just arrived in this world, many people who obtained blueprints didn't see their value, feeling they were worth less than a piece of bread. But now everyone had witnessed the power of blueprints, especially valuable ones which could instantly provide someone with a large amount of basic materials, allowing them to surpass everyone in development, who would still easily part with valuable blueprints. Zhou Wen wasted no time and informed the other party that once he obtained materials from the 3rd supply box, he would craft 3 generators for him. Thanks, big shot. It's just a normal transaction, no need to thank me. Haha, still have to thank you. Please hold on to these 3 blueprints for now. How can that be? Aren't you afraid I won't honor it later? We trust your credibility. Zhou Junyang sent the message and directly sent over all 3 blueprints. Zhou Wen accepted them graciously, sensing that Zhou Junyang clearly had other matters to discuss. Actually, I also want to trade some items with you. What items? Wooden foundations. I saw in the World Trading Channel that it seems like you're stopping the sale of wooden foundations, so I want to trade some from you. Of course the price won't be 30 basic materials. No, I'm not planning to sell wooden foundations for now. I'm willing to trade blueprints. Blueprints. Alright, since you seem so sincere, I'll trade you some. 1 blueprint for 1 wooden foundation. How many do you want to trade? Ha! 1 blueprint for 1. That's a bit too high, isn't it? Then how do you want to trade? I was thinking 1 blueprint for 10 wooden foundations. For the 3 algae oxygen generators, I'll send them to you directly. I've got other matters to attend to, so I won't chat for long. 1 blueprint for 8 wooden foundations. Seeing Zhou Wen immediately refuse and wanting to end the conversations, Zhou Junyang quickly lowered the trading quantity. My 3rd supply box is arriving soon. Let's wait until I give you the 3 algae oxygen generators before discussing further. Big shot, what price do you want for the trade? We can discuss it. 1 blueprint trade for 5 wooden foundations, no bargaining. This. Fine. I hope we can cooperate long-term in the future. Sure, sounds good. After that, Zhou Junyang sent 4 useless blueprints and Zhou Wen crafted 20 wooden foundations for him at a 1:5 ratio and sent them over. With Zhou Junyang's agreement, I now have a reason to send wooden foundations to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xin. Zhou Wen crafted another 40 wooden bases while Jiang Haitao and Chen Xin each provided 20. These wooden bases could be used to entice the guild members, giving them reasons to remain in the guild. Now that the method to accelerate the growth of the illusory Leviathan is known, the other 4 methods cannot be implemented for the time being, so we will start with the first one. The ones planting fruits are naturally members of Jiang Haitao's and Chen Xin's guilds. However, today their guilds have just been established and the members have yet to develop a sense of belonging. We need to paint a big picture for a few days, making these guild members feel that only by joining the guild can they survive better, and that only by contributing to the guild can their personal development accelerate. Once these thoughts take shape, we can slowly distribute the small planting boxes. After all, the small planting boxes are rare items available only to our guild, which will further enhance their recognition of the guild. In this way, the 5 tons of fruit to accelerate the growth of the illusory Leviathan will have a destination. Chen Xin and Zhou Wen need not worry, she will entice the guild members. Thus he focused on explaining things to Jiang Haitao, though it wasn't exactly enticing, merely a clear system of rewards and punishments. For those who are more compliant with the guild's orders, we will select a few representative figures and reward them with wooden bases or some basic supplies so that others can see that as long as they work hard for the guild they will benefit. As for those who are fishing in troubled waters and refuse to comply, we can simply delete their avatars and kick them out of the guild. After all, there are many who are willing to join. After roughly explaining things to Jiang Haitao, the 3rd supply box for the day arrived. Ding! Obtain sand X10, hay X10, cloth scraps X10. The 3rd supply box contained basic materials. Zhou Wen took a quick glance and directly stored it in the storage cabinet. Next, the illusory Leviathan also needed to rest. Zhou Wen poured the 10000 seaweeds he had acquired today into the digestion pool and used all 7 blueprints obtained from Zhou Junyang. Blueprint for wooden fence requires wood X5. Blueprint for wooden barrel requires wood X5. Blueprint for wooden cup requires wood X1. Blueprint for wooden door requires wood X10. Blueprint for wooden spoon requires wood X1. Blueprint for small wooden hammer requires wood X2. Blueprint for stone pedestal requires stone X10. Zhou Wen looked at the stone pedestal blueprint surprised. The previous 6 wooden items, though not very useful, at least had some application. The wooden fence could be placed around the wooden base to prevent falls, while the wooden barrel could hold seawater and be used to change the water in the small aquarium. The wooden cup is for drinking water, adding a touch of everyday life. The wooden door is not useful for now, but when there is extra space in the future, he can ask Chen Xin to get a wooden house from her guild members, and then the wooden door will come in handy. The wooden spoon can be used when eating fruit canned food, while the small wooden hammer currently has no use but can at least be considered a tool. What is a stone pedestal? Chen Xin and Zhou Wen need not worry, she will entice the guild members. Thus he focused on explaining things to Jiang Haitao, though it wasn't exactly enticing, merely a clear system of rewards and punishments. However, since it has already been accepted, there is no need to return it. Once development is better, it can be used as decoration. After reviewing the materials required for these blueprints, the illusory Leviathan had already stopped moving. It was time to sleep. Chen Xin returned the fish bone blade blueprint as promised, stating that she would not need blueprints in the future since she lacked the materials for crafting, making the blueprints useless to her. Seeing her so cooperative, Zhou Wen used the 3 fish bones from the mirror-scaled needlefish he had obtained today to create 3 fish bone knives and handed them to her. If he encounters capable guild members or those willing to sell valuable blueprints, he can use the fish bone knives as rewards. Jiang Haitao also sent over the spiked helmet blueprint along with several tens of thousands of excess basic materials for today. Zhou Wen accepted these tens of thousands of basic supplies, but he had no place to store them, so he decided to list all of them in the World Trading Channel at a price of 300 for one block, all for acquiring gold ore. Today Zhou Wen had already acquired over a dozen pieces of gold ore, all placed in the seaweed planting box. In the future he would need to plant a large amount of golden seaweed, taking advantage of the fact that gold ore is of no use for now and acquiring a large quantity. A night without incident. On the 11th day, as usual, Zhou Wen's first task upon waking was to patrol around and check on the growth of the plants and the activity of the creatures. The golden seaweed seedlings are growing smoothly, already 10 centimeters long with a shimmering golden surface. Their growth status is without any problems. The rock crystal leaf tree has shown some changes compared to yesterday. The 3 slender rock branches meant for bearing rock fruits have now fallen off. Zhou Wen picked up the fallen rock branches, but as soon as he lifted them they broke. Zhou Wen squeezed the branch with a bit of force and the originally hard rock branch turned to powder. However, the main body of the rock crystal leaf tree appears to be fine. The rock trunk remains very hard and the crystal leaves are still transparent and sparkling. But to be safe, Zhou Wen added 3 portions of worm excrement from the burrowing rockworms to ensure that the rock crystal leaf tree receives sufficient nutrition. After checking the plants, it was time to check on the creatures. At this point the gellworms had reached 19 and had all grown a bit, their condition looking good. However, the inner surface of the aquarium's glass was already covered in their slime. Should I change their living environment? The gellworms do not require too much water, a humid environment is sufficient. Keeping them in the aquarium hinders the aquarium's purpose. For now, let's leave it as is. If I encounter creatures in the future that need to be raised in the aquarium, I can free up the small aquarium then. Finally he checked the boiling blood coral. The coral polyps on the boiling blood coral appeared somewhat listless, possibly due to a lack of food, or perhaps it hadn't been changed with fresh water. During the feeding phase later, if there is no danger, he can change the water for the boiling blood coral. After the patrol, Zhou Wen sent the spiked helmet blueprint to Jiang Haitao, asking him to continue selling it. Soon the feeding phase for the illusory Leviathan began. As seawater surged in, Zhou Wen used the mirror skin to illuminate the surface of the water, only to see 2 glowing orbs beneath the water. Those were sunlight sphereworms. Confirming that there were no anchor headworms or other creatures in the water, he crawled out of the resting area. Zhou Wen maintained a vigilant watch using the mirror-like surface to observe the water and did not notice anything unusual even as the sea receded. For a moment Zhou Wen doubted himself, but he swiftly dismissed the thought. Regardless of whether there was an anomaly, caution was undoubtedly the right course. Climbing out of the resting area, Zhou Wen jumped down from the wooden platform and once again surveyed the stomach wall space with his headlamp. Apart from 2 sun orb insects on the ground, there were no other creatures. After confirming there was no danger, Zhou Wen removed his gear, leaving only a spiked helmet, and placed the sun orb insects on the stomach wall in the resting area. Currently only the sweet potatoes and golden silk seaweed required sunlight, and since the golden silk seaweed might also need it, the 2 sun orb insects were somewhat redundant, perfectly suited to illuminate the resting area. Having completed these tasks, Zhou Wen began to move the seaweed, but just as he picked up a bundle he heard something swiftly crawling on the stomach wall. Suddenly a sound akin to a blade slicing through the air echoed behind Zhou Wen. The sound was not loud, but in the quiet space of the stomach wall it was discernible if one listened closely. Zhou Wen immediately dropped the bundle of seaweed and turned around. As the light from his headlamp swept across, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a vague object. Zhou Wen's expression changed dramatically, for the indistinct object had drawn near and was hurtling towards his chest. It was too late to evade. In a flash, Zhou Wen focused his mind and the spiked armor instantly clad him. Crack! The vague object collided with the spiked armor, slicing through it and injuring the flesh beneath. Zhou Wen felt a sharp pain in his chest, but fortunately the spiked armor provided some protection. The indistinct object seemed to be in a state of rapid rotation, and at the moment it cut through the armor was flung away by its resilience. Zhou Wen instinctively covered the wound, blood quickly soaking his hand and flowing between his fingers, but he had no time to concern himself with his injuries as the sound of slicing air echoed once more, and not just once. Taking a few steps to the wooden platform where his gear was stored, his palm made contact with the spiked armor, and in the next moment the armor vanished one piece at a time, reappearing directly on Zhou Wen. Swish! The sound of slicing air reached him, and Zhou Wen immediately raised his empty right hand, and in an instant an iron blade materialized in his grasp. Bang! The rapidly spinning vague object struck the iron blade, igniting a spark. The vague object was deflected away, flying in an arc toward the darkness where the headlamp's light could not reach. No time to celebrate, as he had just blocked an attack from the right. Another strike approached from the left. Zhou Wen quickly raised his left hand and a wooden shield appeared in his grasp. Thud! The vague object easily penetrated the wooden shield, becoming lodged in it. Zhou Wen finally caught a clear glimpse of the creature attacking him. It resembled a flying saucer. However, Zhou Wen had no time to study it closely as another sound of rapid flight echoed from the darkness. Zhou Wen immediately discarded the wooden shield, and with a thought the wooden foundation behind him transformed into blue light, decomposing into 20 pieces of wood. 10 of these pieces turned into blue light again, assembling into a wooden door before Zhou Wen. Thud! 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 3 saucer-shaped creatures were all pinned against the wooden door, stuck firmly. After stopping these 3 creatures, Zhou Wen did not let down his guard. He listened intently to the surrounding sounds, and after confirming that no creatures were crawling on the stomach wall, he promptly removed the spiked breastplate, climbed onto the wooden platform, and retrieved the hemostatic gel he had made yesterday from the storage cabinet. At this time, Zhou Wen's chest to abdomen was already drenched in blood. He removed his clothing to inspect the wound, revealing a 5 to 6 centimeter long cut on his chest. Fortunately, he had put on the spiked breastplate in time, which had absorbed most of the flying force from the saucer creature. Although the cut was long, it was not deep. Zhou Wen rinsed the wound slightly with mineral water, then applied the hemostatic gel. The gel was very viscous and immediately sealed the bleeding wound. Just as advertised, its hemostatic effect was instantaneous. Afterward, Zhou Wen, still a bit anxious, wrapped the wound with a hemostatic bandage, ensuring he wouldn't accidentally rub off the gel during subsequent movements. With the wound treated, Zhou Wen picked up the wooden shield and carefully examined the saucer creature that had been lodged in it. This saucer creature was round, almost transparent, measuring about 30 centimeters in diameter. Its body was flat, with only the center slightly bulging, revealing its innards. When Zhou Wen touched the bulging part with his hand, it felt soft, while the rest of the body was unusually hard. Especially the serrated edge of the skirt, which was not only transparent and hard but also very thin. If it weren't for the light refracting its colorful glow, it would be nearly invisible. Beneath the creature were 8 legs surrounding the central circular mouth. Each leg resembled the hind leg of a grasshopper. However, while the hind legs of a grasshopper can only jump forward, the 8 legs of the saucer creature can jump in any direction and with greater force. Zhou Wen opened the biological encyclopedia and turned to a newly added page. Razor disc insect, length 20-30 centimeters, weight 2-3 kilograms, food type blood, introduction. A parasite that resides within giant organisms. Its transparent flat body resembles a ghost, and it can easily take a person's life with a swift strike. Without hard armor for protection, it is undoubtedly fatal. Its body can be made into saw blades. After reading the entry on the razor disc insect, Zhou Wen felt a chill run down his spine. Had he not sensed something was off and remained cautious, he could have been instantly killed by a single strike to the heart during the first attack. Another dangerous parasite. It has only been a few days since the anchor headworm appeared, Zhou Wen complained. Moreover, the threat level of the razor disc insect was considerably higher than that of the anchor headworm. Its transparent body and small size allowed it to attack only after the seawater had receded. The anchor headworm required seawater to unleash its full power, but the razor disc insect was the opposite. In seawater, it lacked a foothold to utilize its incredible speed and jumping ability. The stomach wall space is becoming increasingly dangerous, Zhou Wen sighed. He dispatched all 4 razor disc insects with ease, simply piercing the soft bulging area with the tip of the iron blade. According to the introduction, its body can be made into saw blades, which should come in handy in the future, so he stored them in the cabinet. Afterward, Zhou Wen held the wooden door and carefully scanned the stomach wall space, ensuring there were no hidden razor disc insects before he began to move the seaweed. Time was critical. Just as Zhou Wen finished harvesting the first batch of kelp, the second feeding cycle began. He immediately used 20 units of timber to construct a wooden foundation, replacing the one he had previously dismantled, then swiftly concealed himself once more. Seawater surged in. Zhou Wen continued observing the underwater commotion through his mirror skin. There a fleshy elongated body flipped over at the surface, an anchor-headed worm. Misfortunes never come singly, Zhou Wen murmured, his brow deeply furrowed. As his headlamp's beam struck the anchor-headed worm, he noticed the same anomalous shimmer on the water's surface as before. This time he recognized it instantly, the iridescent refraction from the razor disc worm's serrated petal-like skirt. What now? Zhou Wen fretted. Waiting for the seawater to recede was no longer viable. If both the razor disc worms and the anchor-headed worm attacked simultaneously and his body became immobilized by the latter, he would be doomed. After only a moment's hesitation, he resolved to descend into the water while the razor disc worms remained submerged, to eliminate the anchor-headed worm first. Yet before doing so, he needed to confirm the exact number of anchor-headed worms. If as before there were 2, he would need extraordinary caution, otherwise this dive would not lead to the ocean floor but straight to the underworld. After brief observation, he confirmed only 1 worm was present, and it was directly before him. Fully armored, Zhou Wen focused his will, mentally shifting aside the algal oxygen tank ahead of him, then exploded forward with all his strength, plunging into the sea like a ravenous tiger. His palm brushed the worm's sinuous body. Immediately he swung his iron greatsword in furious, relentless arcs. Seawater sprayed violently from the sheer force of his blows. In moments, the surface turned crimson. The anchor-headed worm's body lay severed, its blood gushing forth in torrents. Zhou Wen's assault had been so sudden that the worm hadn't even reacted before being cleaved in 2. Yet because the cut missed its vital core, the creature writhed violently, desperate to flee. Zhou Wen would never let it escape. After a single injured anchor-headed worm had fled earlier, it had torn a bloody gash in his stomach lining. He refused to suffer such a fate again. He clamped the worm's mangled body tightly beneath his arm. With most of its torso severed, the creature's underwater strength could no longer rival his own. In its final agonized shrieks and convulsions, it was hacked apart by his blade. Once the anchor-headed worm lay motionless, Zhou Wen's adrenaline-fueled frenzy subsided. Surveying the surrounding scarlet water, he swiftly hauled the corpse from the depths. This blood mustn't go to waste. Cradling the worm's carcass, Zhou Wen climbed onto the wooden platform and poured its blood into the aquarium housing the boiling blood coral. Having completed this, he shed his gear and retreated to the rest zone. That explosive burst had drained nearly half his stamina, but the outcome was flawless. The anchor-headed worm hadn't even mustered resistance before perishing. Now he needed urgent rest so that when the seawater receded he'd have the strength to face the razor-disc worm's assault. Yet even as he rested, Zhou Wen kept watch through his mirror skin and discovered something unexpected. The razor-disc worms in the water had begun converging. Their sheer numbers caused the surface to shimmer like an oil slick refracting dazzling prismatic light. Is it the blood? He gazed at the crimson expanse, the very water stained by the anchor-headed worm's spilled blood. Razor-disc worms fed exclusively on blood. Sensing its presence in the sea, they had naturally gathered en masse. This is a golden opportunity. Instantly Zhou Wen emerged from the rest zone, donned his full gear and eased silently into the seawater. Submerged, the razor-disc worms could not rapidly rotate their bodies, rendering them virtually defenseless. This was the perfect moment to eradicate them. Normally razor-disc worms were nearly invisible, transparent bodies blending seamlessly into the equally translucent water. Attempting to kill them using seawater alone was virtually impossible. But now against the blood-tinged water their transparency became their undoing, like beacons blazing in darkness unmistakable to the eye. Moreover, as they absorbed the blood suspended in the water, their central dome-shaped bodies had flushed vivid red. Zhou Wen watched, grinning broadly, as each translucent disc revealed a distinct crimson dot at its heart. They're perfect targets. His blade flashed, each strike landed precisely on those central red dots without so much as a blink. The razor-disc worms did sense danger, but their 8-limbed anatomy was ill-suited for aquatic maneuvering, leaving their retreat painfully sluggish. Zhou Wen seized upon this fatal weakness without mercy. Chasing them down, he slaughtered all 8 in rapid succession. After collecting their corpses, he returned to the rest zone. 2 consecutive excursions clad in full thorn armor had left him utterly spent. By now the seawater had receded halfway. Zhou Wen removed his gear, rested briefly, then scanned the crimson waters once more, ensuring no razor-disc worm had slipped through. When the water finally withdrew entirely, no razor-disc worm reappeared. After several minutes of deep rest, Zhou Wen raised the wooden door to inspect the gastric cavity. No attacks occurred during this entire interval. This outcome revealed the razor-disc worm's fatal vulnerability: flood the water with blood, draw them in and eliminate them en masse. Yet this strategy posed one critical problem: where would the blood come from? Anchor-headed worms could not be relied upon to appear each time. The simplest and most stable solution would be to bleed the illusory Leviathan, but Zhou Wen would never resort to that. He possessed abundant raw materials. He could simply purchase anchor-headed worm carcasses and store their blood in wooden casks. Moreover, he now commanded 2 guilds, meaning he didn't even need to source the materials himself. He instructed Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian to task their members with retrieving anchor-headed worm corpses, offering guild contribution points in exchange. During the next 3 feeding cycles, Zhou Wen encountered no hostile organisms. The entire phase passed, tense yet ultimately unscathed. Glancing at the world system interface, he noted the death toll in the upper right corner: over 2 million lives lost today. Tomorrow marks day 12. Who knows how many more will perish? Zhou Wen spoke softly, numbed by the daily carnage, then sought out Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian to commission the collection of anchor-headed worms. He also briefed them on the razor-disc worm's traits and vulnerabilities, sending along the biological compendium to ensure their vigilance. Knowledge of the razor-disc worm could itself serve as a guild reward, shared selectively with high-contributing loyal members. Never underestimate the value of this intelligence. Preparedness meant survival, ignorance meant certain death. Those forewarned would hear the telltale whistle of an incoming strike and evade instantly, perhaps surviving by sheer fortune. Those unprepared, they were nothing but sitting ducks, dying before they even understood how. Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao followed Zhou Wen's instructions and collected 3 anchor-head worms from the guild members, 1 from the Survivors Guild and 2 from the Brother Jiang Guild. Although this quantity is small, it is quite normal. Most people who encounter anchor-head worms end up dead, and only a few manage to survive. During the feeding phase, over 50 members died in Chen Xin's guild, while more than 200 perished in Jiang Haitao's guild. After all, the Brother Jiang Guild had more members, so more people encountered anchor-head worms, and their overall member quality was not as good as that of the Survivors Guild. Among the 2 anchor-head worms from the Brother Jiang Guild, one was killed by Jiang Haitao, who encountered another anchor-head worm today. Zhou Wen accepted the anchor-head worm carcasses sent by the 2 of them and poured all the blood into a wooden barrel. The blood from the 3 anchor-head worms filled the entire barrel. He made a wooden cup, scooped a few cups of blood and poured it into the boiling blood coral tank. Taking advantage of the freshness of the blood, he fed it to the boiling blood corals, knowing that by tomorrow the blood would surely coagulate. After feeding the boiling blood corals, Zhou Wen took out 5 portions of seaweed he had purchased and placed them into the gel worm tank. He had experienced the hemostatic effect of the gel personally, and it was indeed immediate. This made Zhou Wen deeply realize the importance of the gel worms. They had to be well fed and grow quickly so they could be split in half again and produce more. He made a wooden cup, scooped a few cups of blood and poured it into the boiling blood coral tank. Taking advantage of the freshness of the blood, he fed it to the boiling blood corals, knowing that by tomorrow the blood would surely coagulate. Once he confirmed that the wound was fine, he went to check the small planting box where he had planted sweet potatoes. At this time, the sweet potato vines had completely withered and the soil in the middle had risen high, hiding the fully matured sweet potatoes beneath. Using the spines of the spiny shrimp as a tool to dig, Zhou Wen opened up the raised soil and saw 3 large sweet potatoes. Without the obstruction of soil, Zhou Wen grabbed the dried vines with both hands and pulled up forcefully, just like pulling out a radish, and the 3 large sweet potatoes came out. All 3 sweet potatoes were about the same size, the widest part as big as an adult's fist, and together they weighed around 10 Jin. Zhou Wen's craving for sweet potatoes was nowhere near as strong as for watermelons. It wasn't that he disliked them, but his stomach space couldn't catch fire, making it impossible to prepare the ultimate way to eat sweet potatoes: baked sweet potatoes. Although eating them raw tasted good, excessive consumption could lead to some digestive issues, and they couldn't compare to the soft sweet flavor of baked sweet potatoes. However, since they had grown, he naturally wanted to taste them. He simply peeled one with an iron knife and rinsed it with mineral water. Crack! Zhou Wen bit into the sweet potatoes and easily taking a large chunk. So tender and crisp. The crops grown in this world are indeed top-notch. Zhou Wen sighed. As he continued to chew, he could feel the sweet juice secreted from the sweet potato with a texture and flavor far superior to any sweet potato he had eaten before. He couldn't imagine how delicious it would be if he could bake it. Sigh, what a pity. When can I start a fire? Zhou Wen looked at the not-so-large space in his stomach wall and felt that the hope of starting a fire was too bleak. After finishing one whole sweet potato, Zhou Wen cut another in half and sent one half to Jiang Haitao and the other half to Chen Xin. Jiang Haitao thanked him and informed him that he had also planted 2 watermelon seeds which had already sprouted, while still reminiscing about yesterday's watermelons. Boss Zhou, when are you going to give me seeds for farming? I also want to plant some fruits. The watermelon and sweet potato you gave me are both so delicious. If you bring me the wooden house blueprint, it'll give you farming items. Ha! This task seems a bit daunting. Don't give me that useless talk. I've already announced the cessation of selling wooden foundations. The value of wooden houses is no longer what it used to be, so hurry up and find a way to get him to hand over the blueprint. Alright, he'll try. The wooden house blueprint was still very useful. Once there was extra space in the future, Zhou Wen would definitely build a wooden house to avoid attacks from dangerous creatures. It was best to keep the blueprint in his own hands. After a while, Chen Xin sent the wooden house blueprint over. Very efficient. I exchanged it for a spiked chest armor. Boss Zhou, you need to compensate me. No problem, but they were willing to trade for just 1 piece of spiked chest armor. How could that be? I directly gave him a vision of the future, told him he had the qualifications to be the vice president, then showed him the information about the golden silk fruit, and finally gifted him the heaviest spiked chest armor to let him know that one must be strong to forge ahead, and attribute points are the key, everything else is external. After some persuasion, I finally got it out of him. Do you still have golden silk fruit? No, just making promises. How much of that is the truth? Alright, I've sent you the spiked chest armor in 2 small planting boxes, but don't spread it outside. After sending the items to Chen Xin, Zhou Wen ended the conversation and then used the wooden house blueprint in his hand. Wooden house blueprint requires wood X100. It requires quite a bit of wood, Zhou Wen casually remarked, then closed the blueprint interface. With the sweet potatoes harvested, a small planting box became available just right for planting the mango seeds he had previously opened. In the following time, Zhou Wen continued to train his body. He still did push-ups, but this time he wore a spiked chest armor for weight training. He had to make up for that 0.5 strength or it would feel uncomfortable. 3 hours later, after sweating profusely, he achieved the goal of 200 push-ups. He felt his arms trembling slightly, proving that the training had been effective. At this moment he heard the sound of the sea surging from the esophagus. The first supply crate of the day had arrived. Ding! Obtained wood X10, soil X10, stone X10. All basic materials. Zhou Wen collected them and continued to wait for the second supply crate. Ding! Obtained iron or X1, copper or X1. The third supply crate also contained basic materials. He did not find anything good, and there wasn't a single mirror-skinned pike fish in the sea. Other than a wooden house blueprint, he had not made any significant gains today. In the remaining time, Zhou Wen took out the compost barrel and scooped out some dung from the phantasmal Leviathan to make a batch of low-grade fertilizer. He had previously made 10 portions of low-grade fertilizer. He used 3 himself, Jiang Haitao used 2, Chen Xin used 2, leaving 3 remaining. In 2 days, Zhou Wen planned to start having the members of both guilds plant fruits and make more low-grade fertilizer to distribute with the small planting boxes. Ding! The distance traveled by the illusory Leviathan has reached 10,000 nautical miles. It is about to leave the Sea of Birth and the protection phase has ended. At the current speed, it will traverse the boundary sea area and enter the deep blue sea in 1 day. Zhou Wen, who was just about to sleep, suddenly sat up in shock at the prompt sound that appeared in his mind, hitting his head against the wooden foundation above, completely unaware. Now, surprisingly, it's still the protection phase. Zhou Wen's expression froze, appearing somewhat dazed, unable to believe the prompt in his mind. During these 11 days, everything Zhou Wen experienced could undoubtedly be described as perilous, yet he was now being told that he was still in the protection phase. How dangerous could the deep blue sea, which lacked protection, truly be? Initially, with the growth of his character attributes, wearing a full set of spiked armor, wielding the newly acquired iron greatsword, and possessing blood-stopping gel-worms and boiling blood corals to enhance his strength and speed, Zhou Wen felt he could survive well in this world. Even the razor disc worm he encountered today was dangerous, yet he had found its weaknesses. Based on previous experiences with the anchorhead worm, Zhou Wen had expected to encounter razor disc worms in the coming days. He had even prepared blood in order to safely navigate the following days. At that moment the unknown world seemed less terrifying. But now the unknown world had once again become shrouded in mist, vague and indistinct. HEP protection phase, damn it. Zhou Wen sighed helplessly, then cursed silently to vent his frustration. But what could he do? Survival continued and he could only wade into the even more dangerous deep blue sea. Forget it, I'll sleep first. On the 12th day the illusory Leviathan began to move. Zhou Wen sat up in a daze, having not slept well the previous night. The unknown deep blue sea made him anxious, his mind continuously imagining what dangers he would encounter next. Ha! Zhou Wen yawned, climbed out of the resting area and began today's patrol. The boiling blood coral worms and gel worms were growing healthily, the golden silk seaweed had grown an additional 5 centimeters and the rock crystal leaf trees had sprouted small branches at the 3 bifurcation points with a small rock flower bud blooming at the end of the branches. The rock crystal leaf tree grows so quickly it looks like it's about to bloom. Looking at the encouraging growth of the rock crystal leaf tree, the lingering worry in Zhou Wen's heart faded a bit. He then added 3 portions of the burrowing rockworm's feces to the rock crystal leaf tree, concluding today's patrol. As the time arrived for the illusory Leviathan to feed, Zhou Wen hid in the resting area waiting for the seawater to arrive, uncertain if any dangerous creatures would be present in today's seawater. Today was the last day before entering the deep blue sea and it seemed the world system had a bit of conscience, at least granting a day for preparation. However, to Zhou Wen's surprise, the illusory Leviathan did not feed today. Ha! There's something good over there. Suddenly the voice of the illusory Leviathan echoed in Zhou Wen's mind. What good thing? Not eating. Zhou Wen was somewhat puzzled, feeling something was off with the illusory Leviathan today. After a while the esophageal diaphragm opened and seawater surged in. Zhou Wen immediately perked up, using the mirror skin to refract the water's surface and observe whether there were any creatures below. However, after looking for a long time he found nothing. For some reason this seawater was very murky, as if it contained a large amount of silt. After waiting for a while the water surface remained calm with seemingly no creatures below, not even seaweed. Zhou Wen still needed to produce 20 algae oxygen generators today, as there was no seaweed this time. He had preemptively purchased 10,000 portions of seaweed in the World Trading Channel. Using 200 portions of seaweed he made 20 algae oxygen generators and listed them on the World Trading Channel. At this moment the murky seawater gradually receded, leaving a large amount of silt on the ground along with a white spherical object the size of an ostrich egg. What is this thing? Zhou Wen donned all his equipment, holding a shield and iron greatsword, approached and observed, discovering it seemed to be a fish egg. He quickly touched the fish egg shell, then opened the biological encyclopedia to check. Big head fish. Length 20 meters. Weight 100 tons. Food type carnivorous. Description: a fish that likes to hide in the sand using food scraps as bait. It possesses a certain level of intelligence and its flesh is delicious and edible. The teeth can be used to make weapons. What I touched is a fish egg, yet the description is of the adult form. Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised but was immediately attracted by the edible note in the description. Generally any creature mentioned as edible in the description could increase attributes. I wonder if fish eggs can increase attributes. Zhou Wen directly picked up the fish egg and looked at it. The shell was thin but very hard. Through the translucent shell he could vaguely see the interior. However, it seemed this egg had just been laid and there was no fish embryo inside, it was still in the fertilized state. Zhou Wen gently tapped the shell open with the iron greatsword and he could see the transparent egg liquid inside. He brought his mouth close to the opening and took a small sip. Damn. So fishy. A wave of unprecedented fishy smell surged to his head and Zhou Wen almost vomited but ultimately endured and swallowed it down. Can this fish egg really increase attributes? If it doesn't, then I've suffered for nothing. Zhou Wen felt the fishy taste fill his mouth, desperately suppressing the chaos in his stomach. After hesitating for a moment he didn't care anymore. Closing his eyes he gulped down all the egg liquid in one go. Zhou Wen almost poured the egg liquid directly into his throat and swallowed it without letting it linger in his mouth for even a moment. It was just too fishy. Ding. Consumed bighead fish egg intelligence 1. The moment the prompt sound appeared, Zhou Wen's mind suddenly felt unprecedented clarity. Long-forgotten memories could now be recalled clearly as if they had just happened. This feeling is so magical. Can 1 point of intelligence provide such a significant boost? Zhou Wen felt as if he had gained the ability to remember everything he saw. Moreover, he couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but he felt a stronger control over his body. For instance, he could easily perform the left hand drawing a square and the right hand drawing a circle, just like in martial arts dramas. Ha! There's something good again. The voice of the illusory Leviathan sounded once more. Something good again. Could there be a major supply before leaving the Sea of Birth? Before every great battle there must be a supply. Zhou Wen suddenly recalled this saying. During the waiting period for the illusory Leviathan to swallow the good things, Zhou Wen glanced at the system interface. The death toll had already reached 2 million and this was still just the beginning of the feeding phase. By the time the entire feeding phase ended it was likely to reach 10 million deaths. And this is still the protection phase. Zhou Wen quickly prepared 2 portions of boiling blood coral powder, sending them to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, advising them to be cautious and informing them of the enhancement and side effects of the boiling blood coral powder, urging them to pay attention to the timing of use. Based on Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian's current equipment, a single anchor headworm should pose no problem. However, if there were multiple, he wanted to provide them with a means of survival. After all, they were his own people and he couldn't afford any accidents. After waiting for a while, the transformed Leviathan once again swallowed seawater, which remained murky. Zhou Wen was also uncertain if there were any dangerous creatures in the seawater. Although he believed the transformed Leviathan to be a good entity and thus unlikely to pose a threat, he still chose to hide in the resting area for safety. Soon the seawater receded, leaving behind a large amount of silt. Fortunately, no large creatures were found. Zhou Wen climbed out of the resting area and began to search the stomach wall space, where he spotted 5 smooth jade-like shells lying in the silt. Zhou Wen's spirit surged, his fear dissipating, for the presence of the illusory Leviathan's voice indicated that it had been watching over him all along. White jade shell. Length 20 centimeters. Weight 8 kilograms. Food type microorganisms. Description: a shell made of white jade. Its flesh is delicious and edible, and the white jade shell can be absorbed by the transformed Leviathan to grow into scales. Great, another edible creature. Zhou Wen was somewhat hopeful about what attributes the white jade shell meat would enhance, but upon seeing the information related to the transformed Leviathan, he became serious. This white jade shell can actually help the transformed Leviathan grow scales. Zhou Wen was a bit surprised. The first page of the creature illustration was an introduction to the transformed Leviathan, accompanied by a simple drawing of it. The transformed Leviathan resembled a whale and had no scales on its body. If it truly could help the transformed Leviathan grow scales, its survival ability would be greatly enhanced, perfectly equipping it to face the unknown dangers of the deep blue sea. Therefore, Zhou Wen picked up a metal dagger, preparing to pry open the white jade shell. However, the shell was sealed tightly and the metal dagger had no leverage. Subsequently, Zhou Wen swung the metal dagger at the white jade shell several times, creating sparks, but only left a few shallow marks on the surface. It's so hard. Zhou Wen's hand holding the dagger felt a bit numb from the recoil. He thought for a few seconds and came up with a somewhat less than ideal plan. He first made a wooden door, placed the white jade shell on top, and then flipped the blueprint interface to the stone pedestal blueprint, using 10 stones to craft it. During the crafting process, Zhou Wen adjusted the position of the stone pedestal to the highest point above the white jade shell. As the stone pedestal was completed, it fell from a height of 3 meters, smashing down heavily on the white jade shell. With a crisp sound of stone colliding, the hard white jade shell was directly cracked by the heavy stone pedestal. It didn't break open completely. Zhou Wen picked up the shell, which was covered in cracks, and observed that it remained largely intact. The weight of the stone pedestal was at least 500 pounds, and he had expected it to be completely shattered. He then glanced at a dent on the wooden door, realizing that the wooden door was not sturdy enough, providing a cushion that dissipated most of the impact. However, Zhou Wen's goal was achieved. Following the cracks, he used the metal dagger to strike a few times, and the fractured shell finally shattered, revealing the inside, which was as white as pearls. After much effort, he finally achieved his goal. Zhou Wen eagerly grabbed a piece of shell meat the size of his palm and took a large bite. The shell meat was very chewy, and while chewing it carried a hint of sweetness. The taste was quite good. After 3 or 4 bites, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Eating white jade shell meat increases strength by 1. Not bad, my strength increased by a bit, now it's 11. 5. Zhou Wen smiled happily, but suddenly paused, realizing that with the strength increase, his previous weight training had become futile. He needed to add more weight to compensate for the 0. 5. Forget it, if only I could find more creatures that boost strength, I won't bother compensating for this 0. 5. Zhou Wen then placed another white jade shell on the wooden door and used the same method, first smashing it with the stone pedestal, then hacking it open with the metal dagger. After opening the white jade shell, he ate another piece of shell meat, but the notification sound did not ring again, indicating that the increase could not be repeated. This was expected, and Zhou Wen felt no disappointment. Holding the 2 broken white jade shells, he approached the digestive pool, preparing to toss them in. Perhaps if I crush the shells a bit more, the transformed Leviathan will absorb them better. Zhou Wen thought of this and smashed the shells into fragments with the stone pedestal, then sprinkled them into the digestive pool. Now all he could do was wait for the transformed Leviathan's reaction. However, Zhou Wen felt that the transformed Leviathan would not respond, considering the quantity was too small. 2 white jade shells compared to the enormous transformed Leviathan were like a grain of sand dropped into the digestive pool. Absorption would be negligible. Zhou Wen was just trying it out. With only 5 in total, if tossing 2 into the digestive pool yielded no response, then tossing 5 would likely yield the same result. He decided to keep the remaining 3 white jade shells for later as rewards for Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. If he encountered someone willing to sell valuable blueprints, they could also serve as bargaining chips. In the time that followed, it seemed the transformed Leviathan was continually searching for things, but it wasn't always successful in finding good items. Often only silt entered the stomach wall space. Zhou Wen temporarily shifted his focus to the system interface. At this point, the eating phase had ended and the death toll had reached over 5 million. So many people have died again. Zhou Wen did not pity these people, rather from a broader perspective a decrease in numbers meant a reduction in daily resource production, especially rare resources which only a very few people could acquire. For instance, the transformed Leviathan's accelerated growth food illustration was difficult for Zhou Wen alone to gather quickly. It required a large number of people to increase the probability of obtaining it. I hope fewer people die in the future. Now besides Zhou Wen, everyone else was still in the birth sea in a protective phase. With several million deaths today, he wondered how many would perish after the protective phase when they entered the deep blue sea. At that moment the esophageal diaphragm opened and seawater surged into the stomach wall space. Zhou Wen immediately pulled back his thoughts and observed the situation in the seawater. This time the seawater was no longer murky and he did not detect any signs of biological activity. After the seawater receded, a silver-bordered supply box appeared in the stomach wall space. Silver-bordered supply box. Zhou Wen quickly jumped down from the wooden platform, approached the silver-bordered supply box and eagerly reached out to open it. Ding! Obtain iron pot blueprint. What? An iron pot blueprint. This is utterly useless. Zhou Wen's tone exhibited a stark contrast. An iron pot was indeed important in any survival game. It was a useful item. The problem was the stomach wall space could not be used for cooking. It's not entirely useless after all, it's made of iron and I can use it as a defensive item on my back. Zhou Wen thought, using both hands to gesture behind him to check if the iron pot fit well. He used the blueprint, flipped to the latest page of the blueprint interface and checked what was required to craft it. Iron pot blueprint requires iron ingot X5. The eating phase concluded. Zhou Wen inquired about the situation of Zhang Haitao and Chen Xin as well as the number of deaths among the guild members. Zhang Haitao encountered 2 anchorhead worms, but they did not come at him simultaneously, so he easily killed both. Chen Xin on the other hand faced both at once, but with her strength of 13 points, as long as she was a little careful, dealing with the 2 was quite easy. After 5 rounds of eating she had killed a total of 3. The death toll in their guild was still manageable, similar to yesterday. Please compile a list of those who made a significant contribution to the guild and have encountered an anchor headworm without dying. Although Zhou Wen planned to have guild members start planting fruit, given the current daily death rate, members could die at any moment from encountering anchor headworms, so small planting boxes couldn't be distributed carelessly. It is essential to select individuals capable of surviving encounters with anchor headworms to ensure that the small planting boxes can serve their true purpose. Brother, when I have compiled a list of 30 people, do you need them for anything? I plan to have them plant fruit tomorrow, and you should promise them some rewards to prevent them from taking the items and running away. Rewards? How about spike helmets? No, those who can survive the attack of anchor headworms likely already have spike helmets. Get them some weapons just buy from other guild leaders, they should be willing to trade since you still hold the spike helmets. Alright brother 1. By the way, you should set a daily task for the guild requiring each member to submit 100 seaweeds daily. They can't just join the guild and do nothing while waiting for spike helmets. Then how should we handle these seaweeds? We collected 200,000 and that's too much to store. This is indeed a problem. Zhou Wen frowned. Today's 200,000 portions could be given directly to Zhang Haitao, since for some unknown reason the transformed Leviathan had not fed today. As a symbiotic being, he naturally could not neglect this. After all, how could a child go without food? But afterwards he couldn't keep feeding the transformed Leviathan every day. However, he had a hypothesis: if he traded a large amount of seaweed to feed the transformed Leviathan, would it still need to eat? If it doesn't need to eat, then this information ensuring one's safety could be utilized. Just give me today's portion, we'll talk about tomorrow's 200,000 later. If necessary, we can treat it as a reward for the guild members who contributed significantly and tell them that the transformed Leviathan eating more seaweed can speed up its growth. Okay, understood. After ending the conversation with Zhang Haitao, Chen Xin also sent her guild's eligible members. There were 50, slightly more than Zhang Haitao's guild. Zhou Wen also informed Chen Xin that her guild members needed to plant fruit. Ah. Boss Zhou, is this how it goes? You just gave me the small planting boxes yesterday and now you want to distribute them for free. I was thinking that with such delicious fruit our guild could have an exclusive share to reward the guild members, making them aware of the guild's strength and fostering a greater sense of belonging. That's not conflicting. Everything they plant needs to be collected and most of it should be submitted to me. You can keep some for yourself, whether for eating as rewards or for trading with other guilds. How can that be the same? Collecting from them to reward them is different from not rewarding them at all initially. It's the same from another perspective. The small planting boxes are very important. Giving them for free to plant is also a form of reward, and it carries a trust that they bear significant responsibilities for the guild. You can flatter them a bit and tell them they are the future backbone of the guild. By the way, highlight the member who submitted the blueprint for the wooden house and give him 2 small planting boxes to promote his contribution to the guild. Once he successfully grows and submits fruit, he can receive the highest reward, a fishbone knife, establishing a model in the guild to motivate other members to submit blueprints. Alright. Afterwards, Zhou Wen also had Chen Xin set a daily task in the guild requiring each member to submit 100 seaweeds daily. Today's 500,000 portion should be given to him first. Then after some thought he sent Chen Xin a dung spoon and a compost bucket along with the method for making low-grade fertilizer. Wow. Why is Boss Joe suddenly so generous just handing over the low-grade fertilizer recipe and tools? I'm very good to my own people. I directly gave you that excellent blood coral powder before. See how much I trust you. Thank you for Boss Joe's trust. When will the small planting boxes be sent over? Today I'll first flatter them a bit. The small planting boxes cannot be given to you on the surface. They cannot appear directly from your hands. You need to trade with John Haitao. What happened to the promised trust? Heartless boss. Don't change the subject. You obtain the small planting boxes from him. The low-grade fertilizer is your bargaining chip in the trade with him. You two guilds will appear to have a cooperative relationship on the surface. In the future, if you both possess the same items such as fishbone knives, blood coral powder, small planting boxes, or other rare items, it can be reasonably explained to outsiders. Alright, but is it necessary to be this cautious? You don't need to worry. I prefer to hide in the corners, crawling in the shadows. After communicating with Chen Xin, it was nearly time for the material box. At that moment, the esophageal diaphragm opened and seawater surged in. After waiting for the seawater to recede, Zhou Wen saw another silver-edged material box. Today won't be all silver-edged material boxes, right? Zhou Wen exclaimed. Just as he was about to open the silver-edged material box, the tender voice of the transformed Leviathan echoed. I'm so hungry. I didn't find food today, and there are still many good things I can't go after. We need to leave here quickly to find food. Zhou Wen's heart trembled upon hearing this thought. Hey, wait. Food is coming soon. Don't miss out on anything good. Zhou Wen hurriedly urged Zhang Haitao and Chen Xin. Soon 250000 portions of seaweed gradually arrived. This time Zhou Wen didn't need to carry it and stood in front of the digestive pool with a thought. All the seaweed fell into the digestive pool. The puzzled voice of the transformed Leviathan sounded. Having not eaten, how did it suddenly feel full? Nevertheless, the transformed Leviathan didn't think much of it. Since it was full, it decided to digest for now, thus temporarily stopping its activities. After digestion, you must look for good things properly. Zhou Wen said with a smile as he approached the silver-edged material box and opened it. Ding! Obtained the blueprint for a stone foundation. Damn! The blueprint for the stone foundation requires 100 stones. Zhou Wen directly used the blueprint to check the materials needed for production, which were significantly more than those required for a wooden foundation. Thus he decided to create one to see. Upon clicking to create, 100 stones transformed into blue light, coalescing into a cubic stone block with a side length of 1 meter in the area designated by Zhou Wen. Unlike the wooden foundation, which is supported by 4 wooden beams resembling a table, the stone foundation is solid throughout. This is also the reason why more materials are needed for the stone foundation. It looks very sturdy at first glance. Zhou Wen tapped it with the back of his iron sword, producing a clear metallic sound. He then made 5 more, totaling 6 stone foundations, preparing to replace all 6 wooden foundations on the first layer. The wooden foundation is certainly not as solid as the stone foundation, especially after encountering the razor beetle yesterday, which could penetrate wooden shields and doors. In the future, there will undoubtedly be more dangerous creatures with even greater destructive power, so replacing everything with stone will be much safer. However, moving the materials is somewhat troublesome. Zhou Wen needs to clear the items off the wooden foundations before he can dismantle them and replace them with stone foundations. Zhou Wen placed 2 wooden foundations next to the 6 wooden platforms and then crafted 2 new storage cabinets. After transferring all the items from the old storage cabinet to the new one, he put away the old storage cabinet and the 2 wooden foundations, replacing them with 2 stone foundations. Then he placed the old storage cabinet back and transferred all the items from the new cabinet. The same replacement was done in other areas. After a busy period, 5 of the 6 wooden foundations were replaced with stone, with 1 remaining because it had a mango plant growing on it. At this time, the small planting box and the mango seedling were one entity. If he took the planting box, the mango seedling would disappear. After all, it had been growing for almost a day and reached nearly 20 centimeters high. Zhou Wen decided to leave it for now and wait until he could harvest it before replacing it. After all, the 2 most important storage cabinets below already had their foundations replaced, so there was no need to worry about issues with the cabinets. The second layer still had 2 small aquariums on wooden foundations. After all, if replaced with stone foundations, Zhou Wen would have no hiding place. After completing these tasks, Zhou Wen studied the usage of the stone foundations and discovered a few differences between them and the wooden foundations. With wooden foundations, 2 can be placed apart in midair without needing support, but that does not apply to stone foundations. They can only be stacked to form a wall. However, both types of foundations can be mixed. If there were enough space, one could easily build a stone house using stone foundations. Zhou Wen imagined it was entirely feasible, but the current space was too small. To build a house with stone foundations, at least a 4 by 4 meter area would be needed. But now the available space was only about 5 meters in length on each side, and a stone house would occupy almost the entire area, leaving no place for the seaweed consumed by the transformed Leviathan. At this moment, the transformed Leviathan, having finished digesting, began to move again, searching for good items. Thus it validated Zhou Wen's previous hypothesis: as long as sufficient food is provided for the transformed Leviathan, it will directly enter a digestion state, skipping the eating phase. Zhou Wen couldn't utilize this method, but he could have John Haitao spread the word, giving seaweed a certain value among survivors. In the future, the guild could exchange the collected seaweed for basic materials. Currently, only Zhou Wen purchases 1,000 portions of seaweed daily as a night snack for the transformed Leviathan. He was unsure if it accelerated growth, but spending 1,000 basic materials was inconsequential for him. The seaweed market was too small to have any value. Once this news spread and was verified, seaweed would hold a certain worth. Those with large amounts of materials would choose to skip the eating phase to avoid encountering the anchor headworm. After all, life is the most important. The basic materials in their hands would then be distributed to ordinary people who could trade the basic materials for life-saving items or tools, forming an economic cycle. Let's have Chen Xin spread it fits her character. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment while opening the system interface, ultimately sending a private message to Chen Xin. Can this method really be implemented? Yes, I've tried it. How many portions of seaweed are needed? 25,000 portions, though it might not require that many. But that's irrelevant. Once spread, people will naturally research the minimum quantity needed. Alright, I promise to complete the task, boss Zhou. Don't use this method, there must be a sense of crisis in the unknown world. Alright, I promise to complete the task, boss Zhou. After ending the conversation, Chen Xin shared this idea in the World Communication Channel. Since she was the one who proposed transporting seaweed previously, survivors trusted her hypothesis even more. In truth, this idea is quite easy to conceive, but it requires one prerequisite: an overwhelming surplus of basic materials must be consumed quickly, just like Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen observed for a while, confirming that Chen Xin's message spread quite smoothly before closing the interface. The spreading of this news posed a downside for Zhou Wen. Those capable of skipping the eating phase might receive an extra resource box, meaning they could obtain 4 resource boxes in one day. However, Zhou Wen was no longer as worried about survivors catching up as he had been at first. This was due to the treasure cave on the 9th day and the fact that the transformed Leviathan had reached the border area without food, needing to be provided with sustenance to continue searching for good items. He had a clearer understanding of how powerful the ability to hear the transformed Leviathan's thoughts was, far beyond his initial expectations. For instance, in the treasure cave, if one could not hear the thoughts, the esophagus partition opens and it would be pitch black. Who would really dare to go out? Who knows what awaits you outside? Even if one boldly ventured out, how many would dare to crawl into a dark cave with only a 1-meter diameter? Once inside, there would be burrowing worms waiting. Even if luck were on your side and the burrowing worms were driven away by the transformed Leviathan, there were still mazes and layers of peril. How many could emerge alive with treasures in hand? Thus Zhou Wen's mindset has relaxed. He thought, I have my advantages, who am I afraid of? Given the opportunity, he could even start selling oxygen-producing algae en masse, but now was not the time, as he simply had no place to store basic materials. Just as Zhou Wen's mindset began to swell, a sound of surging seawater echoed in the esophagus, prompting him to immediately crawl into the resting area to hide. This time there was still no danger, and it was another silver-edged resource box. Ding! Obtained 20 iron ingots. So many iron ingots. Zhou Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the 20 ingots. Zhou Wen hurriedly stored away 20 pieces of iron ingots. Previously he had obtained 5 from the treasure cave, used 3 and was left with 2, making a total of 22 now. Finally, I have surplus iron ingots stored. Zhou Wen exclaimed excitedly. A large iron blade requires 3 pieces of iron ingots. When he only had 2 left, Zhou Wen always felt hesitant to use the blade, as if he feared damaging the precious item, since it was the only one he had and losing it would mean it was gone forever. But now, with 22 iron ingots equivalent to 7 large iron blades, he could use them boldly and freely. Should I craft an iron dagger? Zhou Wen also had a blueprint for an iron dagger that he had traded for before. Since he was low on iron ingots earlier, he hesitated to use it, but now that he had enough, he could easily make one for fun. After some thought, he decided against it. Mainly, the utility of the large iron blade far surpassed that of a dagger, and crafting one wouldn't serve much purpose. With nothing else to do, Zhou Wen began a new round of physical training. His strength points increased slightly and he needed to add more weight. This time during push-ups, Zhou Wen used 3 pieces of equipment as weight: spiked chest armor, spiked leg armor, and a spiked groin guard, totaling 80 pounds. However, Zhou Wen did not wear all the equipment, as push-ups primarily exercise the arms and core. The spiked leg armor added weight to his lower body, which wouldn't contribute much. Thus Zhou Wen used the spiked leg armor and spiked groin guard as weights, placing them on his back while wearing the spiked chest armor to do push-ups. After completing one, Zhou Wen clearly felt the pressure, indicating that this weight could indeed provide a workout effect, so he continued with his training. After doing 100, a private message came in. Zhou Wen was feeling a bit tired and decided to take a break. He opened the message to find it was from Zhuo Juanyan, the president of the Leviathan Guild. Hello, big shot. What's the matter? I saw on the World Trading Channel that you listed 9 pieces of mirror-scaled pike fish meat for trade 2 days ago. Oh, you have an equipment bar, but you want to offer a higher price. Zhou Wen quickly realized that Zhuo Junyan wanted to trade more mirror-scaled pike fish meat for the equipment bar, which he found negotiable, as the equipment bar held far more value to him than the fish meat. No, I meant to ask if we could trade for a different item. Our guild wants to acquire those 9 pieces of mirror-scaled pike fish meat. Zhuo Junyang didn't inquire about the equipment bar, as even if he did, Zhou Wen might not disclose it. Furthermore, the name of the equipment bar was already quite straightforward. Anyone who had played the game knew its purpose. It's possible, but it can only be exchanged for blueprints or some particularly rare items. The mirror-scaled pike fish meat had been listed for 2 days with no trades, possibly due to its rarity or because survivors used it themselves after obtaining it. Therefore, it would be better to trade with Zhou Wen for something of value. Big shot, I actually have a trade method that would be more beneficial for you. What method? The president of the Survivor Guild just proposed an idea to skip the eating phase for the Leviathan. After discussion among several of our guilds, we find it quite feasible, so we plan to try it out tomorrow. I saw that through the World Exchange channel. It is indeed a genius idea, but how does this relate to your trade for mirror-scaled pike fish meat? Zhou Wen had already roughly guessed what Zhou Wen intended to do. The thought of it coming back to him made him find it somewhat amusing. We plan to verify this hypothesis tomorrow and then trade seaweed with you for the mirror-scaled pike fish meat. Of course, the amount of seaweed is not just a few hundred or 1,000 pieces, but enough to help you skip the eating phase, totaling 250000 pieces, and this quantity is for just 1 piece of mirror-scaled pike fish meat. If you big shot are willing to trade all 9 pieces to us, we will also give you an additional amount of seaweed to skip the eating phase. What do you think? My goodness, you are a genius. Zhou Wen looked at Zhou Wen's message, and the more he read, the more he couldn't suppress the smile, eventually bursting into laughter. Wow, it really came back to me after going around in circles. However, it must be said that Zhou Wen indeed had some ideas. If seaweed was sold separately, for instance 250000 pieces dispersed for sale, it would lose the higher life-preserving value of skipping the eating phase. 250000 pieces of seaweed may seem like a lot, but it actually holds little value since millions of people consume 200000 to 300000 pieces of seaweed daily for the Leviathan, making it essentially free. If one were to sell 1000 pieces of seaweed at Zhou Wen's purchase price, they would gain 1000 pieces of basic materials. What does 1000 pieces of basic materials mean? For most survivors, it is an astronomical price that could transform their lives from hardship to ease. Thus, when seaweed starts to be traded on a large scale, the supply will definitely exceed the demand and prices will inevitably drop. It would not be possible for Zhou Wen to trade 1 piece of basic materials for 10 pieces of seaweed. The price might likely become 1 piece of basic material for 100 or even 1000 pieces of seaweed, making those 2500 pieces equivalent to 2500 pieces of basic materials. Moreover, Zhou Wen is the guild president. He could easily gather seaweed from guild members without needing to collect too much. If each member contributed 1000 pieces, that would be 1 million pieces. Thus, analyzing it, Zhou Wen's method of trading seaweed for mirror-scaled pike fish meat with Zhou Wen is essentially a free ride. This is indeed a good trade method. So do you agree to the trade? But I still have some confidence in my own strength and I don't need to skip the eating phase. Zhou Wen would never agree to trade using his own proposed method. What else could he say but to comment, "You have some ideas"? Moreover, to outsiders, Zhou Wen indeed had no need to skip the eating phase. He was already the top survivor among all the strongest, and the anchorworm posed no threat. However, with the establishment of the guild, Zhou Wen's status among survivors gradually diminished compared to before. After all, how could one person compete with a guild of many unless they were a cheat? Big shot, please consider again. We also have a guess that skipping the eating phase might yield an additional supply crate. That is to say, you could receive 4 supply crates in a day. Having 1 more supply crate sounds nice, but will this additional crate definitely contain blueprints? Or will it definitely yield rare materials or items? Faced with this question, Zhou Wen was left speechless. Zhou Wen could easily use the mirror-scaled pike fish meat to trade for blueprints and rare materials, rendering the need for an extra supply crate unnecessary. Thus, Zhou Wen's method of trading seaweed for mirror-scaled pike fish meat became completely unfeasible with Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's idea was not without merit, but he had chosen the wrong target. There was no way it would work with Zhou Wen. Then trade with blueprints, boss. Trading blueprints is acceptable, but they must be valuable blueprints, nothing like the last time. Jingpi Suwayu meat confers 2 attribute bonuses to the wielder. It enhances the body itself, which is fundamentally different from augmenting an external object. Moreover, only Zhou Wen was selling it now, so it was out of the question to offer utterly worthless blueprints in exchange. Well, if it were worthless blueprints, his guild could produce them, but truly valuable blueprints were rare and could hardly be traded away. One does not simply trade a hen that lays golden eggs. Alright, President Zhou, I have other matters to attend to, so we'll end this conversation for now. Seeing Zhou Wen unwilling to produce any valuable blueprints, he prepared to break off the negotiation. Calculating the timing, a few of the leading survivors would soon encounter the Jingpi Suwayu as well, but Zhou Wen remained unhurried. The number of front-runners was small and the price of Jingpi Suwayu meat would not fall in the short term. If he failed to trade these 9 portions of Jingpi Suwayu meat today, he would distribute them to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xin as rewards for contributing members of the guild. Otherwise, if he waited a few more days, the meat might spoil. Wait, boss, though I cannot produce valuable blueprints, I happened to open a very rare item yesterday. What item? Send me the information. A few seconds later, Zhou Wen sent the item information, a bank card-sized card, silver all over, bearing the name Fei Hong positioning card. What does this card do? I don't know. It was just opened yesterday, but it's undeniably rare. I asked in the global channel, no one else has obtained it. In fact, Zhou Junyan lied, the card had not been opened the day before but on the second day after he arrived in this world. Even so, by today he still did not know how to use it. When he first obtained the card, a prompt in his mind had hinted at its purpose, that it could locate the Feihong Sea area. Yet after so many days of trying nearly every conceivable method, the card had shown no response. He knew in his heart that the card might be important and could prove invaluable at some future moment. But the question was, how distant was that future? Would he live to see that time? Deaths had been rising these past days, and today he had encountered Tu Mao Tu Rucheng. Fortunately, after founding the guild, he had accumulated a great many basic materials and had paid handsomely to acquire a full set of Jianqi armor from those who possessed its blueprints. Without it, he might already be dead. Yet the Jianqi armor was so cumbersome and heavy that it was hardly usable in any normal way. This underscored the importance of attribute points. Although Jingpi Suoyumi did not increase strength, gaining a point each in constitution and speed was by no means negligible. And with only Zhou Wen offering it, he had no alternative. He had intended to leverage Chen Xin's newly proposed theory of skipping the feeding stage to obtain the Jingpi Suoyumi from Zhou Wen at minimal cost, but Zhou Wen seemed perceptive. He did not buy the argument for a moment. Zhou Junyang had claimed the card was opened yesterday only to inflate its perceived value. If he had told the truth, that it had been opened the second day and still lay unused, any fool could see something was amiss. If it's truly as rare as you say, it could be used for a trade. Of course it's real. How many shares are you willing to offer for it? 1 share. That's far too low. Among all survivors there is only this one card. Rare, yes, but worthless. 1 share is already a lot. You opened this card yesterday and surely have studied it, yet you never used it. That shows the card is unusable or perhaps utterly pointless. I'm willing to trade 1 portion of Jingpi Suoyumi out of friendship between us. It may be useless now, but it will surely be useful in the future. 1 portion is simply too little. Don't talk about the future, talk about the present. Zhou Wen would not accept hollow promises. After prolonged wrangling, Zhou Wen exchanged 2 portions of Jingpi Suoyumi for the Feihong positioning card. A notification chimed. The Feihong positioning card had been acquired. The card's description read that upon use it could locate the Feihong Sea area. Ha! It's mine now. The prompt in his mind thrilled Zhou Wen. Upon seeing Zhou Junyang's Feihong positioning card, he immediately thought of Feihong Haidai seaweed that could increase the growth rate of the Huanhua Leviathan by 20%. He restrained his excitement. Since Zhou Junyang had produced the card, it meant his mind was already set on trading, only the price remained unsettled. Zhou Wen was unhurried. He would tease out the bargain slowly. Use. Zhou Wen glanced at the positioning card and attempted to activate it, but it failed to respond. There must be some prerequisite. Zhou Wen murmured softly. This was expected. He was not overly concerned that it could not be used now. He pocketed the card to try again after entering the Shenlan Sea. Zhou Wen continued with the remaining 100 push-ups. Not long after, the Huanhua Leviathan swallowed another silver-edged supply crate and Zhou Wen opened it immediately. A notification announced 5 gold ingots. Wow, it's so shiny. If this were on Earth, I'd be delirious with joy. Zhou Wen lifted a gold ingot. Its length and width were akin to a phone and it was about 5 centimeters thick, heavy in his hand. Sorry, I regard money as dust. He tossed the ingot disdainfully to the ground, putting on an air of indifference. For show, Zhou Wen played the rich man for a while. After fiddling with the ingot, he placed it into the seaweed cultivation box to nurture Jinsei seaweed. I wonder if a gold ingot will make the Jinsei seaweed grow faster. The Jinsei seaweed had begun growing on the 9th day. 3 days had passed and it had only grown 20 centimeters. Patience. The Huanhua Leviathan swallowed yet another silver-edged supply crate which yielded 5 silver ingots. Zhou Wen had no idea what use the silver ingots served, so he set them aside. Hey! What's that? As evening neared, the voice of the Huanhua Leviathan sounded in his mind again. There seemed to be a new valuable discovery. After some time, the Huanhua Leviathan ceased its movements and the esophageal membrane opened, but no seawater rushed in, very similar to the last time it had found a treasure cavern. The most troublesome was the rock crystal leaf tree. With no fixed method, Zhou Wen pondered for a long time and finally decided to plant the rock crystal leaf tree in a wooden barrel. He hastily gathered his armor and weapons and as before entered the esophagus carrying a supply crate while messaging Jiang Haitao to stand by and be ready to support with items at a moment's notice. But just after he had stepped into the esophagus and walked only a few paces, the membrane behind him suddenly sealed shut. What is happening? The esophageal diaphragm suddenly closed, causing Zhou Wen to feel a surge of tension and unease as if he had no way to retreat. Zhou Wen tapped on the esophageal diaphragm with his hand, hoping that the Leviathan could understand his intent and open it. However, the Leviathan showed no response, nor was there any sound from the heart, possibly not sensing anything at all. Forget it, I'll just move forward, the Leviathan shouldn't harm me. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Wen decided to leave the esophagus. But just as he took a step, the entire space began to shake violently and the ground started to rise slowly. Zhou Wen lost his balance and stumbled back several steps, colliding with the esophageal diaphragm. What is happening? Feeling the ground tilt gradually, Zhou Wen was filled with confusion as the Leviathan seemed to be lifting its head. Hey! Little guy, don't mess around. Zhou Wen grew anxious. The entire body of the Leviathan was tilting, so what would happen to the supplies in his stomach space? The items placed on the foundation were fine since there was an adhesive effect. It was as if they were stuck there. The two small aquariums also had glass lids on top, so there was no worry about seawater spilling out. However, the problem was that there was one very important item that was not placed on the foundation. My golden seaweed. Zhou Wen was genuinely panicked. The golden seaweed he had painstakingly cultivated could not afford to have any issues. Considering the blueprints, formulas and related information he had gathered over the past few days, the importance of the golden seaweed was simply immeasurable. Not only could its fruits add 5 points of strength, but it could also be used to make equipment, and feeding it to the Leviathan could accelerate its growth by 50. He really wanted to give up on this treasure hunt, and he was also worried that another plant might face problems, which was the rock crystal leaf tree. Because the rock crystal leaf tree was not planted in the soil of the small cultivation box, its roots were embedded in the feces of the burrowing rockworm. If the angle of inclination became too steep, the rock crystal leaf tree could also detach from the feces. Both the golden seaweed and the rock crystal leaf tree were extremely important plants for Zhou Wen, and now they were both at risk of being destroyed. Don't rise, don't rise. I don't want the treasure. Zhou Wen shouted loudly, feeling utterly at a loss. The potential loss was too great. However, the worst-case scenario Zhou Wen had envisioned did not occur. The Leviathan stopped raising its head after reaching a certain height, tilting its body only 45 degrees, which made Zhou Wen breathe a deep sigh of relief. This angle of inclination, while it did affect the golden seaweed in the cultivation box, was not enough to topple the entire box. Some seawater might spill out, but there was always seawater available, so he could just replenish it later. Finally stopped. Thankfully, it didn't stand upright like last time. However, Zhou Wen also realized that this was a problem. He would have to address it after this treasure hunt. Wait, how do I get up there? Although there was no wet slimy mucus in the Leviathan's esophagus, the surface was still very smooth. With a 45-degree tilt, he would slide down after just a couple of steps. Before long, this problem was resolved as a large amount of seawater flooded into the esophagus, quickly rising to Zhou Wen's neck. What the heck? Zhou Wen was startled and hurriedly tied the supply box to his back with cloth strips, freeing his hands to paddle and keep himself afloat as the water level rose. After rising several meters, Zhou Wen left the esophagus and entered the Leviathan's oral cavity, which was still pitch black. As his body felt the icy seawater, he began to feel a bit fearful, as there was no telling what creatures might have slipped in with the water. However, Zhou Wen's worries were unfounded. No creatures had mixed in with the water. After some time, the seawater rose to the whisker plate level, and he successfully climbed up onto the whisker plate with the rising water. Using his headlamp, Zhou Wen surveyed the situation and found that beneath him was the Leviathan's lower jaw, while above him was a slanted opening that obscured the upper jaw. This situation seemed to indicate that the Leviathan was keeping its mouth open, blocking the entire opening and allowing some seawater to flow in so that Zhou Wen could float up and enter the cave. Fortunately, I learned to dog paddle in the wild pond as a child. Zhou Wen felt a bit relieved. If he couldn't paddle, he might have already drowned. The whisker plate was still a certain height away from the opening, so Zhou Wen stood on the whisker plate and waited for the seawater to rise, also taking the opportunity to rest as paddling was quite exhausting. It seemed that the Leviathan knew Zhou Wen was about to reach the opening, so it increased the inflow of seawater. Soon the seawater rose to the level of the opening, and Zhou Wen swam to the edge of the opening in a few strokes and climbed up successfully. Upon entering the cave, Zhou Wen did not act rashly but first used his headlamp to observe. This cave was much more spacious than the treasure cave, with a ceiling over 4 meters high. Although it was damp inside, there was no standing water, suggesting it was an underwater air cave. Zhou Wen opened the supply box and donned all the spiked armor, holding a shield in his left hand and a metal sword in his right, while the heaviest spiked chest armor was temporarily stored in the equipment slot. Additionally, on Zhou Wen's left wrist he had a bundle of boiling blood coral powder tied with a hemostatic bandage. Since he had no paper, he used seaweed leaves to wrap the boiling blood coral powder into a triangle about 2 to 3 centimeters, resembling a small dumpling. In a crisis, he would tear open the bandage, chew the seaweed package and swallow it, relying on the additional 5 points of speed to escape quickly. Zzz. Zhou Wen turned the hand crank headlamp to charge it, and the sound of the crank echoed and spread throughout the cave. This was intentional. Rather than encounter giant creatures deeper in the cave, it was better to attract them here at the entrance and see if they were afraid of the Leviathan. After cranking for a while, there was still no movement in the cave. The headlamp was fully charged, so Zhou Wen had to take it and begin his exploration deeper into the cave. What is that smell? As he delved deeper, a foul odor filled the air, reminiscent of the stench of decaying biological remains. Zhou Wen frowned, growing wary, and pressed himself against the right wall of the cave so that he only needed to keep an eye on the front and left. After walking for a while, Zhou Wen found nothing in the cave, yet the stench grew stronger, making him feel a bit nauseous. A corner. The headlamp light illuminated ahead, revealing a corner. Zhou Wen held his breath against the foul smell and cautiously approached the corner. He didn't turn directly around it, but took out the mirror skin from his supply box, extended it around the corner, and held the headlamp against the wall to illuminate the corner. Damn! Zhou Wen's heart nearly stopped when he saw the reflection from the mirror skin. Terrified, he tossed the mirror skin aside and turned to run at the fastest speed of his life. In the midst of his escape, feeling his speed was still too slow, he discarded the spiked armor from his body through the equipment slot. In that fleeting moment Zhou Wen did not clearly see what it was. He only caught a glimpse of a row of stark white fangs, each over a meter long, interlocking in a gruesome manner. Given this situation, Zhou Wen did not need to know the full appearance of the creature with fangs over a meter long. He need not ponder its size, as it could easily devour him without any issue. No sound, not pursuing me. As Zhou Wen ran swiftly, he concentrated on listening for any sounds behind him, realizing that apart from the sound of his own footsteps there was no other noise in the cave. This led Zhou Wen to immediately entertain a guess that the gigantic creature was already dead. This also explained the source of the foul, decaying odor in the cave. Zhou Wen did not stop immediately. Instead, he occasionally glanced back, only gradually coming to a halt after confirming that no giant creature was in pursuit. How did the little person get out? There are still things inside that haven't been taken. At that moment, the voice of the illusory Leviathan echoed in Zhou Wen's mind. Zhou Wen's spirit surged, his fear dissipating, for the presence of the illusory Leviathan's voice indicated that it had been watching over him all along. Unlike last time when he only realized he was blocked by the burrowing rockworm after several of his shields had been destroyed and he was on the brink of death, was he truly obstructed then? He was rather close to being eaten, it seems. Furthermore, the illusory Leviathan's voice sounded quite relaxed, suggesting that there were no creatures in the cave capable of threatening it. With newfound confidence, Zhou Wen slowly began to retrace his steps, picking up the spiked armor he had discarded along the way and putting it back on. Arriving once more at the bend, there were no traces of any giant creature's activity, confirming that the enormous being had indeed not pursued him around the corner. Picking up the reflective mirror skin, he used it to check again and discovered that there was indeed a gigantic creature at the bend, and it was already dead. Stowing away the mirror skin and donning his headlamp, Zhou Wen bravely stepped around the corner. Observing the massive creature up close, he noted that its skin had begun to rot and its lantern-like eyes had already shriveled. Only the exposed fangs remained intact, glimmering with a chilling light under the illumination. This deceased gigantic creature resembled an eel from Earth, standing over 3 meters tall, and Zhou Wen peered into the dark depths of the cave, uncertain of its exact length. However, Zhou Wen could check the creature's information in the biological encyclopedia. He found a patch of unrotted skin, touched it with his finger, and immediately washed his hand with mineral water, considering it a corpse and wary of any pathogens. After cleaning his finger, Zhou Wen opened the biological encyclopedia and flipped to the newly added page. Knife-toothed eel. Length 72 meters. Weight 160 tons. Diet carnivorous. Description: an eel that hides in caves, ready to ambush passing creatures. Its sharp fangs can directly penetrate the body of its prey, tearing off chunks of flesh that are edible, and its fangs can be used as weapons. 72 meters. 160 tons. Zhou Wen's expression turned subtle as he finished reading the basic information about the knife-toothed eel. Given its size, if he encountered a live one, the illusory Leviathan would indeed struggle to handle it, and it could very well bite off several chunks of flesh or even kill him. The illusory Leviathan should know that the knife-toothed eel is dead, right? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Because according to the previous voice of the illusory Leviathan in the treasure cave and the voice that emerged this time regarding the knife-toothed eel, although the illusory Leviathan could not enter the cave, it was aware of the situation inside. Thus Zhou Wen could be certain that the illusory Leviathan must possess a biological radar capable of exploring vast areas. That's quite good, this ensures our safety. Next, Zhou Wen prepared to delve deeper into the cave in search of the items mentioned in the voice of the illusory Leviathan. However, before that he needed to extract the fangs of the knife-toothed eel, as the description mentioned they could serve as weapons, and he certainly could not let that opportunity pass. Bang! 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 Holding a stone, Zhou Wen thought it would take considerable effort, but to his surprise, after a few strikes he loosened one fang and it quickly fell off. Upon picking it up, he noticed that the root of the fang had a section resembling a handle which could be used as a weapon directly. This bone seemed to be embedded directly in the root of the knife-toothed eel's fang. If too much force was applied, the root would break, causing the fang to come loose. The design of these fangs indeed aligns well with the description given. The description stated that the knife-toothed eel liked to hide in caves, ambushing passing creatures. Small creatures were fine; if bitten, they would become its food. However, if it accidentally bit down on a large tough-skinned creature, the fangs would get stuck in the flesh, and in the struggle of the massive creature it might end up tearing its entire body out. In such situations, with mutual pulling, the design of these fangs would allow them to detach from the body, freeing themselves from the pull of the giant creature. Ha ha! Struck gold. After some time, Zhou Wen had knocked out all the fangs of the knife-toothed eel, totaling 30. Though the fangs were not as sturdy as a steel blade, they were certainly superior to fishbone blades. After all, the fishbone blade was made from a 1-meter-long fishbone, which could not possibly match the hardness of the fangs from a 72-meter-long knife-toothed eel. Just as Zhou Wen joyfully stored the 30 fang knives into his supplies box, the knife-toothed eel's upper jaw, having lost the support of its fangs, collapsed downwards. In the instant it closed, a cloud of gas erupted, instantly enveloping Zhou Wen in a foul stench. Ugh! Zhou Wen was immediately nauseated. He hurriedly ran a distance away, distancing himself from the noxious gas, and after a bout of vomiting he gradually regained his composure. Damn! Not only does it stink, but it also burns my eyes. Zhou Wen wiped the tears streaming from the corners of his eyes and cursed under his breath. After resting for a while, the foul gas gradually dissipated and Zhou Wen recovered. Thus he stepped over the knife-toothed eel's head and began walking deeper into the cave. In nearly 100 meters Zhou Wen reached the end in no time, but apart from the long corpse of the knife-toothed eel he found nothing else. Could it be that the item mentioned by the illusory Leviathan is just the fawn knives? Zhou Wen stood at the end of the cave somewhat puzzled, searching around, when suddenly his peripheral vision caught a fleeting golden reflection. Zhou Wen immediately raised his head to look and discovered a small hole about 4 meters up the stone wall at the end of the cave, within which lay a supply box. A gilded supply box. Zhou Wen's expression brightened. The last gilded supply box had granted him 3 blueprints. What would this one provide? He was truly looking forward to it. Zhou Wen made a sprinting leap, his hand brushing against the bottom of the supply box, but he couldn't pull it out. Zhou Wen pondered for a moment, opened the blueprint interface and prepared to create a wooden foundation. Standing on it would allow him to easily retrieve the supply box. However, to his surprise, the wooden foundation couldn't be crafted. Zhou Wen thought it was a material issue, so he switched to a stone foundation, but it still didn't work. Can items not be crafted outside? That's strange, Zhou Wen thought. On the 9th day, while in the treasure cave, he had crafted a small aquarium. Zhou Wen pondered for a moment, opened the blueprint interface and prepared to create a wooden foundation. Standing on it would allow him to easily retrieve the supply box. So it means I can only build a base inside the transformed Leviathan's body. This restriction clearly bound the survivors to the transformed Leviathan, preventing them from considering a life outside. Zhou Wen found this limitation not too bothersome. Aside from being somewhat inconvenient, it was actually quite good. After all, the transformed Leviathan was large and could protect the survivors while also searching for supply boxes. If he were to leave the Leviathan, both his safety and resources would be at risk. Since he couldn't craft a foundation, Zhou Wen directly made a stone pedestal which was half a meter tall and heavy enough to serve as a stepping stone. He took a few steps back and made another sprint, stepping onto the stone pedestal and leaping up with all his might. In midair he reached out like a zombie and successfully grabbed the supply box before landing smoothly. Haha, bring me more important blueprints. Zhou Wen thought to himself as he looked at the supply box in his hands, only to freeze in disbelief. What is this? Zhou Wen's eyes widened and shock appeared on his face as he carefully examined the entire supply box. The light from his headlamp illuminated the supply box, reflecting a golden glow that seemed to coat Zhou Wen's face in a layer of gold dust. This is actually a pure gold box. Zhou Wen's heart began to race. If a box with gilded edges could yield him 3 blueprints of high value, what would this pure gold box contain? With trembling hands filled with excitement, Zhou Wen slowly opened the pure gold box. A burst of golden light emanated from within, revealing a recipe amidst the glow. Ding! Obtained the ultimate recipe for the transformed Leviathan scale transformation unique. Ultimate! Zhou Wen exclaimed inwardly. Although he didn't yet know the specific function of this recipe, hearing the word ultimate and noting that it was unique indicated that it was definitely extraordinary. Zhou Wen held the golden recipe in his hands and unfolded it, eager to see its contents. However, after just a glance he was left dumbfounded. What on earth? Ultimate recipe for the transformed Leviathan scale transformation unique. Material 1, flowing gold threadworm acquisition method from the golden king algae sea found inside golden crabs, low discovery probability. Material 2. Material 3. Material 4. After reading through, the only material with a description was the first one, while the rest were all question marks. Sigh, forget it. I can only look at the first material. This recipe cannot be crafted right now. Zhou Wen sighed. At this moment he only knew the information about the golden king algae and he had no clue where it could be found. Even if the other materials were listed, he might not recognize them, making them effectively the same as question marks. Helpless Zhou Wen could only put the recipe away. Just as he was about to return the blueprint to the pure gold box, it suddenly shone brightly, bathing the surroundings in a golden hue. Ding! Obtained golden order X1. Ding! Golden order can gild an item, enhancing its corrosion resistance. Can also be used to increase a character's attributes. Any attribute 1. The pure gold box turned into an item. Zhou Wen had originally planned to take the pure gold box back as a decorative item. However, turning it into a golden order is even better, at least it can be used right now. Zhou Wen felt an uncomfortable sensation in his heart, caught between a sense of gain and loss. Although the ultimate recipe for the transformed Leviathan scale transformation was extremely rare, it couldn't be used in the short term. This treasure cave exploration felt like it yielded no rewards, yet it couldn't be said that there were no gains. One could only hope for future prospects. Fortunately, he obtained a golden order. Although its described effects weren't particularly significant, it was something he could use immediately. Zhou Wen directly used the golden order, choosing to increase his attributes and adding it to his intelligence. The golden order transformed into a beam of golden light, flying into Zhou Wen's brain. His pupils constricted as a golden stream flickered in his eyes. Ding! Used golden order intelligence 1. At that moment Zhou Wen felt as if his consciousness transcended. Closing his eyes, he could materialize a version of himself in his mind. The fragmented memories that floated chaotically in his mind were continuously organized and categorized under his conscious control. Soon folders were successfully constructed, categorizing his memories by type, much like a computer. This is incredible. Zhou Wen felt a refreshing sensation, his mind feeling clear. He could even follow along with the combat techniques he had seen in videos from his memories. If I keep adding points to intelligence like this, won't I end up transcending my soul? Zhou Wen thought that with such a significant increase it might indeed be possible. Alright, I've gathered everything. It's time to leave. Zhou Wen began to walk back, not even needing the light to guide him. He could close his eyes and reconstruct the route he had taken in his mind, simply retracing his steps. As he approached the head of the knife-tooth eel and was about to turn the corner, Zhou Wen glanced back at the decaying knife-tooth eel. At this moment he had a question in his mind: how did the knife-tooth eel die? When he entered the cave he had used his headlamp to take a general look at the entire body of the knife-tooth eel and he didn't find any fatal wounds. As he approached the head of the knife-tooth eel and was about to turn the corner, Zhou Wen glanced back at the decaying knife-tooth eel. In addition to these, there was a very significant question: why would an eel live in an air cave devoid of water? Also, a pure gold box containing an ultimate recipe was easily obtained by Zhou Wen without encountering any danger. This seemed illogical. According to Zhou Wen's speculation, this 72-meter-long knife-tooth eel was likely the guardian of that pure gold box, but for some unknown reason it had died, allowing him to reap the benefits. This is somewhat eerie. What could cause such a massive creature to die silently? Zhou Wen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Zhou Wen returned to the cave entrance, stored all his equipment in the supply box and then dove into the sea. The illusory Leviathan sensed Zhou Wen's return, slowly opened its esophageal membrane and began to gradually release the seawater in its mouth into the stomach chamber, then expelled the water through the digestion pool. Soon the seawater receded to the level of the esophagus and the illusory Leviathan gradually lowered its lifted head, resulting in a calm space. With half a meter of seawater remaining in the esophagus, Zhou Wen waded through the water, entering the stomach chamber. Worried about the condition of the golden silk seaweed in the crystalline leaf tree, Zhou Wen inspected both plants and upon confirming they were fine felt relieved. The golden silk seaweed was unaffected, though some seawater had spilled out of the planting box. The crystalline leaf tree tilted due to the softness of the burrowing worm's feces, causing its branches to lean as well. Fortunately it was a quick return and the root system was still in the feces, so he could simply ride it. It was already late. The illusory Leviathan stopped its activities. Zhou Wen told Zhang Haitao to go to sleep, then tossed the 10,000 portions of seaweed he had acquired that morning into the digestion pool, preparing to sleep as well. No, it's too hard. Zhou Wen tried to sleep on the stone base, but it was too hard and uncomfortable, so he left the resting area and placed 2 wooden bases in the stomach chamber. From now on he would sleep on these 2 wooden bases at night, and when the illusory Leviathan became active in the morning he could simply store the wooden bases away. Cough cough. On the 13th day the illusory Leviathan began to move and Zhou Wen slowly sat up from the wooden platform, feeling somewhat lethargic. Why do I feel so weak? Is it because I slept late yesterday? Zhou Wen yawned, got up to stretch, stored the 2 wooden platforms and began to inspect the stomach chamber. Cough cough. Zhou Wen suddenly coughed softly. Could it be that I caught a chill from soaking in the water too long yesterday? However, Zhou Wen didn't pay much attention. His physique was already at 15 points, so a slight chill was nothing. Continuing to inspect the stomach chamber, after confirming that both plants and 2 types of creatures were fine, Zhou Wen opened the system interface to communicate with Zhang Haitao and Chen Xian about today's public performance. Soon the other survivors' illusory Leviathans began entering the feeding phase, while Zhou Wen's little companion continued to search for food. According to the system prompt from the night of the 11th day, he should have entered the deep blue sea today, but because Zhou Wen provided food for the illusory Leviathan it didn't have to worry about hunger and thus did not hasten to leave the boundary sea. After some time the illusory Leviathan swallowed some white jade clams, 13 more than yesterday. The scale metamorphosis period. Zhou Wen examined a white jade clam and contemplated the scale metamorphosis period mentioned in the ultimate formula. This clam was clearly related to that period. However, it seemed that now was not the time to use it, as the biological encyclopedia indicated that the illusory Leviathan was still in the birth period, meaning it needed to enter the scale metamorphosis period to absorb the clam shells and grow scales. The materials for the scale metamorphosis period had already appeared in the boundary sea, indicating that the next stage after the birth period was likely the scale metamorphosis period. Is there enough time? Zhou Wen recalled the numerous question marks in the ultimate formula for the illusory Leviathan scale metamorphosis period, feeling somewhat uncertain. Zhou Wen temporarily ceased his thoughts on this matter, opened the system interface, acquired 10,000 portions of seaweed and then listed 20 algae oxygenation tanks on the World Trading Channel. At this time, because they were still in the feeding phase, 99% of the survivors were fully focused on whether there were anchor headworms in the seawater, making the World Communication Channel quite desolate. However, there were still some people conversing. They were the leaders of various guilds, as they were experimenting with the hypothesis proposed by Chen Xian yesterday to see if feeding the illusory Leviathan enough seaweed could indeed skip the feeding phase. The results confirmed this to be true. 6 people conducted the experiment, each feeding their illusory Leviathan different amounts of seaweed from 200,000 to 250,000, ultimately determining that 200,000 portions of seaweed could successfully skip the feeding phase. Indeed, it succeeded. President Chen Xian is truly clever. The idea of transporting seaweed previously was also hers. I hope our 2 guilds can collaborate more and develop together. Haha, President Zhao Tong, you are too modest. In this survival world, as fellow humans, we naturally need to support each other. Still, President Chen Xian has a grand vision. I Zhao feel truly inferior. For this great cause, if President Chen Xin needs spiked helmets, you can come to me. I guarantee they will be cheaper than those from the Jiang family. Then I must thank President Zhao Tang in advance. Haha, it's nothing. If President Zhou Junyang has any needs, you can also come to me. They will definitely be cheaper. Zhao Tang was continuously promoting his spiked helmets among the guild leaders. Currently his guild Tingfei already had over 500 members. The first 100 members who joined the guild were each given a spiked helmet. All these 100 people were speaking up for Zhao Tang in the world channel. With the benefit of receiving spiked helmets, more and more people were willing to join Tingfei, and in just a day or two the number grew to over 500. Forget it, just don't bother me. Zhou Wen had many more cards in hand now and no longer worried about others outpacing him. As long as they didn't provoke him, he couldn't be bothered. Time passed slowly. The feeding phase of the illusory Leviathan came to an end, and today the death toll had decreased with over 3 million dead. Thanks for saving my life. I just encountered an anchorhead worm and nearly got scared to death. What the hell? Brother, how did you survive? That worm got stuck under the wooden base and didn't come out for a long time. When the seawater receded, I boldly used my spikes to kill the anchorhead worm. Your luck is really too good. Still have to thank the wooden base sold at a low price by the Great One earlier, otherwise no matter how lucky I was it wouldn't have mattered. Damn. Those who were reselling wooden bases were really despicable. If they don't care for their lives they can just die, but they made it impossible for us to buy wooden bases. Who can argue with that? It's truly frustrating. Why doesn't the Great One establish a guild? Yeah, if you formed a guild I'd be the first to join. Humph, do you even have that qualification? You wouldn't even get a turn. I am the god of wealth and this is divine gold. I am Kai Luan and this is paper. I am the director and this is the film. I am the boss of the battlefield and this is sand. Seeing that the world communication channel was almost all filled with curses, Zhou Wen felt relieved, but he still sent a message to explain. In the future there may be more people using my name to deceive others. Everyone should be cautious and not be fooled. Such tricks can only fool fools. But can you, Big Shot, increase the stock of the algae oxygenation tanks? Yes, Big Shot, I heard from the guild leaders that seaweed will soon start trading in large quantities. Zhou Wen had previously used seaweed as an excuse, but it had long since become unsustainable. However, few would criticize him as it would be pointless. In the end, Zhou Wen had the final say, and if he got angry and stopped selling it would be even worse. Moreover, Zhou Wen's prices were cheap, providing almost everyone with a chance, but the supply was too limited. It all depended on speed and luck as they fought like madmen for that 20 algae oxygenation tanks every day. While a group of survivors waited for Zhou Wen's reply, a blueprint message appeared in the world communication channel. Blueprint for a small planting box. Can we start farming now? Damn, why is this guy the one who got it? If we obtain the small planting box, will we no longer have to worry about food? Brother Jiang, are you planning to sell this small planting box? The small planting box blueprint information shared by Jiang Haitao successfully shifted the survivors' attention. Nothing could compare to the ability to produce food. Thus Zhou Wen did not need to increase the number of algae oxygenation tanks for the time being. Although he was not worried about the survivors catching up, he also could not easily increase the supply. The returns were too small. Zhou Wen did not care much about basic materials, and good blueprints were treated as treasures by the survivors, not to be easily relinquished. It was difficult to trade for good blueprints with algae oxygenation tanks like at the beginning. Therefore, what Zhou Wen wanted as a return was prestige. Establishing himself as a benevolent figure would allow him to control the behavior of most survivors. In the current situation where survivors could not need it was an extremely effective tactic. However, simply increasing the number of algae oxygenation tanks lightly would only earn him momentary gratitude. Only when everyone faced difficulties could he stand out and be remembered. The small planting boxes will not be sold to outsiders for now. Only our guild members can obtain them through contributions. If you don't sell them, why release the blueprint information? Just to show off, right? How infuriating. This blueprint would be much better in the hands of a Big Shot. Damn, you are so right. Initially, the excited survivors were told by Jiang Haitao that they would not be sold to outsiders, and they immediately erupted in complaints blaming him. President Jiang, I wonder if our guild could trade some. We can negotiate the price. Many guild leaders began sending messages in the world channel to inquire with Jiang Haitao, wanting to trade some small planting boxes at high prices, and some even sent private messages. In the eyes of these guild leaders, there was no such thing as not selling to outsiders. Only the price was insufficient. For these guilds, Jiang Haitao almost welcomed all inquiries and agreed to them all. This made most survivors who had no conditions to join the guild furious, as it was said that they would not be sold to outsiders, but the guild was excluded. What does that mean? Are we who cannot join the guild not human? Are we not people? These guilds are too detestable. They gather a group of well-developed individuals. Do they consider us ordinary people to be human? We are just a bunch of toolboxes for opening boxes. The effect is not bad. Zhou Wen observed that most ordinary survivors were filled with righteous indignation, indicating that his plan was progressing well. In the future, the guild's influence among ordinary survivors will definitely grow larger, and surpassing Zhou Wen is only a matter of time. Thus Zhou Wen wants to incite ordinary survivors' resentment towards the guild, ensuring his own influence among most ordinary survivors. President Jiang, I believe our survivors guild can maintain a long-term cooperative relationship with your brother Jiang guild. It seems President Chen is willing to offer a higher price. As long as the price satisfies me, a long-term cooperation can certainly be established. President Jiang is joking, it's not a higher price, but I have something that can reduce the growth time of crops by 1/10. Following this, Chen Xin brought out low-grade fertilizers which Zhang Haitao valued greatly. The two guilds announced a long-term cooperation, and after some mutual flattery the performance for outsiders came to an end. It seems President Chen is willing to offer a higher price. Zhang Haitao sent the small planting box blueprint back to Zhou Wen. After receiving it, Zhou Wen sent him 50 small planting boxes, a tooth knife and a piece of white jade shell meat. Although Zhang Haitao's guild could only standardly obtain 30 small planting boxes, Zhou Wen gave 50, allowing the remainder to be distributed as rewards. After all, Zhang Haitao wasn't very good at making promises, so rewards were the way to go. How about it, Boss Zhou? Did I perform well? It was alright, but the final flattery segment was too awkward. Haha, there's nothing that can be done. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhang Haitao and I have no connection, we can only awkwardly flatter each other. Zhou Wen also sent Chen Xin 50 small planting boxes, a tooth knife and a piece of white jade shell meat, along with a piece of treasure cave information. All these good things were found in the treasure cave. You could say that if you encounter it, be sure to notify me so we can look out for each other. Wow, what a great boss. Everything found in the cave must be reported promptly lest something happen and you can't bring anything out. Heartless boss. After the exchange ended, Zhou Wen asked the two to send over the 250000 seaweeds collected today, which he then fed entirely to the transformed Leviathan. The plan to grow fruits also began to be gradually implemented. To achieve the standard for accelerating the food illustration method, 1000 watermelons were needed. Although the number of members from Zhang Haitao and Chen Xin's guilds was sufficient, people died daily, making things too unstable and most could not be trusted. To expand fruit planting, it would be necessary to wait until these guild members developed and were deeply bound to the guild. However, with the intelligence provided by Zhou Wen's forward base, this was not a difficult task, it just required time. Ahem, it's time to figure out how to secure the algae planting boxes. After experiencing the significant movements of the transformed Leviathan twice, Zhou Wen realized this was a serious issue. Important items must be secured, especially the golden silk seaweed and the rock crystal leaf trees. Zhou Wen placed a stone base on the ground, set the seaweed planting box on top, and then put another stone base on the seaweed planting box. The two stone bases tightly sandwiched the seaweed planting box in between. Zhou Wen pushed the seaweed planting box in the middle with force, but it did not budge, as if it had fused with the two stone bases above and below. It can work. Seeing his hypothesis proven correct, Zhou Wen nodded in satisfaction. In the future, if he ever needed to leave the stomach wall space, he would first embed the seaweed planting box between the stone bases, thus eliminating any concerns about the golden silk seaweed. The most troublesome was the rock crystal leaf tree. With no fixed method, Zhou Wen pondered for a long time and finally decided to plant the rock crystal leaf tree in a wooden barrel. After much effort, he transplanted the rock crystal leaf tree into the wooden barrel, then ripped the hemostatic bandage into thin strips to secure the trunk of the rock crystal leaf tree to the barrel. Finally, he tightly wrapped the entire barrel with the bandage, preventing the burrowing rockworm's waste from spilling out. Alright, as long as the phantasmagoric Leviathan does not roll over, there shouldn't be a big problem. With the methods for securing the two important plants resolved, Zhou Wen began his weight training for the day. Just as he was about to start doing push-ups, Zhang Haitao sent him a private message. Brother Wen, that Zhao Tang is looking to collaborate with me again, wanting to trade for small planting boxes. This Zhao Tang really knows how to adapt. If he wants to trade, let him have it. Ha! Are you really trading with him? That guy is not a good person. He has gradually risen, now you can't suppress him anymore. Just raise the price a bit, keep the quantity to 10. By the way, how do you set prices with other guilds? It's 3 small planting boxes for 1 blueprint. Then Zhao Tang can have 1 box for 1 blueprint, he can take it or leave it. Alright, Brother Wen. After finishing the conversation with Zhang Haitao, Zhou Wen continued his workout. Feeling a bit bored during his training, he opened the World Communication Channel to see what the survivors were discussing. He then saw members of the Tingfei Guild pulling in large numbers of people in the World Chat Channel. Join Tingfei and receive a spiked helmet. No need to turn in basic materials or blueprints, just join to get one. Really? I don't believe it. It's true, I just joined the Tingfei Guild yesterday and this morning the guild leader personally gave me a spiked helmet. I really appreciate guild leader Zhao Tang because I encountered an anchor headworm during the feeding phase today. If it weren't for the spiked helmet he sent me in time, I would have died by now. Brother, you are really lucky and made a wise choice by joining the Tingfei Guild. If you had chosen another guild, you might not have survived. Who would say otherwise? I heard that the guild leader of the current guild does not collect fees like other guilds, so the spiked helmets are made from his own materials. Yes, it's much better than other guilds. If it weren't for the fact that the leader doesn't have too many basic materials, you could have gotten a spiked helmet yesterday. Zhou Wen frowned at the messages from these Tingfei Guild members, it was just too awkward. But he had to admit that it was indeed effective as more and more people chose the Zhaotang Guild. This is a Ponzi scheme. Zhou Wen had roughly figured out Zhaotang's intentions. It was to use the spiked helmet as bait to crazily attract survivors to join, claiming that there was no need to pay guild fees. However, the words of the guild members recruiting people had already mentioned that due to the leader not collecting fees, the materials on hand were limited, making it impossible to promptly produce the spiked helmets for you. Therefore, joining means you need to wait. When will you be able to wait until? You need to contribute to the guild. It doesn't have to be a big contribution, just turning in a bit of seaweed every day will suffice, and you can also go recruit others. In this way, Zhaotang could leverage the large number of guild members to collect the seaweed they had, thereby significantly increasing his daily income. Zhou Wen's guess was not wrong. This was indeed Zhaotang's strategy. In his view, other guild leaders were all foolish. The method of skipping the feeding phase had been validated. It was a golden opportunity. As long as he had people under him, he could collect a large amount of seaweed and then sell it, making easy profits. But those guild leaders were still focused on member quality. If it weren't for his previously bad reputation, his guild members would probably number in the millions by now, with countless seaweed collected daily. Then he would take a small portion to give to the earlier members as spiked helmets and promote it more, keeping the later members in suspense, making them have hope to continue turning in seaweed daily. After finishing his workout, Zhou Wen looked around for a while, feeling it was not interesting, so he closed the world communication channel. Soon it was time for the supply box phase. Since the phantasmagoric Leviathan was still in the border sea area, there were no fixed supply boxes. These needed to be sought out by the phantasmagoric Leviathan itself. After a while, seawater poured into the stomach wall space. As the water level rose higher, Zhou Wen witnessed a stunning scene with a multitude of colorful lines darting through the water. These colorful lines swam together underwater, illuminating the dark sea with vibrant colors. At this moment, the dark seawater resembled the vast pitch-black universe, and these colorful lines swimming together looked like rivers of stars in the cosmos. What kind of creatures are these? They look quite beautiful. Zhou Wen couldn't help but exclaim as he gazed at the magical scene in the water. These shimmering creatures were quite slender, measuring only about 5 to 6 centimeters in length, small even in this world, with a total of around 100 of them. As the seawater gradually receded, these colorful lines became increasingly frantic, with many directly entering the digestion pool along with the seawater. When the seawater completely receded, only a few dozen remained. Zhou Wen hurriedly jumped down from the stone platform to observe these colorful lines. He discovered that they were slender little fish, each about 5 centimeters long, definitely small fish in this world. Glowing fish, length 5 centimeters. Weight 10 grams. Food type plankton. Description: a shimmering colorful fish that is edible. This description is a bit too simple, but since it mentions being edible, that means it can enhance attributes. Zhou Wen grabbed a wriggling glowing fish and directly tossed it into his mouth. Due to its small size, Zhou Wen only chewed it a couple of times before swallowing it, not tasting anything at all. Ding! Consumed glowing fish, speed 1. Ha! Just 1 is enough. Zhou Wen was a bit surprised. The creatures he had consumed before to enhance attributes were all relatively large, often leaving him feeling stuffed. However, with the glowing fish, he hadn't even tasted anything yet. The attribute point had already been added. Zhou Wen immediately crafted a wooden bucket, then scooped some water from the boiling blood coral's aquarium into the bucket using a wooden cup, placing all the luminous fish remaining in the stomach wall space into the wooden bucket. There were a total of 32 luminous fish, small in size, their bodies emitting beautiful colorful light, making them suitable for being kept in an aquarium as ornamental fish. After some time, the esophageal diaphragm opened again, allowing seawater to enter the stomach wall space. Zhou Wen observed and confirmed that no large creatures were present in the water before filling the aquarium for the luminous fish. The luminous fish were placed in the glass aquarium while the gel worms were put into the bucket, as gel worms had no special requirements for their living environment. After some time, the esophageal diaphragm opened again, allowing seawater to enter the stomach wall space. Zhou Wen observed and confirmed that no large creatures were present in the water before filling the aquarium for the luminous fish. In fact, to make it visually appealing, the luminous fish should be placed in the aquarium with the boiling blood coral, as that aquarium would have a richer variety of species. However, the food of the boiling blood coral is blood, and every feeding turns the tank a deep red, which could potentially affect the luminous fish, so they had to be kept separate. Oh, and there are the white jade clams. Looking at the somewhat dull luminous fish tank, Zhou Wen thought of the white jade clams, which he had in abundance. Zhou Wen didn't add too many. The white jade clams measured 20 centimeters, which was relatively large compared to the luminous fish. To avoid overshadowing them, he only placed one white jade clam. At this moment in the small aquarium, 32 luminous fish swam together, leaving colorful spots on the white shell of the clam as they passed by. It's still a bit dull. It would be nice to have some plants. Zhou Wen first thought of seaweed, but the seaweed was too large and seemed out of place in the aquarium. He'll think about it later. Currently, the only plants he saw were seaweed and golden silk seaweed. The length of the golden silk seaweed was quite suitable as a background in the aquarium, but he was reluctant to part with it. As the seawater receded, it brought another batch of white jade clams totaling 16, which combined with his remaining 14 made 30 clams. This number was a bit excessive, leaving him with no place to put them, so he kept only 6 and stored the remaining 24 in the stomach wall space. Since the white jade clams were flat, the flow rate of the seawater entering the stomach space was not particularly fast, so they should not be swept into the digestive pool. In fact, Zhou Wen could directly put them on the trading channel to continue trading for equipment, but if someone noticed, they would think he was constantly discovering new items. Moreover, these white jade clams belonged to the boundary sea area, and when other survivors eventually arrived there, they would realize Zhou Wen was far ahead. Thus Zhou Wen decided to keep the white jade clams for a while before putting them up for sale to create some time disturbance. Ding! Entering the deep blue sea. Ding! The first survivor to enter the deep blue sea has received the title of Pioneer. Ding! Pioneer unique 5 free attribute points which can be freely increased or returned in strength, constitution and speed attributes. Losing the leading status will reclaim the title. Ding! First entry into the deep blue sea received the deep blue treasure chest. Ding! You have attracted the attention of the steel Leviathan. Ding! Please use the steel Leviathan pest removal voucher promptly or you will be hunted by the steel Leviathan. A series of prompts echoed in Zhou Wen's mind, but he did not feel confused. With an intelligence of 12 points, he processed information very quickly. This Pioneer title is quite interesting. Zhou Wen opened his character panel and saw a parenthesis added after his name indicating Pioneer 5. According to the prompt sound, these 5 attribute points could be returned, so Zhou Wen first added 1 point to strength, bringing it to 12. Ha! How do I return it? After adding a point to strength, Zhou Wen wanted to try returning it, but there was no icon to do so. After some investigation, he discovered that he could return all points at once by clicking on the Pioneer in the parentheses to return all 5 attribute points. This design was quite brilliant, enhancing the operability of these 5 attribute points. When in danger, all 5 points could be added to speed, and when it was impossible to escape, clicking Pioneer would return all points to boost strength. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Wen tried distributing the 5 points among the 3 attributes, then returning them all to 1 attribute, which was very convenient and flexible. Cough cough. Zhou Wen lightly coughed and took a brief look at his attributes. Zhou Wen Pioneer 5 normal human attributes are 10 intelligence, 12 strength, 11. 5 constitution, 15 speed, 15 evaluation. Infected with oxygen-rich bacteria, a sick individual. Ha! After reading the evaluation, Zhou Wen was taken aback, then immediately opened the biological encyclopedia to check the information on this oxygen-rich bacteria, but found nothing. That 72-meter knife-toothed eel wasn't killed by this oxygen-rich bacteria, was it? Zhou Wen quickly recalled his experiences over the past 2 days, concluding that the only possible infection was from the knife-toothed eel's cave yesterday. At this moment, recalling the bizarre death of the knife-toothed eel without any external injuries, everything started to make sense. What do I do now? A bacteria capable of killing a giant creature is definitely beyond Zhou Wen's capabilities, yet he currently has no means to combat it, not even understanding the basic information about the oxygen-rich bacteria. Calm down, calm down. Zhou Wen murmured softly, suppressing his inner anxiety and panic, then carefully thought for a moment before allocating all 5 free attribute points to Constitution. Based on Zhou Wen's speculation, the oxygen-rich bacteria should not be particularly malignant. After all, he got infected last night and it was already close to evening today. In a day's time, aside from the occasional cough, his body felt fine. If he hadn't glanced at his character attribute evaluation, he wouldn't even realize there was an issue with his body. In the absence of a treatment method, he could only bear through it for now, raising his constitution to 20 in hopes of slowing the infection speed of the oxygen-rich bacteria. Of course, this method could only serve to delay, as a 72-meter knife-toothed eel had already died with just 20 points in constitution. It was impossible to resist the oxygen-rich bacteria for long. Indeed, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, Zhou Wen sighed helplessly. For now, he had to set the matter of the oxygen-rich bacteria aside and address something urgent. Zhou Wen took out the steel Leviathan pest removal voucher he acquired on the 5th day. Today marked the 13th day since he arrived in this world, and nearly 8 days had passed. Zhou Wen had originally planned to activate the full spine armor set once his strength reached 15 points, precisely when he would redeem the steel armor Leviathan pest coupon. Yet he hadn't anticipated how arduous it would be to raise that stat. He remained stuck at 11. 5 points of strength. At that moment, a countdown appeared on the steel armor Leviathan pest coupon. 3 days remaining. Those 3 days marked the outer limit of the steel armor Leviathan's patience. Should Zhou Wen fail to redeem the coupon within that window, the beast would hunt him down without mercy. This timeline is tighter than expected, Zhou Wen murmured, retrieving a rockfruit he'd previously reserved as seed stock. As a last resort, he would consume it, hoping it might yield even a marginal boost to his 3 core attributes. The illusory Leviathan had been born barely over 10 days ago, yet already Zhou Wen had encountered 2 highly aggressive parasitic species, each more perilous than the last and each appearing in alarming numbers. How many such parasites might fester within the gastric cavity of a mature Leviathan left unattended for long? The thought alone filled Zhou Wen with dread, a chilling premonition of imminent demise. Found it terrifying. Let's retreat, immediately echoed the illusory Leviathan's voice, as if it had stumbled upon something dreadful. Ding! Entering the border sea. Ha! Why are we returning already? Zhou Wen paused, puzzled, then realized dusk must be approaching and the illusory Leviathan was preparing to rest within the border sea. True to expectation, upon re-entering the border sea, the illusory Leviathan ceased all motion. Its esophageal diaphragm dilated and seawater surged inward. Once the water receded, a deep blue chest materialized upon the gastric wall, a prize the illusory Leviathan had risked its life to retrieve from the azure depths. This must be the azure chest mentioned in the system prompt, Zhou Wen mused, reaching out to open it. Ding. Acquired 2 sets of clothing. What on earth is this? 2 plain outfits. He inspected them closely, they were utterly ordinary garments. Granted, the clothes Zhou Wen currently wore were torn nearly in half with a ragged hole across his chest, but survival demanded far more urgent priorities than attire. Within the thermally stable gastric chamber he could go entirely unclothed, stroll bareskinned day after day, safe in the knowledge that no eyes watched him. Of course, this disappointment stemmed solely from the context the azure chest was a reward vault. To yield only 2 mundane outfits felt profoundly unsatisfying, though had those same garments emerged from a standard supply crate he'd have deemed himself fortunate. Still, having drawn them, Zhou Wen had no intention of discarding them, he simply stowed them in his storage cabinet. Ding. Acquired 1 duel voucher. Ding. Duel voucher: designate any survivor as your opponent, slay them and claim all their possessions. So it has come to this. The azure chest was accessible to every survivor who entered the azure depths, meaning each held a duel voucher. Mutual predation was now inevitable. This was no mere duel voucher, it was the trigger for unchecked desire, the lever for high-stakes gambles, the spark igniting chaos and madness. I only hope other survivors possess enough self-awareness not to challenge me. He chuckled softly at his own words, knowing full well others would seek him out, and in considerable numbers. Fortunately, he held a 3-fold lead over most survivors, ample time to ascend in strength until his dominance became absolute, crushing all rivals beneath his might. As for the few ahead of him, the guild leaders, the independently wealthy, Zhou Wen doubted they'd bother confronting him. They possessed abundant base materials, anything they required could be acquired through trade, using either raw resources or blueprints. Challenging him carried catastrophic risk, defeat meant total ruin. No rational survivor would gamble so recklessly. Ding. Acquired 10 bottles of mineral water, 10 cans of meat. Meat cans. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up with delight. Upon inspection he found 10 distinct varieties: beef, chicken, pork, and so on, yet conspicuously absent was fish. Clearly the system had accounted for the survivors' current dietary constraints, offering meats impossible to source in this world precisely to diversify sustenance. Ah, excellent. I'll stockpile these first. Zhou Wen swallowed hard, then carefully placed all 10 cans into his storage cabinet. Ding. Acquired 200,000 units of kelp. The notification struck him like lightning, not from astonishment at the sheer quantity of kelp but at the azure chest's staggering capacity. How could it possibly hold 200,000 units when his own storage cabinet accommodated only 10,000? With this azure chest I finally have space for bulk supplies. A surge of exhilaration swept through him, suddenly storage constraints no longer loomed as an immediate concern. The azure chest's contents offered little direct advancement for survivor progression, yet they elevated quality of life markedly: food, drink, clothing. All told, it was a fair return. With the illusory Leviathan now resting, Zhou Wen followed his usual routine, dumping 10,000 units of kelp into the digestion pool. The 200,000 units from the azure chest represented a single satiating meal for the creature. Should the illusory Leviathan fail to locate sustenance tomorrow, he would feed it the entire kelp reserve, freeing up the azure chest's capacity. Time to sleep. Zhou Wen laid down 2 wooden foundation blocks and reclined upon them. But the moment his eyes closed, a torrent of disquieting thoughts flooded his mind: the ever more dangerous seas ahead, the steel armor Leviathan's 3-day ultimatum, and above all the oxygen-rich bacteria infecting his body. Sleep eluded him. He opened his character panel and studied his constitution stat: 20 points. It seemed the 5 free attribute points granted by the Forerunner trait had indeed taken effect. His lack of coughing suggested this enhanced constitution genuinely suppressed the bacterial infection. I'll assess tomorrow whether it worsens. Knowing further anxiety served no purpose, Zhou Wen cleared his mind of clutter and drifted into deep slumber. On day 14 the illusory Leviathan stirred. Zhou Wen instantly rose from his wooden platform and stretched, assessing his physical state. Fatigue lingered, yet it was notably less severe than the day before. So 20 constitution may sustain me for a while. His condition had not deteriorated. This was welcome news. Zhou Wen's plan was to wait 2 days, preparing for entry into the azure depths, hoping to encounter new creatures capable of boosting his strength. Only on the 3rd day would he redeem the steel armor Leviathan pest coupon, maximizing his odds of survival. The new day began as before, methodically surveying the entire gastric chamber. All cultivated flora and fauna remained healthy. Ding. Entering the azure depths.